Chapter 1, A Dream of a Century. Am I the immortal wanderer? No, I am Chen Haoyu. In a luxurious hospital room at Kangen Hospital, Chen Haoyu slowly opened his eyes, his mind swirling with thoughts. Just moments ago, he had experienced an extraordinarily lengthy dream. In this dream, he had transformed into a Taoist master named Immortal Wanderer during the late Song and early Yuan dynasties, living for a full 122 years, to the point where he found it difficult to discern whether he was Chen Haoyu or the Immortal Wanderer. If it were merely a fabrication, the centuries' worth of experiences and an abundance of esoteric knowledge had already been deeply embedded in his mind. He could even sense a powerful current of energy surging within him, unmistakably the magical prowess cultivated by the Immortal Wanderer in his dreams. If it were true, Chen Haoyu could vividly recall that he had been struck by a car while trying to save a little girl, and now he lay upon a hospital bed. What on earth is happening? Chen Haoyu closed his eyes and recited the heart-calming mantra, striving to restore tranquility to his troubled spirit. After approximately 5 minutes, he touched the prayer beads that he had worn around his neck for years, only to discover that the bead had completely lost its former luster, and he suddenly understood the situation. In the dream, the Immortal Wanderer was an unparalleled talent in Taoism, achieving the title of Tianshi at the age of 42. In pursuit of ascension, he diligently practiced for another 80 years, ultimately cultivating the legendary Yuan Shun. He had believed that a single opportunity would allow him to fulfill his desire, only to realize that the celestial realm did not exist in this world. The notion of becoming an immortal or a saint was merely a ruse promulgated by Taoism to propagate its own doctrines. The Immortal Wanderer's mindset shattered completely, and during a moment of reckless cultivation, he fell into madness. Just before his demise, he infused his Yuan Shen into a bead, which, by a twist of fate, found its way into Chen Haoyu's possession. After being struck by the car, a spurt of blood from Chen Haoyu landed on the bead, causing the Immortal Wanderer's Yuan Shen to escape and merge into Chen Haoyu's consciousness. It can be said that Chen Haoyu had now entirely transformed into a Taoist master endowed with the magical powers of the Immortal Wanderer. Ha! That foolish Immortal Wanderer truly believed in the path to immortality. Now, it seems that all his gains have inadvertently benefited me. Sitting up straight, Chen Haoyu began to circulate the magical energy within his dantian, feeling an exhilarating rush of comfort course through him. You have finally awakened, a gentle yet cool voice reached Chen Haoyu's ears. Opening his eyes, he turned to the source of the voice and was momentarily taken aback. Before him stood a doctor in her 20s, nearly 5 feet 7 inches tall. Even clad in a white coat, she could not conceal her alluring figure. Yet, her demeanor exuded the quintessential aura of a high-cold, elegant woman, complemented by a countenance so stunning it could be likened to that of a celestial being. Goodness, if this woman were in ancient times, she would undoubtedly be the kind to keep a monarch from attending morning court. Even the so-called courtesans from his dreams paled in comparison to her beauty and grace. Chen Haoyu regained his senses and inquired, "Who are you? Where is this place?" The beautiful woman approached his bedside and replied, "My name is Su Yueying, and I am an internist at Kangen Hospital. Mr. Chen, I sincerely apologize. It was I who struck you with my vehicle, causing you to lapse into a coma for an entire 100 days. What? 100 days? Chen Haoyu could not suppress a gasp. He had believed he had merely been unconscious for a day or two, never imagining he had been in such a state for so long. Could this be the fabled 100-day foundation? Su Yueying affirmed, indeed, exactly 100 days. Chen Haoyu felt a deep sense of gratitude towards Su Yueying. Had he not bravely rescued a 6-year-old girl in the rain, she might have been condemned as a murderer, haunted for eternity. Turning his gaze to Su Yueying, Chen Haoyu flashed a roguish smile and said, "Dr. Su, it seems I saved a little girl for you. Shouldn't you express your gratitude?" Su Yueying nodded, "Of course, Mr. Chen. What would you like?" Chen Haoyu extended 2 fingers and boldly declared, "At the very least, give me this sum. In this vast world, sustenance reigns supreme. You struck me thus, compensation is only just. Not to mention, I saved a little girl." Chen Haoyu, currently destitute, had to strategize for his future. Su Yueying responded, 200,000? Chen Haoyu was taken aback and replied, "Yes. You will cover the medical expenses for these 100 days, and then provide me with an additional 200,000. His 2 fingers had initially represented 20,000, but Su Yueying had completely misunderstood his intent. Kangen Hospital, undoubtedly the premier private institution in Yanhai, boasts truly affluent physicians. Upon witnessing Chen Haoyu's audacious demand, Su Yueying furrowed her brows, her impression of him plummeting. "Mr. Chen, you are accommodated in a luxurious ward, with a daily fee of 1,200. Even if you were to discharge today, I would still owe 120,000. Chen Haoyu asked, perplexed, and what of it? Su Yueying explained, I borrowed even the 120,000 from a close friend. Do you truly believe I can produce 200,000? Chen Haoyu, upon hearing this, was left speechless. Aren't you the attending physician? How is it that you cannot even procure 200,000? Su Yueying replied, I only began working 2 years ago. My monthly mortgage and car payments exceed 20,000. To muster 80,000 would already be a considerable feat. However, Mr. Chen, I can provide you with an IOU. Once I have the means, I shall certainly repay you. Chen Haoyu lamented, I am currently so impoverished that I cannot even afford a bun. After 100 days of hospitalization, my rent has also surpassed its due date. By the time you earn enough, I may very well have perished on the streets. Su Yueying inquired, what of your family? Chen Haoyu shrugged and replied, I am an orphan. Otherwise, after such an extended period, surely someone would have come to visit me. Su Yueying quickly apologized, I am truly sorry. Chen Haoyu reassured her, there is no need for apologies. Since I lack funds for sustenance and have no place to reside, I shall remain in this hospital room. Su Yuyo was momentarily speechless. At this moment, she was completely certain that the so-called hero before her, who had risked his life to save the little girl, was nothing but a scoundrel. Had she known it would turn out this way, she might as well have found a random hospital room to accommodate him. Now, the situation had escalated significantly. Chen Haoyu casually crossed his left leg over his right, gazing at Su Yuyo with a sense of pride, entirely unfazed by her disdainful glare. Nevertheless, one must admit that this woman was exceedingly beautiful. Even when angry, she exuded an astonishing allure. It was precisely because Chen Haoyu, a Tiancher of Longhushan with over a century of resolve, stood before her. Otherwise, anyone else would have long succumbed to her charms, rather than demand money from her.
Chapter 2 He is still alive. Just as Su Yuo and Chen Haoyu stood in confrontation, a piercing wail echoed through the corridor. Dad, how could you just die? What kind of wretched hospital claims to be the best in Yanhai? Bah! My father entered the emergency room for barely 5 minutes before he succumbed. You are playing with lives. Upon hearing the commotion outside, Su Yuo disregarded Chen Haoyu and swiftly turned to exit. Wait for me. Chen Haoyu descended from the hospital bed, slipped on his slippers, and followed her out. The corridor was already crowded with numerous individuals, predominantly patients. A female doctor clad in a white coat was conversing with a middle-aged man in his 40s, portly and agitated. Beside him sat an elderly gentleman, frail and motionless. His eyes closed, seated in a wheelchair. Chen Haoyu uttered softly, sensing that the elderly man's condition was peculiar. He immediately focused his energy, channeling it to his brow, and activated the legendary Heavenly Eye. In mythology, the Heavenly Eye is a skill possessed only by the most exalted deities. The most notable being Alangshan. His Heavenly Eye not only perceives the 6 realms of reincarnation and the essence of all things but can also perform physical attacks. Of course, such notions are mere fabrications of storytellers. In reality, the Heavenly Eye serves one purpose, to assist sorcerers in discerning the vital, the moribund, auspicious, and malevolent energies permeating the world. Various sects possess methods to awaken the Heavenly Eye, yet such mastery requires profound magical prowess. In today's world, where spiritual energy has dissipated and foul air prevails, true Taoist masters capable of cultivating magical power are exceedingly rare, let alone those who can awaken the Heavenly Eye. It is possible that Chen Haoyu is the sole individual in this realm to have achieved such a feat, or this old gentleman is indeed alive. Through his Heavenly Eye, Chen Haoyu discerned that the elderly man still harbored life energy, his body merely lay in a state of apparent death. If the obstruction in his throat could be removed and his heart stimulated, he could potentially be revived. As for the middle-aged man, he was evidently a nouveau riche, currently in dire financial straits. If he were to save this elderly gentleman, it would surely yield a significant profit. With this thought, the glimmer sparked in Chen Haoyu's eyes. Qingjie, what is happening? Su Yuyo inquired as she approached. The female doctor, named Qin Qingqing, was Su Yuyo's colleague and confidant. This elderly gentleman was brought in without a pulse. I administered emergency measures, but alas, it was to no avail, Chin Ching Ching explained. Preposterous. The middle-aged man erupted in fury. My father had breath when he arrived at the hospital. Just before he entered the emergency room, he was still speaking to me. Foolishness. Chin Ching Ching retorted angrily. The old gentleman has been comatose for 15 minutes, how could he possibly have conversed with you? The middle-aged man pointed accusingly at Chin Ching Ching. You are shirking responsibility. I assure you, you must provide me with an explanation today, otherwise, I will take legal action against you all. Su Yuyao approached to examine the old man's eyes, testing his breath and then listening to his heartbeat with a stethoscope. She shook her head in despair and said, Sister Ching, report to the dean. Just then, before she could finish her sentence, Chen Haoyu stepped forward, interrupting her. Sir, may I ask your surname? The middle-aged man replied, My name is Dong Hua. And you are? Chen Haoyu straightened his back and declared, I am Chen Haoyu, the world's foremost divine physician. Dong Hua was infuriated, retorting. You should return to the neurology department and treat your own mental illness first. Despite the inappropriateness of the moment, the onlookers couldn't help but chuckle. Unfazed by Dong Hua's rudeness, Chen Haoyu calmly stated, Your father is not dead. Dong Hua was taken aback, asking, What did you say? Chen Haoyu repeated. I said your father is not dead. If I intervene, I can bring him back from the brink in just 1 minute. Su Yuyao admonished Chen Haoyu. The old man has no breath or heartbeat. Do not speak recklessly. Chen Haoyu raised an eyebrow and replied, Dr. Su. The absence of breath and heartbeat does not equate to a complete loss of vitality. Mr. Dong, if I revive the old man, how much would you be willing to pay me? Dong Hua responded without hesitation, Name your price, and I shall pay it. Chen Haoyu extended a finger and said, This much. Dong Hua inquired, 1 million. Not a problem. Chen Haoyu nearly bit his tongue in disbelief. This nouveau riche was even more extravagant than Su Yuyao. He had just mentioned 10,000, and this man had raised it 100-fold, treating money as if it were inconsequential. Deal. Seizing this lucrative opportunity, Chen Haoyu readily agreed and swiftly approached the old man. Su Yuyao asked, What are you going to do? Of course. I'm here to save him and earn some money in the process. Chen Haoyu replied, extending 2 fingers of his left hand to the old man's heart. A stream of mystical energy flowed into his meridians. Meanwhile, his right hand vigorously patted the old man's back. Approximately 10 seconds later, the old man suddenly opened his mouth and expelled a mouthful of black blood, which contained a round object resembling a rice ball. I thought I would suffocate, he exclaimed, then began gasping for air. Is this for real? The onlookers were astonished that a man who had no breath or heartbeat could be brought back to life. It was nothing short of miraculous. Was this young man truly a divine physician? The spectators gasped in disbelief. Chin Ching looked at Chen Haoyu with incredulity. As the old man's attending physician, she was acutely aware of his condition. It was fair to say that the old man had been clinically dead for at least 5 minutes. How could he possibly be revived? Su Yuyao, too, was struck with astonishment. She had just examined the old gentleman and indeed found no signs of life. Yet, the man before her was undeniably alive. She was eager to discover how Chen Haoyu had achieved this feat and why he could discern at a glance that the old gentleman was not deceased. In this moment, Su Yuyao, who had previously labeled Chen Haoyu as a rogue, was now filled with curiosity about him. Dong Hua, overwhelmed with joy, exclaimed, This is wonderful. Father, you have returned to us. The old gentleman replied, What do you mean by that? I merely choked on a Tangyuan, how could I possibly meet the king of hell? Dong Hua nodded incessantly, affirming, Yes, you are absolutely correct. Chen Haoyu cleared his throat and inquired, Mr. Dong, when will you provide me with the promised 1 million? 1 million. Dong Hua displayed a puzzled expression and asked, What 1 million? Chapter 3, Dare to owe money to a sorcerer. Chen Haoyu was momentarily taken aback as he scrutinized Dong Hua's countenance. With narrow eyes, a hooked nose, and downturned lips. It was evident that this fellow was not only small-minded but also exceedingly avaricious. Dong Hua's father was no different. "Mr. Dong, what do you mean?" Chen Haoyu inquired. Dong Hua replied, "Brother, one must not be overly greedy. You saved my father, and I am immensely grateful. However, 1 million is far too much. I simply cannot afford it." Chen Haoyu smirked. "Then why did you previously claim you would give me 1 million? Were you merely boasting?" Dong Hua retorted. "I never said I would give you 1 million from the start. Do not wrongfully accuse me." A murmur of disbelief swept through the crowd. This man was attempting to weasel out of his commitments. How disappointing! I had thought he was a wealthy individual, but it turns out he is just an unashamed scoundrel. The most detestable kind of person is one who burns bridges after crossing them. Ching Ching Ching, deeply appreciative of Chen Haoyu's assistance, interjected. "I heard you say that if this gentleman could save your father, you would agree to give him 1 million. Dong Hua snapped. "What business is it of yours? I have not yet sought trouble with you. My father is very much alive, yet you claim he is dead. If I were to heed your words, would he not be alive only to be sent to the crematorium? You must provide me with an explanation for this matter." In this instance, Chin Ching Ching indeed found herself at a loss, rendered speechless by Dong Hua's accusations. "Enough," Chen Haoyu said calmly. "I shall not require the money. Let us consider Dr. Chin's error settled without further pursuit. Mr. Dong, what is your opinion?" Dong Hua grinned widely, agreed. "Brother, your medical skills are quite remarkable. And I hold you in high regard." Chen Haoyu also smiled, giving him a thumbs up. "Mr. Dong, you are indeed something. I, Chen Haoyu, pride myself on having a thick skin, yet I find myself lacking when compared to you. How true it is that there are always greater talents. And one mountain surpasses another. Today, I have learned this firsthand." A ripple of laughter erupted among the crowd at Chen Haoyu's jest directed at Dong Hua. Even the aloof Su Yuyao could not suppress her laughter. Dong Hua's expression soured as he said, "Are you looking for trouble?" Chen Haoyu waved his hand dismissively. "Not at all. I merely believe that we share a mutual understanding. Mr. Dong, it seems fate has brought us together today. And I wish to impart a piece of wisdom." "What wisdom?" Dong Hua asked. Chen Haoyu replied, "Your heart is in serious trouble. It is likely to manifest within the next hour. Western medicine may not be able to save you, only traditional Chinese medicine can help. Fortunately, I am capable of treating this specific heart condition." Dong Hua scoffed, "Are you merely seeking money?" Chen Haoyu nodded, "Indeed. I do not ask for much. Provide me with 100,000, and I shall save your life." From Dong Hua's appearance, it was clear that his recent financial fortunes had been dismal, with losses in nearly every venture. Far from 1 million, even a mere 100,000 could cost him dearly. Had this fellow uttered a few flattering words, Chen Haoyu might not have demanded such a sum. However, he boldly dared to act unscrupulously towards Chen Haoyu, who naturally would not let him off easily. It is well known that since ancient times, sorcerers have been a remarkably unique class of beings. Regardless of whether one is a mere commoner or a person of great wealth and influence, befriending a sorcerer rarely ends well. This is especially true for accomplished sorcerers. They need only to visit your ancestral grave, and your doom is sealed. Who would dare to provoke such individuals? Dong Hua snorted, declaring, "Fine. I shall wait an hour and witness how my heart condition manifests." Chen Haoyu replied with a cold smile, "I advise you to prepare your funds beforehand. If I do not see the money, I shall certainly refuse treatment." With that, Chen Haoyu turned on his heel and departed. Unbeknownst to anyone, a talisman, formed of pure magical energy, entered Dong Hua's body at an imperceptible speed. This was the legendary heart-devouring talisman, a type of advanced talisman. As its name suggests, anyone afflicted by this talisman experiences pain in their heart akin to being gnawed by ants. Generally, it takes an ordinary sorcerer at least a month, if not longer, to successfully craft a heart-devouring talisman. However, Chen Haoyu, having merged with the primordial spirit of the carefree immortal, possessed an extraordinarily pure and abundant magical power, having already attained the realm of talisman condensation. Thus, with merely a flick of his fingers, he could effortlessly create the heart-devouring talisman. The sole drawback is that talismans formed from condensed magical energy have a much shorter duration compared to conventional talismans. Even the carefree immortal could manage to maintain it for only 3 days, and Chen Haoyu could sustain it for a maximum of 1 day. Nevertheless, this was more than sufficient to deal with Dong Hua. Chen Haoyu's words were met with skepticism not only from Dong Hua but also from others present. Brother Zhang, do you truly believe this young man possesses such extraordinary abilities? It seems improbable. He likely said that to salvage his pride. I think so too. To discern someone's heart condition with a mere glance, predicting an imminent episode in an hour, such a scenario would be deemed implausible even by a screenwriter. Indeed, amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Chen Haoyu returned to the hospital room. Damn it, what kind of thing dares to play tricks on me? Thinking I am an easy target, Chen Haoyu cursed under his breath before sitting cross-legged on the bed to meditate. His century-long life in dreams had significantly altered his character and habits. Once a lonely orphan, though ambitious, he had always harbored a sense of inferiority. In the past, faced with a goddess like Su Yuyao, he would have blushed deeply, hardly daring to meet her gaze. Now, he not only engaged in normal conversation with her but also teased her without reservation, illustrating the magnitude of his transformation. Meanwhile, Qin Qingqing and Su Yuyao returned to the office. Yuyao, when did this Chen Haoyu awaken? He just regained consciousness less than half an hour ago. That's wonderful. Now that he is awake, the checkup will be a breeze for you. It's actually more troublesome, this person is nothing but a rogue. Can a rogue truly bring the dead back to life? Don't be ridiculous. I must extend my heartfelt gratitude to that person. It would be prudent for you not to associate yourself with him. Upon noticing Qin Qingqing's disbelief, Su Yuyao succinctly recounted the incident in which Chen Haoyu had solicited money from her. Qin Qingqing chuckled, remarking, "This individual is indeed quite intriguing. Yuyao, how do you suppose Chen Haoyu discerned that the old gentleman was still alive?" Su Yuyao's beautiful eyes sparkled as she pondered. Perhaps the old gentleman was in a state of apparent death at that time. His breathing and heartbeat had weakened to a degree that our instruments could not detect. It was only under the intense stimulus provided by Chen Haoyu that he revived. As for how he realized the old gentleman was merely feigning death, I shall inquire after I conclude my tasks. Glancing at the time, Qin Qingqing replied, "Lunchtime is approaching. I shall buy him a meal as a token of gratitude." Su Yuyao nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, let us go together." Chapter 4, The Bet Agreement. An hour later, Su Yuyao and Qin Qingqing entered Chen Haoyu's hospital room, bearing a sumptuous meal. At that moment, Chen Haoyu was still lost in a reverie. His eyes were gently closed, a smile graced his lips, and he sat cross-legged on the bed, his hands resting on his thighs, with his thumbs barely touching. He exuded an air of tranquility and comfort, imbued with a mysterious and grand aura. Su Yuyao felt that Chen Haoyu resembled the Taisu statue at the Qingping Temple on the outskirts of Yanhai City. As if awakened by the sound of their entrance, Chen Haoyu slowly opened his eyes, the flicker of brilliance illuminating his gaze. This was a manifestation of his inability to fully contain his magical energy, resulting in a slight overflow. Su Yuyao and Qin Qingqing, witnessing the fleeting golden light, momentarily thought they were hallucinating. "Is this lunch brought for me?" Chen Haoyu inquired with a beaming smile. This grin instantly dissolved his previously solemn demeanor. Su Yuyao placed the meal on the table and replied, "This is what Sister Qing bought for you." Qin Qingqing interjected, "Mr. Chen, I am immensely grateful for your assistance in saving that elderly gentleman. Otherwise, I would have made a grave mistake." Chen Haoyu waved his hand dismissively, saying, "There is no need for gratitude. I acted for profit, not for your sake. Chin Ching Ching chuckled, even if it was merely a matter of convenience. I must acknowledge this favor. As Chen Haoyu opened the lunchbox and began to eat, he remarked, "You possess more warmth than Dr. Su here." She bumped into me and even considered not compensating me. What a joke. Su Yuyao furrowed her brows and retorted, "I never said I wouldn't pay. I merely suggested deferring the payment for now." Chen Haoyu took a bite of his meal and countered, "If you don't pay me, I won't be able to afford rent or food. What do you propose I do about that?" Su Yuyao countered, "If you were truly destitute, how have you survived until today?" Chen Haoyu replied, "In my youth, I begged for alms, and as I grew older, I resorted to fortune-telling. Only to be arrested by the police more than 10 times for allegedly promoting feudal superstition. How absurd. Our mystical arts have a legacy spanning millennia. Which dynasty did not have an official astronomical bureau? Yet now it has been relegated to mere superstition, preposterous." Su Yuyao remarked. "It seems you are quite a regular at the police station." Chen Haoyu declared proudly, "Of course. I am well acquainted with every police station, big and small, in Yanhai City." Su Yuyao inquired, "And what happened next?" Chen Haoyu continued, "When fortune-telling became untenable, I opened a traditional Chinese medicine clinic. However, my exceptional medical skills hindered the financial prospects of numerous clinics, and I found myself arrested once again." Intrigued, Su Yuyao asked, "On what grounds did they arrest you?" Chen Haoyu explained, "They claimed I lacked a medical practitioner's certification in traditional Chinese medicine. Consequently, I spent 2 years obtaining both a traditional Chinese medicine certification and a psychology qualification. Just as I acquired these credentials, before I could make my mark, you collided with me. Alas, what a stroke of misfortune." Su Yuyao, slightly exasperated, replied, "I am the one who has been unfortunate. That day, a patient urgently required surgery, and I hastily proceeded, never anticipating this predicament." Chen Haoyu chuckled, "My master once mentioned that this year I am fated to encounter romantic entanglements. Since you have collided with me, it signifies a connection between us. Who knows, perhaps you understand." Su Yuyao responded with a cold laugh. "Dream on." Chin Ching Ching interjected, "Mr. Chen, I advise you to abandon any notions regarding Yuyao. Are you aware of how many individuals are pursuing her? At the very least, they could stretch from Chingsha Street to Honda Square." Su Yuyao lightly nudged Chin Ching Ching, saying, "Sister Ching, what are you talking about?" Chen Haoyu sipped some water, suppressing the rice in his mouth, and stated, "Thus, I require funds." Chin Ching Ching remarked, "You are quite the pragmatist. Mr. Chen, I have a question. How did you ascertain that the old gentleman was not deceased?" Chen Haoyu replied, "When a person dies, it is as if a lamp has extinguished. What does a extinguished lamp look like? Lifeless. However, I observed a hint of color in the old gentleman's pale complexion, which led me to conclude that he was still alive." The notion of possessing a mystical insight akin to an opening of heavenly eyes was certainly not something Chen Haoyu could divulge. Even if he did, it is unlikely anyone would believe him. Therefore, he opted to elucidate using traditional Chinese medical theory. Su Yuyao inquired, "What method did you employ to revive him?" Chen Haoyu responded, "A little stimulation to his heart, along with addressing that dumpling stuck in his throat, and voila, all would be well." Su Yuyao remarked, "You certainly possess audacity." Chen Haoyu proudly asserted, "If one lacks courage, how can one practice traditional Chinese medicine?" Su Yuyao retorted, "Unfortunately, you fell short, as you were unable to extract any money from him." Chen Haoyu raised an eyebrow and replied nonchalantly, "You underestimate me as a distinguished master. If I cannot manage a mere nouveau riche, how will I navigate the world henceforth?" Su Yuyao questioned, "Are you insinuating that there truly is an issue with his heart?" Chen Haoyu affirmed, "Certain heart ailments are beyond the means of Western medicine, only we in traditional Chinese medicine can manage them." Su Yuyao scoffed, "You are delusional. Chen Haoyu, Feeling a spark of inspiration, proposed, how about a wager? If this fellow named Dong Hua genuinely seeks my treatment, you shall provide me shelter for 3 months without any rent. I assure you, regardless of whether I earn money or not, I will vacate after 3 months. As for the 200,000, you can repay me within 3 years. Su Yuyao asked, and if he does not come? Without hesitation, Chen Haoyu replied. Then I will check out tomorrow at noon, and your collision with me will be considered settled. Su Yuyao agreed, all right, but words alone hold no weight. Chen Haoyu proposed. Let us put it in writing. Shortly thereafter, Su Yuyao drafted an agreement and affixed her signature. To thoroughly resolve Chen Haoyu's predicament, she even procured a seal to press her handprint onto the document. Chen Haoyu examined the agreement seriously, ensured its accuracy, then signed and stamped it, thus finalizing their accord. Each retained a copy of the agreement, and for the first time, a radiant smile graced Su Yuyao's face. This smile resembled a blooming rhododendron, so exquisite that it left Chen Haoyu entranced. Alas, truly a beauty brings disaster. Upon witnessing Chen Haoyu's expression, Su Yuyao retracted her smile and coldly remarked, "What are you staring at?" With unwavering confidence, Chen Haoyu replied, "If you do not gaze upon me, how would you know I am looking at you? Moreover, your beauty is such that it invites admiration, is it not? I was merely appreciating your allure." Su Yuyao huffed, "You are so brazen." Chen Haoyu countered, "Incorrect. Compared to that loquacious Dong Hua, my audacity is but a fraction." At that moment, Qin Qingqing, who had been observing the spectacle, could no longer contain her laughter. Chen Haoyu was, indeed, quite the amusing character. Chapter 5, Dong Hua has become honest. Just after Chen Haoyu finished his meal, a piercing scream echoed through the corridor. Qin Qingqing exclaimed softly, "That sound seems somewhat familiar, it appears to be Dong Hua." Su Yuyao glanced at Chen Haoyu, who shrugged and remarked, "I knew you had your eyes on me, which is why you concocted an agreement for us to cohabit. You truly are a modest woman." Su Yuyao rolled her eyes in exasperation and retorted, "Even if it is Dong Hua, it does not necessarily mean he has come seeking your medical expertise." Chen Haoyu chuckled. "Well, we'll just have to wait and see." Moments later, Dong Hua staggered into Chen Haoyu's hospital room, supported by 2 nurses. His complexion was ashen. Beads of cold sweat glistened on his forehead, and he clutched his chest, grimacing in pain. Outside the door, numerous patients gathered to witness the spectacle. Goodness! Could it truly be a heart condition? How uncanny, precisely 1 hour later. Is this young man some kind of miraculous healer? Murmured the crowd. Qin Qingqing inquired, "Mr. Dong, what seems to be the matter?" He replied with a hoarse voice, "My chest aches, as if something is gnawing at my heart." With each word, the flesh on his face quivered rhythmically, revealing his distress. Qin Qingqing, taken aback, cast a glance at Chen Haoyu and continued, "Do you have any history of angina or heart disease?" Dong Hua shook his head, "Never." Qin Qingqing suggested, "Then let us conduct an examination." "No." Dong Hua managed to lift his head and implored Chen Haoyu, "Please, help me." Remaining composed, Chen Haoyu replied, "I believe you should undergo an X-ray and have a Western physician treat you. Perhaps for less than 20,000, they could remedy your heart condition. If you want me to treat you, it will cost 100,000. With that, Chen Haoyu moved his fingers slightly. "Oh!" Dong Hua screamed in agony, collapsing to the floor. Su Yuyao wanted to interject, but upon seeing the cold glint in Chen Haoyu's eyes and his haughty demeanor, she swallowed her words. What exactly does Chen Haoyu do? His aura is more formidable than my father's, Su Yuyao thought, astonished. Dong Hua was on the verge of tears, his voice low. "I beg you, save me." Chen Haoyu asked, "Do you have the 100,000 ready?" Dong Hua quickly replied, "I have it on my phone." Chen Haoyu scanned the room and asked Su Yuyao, "Where is my phone?" She retrieved a new phone from the bedside drawer and said, "Your old one was broken. So I bought you a new one." Chen Haoyu acknowledged her with an "oh," opened the phone, located his payment code, and approached Dong Hua, grinning, "Transfer the money fast. Then I shall treat you." Dong Hua painstakingly scanned Chen Haoyu's payment code with his phone and transferred him the 100,000. Chen Haoyu whistled. Raising an eyebrow at Su Yuyao, "I have one." Su Yuyao pursed her lips and urged, "You should first attend to the patient." Chen Haoyu inquired. "Do you happen to see my needle pouch?" Su Yuyao inquired, "Is it that black bag?" Chen Haoyu nodded affirmatively, replying, "Indeed." Su Yuyao gestured towards the drawer below, saying, "It is there." Chen Haoyu opened the drawer and retrieved a black cloth bag, its surface adorned with an intricately embroidered dragon, vivid and lifelike. Upon opening the bag, he discovered an array of gold needles, meticulously arranged within. Each needle, as fine as a strand of hair, bore peculiar engravings, unmistakably of extraordinary origin. Most striking were the 9 gold needles at the top of the bag. They varied in length, yet each needle's tip featured a remarkably lifelike dragon, showcasing exquisite craftsmanship. Qin Qingqing's eyes sparkled with admiration as she exclaimed, "How beautiful." Su Yuyao nodded in agreement, stating, "These gold needles must be crafted by a master." Chen Haoyu assisted the nurse in seating Dong Hua on a chair, then rolled up his shirt to reveal a rather portly chest. "My, how hefty," he remarked. From the needle bag, he selected an 8 cm long gold needle and pierced it into Dong Hua's heart area. Simultaneously, he flicked his finger, causing the needle to tremble as if it were alive. Ah! The previously unbearable pain that plagued Dong Hua vanished upon the needle's insertion, replaced by a warm current flowing around his heart, significantly alleviating his discomfort, prompting a sigh of relief from him. In truth, Chen Haoyu possessed the ability to dispel talismans with mere thought. The grand gesture of needling, however, was a deliberate attempt to align with traditional Chinese medicine. As talismans belonged to the realm of superstition, and Chen Haoyu was keen to avoid any legal entanglements. He also aimed to convey to everyone the considerable effort he exerted in resolving the matter. If it were resolved too easily, the worth of Dong Hua's 100,000 yuan expenditure would be called into question, which was not Chen Haoyu's intention. "Mr. Dong, you may speak now. How do you feel?" Chen Haoyu inquired. Dong Hua responded, "I have never felt this comfortable." Chen Haoyu continued, "Aside from your heart issue, there is also a chill within your body. To justify the expenditure of 100,000, I shall assist you in addressing it." Dong Hua quickly replied, "All right, thank you." Chen Haoyu flicked the nearly still gold needle once more, prompting it to vibrate again, sending a gentle warmth circulating within Dong Hua's body. After approximately 2 minutes, Chen Haoyu withdrew the needle, instructing, "Immediately proceed to the restroom to expel the coldness from your body." Upon hearing this, Dong Hua wasted no time and hurried into the restroom. A series of loud noises echoed from within. After a while, Dong Hua emerged with a look of utter relief. Chen Haoyu, propped casually with his legs crossed, asked, "How is it? Do you feel lighter?" Dong Hua eagerly nodded, exclaiming, "I feel as if I've rejuvenated a decade." "Mr. Chen, you are truly remarkable, deserving of the title of the world's foremost divine doctor." Chen Haoyu replied nonchalantly, "After all, it was 100,000. I cannot allow you to incur a loss. Once you return, make sure to exercise diligently and aim to shed at least 30 to 40 pounds. Should you continue to gain weight, your heart may struggle to maintain the normal circulation of vital energy and blood." Dong Hua responded, affirming his intention to diligently pursue weight loss. Chen Haoyu handed him the trash bag containing leftover food, instructing him to dispose of it, and added that he could leave afterward. Dong Hua promptly accepted the bag, bowed respectfully to Chen Haoyu, and expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Mr. Chen." With that, Dong Hua departed, feeling invigorated. My goodness, this is astonishing. Are these two not merely performing a duet? Given that the elder nearly faced death, how could they engage in such theatrics? Is it possible that this young man truly possesses miraculous healing abilities? Can a miracle worker truly be so youthful? Chapter 6 The goddess's defenses crumble after everyone departed. Chen Haoyu closed the door to the hospital room, gazing at Su Yuyao with a beaming smile. It seems I have emerged victorious, he declared. Su Yuyao replied coolly, you earned 100,000 yuan and sent someone away in high spirits. Chen Haoyu. You truly are remarkable. A glint flickered in Chen Haoyu's eyes. What do you mean by that? Su Yuyao responded, is his heart genuinely ailing? Do not presume everyone is a fool. I have had some exposure to traditional Chinese medicine. Yet I have never heard of anyone resolving heart issues and internal coldness with a single golden needle in under 5 minutes. Not even the esteemed doctors of Yendu could achieve such a feat. She suspected that Chen Haoyu might have employed some obscure technique to induce a problem in Dong Huo's heart, only to subsequently rectify it. This not only allowed him to vent his frustrations but also to gain a tidy sum, effectively serving two purposes. Honestly, isn't it said that beautiful women are often devoid of intellect? This woman is no exception, yet she displays remarkable cleverness, Chen Haoyu silently cursed. Though his face bore a triumphant smile as he remarked, Dr. Su, regardless of the circumstances, you have lost. Starting tomorrow, we shall cohabit. According to the conventions of online novels, we will initially encounter various conflicts, after which you will discover my many virtues and fall deeply in love with me. Ultimately, we shall forge a life unrestrained by modesty. Ha, this is the quintessential narrative for leading characters. Su Yuyao scoffed, even if every man on earth perished, I would still not harbor any affection for you. Chen Haoyu chuckled, female protagonists in those stories often begin with such declarations. With a huff, Su Yuyao retorted, Qingjie. This man is a scoundrel, we should leave. As the two prepared to exit, Chen Haoyu called out urgently, wait, I wish to be discharged. Su Yuyao halted her steps. That is not permissible. I will arrange for a physical examination this afternoon, and you may only leave once it is confirmed that you are in good health. Chen Haoyu responded with a playful tone, I knew it, you are genuinely concerned for my well-being. Get lost, Su Yuyao exclaimed, thoroughly exasperated, as she slammed the door behind her. Back in the office, her anger still simmering, Su Yuyao gritted her teeth and muttered, encountering such a rogue is truly infuriating. Ching remarked with a smile, I find this person rather interesting, and he seems quite compatible with you. Su Yuyao could scarcely believe her ears, exclaiming, Qingjie. You must be mistaken. Ching replied, Yuyao, ever since you joined our hospital 2 years ago, you have exuded an air of aloofness. Regardless of the individuals or circumstances you faced, you remained unnaturally composed. Yet today, in the presence of Chen Haoyu, you exhibited a strong emotional response. Even to the point of frustration, which reveals that you are not entirely detached from the world. Su Yuyao countered, I merely did not expect him to be so shameless. Ching insisted, however, you cannot deny that this individual's medical skills are remarkably impressive. Without further ado, the mere fact that he effortlessly inserted the delicate golden needle into Dong Huo's body is beyond the capabilities of an ordinary traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. Su Yuyao paused momentarily, nodded, and conceded, I admit he possesses certain skills. To this day, Su Yuyao remains perplexed about how Chen Haoyu managed to induce a cardiac issue in Dong Huo within a mere hour. Ching inquired, what do you plan to do next? Will you really take him in? Su Yuyao revealed a faint smile tinged with bitterness, I am uncertain about what to do. Ching pondered for a moment and suggested, how about renting him an apartment? Su Yuyao responded, do you think he would agree? Ching replied, no. Given the rare opportunity to cohabit with a goddess like you, I certainly wouldn't agree either. Su Yuyao sighed, let us take it one step at a time. A comprehensive medical examination is an exceedingly tedious process, even with Su Yuyao, an insider, assisting. Chen Haoyu did not complete all the tests until 8 o'clock in the evening. Gazing at the bowl of vegetable and tofu soup before him, Chen Haoyu lamented, the majority of my test results are normal, my body is quite healthy. Dr. Su, could you possibly bring me some meat? Su Yuyao replied, as a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine, you should understand that a light diet is beneficial for you. Beneficial. My foot. Chen Haoyu flung down his chopsticks in anger, exclaiming, I need to go out and feast right now. Su Yuyao stated firmly, I am your attending physician. If you do not heed my advice, you will be responsible for the medical expenses over the next 100 days. Upon hearing this, Chen Haoyu's expression transformed from one of fury to radiant delight, declaring, for us Taoists, vegetable and tofu is the finest sustenance. It is my favorite. Su Yuyao shot him a glance and said, then savor it at your leisure. I am on night duty and must make my rounds. Thank you for your hard work. Dr. Su, Chen Haoyu replied. Once Su Yuyao departed, Chen Haoyu promptly discarded the vegetable and tofu into the trash bin and ordered a delivery from KFC. 15 minutes later, he stealthily slipped out of the hospital room, finished his meal outside, and disposed of the evidence before making his way back. Oh dear! Just as he exited the elevator, Chen Haoyu heard a frail voice call out. Turning around, he saw an elderly man, his hair wholly white, seemingly having twisted his ankle. Leaning against the wall and slowly seating himself on the floor. Chen Haoyu hurried over and asked, Are you all right, sir? The elderly man's age was considerable. Yet his gaze remained sharp, exuding a commanding presence reminiscent of a seasoned soldier. I came out for some fresh air and a stroll. But I didn't expect to twist my ankle. It seems I can no longer defy old age, the man replied with a wry smile. Chen Haoyu assisted him to his feet, chuckling, one's biological age may be advanced, but one's mental age must remain youthful. The elderly man gave a thumbs up, saying, well said. Chen Haoyu inquired, which room are you in, sir? Allow me to escort you. The elderly man replied, room 2106. Chen Haoyu was taken aback, exclaiming, what a coincidence. I am in 2015. The elderly man remarked, are you the young man who fell into a coma for over 3 months to save the little girl? Chen Haoyu couldn't help but smile, hearing you say that makes me feel quite heroic. The elderly man laughed heartily. Such selfless acts of heroism truly deserve the term greatness. Chen Haoyu replied, then I shall thank you for your kind words. Supporting the elderly man, they entered room 2106. Where Chen Haoyu made him comfortable and said, sir, I will go find a doctor for you. No need, the elderly man replied, this minor sprain is nothing. I can hardly feel any pain. Not feeling pain does not signify all is well. How about this, if you trust me, I can take a look at it. Young man, are you a doctor as well? I suppose one could say that. Chapter 7, The Art of Fortune-Telling is not a deception. Upon hearing this, the elderly man could not help but chuckle, inquiring, what do you mean by fortune-telling? Chen Haoyu replied, I am, in fact, a Taoist and possess some medical skills. The elder responded, a Taoist? One who can calculate and predict? Chen Haoyu humbly remarked, I have a modicum of skill in fortune-telling. The elder frowned slightly, stating, young man, it is better to remain grounded in reality. In the elder's eyes, fortune-telling equated to deceit. Initially, he held a favorable impression of Chen Haoyu. But upon learning of his fortune-telling abilities, his regard plummeted. Glancing at the nameplate by the elder's bedside, which read Su Jiangwo, Chen Haoyu introduced himself, saying, Elder Su. Allow me to introduce myself, I am Chen Haoyu, and I am not a charlatan masquerading as a fortune-teller. Since you harbor doubts about my intentions, I shall take my leave. Wait a moment, Su Jiangwo scrutinized Chen Haoyu and remarked, today I heard about a young patient who revived an elderly man declared dead by the doctors. Could that be you? Chen Haoyu smiled and replied, oh, what a coincidence. It is indeed me. Su Jiangwo continued, given your remarkable medical prowess, why resort to fortune-telling to deceive others? Chen Haoyu, slightly displeased, replied earnestly, Elder Su. Our lineage of the Xian men has thrived for millennia, and there exists a rationale for its endurance. I concede that many individuals exploit fortune-telling to swindle others. Yet they do not belong to our esteemed order. Fortune-telling does not equate to deceit. I hope you can comprehend this distinction. Su Jiangwo appeared taken aback by Chen Haoyu's audacity to express displeasure, momentarily stunned before a flicker of irritation crossed his face. Since you assert that fortune-telling is not deceitful, dare you to predict my future? Without hesitation, Chen Haoyu seated himself in front of Su Jiangwo and declared, the fee is 2,000. Should my prediction be incorrect, I shall compensate you 2,000. Su Jiangwo, amused yet vexed, responded, well, that is quite straightforward. At that moment, Su Yuo entered the room. Elder, a patient mentioned you twisted your ankle. Chen Haoyu, what brings you here? Chen Haoyu replied nonchalantly, I am here to impart a lesson to Elder Su. A lesson? Su Yuo was puzzled. Su Jiangwo scoffed, quite the bravado. Dr. Su, I trust you have not disclosed my affairs to him. Su Yuo replied, of course not. Su Jiangwo then stated, very well. Young Chen, I shall not take advantage of you. Predict how many children I have. Chen Haoyu examined Su Jiangwo's features closely. With a prominent forehead, a straight nose, and thick, well-defined eyebrows, it was evident he was destined for many descendants. The only concern was the lack of fullness in his lower eyelids, marked by two distinct lines, indicating 2 children who had passed away. You originally had 3 sons and 2 daughters. Regrettably, your eldest son and eldest daughter could not be preserved, leaving you with 2 sons and 1 daughter. Stand. Su Jiangwo rose abruptly, exclaiming, how did you know? His firstborn was a set of twins, a boy and a girl, which had brought him immense joy. However, calamity struck as, near the time of delivery, his wife experienced severe hemorrhaging. By the time they reached the hospital, it was already too late. Su Jiangwo has only retained his wife, while both of his children are lost. This remains a lifelong regret for the couple. So much so that they have not even disclosed the existence of their 3 children. It is astonishing that Chen Haoyu is aware of this. Chen Haoyu did not respond verbally, instead, he retrieved his phone and displayed a payment QR code, stating, 2,000. Although Su Jiangwo is somewhat advanced in age, he typically conducts transactions using his phone. He lifted his device and scanned Chen Haoyu's QR code, transferring 2,000 yuan. Chen Haoyu rose from his seat, smiling. I am in need of funds lately, thank you for the 2,000. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. Su Jiangwo cast him a sidelong glance and remarked, do not employ such tactics of feigned retreat with me, let us continue. Goodness! This old man is remarkably astute. Chen Haoyu reseated himself and said, then let us proceed. Su Jiangwo's voice turned grave as he inquired, what do my 2 sons and 1 daughter do? Without hesitation, Chen Haoyu replied, your eldest son possesses a steady demeanor and has likely entered politics, holding a significant position. Your second son, with a more exuberant personality, caused you no small amount of trouble in his youth. He is now a businessman with a net worth around a modest target. Your daughter is presumably a researcher, contributing considerably to the advancement of national science and technology. The Su family truly boasts 3 outstanding talents, a testament to effective education. Su Jiangwo looked incredulous and asked, you haven't conducted prior research on me, have you? Chen Haoyu replied, I have been unconscious for over 100 days. I awakened this morning, underwent examinations in the afternoon, and finished at 8 tonight. How could I have time to investigate you? Moreover, could I even uncover information on a distinguished scientist such as your daughter? Su Jiangwo considered. That is indeed a point. Chen Haoyu gestured towards his phone, saying, payment, please. Su Jiangwo promptly transferred another 2,000, stating, for the 3rd question. Wait a moment. Chen Haoyu interjected, I only calculate 3 fortunes a day, you would do well to ponder your questions carefully. Su Jiangwo waved his hand dismissively, saying, no more idle chatter. Tell me, how many grandchildren do I have? Chen Haoyu immediately responded, that is quite simple. Your eldest son has gifted you a grandson and a granddaughter, while your second son has blessed you with 2 grandsons. Ha ha ha. Su Jiangwo laughed heartily, you are mistaken. Chen Haoyu raised an eyebrow, how could I be wrong? Su Jiangwo clarified, my second son has only given me one grandson, promptly return my money. Upon this revelation, Su Yuya understood they were engaged in a wager. Chen Haoyu read Su Jiangwo's fortune, and if accurate, Su Jiangwo would pay him 2,000, if incorrect, Chen Haoyu would owe Su Jiangwo 2,000. It was evident that Chen Haoyu had accurately predicted the first two fortunes, but he erred on the third. Previously, when Chen Haoyu mentioned being apprehended by the police multiple times for fortune-telling, Su Yuya thought he was merely speaking nonsense. Now it appears he does possess genuine skills in divination, albeit with some room for refinement. Chen Haoyu wore a peculiar expression and remarked, Su Lao, I have already stated. Your second son has an exuberant personality and is a billionaire. Do you truly believe he has only one child? The smile on Su Jiangwo's face vanished. His gaze piercing as he looked at Chen Haoyu, and said, are you suggesting he has an illegitimate child? Chen Haoyu replied, judging by his appearance, the child should be around 5 years old. Su Jiangwo frowned and retorted, why should I believe you? Chen Haoyu chuckled, let us put it on speakerphone and call him. The truth will reveal itself. Without any hesitation, Su Jiangwo immediately dialed his second son, Su Hai. Hello, Dad, is something wrong? Su Hai inquired. I'm fine. Are you able to talk now? Su Jiangwo responded. Yes, I'm alone. You rascal, how dare you cause such a ruckus outside and even father a child? You've utterly disgraced me. Su Jiangwo exclaimed angrily. Chen Haoyu gave him a thumbs up. The old man truly performed his role convincingly. Dad, what are you talking about? Su Hai retorted. Stop the nonsense. The child is already 5 years old, and I, as the grandfather, have only just found out. What kind of situation is this? Tell me, how do you plan to explain this to your wife and child? Su Hai fell silent for a moment before asking, Dad, how did you find out? Damn it, Su Jiangwo swore, furiously hanging up the phone. Chapter 8, There are no ghosts in this world. Chen Haoyu chuckled and remarked, Mr. Su. The 3 divinations have concluded, and you have lost. Su Jiangwo transferred the money to him and inquired, does fortune-telling truly exist in this world? Chen Haoyu pocketed his phone and, with a smile, replied, if it did not, why would the Book of Changes be regarded as the foremost classic of the Xia dynasty? The source of the Great Way. Mr. Su, behind all things in the universe lies an immutable rule. Master this rule, and you shall become divine. Su Jiangwo asked. Have you mastered it? Su Yuya, who had remained silent until now, interjected, Mr. Su. Do you believe someone who comprehends the rules of the universe could be so impoverished as to lack even a meal? Chen Haoyu rolled his eyes in frustration and said, Miss Su, I am merely staying at your place for a couple of days, must you be so confrontational? Su Jiangwo glanced at Chen Haoyu and then at Su Yuya. Chuckling, youth is truly wonderful. Upon hearing this, Su Yuya immediately realized that Su Jiangwo had misunderstood her relationship with Chen Haoyu. Just as she was about to clarify, Chen Haoyu laughed heartily and said, Mr. Su, your insight is indeed sharp. Love is a most peculiar phenomenon. Some individuals might spend a lifetime together without developing any affection, while others, upon their first encounter, instantly recognize one another as their destined companion. Such is the case with Yuya and me. Su Yuya widened her eyes in disbelief and exclaimed, Chen Haoyu, do you have no shame? Chen Haoyu shrugged and replied, for the sake of love, what is shame? Mr. Su, I have matters to attend to, I shall take my leave. After saying this, he raised an eyebrow at Su Yuya and turned to exit, leaving her so infuriated that she nearly kicked him. Su Jiangwo remarked pensively, this young man Chen is truly enigmatic, unlike ordinary individuals. Su Yuya replied, Mr. Su, we should check on your ankle. Su Jiangwo lifted his foot, moved it slightly, and let out a grunt, saying, indeed, we must have it examined. With 2 nurses accompanying Su Jiangwo to the surgery department, Su Yuya entered Chen Haoyu's hospital room. Do you know who Mr. Su is? Chen Haoyu, engrossed in a game, glanced at her and responded, a retired major general from the Yanhai military district. Su Yuya was taken aback and asked if you are aware of this. Why would you dare to swindle him? Chen Haoyu set down his phone, irritated, and said, your choice of words is inappropriate. I offer divination, he compensates me. Can that be described as swindling? Moreover, what does it matter if he is a major general? Since the founding of the nation, there have been at least 2,000 generals of that rank or higher. I, Chen Haoyu, as a distinguished celestial master of the Xian men, have but a few historical figures like Zhang Sanfeng or Liu Boan to compare with me. In contrast, my status is far more exalted. Su Yuyao laughed outright and said, Oh, celestial master, can you conjure a ghost for me to see? Chen Haoyu scoffed and replied, the notion of ghosts and spirits is merely a ruse devised by ancient Taoist masters to elevate their own status and authority in the eyes of the common folk. Su Yuyao's interest was piqued, and she curiously asked, are you suggesting that there are no ghosts in the world? Chen Haoyu affirmed, certainly. If ghosts truly existed, the world would have descended into chaos long ago. The ancients spoke of ghosts, which are, in fact, manifestations of yin and malevolent energy. The human body comprises both yin and yang energies, and only when these forces are in harmony can one enjoy health and longevity. However, should malevolent energy infiltrate the body and disrupt this equilibrium, a myriad of issues may arise. Conversely, an excess of yang energy can also lead to complications. Su Yuyao inquired further, but why do so many people online claim to have seen ghosts? Chen Haoyu gestured towards his head and replied, when malevolent energy assaults the brain, it can conjure images of the malevolent spirits they often imagine. Those with mental issues may even experience hallucinations. Su Yuyao nodded in understanding, saying, I see now. Chen Haoyu added, in the eyes of us accomplished practitioners of the arts, there is no distinction between nobles and commoners, as they are all mere mortals. While we have transcended the mundane. Suddenly, Su Yuyao pointed to the ground and exclaimed, oh, whose 1,000 yuan bill is this? Where did it come from? Chen Haoyu immediately bent down to search. With a laugh, Su Yuyao remarked, Chen Haoyu, you truly have transcended the ordinary. Chen Haoyu pressed his lips together and forcefully explained. In Taoist practice, one must possess 4 elements, wealth, law, land, and companionship. My earnings are, after all, for the purpose of cultivation. Su Yuyao suddenly found this scoundrel quite endearing and replied, understood. Make sure to rest well, I will arrange for your discharge tomorrow. The following morning, Su Yuyao and a group of doctors came to conduct rounds. Chen Haoyu, who had been meditating, opened his eyes upon hearing the commotion. Glancing at the clock, he was astonished to see it was already 7 in the morning. He marveled internally, realizing that in the realm of cultivation, time seems to lose its grip. What felt like only a brief meditation had actually spanned 8 hours, showcasing the remarkable efficacy of the cultivation method known as the Carefree Classic, devised by the Carefree Master. An elderly professor, over 60 years of age, examined Chen Haoyu's medical records from the previous day and exclaimed in astonishment, after 100 days of coma, your constitution is remarkably stronger than that of an ordinary person. This is truly extraordinary. Young man, have you practiced martial arts? Chen Haoyu straightened his back and replied, in terms of martial arts, I should be unrivaled in the world. Oh, boasting again. Su Yuyao retorted, speechless. The old professor chuckled and remarked, it seems you are a fan of martial arts. Chen Haoyu responded, men who do not appreciate martial arts often lack spirit. However, I am not exaggerating. I truly am unmatched. The Carefree Master lived over 120 years, possessing formidable powers and being an exceptional martial arts expert. He was well versed in the techniques of various schools, with none beyond his grasp. Of course, the martial arts in question do not resemble the exaggerated feats depicted in martial arts novels, nor do they involve any form of true energy or internal force. The cinematic portrayals of walking on rooftops or striking someone dead from 20 meters away are entirely non-existent in this world. The martial arts of ancient times, akin to national martial arts, focused on vital energy and strength, but their classifications were not as detailed as those of national martial arts. Thus, Chen Haoyu's assertion of being an unrivaled martial arts master is not mere fanciful boasting. He has inherited the legacy of the unfettered one and possesses formidable mystical powers, which is akin to the emergence of another grandmaster like Zhong Sanfeng in the world. Even the most adept practitioners, those who have refined their skills to the pinnacle of internal strength, would likely find themselves no match for him in 3 moves. Such is the undeniable truth: mystical power exists at a plane far superior to mere physical force. If Chen Haoyu claims the second position, it is unlikely that anyone would dare to contest his claim to the first. The old professor, believing Chen Haoyu to be jesting, remarked, "Very well. Congratulations. The greatest master under heaven, you are free to discharge today." Chen Haoyu clasped his fists in gratitude and replied, "I appreciate it." The old professor reciprocated the gesture, saying, "No need for formality." The sight of the elderly professor and the young man conversing in a manner reminiscent of characters from martial arts films elicited uncontrollable laughter from the assembled doctors. Su Yuao cast a disapproving glance at Chen Haoyu. This guy is truly a spectacle. Chapter 9, A Fortune of 200,000. After the inspection concluded, Su Jiangwo entered with a middle-aged man. The man, in his 40s, stood at about 6 feet tall, his hair meticulously styled. He bore a slight resemblance to Su Jiangwo, though he lacked the gravity of character, exuding a sense of casualness and nonchalance. It was evident that this was Su Hai, the one with the illegitimate child. "Old Su, I will soon be discharged from the hospital. What brings you here?" "Shao Chen, this is my second son, Su Hai. I wish to request a reading for him." "Old Su, are you not skeptical of such matters?" "I am not one to dismiss things outright. Yesterday, you won 6,000 from me, which indicates your genuine skill. My son is over 40 yet has never put my mind at ease. I worry he may encounter troubles, hence I seek your insight." Chen Haoyu glanced at Su Hai, who was also scrutinizing him with a gaze filled with distrust. "Kid, you may deceive my father, but you cannot fool me. Tell me, how did you know I have a son?" Su Hai coldly inquired. Su Jiangwo kicked Su Hai lightly, admonishing silence. Su Hai, feigning innocence, replied, "Father, this kid is merely in his 20s, or how can he be so remarkable? You must have been misled." Chen Haoyu smiled. "Why would I deceive the old gentleman? For the sake of 6,000. Surely, you underestimate my integrity." Su Hai scoffed. 6,000 is merely the beginning. Once my father fully trusts you, it may not end there." Chen Haoyu nodded. "You are correct. To read your fortune, you must provide me with at least 100,000. Su Hai, taken aback, pointed at Chen Haoyu, turning to Su Jiangwo. "Father, did you hear that? This kid has admitted it." "Be quiet." Su Jiangwo scolded Su Hai before addressing Chen Haoyu. "Shao Chen, what is the reason for this?" Chen Haoyu replied with a smile. "Old Su, a person's fate is constantly in flux, and no one can predict it with absolute certainty. I can only offer a general overview. However, with a calamity as apparent as Su Zong's, I can discern it clearly. If you trust me, provide me with 100,000. If not, consider my words mere nonsense." Su Hai interjected. "What if you take the money and flee?" Chen Haoyu responded. "That would only indicate a flaw in your judgment." Su Hai mockingly retorted. "In my life, I have never encountered someone quite like you." Chen Haoyu countered. "I too have never met a businessman, seasoned by 20 years in the commercial realm, who remains so frivolous and impatient." Su Hai threatened. "Do you dare to challenge me?" Chen Haoyu shook his head disdainfully. "With you, Su Zong, you overestimate yourself." Su Jiangwo furrowed his brows and declared. "Su Hai, your voice holds no weight here. Shao Chen, I will pay the 100,000. Chen Haoyu countered. "The terms have changed, I now require 200,000. You scoundrel." Su Hai erupted in fury. Chen Haoyu turned to Su Jiangwo calmly. "Old Su, I find it difficult to like your son. 200,000 is your final opportunity, will you comply or not?" Su Jiangwo gazed into Chen Haoyu's profound and frigid eyes, gritted his teeth, and replied, "I will comply." "Father! Silence your foul mouth." Su Hai was about to speak when Su Jiangwo interrupted him sternly, "Hand over the money." Su Hai, daunted by his father's authority, could only cast a resentful glance at Chen Haoyu before transferring the sum. Chen Haoyu stowed away his phone and said nonchalantly, "President Su, do not feel as though you have incurred a loss. Were it not for the favor owed to old Su, even if you offered me 20 million, I would not deign to acknowledge you." Su Jiangwo seized the moment and inquired, "Young Chen, there is no need for pleasantries. Speak plainly, what calamity does he face?" Chen Haoyu responded, "If my calculations are correct, President Su has taken on a municipal project, correct?" Su Jiangwo turned to Su Hai, who nodded in affirmation. "It is the Longmen Bridge in Yanhai, set for completion in half a month." "Completion?" Chen Haoyu scoffed, "You think a shoddy project like yours will reach completion? What an international farce." Su Jiangwo's expression shifted dramatically. "Are you implying that there are issues with the construction of the Longmen Bridge? For a construction company, public works must never falter. Should any misfortune arise, not only the Su family, but even families 10 times more formidable than ours would find themselves in dire straits. If the Longmen Bridge is indeed poorly constructed and this is uncovered, the entire Su family would be doomed." Su Hai frowned. "Father, do not listen to his nonsense. That is impossible. Though I may have my flaws, I would never compromise on public works." Chen Haoyu countered, "You may not, but can you assure that others will not? In the face of profit, not everyone can uphold their principles." Su Hai retorted, "The project manager for the Longmen Bridge is Xiao Hui's elder brother. He is not in need of money." Su Jiangwo inquired, "Xiao Hui, is she the mistress you maintain outside?" Su Hai faltered, "Father, do not speak so harshly. She is the mother of your grandchild." Chen Haoyu was amused by Su Hai's folly. "President Su, you must urgently enlist several reliable third parties to inspect the Longmen Bridge. They can determine its compliance within 2 hours." Su Hai questioned, "What if the results prove you are merely speaking nonsense?" Chen Haoyu replied, "Not only will I return the 200,000, but I will also grant you an additional 100,000. Conversely, should the results align with my predictions, I would kindly request an extra 100,000 from you." Su Hai conceded, "Agreed." They exchanged contact information, and Su Hai left in a hurry. Su Jiangwo, filled with trepidation, asked, "Young Chen, how confident are you?" Chen Haoyu replied without hesitation, 100%, of course. President Su's brother-in-law has amassed a mountain of debt. He has exploited his position to siphon off at least 20 million from the project. Su Jiangwo, astonished, exclaimed, "You have calculated all this?" Chen Haoyu remarked, "This is merely the tip of the iceberg. President Su is but a single piece on a grand chessboard. There are far greater powers orchestrating these events behind the scenes. Master Su, do not forget that your eldest son is the very core of the Su family." Upon hearing the last statement, Su Jiangwo's mind felt as if it had exploded. It is well known that the successor of the Su family is Su Jiangwo's eldest son, Su Jiang, who holds a prominent leadership position in a city in another province. At this moment, Su Jiang is at a crucial juncture in his ascent. If news were to suddenly surface about Su Hai being involved in a shoddy project, the consequences would be dire. The adversary seems intent on engaging in a relentless feud with the Su family. Contemplating this, a surge of intense killing intent welled up within Su Jiangwo as he inquired, "Xiao Chen, can you deduce who it might be?" Chen Haoyu shook his head and replied, "Master Su, I am no oracle, how could I possibly discern that? Su Jiang's opponents are not ordinary individuals, and Chen Haoyu would never engage in actions that would ignite peril upon himself. This aligns with the very first lesson of the mysterious arts: one must resolutely avoid placing oneself in dangerous predicaments. If circumstances become utterly desperate, then one must eradicate the threat at its inception." Chapter 10. Taking advantage of the goddess, Su Jiangwo had completely placed his trust in Chen Haoyu, saying, Regardless of the circumstances, the Su family owes you a significant favor. Not at all, Chen Haoyu waved his hand dismissively. I have read your son's fortune. And he has compensated me. We are even now, there is no debt between us. As long as you find value in this expenditure, that is all that matters. Su Jiangwo scrutinized Chen Haoyu deeply and replied, very well, thank you. Chen Haoyu smiled and said, you're welcome. An hour later, after completing his discharge procedures, Chen Haoyu followed Su Yuyao out of the hospital. Inside the elevator, he surveyed Su Yuyao while continually expressing his admiration. How did you come to possess such beauty? You are truly stunning. Dressed in a white coat, Su Yuyao was already breathtaking, but in a light blue dress, she was simply mesmerizing. Her figure was particularly alluring. With graceful curves in all the right places, complemented by an elegant and noble demeanor. It was said that even celestial beings would be captivated by her charm. Su Yuyao remarked lightly, your compliments towards women are rather refined and unique. Chen Haoyu chuckled, I apologize, I've never received formal education. Su Yuyao shot him a glance before ignoring him. As they exited the hospital building, a luxurious sports car filled with roses was parked in front. A handsome man in his 30s, impeccably dressed in a suit, stood there smiling, holding the bouquet. Chen Haoyu could instinctively guess that this man was one of Su Yuyao's admirers. To avoid any misunderstanding, he promptly stepped back. Unexpectedly, the hand grasped him firmly. Where do you think you're going? Su Yuyao asked, smiling at him. Oh no, this woman intends to use him as a shield. Chen Haoyu quickly understood the playful glint in her eyes and said, I suddenly feel the urge to use the restroom. Too late, Su Yuyao declared, linking her arm with his. Since you are staying at my place, you must help me fend off these annoying suitors. Otherwise, we shall go our separate ways. After all, you are fine now, I'm not afraid of going to court. Chen Haoyu retorted, damn, Su Yuyao, you are ruthless. Surprisingly, it was the first time Su Yuyao had been insulted, and rather than feeling anger, she found it amusing. Her smile grew wider as she replied. A woman's heart can be quite treacherous, haven't you heard? Chen Haoyu scoffed, aren't you afraid of burying yourself in this situation? Many romantic novels feature plots where the female lead casually grabs a man to pose as her fake boyfriend, only for them to end up genuinely falling for each other. Su Yuyao responded, if you possess the charm to make me fall in love with you, I wouldn't mind if our act became reality. Chen Haoyu felt a stir within him and said, in that case, don't blame me for collecting some interest first. What do you mean? Before Su Yuyao could grasp the meaning of Chen Haoyu's words, his arm had already wrapped around her slender waist, drawing them closer together. Su Yuyao's body trembled. A mix of embarrassment and anger flooding her heart. This scoundrel dared to take advantage of her. Chen Haoyu gently squeezed Su Yuyao's waist and whispered, it feels truly delightful. The voices of the two were soft, their proximity intimate, then smiles adorned their faces. Anyone witnessing this scene would undoubtedly assume they were a couple, including the handsome man nearby. At that moment, the smile on his face had vanished entirely, replaced by an icy demeanor. Who was this man? Why was Su Yuyao, who typically displayed indifference towards men, so close to him? The handsome man's gaze was fixed on Chen Haoyu with an intensity that could pierce through flesh. If looks could kill, Chen Haoyu would surely be reduced to a quivering porcupine. Yuyao, it has been a while, the handsome man greeted as Su Yuyao approached. His expression transforming into one of warmth. Su Yuyao furrowed her delicate brows and replied, Mr. Shen. I have mentioned numerous times that I do not wish to be called Yuyao. I want to avoid any misunderstandings with my boyfriend. The handsome man then turned to Chen Haoyu and inquired, I am Shendong from Shen Group. May I ask for your surname, sir? Chen Haoyu replied. I am simply Chen Haoyu. Shendong continued, Yuyao has always claimed to have a boyfriend. I thought it was merely an excuse. I never imagined it to be true. The next response from Chen Haoyu was crucial, and Su Yuyao subtly pinched him, urging him to answer thoughtfully. What boyfriend? Mr. Shen. I believe you are mistaken, Chen Haoyu stated. Su Yuyao's expression stiffened, her fingers digging painfully into the tender flesh of his arm, nearly causing him to cry out. How you? What are you saying? Su Yuyao expressed her discontent. Chen Haoyu sighed and said, Yuyao, I know you have feelings for me, but please grant me some time. For I truly cannot ascertain my own emotions towards you. Excuse me? Shandong nearly faltered at Chen Haoyu's words. What did he mean? Was Su Yuyao pursuing him? Yet he remained reluctant. This was beyond what any television script would dare to portray. Su Yuyao, taken aback by Chen Haoyu's unexpected declaration, could only muster the courage to play along, stating, regardless, I am committed to you for life. Chen Haoyu replied, Yuyao, I am merely a scoundrel. I could never abandon an entire forest for you. Without hesitation, Su Yuyao responded, as long as you are by my side, I care not for anything else. For the time being, you should stay with me. Chen Haoyu sighed again, saying, I possess neither wealth nor power, I truly do not understand what you see in me. Su Yuyao declared, I do not care about your financial status, I simply admire you as a person. Chen Haoyu forced a smile and said, very well. Let us cohabit for a while. If it proves unsuitable, we shall part ways. Su Yuyao nodded happily, exclaiming, good. Meanwhile, Shandong stood in astonishment. The aloof goddess he admired was willingly approaching this man clad in a mere shirt worth a few dollars. It surpassed Shandong's wildest imagination. Yuyao, are you truly going to live with him? Shandong asked incredulously. Of course, Su Yuyao replied. Mr. Shen, I genuinely appreciate your affection. But we are not suited for one another. Haoyu, let us depart. All right. Chen Haoyu responded with a sound and embraced Su Yuyao as they made their way to the parking lot. Shandong stood in a daze for quite some time before finally retrieving his phone and dialing a number. Investigate Chen Haoyu, I want all his information. At that moment, Shandong's expression turned exceedingly grim. Upon reaching the parking lot, Su Yuyao coldly remarked, how long do you intend to hold on to me? Chen Haoyu did not loosen his grip, instead, he tightened his embrace and declared with deep affection, until the end of time. You should say that to other women. Su Yuyao stepped on Chen Haoyu's shoe. Ouch. Chen Haoyu winced in pain, holding his foot and hopping around. You are quite ruthless, Su Yuyao. Thank you for the compliment. Su Yuyao replied with a smug smile. Chapter 11, The Sharp Angle Curse is merely a trifle. Inside the vehicle, Chen Haoyu sat in the passenger seat, his gaze wandering. The 220,000 yuan Range Rover was indeed impressive, its interior far surpassed that of other vehicles. However, it bewildered Chen Haoyu that such a stunning beauty would opt for a 5-meter-long Range Rover instead of a sports car. Miss Su, I fail to comprehend why you chose such a vehicle. It seems rather incongruous with your image. What vehicle do you think would suit me? She queried. A Bentley. A Porsche or a Maserati, he suggested. Does the space and safety of a sports car compare favorably to that of a Range Rover? Undoubtedly, it pales in comparison. That is precisely why I refrain from purchasing them. As a doctor, my foremost considerations in selecting a vehicle are safety and practicality. Indeed, quite sagacious. Now I understand why. Despite your substantial salary, you cannot seem to spare even 200,000. Is it all tied up in car loans? And the rent for the apartment, he replied. Rendered speechless. After exiting the hospital, the car traveled approximately 5 kilometers when Chen Haoyu suddenly exclaimed, Stop. Su Yuyao furrowed her brow, inquiring, what is it? Chen Haoyu pointed to a traditional Chinese medicine clinic by the roadside, stating, I wish to go there. Upon noticing a large sign advertising rental properties next to the clinic, Su Yuyao quickly grasped Chen Haoyu's intentions. Finding a suitable spot, she parked the car and followed him toward the clinic. Just as they reached the entrance, Chen Haoyu abruptly halted, turning to gaze at the corner of a nearby hotel. What is it? Su Yuyao asked, following his line of sight. He chuckled. It's the Sharp Angle Curse. No wonder this clinic is available for rent, it is hindered by negative energy obstructing its feng shui. Then why would you still consider renting it? She questioned. Of course, I would rent it. As a venerable master of the celestial arts, I possess numerous methods to counteract the sharp angle curse. This clinic is spacious, well located, the rent must be quite steep, she remarked. Chen Haoyu replied with confidence. I am now a wealthy man, renting a property is certainly within my means. Upon entering the clinic, they were greeted by a slightly disheveled middle-aged man. Without needing to look closely, Chen Haoyu could ascertain that this man bore the features of one prone to financial loss. Are you here to rent the property? The man inquired directly. Indeed, Chen Haoyu affirmed. The man bluntly stated, 2 years, 300,000, no negotiation. Taken aback, Chen Haoyu chuckled. Given the size and location of the property, 15,000 a year is not exorbitant. However, I fail to understand why it must be for 2 years. The man explained. I have leased it from the landlord for 4 years in one go, there are 2 years and 3 months remaining. The last 3 months are on the house. Chen Haoyu nodded in realization, I see. In that case, 28,000. The middle-aged man, with a distinct personality, replied, I have already stated, no negotiation. Not at all. Not at all. Then I shall take my leave. Goodbye. Chen Haoyu took a couple of steps outside and noticed that the middle-aged man showed no intention of retaining him. With a sense of resignation, he said, all right, brother, you've won. The middle-aged man asked, are you truly going to rent it? Chen Haoyu replied with a smile. 300,000 for 2 years and 3 months, I want to be at a loss. The man inquired, when shall we sign the contract and make the payment? Without hesitation, Chen Haoyu placed his ID on the counter and declared, right now. Beside him, Su Yuyao was taken aback by Chen Haoyu's decisiveness and quickly asked. Aren't you going to check out other properties? Chen Haoyu responded, it's rare to find something I truly like. The middle-aged man scrutinized him for a moment before retrieving a pre-printed lease agreement from the cabinet, saying, I hope you won't regret this. After reviewing the contract and ensuring everything was in order, Chen Haoyu affixed his signature and asserted, once I, Chen Haoyu, make a decision, I never look back. The entire process from entering the clinic to signing and paying took less than 10 minutes. Su Yuyao was left speechless, it felt like child's play. The middle-aged man handed the keys to Chen Haoyu and showed him around before departing. Chen Haoyu spread his arms wide and laughed heartily, exclaiming, from this day forth, I, Chen Haoyu, shall finally realize my grand ambitions. Su Yuyao muttered, what a fool. Chen Haoyu, keenly perceptive, retorted, you're the fool. This clinic is fantastic, 200 square meters. 3 separate consultation rooms, and the decor is quite nice. 300,000 for 2 years is a bargain. Su Yuyao questioned, where did you get 300,000? Chen Haoyu replied proudly, this morning, I read a fortune for Su Lao's son, Su Hai, Ben made 200,000. Adding yesterday's 100,000. It's just enough for this clinic's rent. Su Yuyao remarked, Chen Haoyu, you are truly impressive, even Su Lao and his son have been swayed by you. Chen Haoyu retorted. What do you mean swayed? I earned this through skill. No sooner had he spoken than his phone rang. Upon checking, he found a message confirming a payment of 100,000. Shaking his phone, he said, see. Su Hai has sent me another 100,000. Which proves my calculations were accurate. Su Yuyao, astonished, asked, what exactly did you tell him? Chen Haoyu grinned mischievously, curious to know. Noticing his lewd expression, Su Yuyao replied curtly, not interested. You carry on, I'm leaving. Just then, Chen Haoyu realized he couldn't let her go so easily and quickly said, Su Yuyao, you can't just abandon me. Locking the clinic door, Shendong closely followed Su Yuyao. At Kong'an Hospital, Su Hai's face was ashen as he lowered his head, saying nothing. Su Jiangwo's expression was one of utmost displeasure. The test results had emerged. And Chen Haoyu's predictions were entirely accurate. The Longmen Bridge was nothing short of a shoddy construction project. Once operational, it was unlikely to last even a year before it collapsed. Su Jianguo said solemnly, "Have all relevant personnel been detained?" Su Hai nodded. "Everyone from the head of the project to the subcontractors has been taken in." Su Jianguo inquired, "What about your uncle?" Su Hai Dao, "They've also been apprehended." "Father, what should we do?" "According to the agreement I signed with the government, only a month remains in the construction period. If we fail to complete it, not only will I earn nothing, but I will also have to pay a penalty of 50 million. Slap. As soon as Su Hai finished speaking, Su Jianguo struck him across the face. "At such a critical moment, you are still thinking about money. Let me tell you. The Su family stands at the brink of survival. Even if it means selling everything we own, you must resolve this issue. Otherwise, your elder brother will be dragged down by your mess." Su Hai covered his face and said, "Father, then what should I do?" Su Jianguo replied, "Call the police. Let them apprehend those who need to be apprehended and compensate where compensation is due. You must make it clear to the outside world that you, Su Hai, are not the one responsible for this shoddy project. Only then can the Su family maintain its reputation." Su Hai, with a mournful expression, said, "But my construction company will be ruined." Su Jianguo coldly remarked, "It's better for the company to fail than for you to end up in prison or for your brother to lose his position. Let me tell you, after you left, Shao Chen revealed to me that this matter is far from simple. The real target is not you, but your elder brother. Do you understand?" Su Hai's expression changed, and he said, "I understand. Father, how do you know Chen Haoyu? He seems rather extraordinary." Su Jianguo replied, "Shao Chen even figured out that you have an illegitimate child. How could he not be extraordinary? From now on, you must treat him with utmost respect. A person of such caliber, in ancient times, would be akin to a national advisor, and even emperors would regard him with honor." Su Hai nodded, saying, "Rest assured, I will cultivate a good relationship with him. Father, I will call my elder brother and resolve this matter swiftly." Su Jianguo responded with an acknowledgement, "Go ahead and take care of it." After Su Hai left, Su Jianguo stood by the window, the image of Chen Haoyu's irreverent smile lingering in his mind. For fortune-telling sessions, all remarkably accurate, Chen Haoyu's power and mystery shattered Su Jianguo's previous understanding of reality. Could it be that fate truly exists in the unseen? Chapter 12. You may call me the culinary master. Chen Haoyu sat in Su Yu's car, embarking on a journey to the residence he once rented. The detestable landlord, unable to reach him, had long since cleared out his belongings. The apartment had been leased to a pair of college students 2 months prior. To avoid provoking Chen Haoyu, she had refrained from discarding his possessions, instead storing them in the basement. Chen Haoyu packed his clothes, laptop, and a few ancient Taoist texts into a travel bag, discarding the rest as mere refuse. As he entered the car, he caught a glimpse of the landlord still berating him in the rearview mirror, gritting his teeth and muttering, "How absurd. A dragon in shallow waters is mocked by shrimp, and a tiger fallen to the plains is bullied by dogs. Here I am, the distinguished Celestial Master, being insulted in such a manner." A faint smile crept upon Su Yu's lips as she remarked, "Aren't you quite formidable? Why not employ the same tactics you used against Dong Hua to handle her?" Chen Haoyu rolled his eyes in response, "Though the landlord's words are harsh and unreasonable, she did provide me with a place to reside. Moreover, despite my disappearance for 100 days, she never touched my belongings. A true gentleman distinguishes between gratitude and grievances. I cannot retaliate against her." At this point, Chen Haoyu suddenly realized the inappropriateness of his thoughts and quickly added, "Moreover, Dong Hua has heart issues. That has nothing to do with me." Su Yue cast him a knowing glance. "Is that so?" "Of course," Chen Haoyu affirmed. "Oh, if you say so, then it must be," she replied, leaving him with a twinge of annoyance. This woman was astute, managing to outwit him in such a subtle manner. He resolved to be more cautious in the future. Half an hour later, the car turned into a luxurious community named Longtingju. Chen Haoyu discovered that this neighborhood was less than 7 kilometers from Kongan Hospital, eliciting a sense of embarrassment within him. Had he known Su Yuyue would have to take such a lengthy detour, he would have refrained from asking her to drive him. The environment of Longtingju was exquisite, featuring a separation of pedestrians and vehicles, with a green area accounting for 50% of the landscape. Even in the first-tier city of Yanhai, it was a renowned establishment. Su Yuyue rented apartment 801 in Building 12, which spanned 208 square meters, comprising 4 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, and 2 bathrooms, spacious and luxuriously decorated. Chen Haoyu took a tour. Unable to suppress his admiration, truly impressive. Su Yuyue, I imagine your monthly rent must be quite substantial. 20,000, she replied. Chen Haoyu gave her a thumbs up. You women are indeed quite ruthless with yourselves. A luxury vehicle worth over 2 million, coupled with a spacious flat of more than 200 square meters, would require a minimum of 35,000 yuan each month from Su Yuyue. Although Kongan Hospital is the best private hospital in Yanhai, with attending physicians earning a monthly salary of at least 50,000, even that could hardly sustain Su Yuyue's lavish lifestyle. I value the privacy and security that Longtingju offers, Su Yuyue stated. Chen Haoyu nodded and remarked, given your striking beauty, enhanced security is indeed necessary. Su Yuyue replied, now that a scoundrel has moved into the house, no amount of security at Longtingju will suffice. Chen Haoyu pointed at himself and said, are you referring to me? Su Yuyue inquired, who else could it be? Chen Haoyu retorted indignantly, you are insulting me. Su Yuyue replied nonchalantly, if you can't tolerate it, you may leave. Chen Haoyu chuckled, saying, you wish for me to depart? Not a chance. 3 months, 90 days, I shall remain every single day. Su Yuyue gestured towards a nearby bedroom, stating, that one is yours. The bathroom and shower, we shall each have one. No problem, he responded. Without my permission, you are not to enter my room. Rest assured. I have no intention of doing so, she assured him. You should purchase a washing machine, I prefer not to share. No need to buy one. I enjoy hand washing and dislike using machines. No visitors are allowed here. Of course. Su Yuyue eloquently enumerated her terms, and Chen Haoyu nodded repeatedly. Finally, unable to endure any longer, he said helplessly, perhaps when you have a moment, you could print a cohabitation agreement. You've said so much at once that I can hardly remember. Su Yuyue pondered for a moment and replied, that is fine. You may tidy up your room. There is not much to tidy. My clothes in the basement have grown moldy, I'll buy new ones this afternoon. I also have some books and a laptop. Su Yuyue, I must establish a few ground rules. Su Yuyue replied, go ahead. Chen Haoyu stated, you may enter my bedroom freely. But you absolutely must not touch my books. Su Yuyue curiously asked, are your books particularly valuable? Chen Haoyu affirmed, indeed. These tomes are Taoist classics, annotated by many esteemed practitioners. To outsiders, they may seem worthless, but for us cultivators, they are of paramount significance. Su Yuyue nodded, saying, understood, I will remember. Chen Haoyu extended his hand with a smile and said, then let us enjoy our cohabitation. Su Yuyue ignored his hand and coldly replied, you leaving would make me far happier. With that, she returned to her bedroom, retrieved a change of clothes, and entered the bathroom. Having worked a night shift, she felt utterly exhausted. You truly have faith in me, Chen Haoyu shrugged as he placed his suitcase in his bedroom. After a brief tidying up, he noticed a twinge of hunger in his stomach. Glancing at the time, he saw it was already 12:30. He entered the kitchen and discovered fish, meat, and vegetables in the refrigerator, prompting him to begin cooking. In dreams, the carefree immortal was renowned as a gourmet. He had sampled delicacies from both royal palaces and bustling markets, mastering each culinary skill. By the age of 40, his culinary prowess had reached its zenith, surpassing even the finest imperial chefs. Chen Haoyu inherited the culinary skills of the esteemed immortal Xiaoyao, which naturally included his exceptional cooking abilities. Once an ordinary cook, the moment he grasped the knife, inspiration surged within him. In merely half an hour, he conjured up a delectable Westlake vinegar fish, a fragrant stir-fried tomato and egg dish, and a comforting cabbage vermicelli soup, all freshly prepared. As Su Yuyao emerged from the bathroom after her shower, she was taken aback by the sight of 2 dishes and a soup elegantly arranged on the dining table. "You can cook?" she exclaimed in surprise. Setting down the rice with a sense of pride, Chen Haoyu replied, "Of course. Allow me to reintroduce myself. Standing before you is the world's greatest chef. You may refer to me as the culinary deity." Having long since developed immunity to Chen Haoyu's boasts, Su Yuyao merely rolled her eyes and chose to ignore him. A playful thought crossed Chen Haoyu's mind, prompting him to adopt a teasing demeanor. "Oh my, Su Yuyao, you're not wearing a bra." With a startled gasp, Su Yuyao instinctively covered her chest, her previously composed and aloof demeanor evaporating in an instant. Chen Haoyu burst into laughter. "Just teasing you." Although Su Yuyao was fuming, her irritation was rendered ineffective against him. Chapter 13, The Announcement of Exceptional Cattle. After a while, Su Yuyao dried her hair and made her way to the dining room. Noticing Chen Haoyu remained motionless, she remarked, "Not bad, I must say you possess a touch of gentlemanly grace." Chen Haoyu picked up a bowl, took a mouthful of rice, and replied, "Of course. For a beauty like you, I shall certainly wait. After all, one must savor both beauty and delectable cuisine. If it were an unattractive woman, I would rather starve than share a meal with her." Su Yuyao sighed and said, "Chen Haoyu, there are times when I truly wish to sew your mouth shut." He responded, "Let us first finish our meal before you consider that. In this world, one must not neglect the allure of beauty and gourmet fare." Su Yuyao grasped her chopsticks and declared, "Then I shall test whether your culinary skills indeed qualify as gourmet." She picked up a piece of fish, dipped it in the sauce, and placed it in her mouth, her eyes instantly lighting up. She was overwhelmed by the exquisite fusion of the fish's freshness and the soup's sweet and sour flavors, creating a unique taste that lingered delightfully. After sampling the tomato and egg dish and sipping the cabbage and vermicelli soup, Su Yuyao exclaimed in astonishment, "This is the level of a 5-star chef." Chen Haoyu smirked and replied, "Please refrain from insulting me. Those 5-star chefs could only aspire to be my apprentices. I'm not boasting. If the seasonings in your kitchen were of a higher caliber, my dishes could taste at least twice as good." Su Yuyao responded, "I believe you. Then, for the next 3 months, the task of cooking shall be entrusted to you." "Wait, Chen Haoyu suddenly realized, "You flatter me and expect me to cook." "Su Yuyao, your expectations are rather lofty." Su Yuyao countered, "Let us make it 1 day each. However, I must warn you, my culinary skills are far inferior to yours." Chen Haoyu replied, "Even if it's dark cuisine, I'd still eat it without hesitation." While ladling soup, Su Yuyao said, "That is acceptable." After finishing their meal, Su Yuyao watched television for a while before retreating for a nap. Meanwhile, Chen Haoyu borrowed the car keys from Su Yuyao and drove the Range Rover to the Government Affairs Hall to obtain the clinic's business license. It must be said, the efficiency of the current government departments is commendable. Once the information was verified, the documents would be ready by tomorrow morning. Having secured the necessary papers, Chen Haoyu then ventured to the antique street in the southern suburbs of Yanhai. There were numerous stores selling ritual implements, and he needed to purchase items such as brushes, cinnabar, yellow pepper, and jade to create talismans. Previously, without any magical abilities, his talismans were utterly useless, a mere deception. He had deserved any consequences that arose from such folly. Now, however, things were different. Having received the legacy of the carefree master, Chen Haoyu possessed the capability to craft various types of talismans. Half an hour later, having gathered all the required materials, he drove to the newly rented traditional Chinese medicine clinic. Closing the door behind him, Chen Haoyu picked up a piece of inferior Haitian jade and began to carve. The tools he employed for this sculpting were not knives, but rather his magical powers. Talismans are generally categorized into two types, the ordinary talismans inscribed with cinnabar on yellow paper, and the jade talismans crafted from various precious stones. The former merely requires a modicum of magical power, while the latter demands a profound reservoir of such power. The primordial spirit of the immortal Xiaoyao is a crystallization formed after over a century of cultivating his mystical abilities. Upon merging with Chen Haoyu, it elevates Chen's powers to a level comparable to those ancient Taoist Celestial Masters. Crafting a jade talisman, therefore, poses no challenge for him. In a mere half hour, Chen Haoyu successfully created several jade talismans with diverse functions, alongside more than 10 ordinary talismans. He placed one of the dispelling jade talismans on the inner side of the doorframe, effortlessly neutralizing the malevolent energy emanating from the sharp angles of the hotel across the street. After purchasing a sheet of drawing paper from a nearby shop, he deftly inscribed a notice with a brush. This clinic specializes in the treatment of difficult and complicated ailments, excluding terminal illnesses. We accept 3 patients daily, with a registration fee of 3,000 yuan and a consultation fee of 10,000 yuan. Consultation hours are from Monday to Friday, 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. If treatment fails, a full refund is guaranteed. After reviewing his work, Chen Haoyu was quite pleased and promptly affixed this announcement to the entrance. The neighboring shop owner, Zhong Nan, a middle-aged man weighing no less than 200 pounds, chuckled upon seeing Chen Haoyu's notice. Brother, a registration fee of 3,000 yuan and a consultation fee of 10,000 yuan. Your prices far exceed those of renowned medical experts nationwide. In terms of medical skill, I am leagues ahead of those specialists. Their registration fees soar into the thousands. Why should mine be any lower? Haha, quite bold of you. What is the deal with the limit of 3 patients? It's quite straightforward, Chen replied. I will only attend to 3 patients each day. That totals 9,000 yuan for 3 patients, 5 days a week, amounting to 45,000 yuan. Over a month. That sums to 180,000 yuan, nearly matching my entire annual income. However, I suspect that people may not come here at all. Let them not come then. I have no expectations of this venture being my sustenance. After chatting with Zhong Nan for a while, Chen Haoyu took his leave. As he walked away, Zhong Nan shook his head, murmuring, "This young man is absolutely obsessed with money." On his way back, Chen Haoyu bought a few hairy crabs and returned to the Longtingju community. Su Yuyao had already awakened and was seated on the sofa, engrossed in a book. She wore a V-neck t-shirt that accentuated her flawless figure and paired it with denim shorts that showcased her slender, straight legs. If previously Su Yuyao had exuded an air of elegance and aloofness, she now radiated sensuality and allure. Chen Haoyu set down the bag and said, "Miss Su, I would like to discuss something with you." Without lifting her head, Su Yuyao replied, "Go on." Chen Haoyu continued, "Could you possibly wear somewhat more conservative clothing in the future?" Su Yuyao frowned and asked, "What do you mean?" He explained, "I am a man full of vigor. And you are an unparalleled beauty. If you wear too little, I fear I may lose control, and that would be rather embarrassing." Looking up at Chen Haoyu, Su Yuyao responded playfully, "Do you have the courage to do so?" Chen Haoyu said, "Of course, there are, but I cannot act upon them." Su Yuyao inquired, "Are you afraid of imprisonment?" Chen Haoyu shook his head and replied, "As a member of the mystical sect, what constrains me is not the law, but the heavenly principles." Do you know what your most irritating trait is? Before Chen Haoyu could respond, Su Yuyao stated, "It is your boastfulness." Chen Haoyu sighed and remarked, "I have finally come to understand the meaning of a kindred spirit being hard to find and a true confidant being difficult to seek." Su Yuyao replied coolly, "Your kindred spirit may well be in a psychiatric hospital." Chen Haoyu responded, "Wherever it may be, as long as it exists, that suffices. My traditional Chinese medicine clinic opens tomorrow, and this afternoon, I intend to indulge in some hairy crabs for a proper celebration. Dr. Su, might you grace me with your esteemed presence? Su Yuyao, who adored hairy crabs, replied nonchalantly, I would be pleased to accept your invitation. Chen Haoyu exclaimed, splendid. As he entered the kitchen carrying the hairy crabs, a radiant smile graced Su Yuyao's face. She realized that having such a humorous and charming individual in her home was indeed quite delightful. Chapter 14 of How Did You Manage That? A large hairy crab accompanied by 3 side dishes was laid out before them, and Su Yuyao produced a bottle of red wine, leading both of them to indulge in the fine pairing. After a hearty meal, Su Yuyao suggested, I am going for a stroll in the community. Would you care to join me? Chen Haoyu gave an affirmative gesture and replied, of course, it's a perfect opportunity for me to familiarize myself with the surroundings. They each donned a pair of sneakers and began to wander through the expansive Longtingju community, which boasted 16 buildings, all exceeding 200 square meters. Along with 20 standalone villas, each valued at approximately 300 million, a staggering amount. As they approached the villa area, Chen Haoyu surveyed the environment and remarked with a smile, the feng shui here is quite favorable, it seems to have been guided by a wise master. Su Yuyao inquired. How so? Chen Haoyu explained, in the realm of feng shui, the ideal dwelling is one that is nestled against mountains and beside water, protected by the auspicious presence of the Azure Dragon and the White Tiger. Perplexed, Su Yuyao asked, but this is the urban area, where are the mountains and water? With a smile, Chen Haoyu replied, in the absence of natural features, one must create them. Observe how each villa is graced with a swimming pool at the front and an artificially constructed hillside at the back, flanked by several large trees. This arrangement creates a harmonious embrace of mountains and water. While it may not compare to naturally occurring prime feng shui, the effort to cultivate such an ambience in the city center is already commendable. Astonished, Su Yuyao looked at Chen Haoyu and said, you truly have a grasp of these matters. Chen Haoyu responded with pride, indeed. The 5 arts of metaphysics, mountains, medicine, destiny, physiognomy, and divination are all subjects I endeavor to master. Medicine and feng shui are merely 2 branches of this vast tree. Su Yuyao teased, if you are so skilled, why do you find yourself in such a predicament? Chen Haoyu rolled his eyes in exasperation, Su Yuyao, your tongue is as sharp as a dagger. A slight smile played on Su Yuyao's lips as she replied. Thank you for the compliment. After meandering for over half an hour, they were about to return when they noticed a cluster of 4 or 5 individuals gathered in a nearby small park, where an elderly man dressed in a white lab coat lay on the ground. Su Yuyao's expression shifted, and as she sprinted forward, she exclaimed, there's been an incident. Chen Haoyu hurriedly followed suit. Upon arriving at the park, Su Yuyao observed that the elderly man's complexion had turned red, and he had lost consciousness. Nearby, a young man with bleached hair, appearing to be in his early 20s, was anxiously dialing a number. Su Yuyao called out authoritatively, I am a doctor, please step back and allow for ventilation. Upon hearing her declaration, the onlookers quickly retreated 10 meters away. After finishing his call, the young man turned to Su Yuyao and urgently stated, my grandfather has hypertension and heart disease, he collapsed suddenly when he got up. Doctor, you must save him. As Su Yuyao checked the old man's eyelids and assessed his faint breathing, she asked, do you have any fast-acting heart rescue pills? The young man grew frantic. I didn't bring any. Give me 5 minutes, I'll rush home to fetch some. Su Yuyao commanded, hurry. The young man turned and sprinted back towards the villa area with utmost speed. At that moment, the elderly man's face and limbs began to convulse, his already pale complexion turning even more ashen. Su Yuyao's expression shifted drastically, she hurriedly loosened the collar of the old man to ensure his breathing remained unobstructed, then clenched her fists and struck his chest vigorously. This was a desperate measure employed in the absence of a defibrillator during a cardiac arrest, an act of last resort. Just as Su Yuyao's fists made contact with the old man's chest, Chen Haoyu seized her wrist. What are you doing? Su Yuyao exclaimed urgently. With a calm and gentle demeanor, Chen Haoyu replied, allow me. Furrowing her brows, Su Yuyao insisted, "Don't be foolish. I am confident in my abilities." "How confident are you?" Chen Haoyu countered. Momentarily taken aback, Su Yuyao retreated 3 steps and conceded, "You take over." True to his status as the attending physician at Kong'an Hospital, Chen Haoyu acted decisively. He quickly crouched down, placing 2 fingers at a vital point on the old man's chest. A stream of mystical energy flowed from his fingertips into the man's heart, swelling momentarily before Chen Haoyu lifted his hand and gently tapped the old man's heart. As if resurrected, the elderly man sat up abruptly. "Excellent." Witnesses erupted in applause, relieved at the old man's recovery. Su Yuyao gazed at Chen Haoyu in disbelief and inquired, "How did you accomplish that?" Without any tools, he had managed to revive a man suffering from cardiac arrest in less than 15 seconds, a feat that left Su Yuyao, often hailed as the most beautiful medical prodigy at Yendu Medical College, utterly astonished. Little did she realize that Chen Haoyu's abilities stemmed from the essence of condensed spiritual energy, the finest elixir in the world, far surpassing any conventional medicine. Chen Haoyu grasped the old man's hand, checked his pulse, then smiled, "You are quite all right now, sir. Shall we rest in the pavilion?" The elderly man nodded, expressing gratitude. "Thank you, young man." Chen Haoyu assisted him to his feet, saying, "You were not saved by me alone." The old man turned to Su Yuyao, who humbly replied, "I didn't assist, I dare not take credit." The elderly man remarked, "As long as you possess the compassion to save me, I am grateful." "Let us not dwell on that, let us find a seat in the pavilion," Chen Haoyu suggested. "Agreed," the old man replied. Together, Chen Haoyu and Su Yuyao helped the elderly man to the pavilion, where they took a seat. Through their conversation, they learned more about the old man. His name was Chen Guangyao, 72 years old, and one of the most renowned antique collectors in Yanhai, owning a prestigious antique shop and indeed a wealthy individual. The young man who had rushed home to fetch emergency heart medication was Chen Guangyao's only grandson, Cheng Qinghe. Due to his parents' indulgence, the young man had strayed from the right path, spending his days associating with dubious companions, much to his grandfather's dismay. Chen Haoyu addressed the elderly man, "Mr. Cheng, the recent episode was entirely due to stress. Given your age and health, it is imperative to maintain a balanced mindset and refrain from unnecessary outbursts." Chen Guangyao pointed towards the approaching Cheng Qinghe and remarked, "This little rascal has utterly bewildered me." Chen Haoyu chuckled, "Your grandson may indeed be a tad headstrong, yet he possesses a profound sense of filial piety towards you." "Filial piety?" Chen Guangyao retorted angrily. "If it weren't for encountering you 2 lovebirds, he would have driven me to my wit's end." Upon hearing the term lovebirds, Chen Haoyu glanced at Su Yuyao with an amused expression. Su Yuyao shot him a disapproving look, turning her head away. "Grandpa, are you all right?" Cheng Qinghe gasped, his face alight with joy. Chen Guangyao huffed and said, "You might as well have driven me to an early grave." Cheng Qinghe quickly pleaded, "Grandpa, this was entirely my fault, please don't be angry with me." Chen Guangyao inquired, "So, are you still planning to race cars tonight?" It turned out the old gentleman was upset because Cheng Qinghe intended to race on Pansha Road with a group of wealthy heirs. Standing tall, Cheng Qinghe immediately assured, "I absolutely will not go." Chapter 15, a rift with the Cheng family. "You had better follow through," Chen Guangyao remarked, then gestured towards Chen Haoyu and Su Yuyao, saying, "This time, I owe my survival to these 2. Being of the same generation, you must express my gratitude to them." "Certainly. I am grateful to both for saving my life." As Cheng Qinghe spoke, he abruptly halted, his gaze fixated on Su Yuyao. Previously, overwhelmed by anxiety, he had merely perceived her as somewhat attractive without dwelling on it. Now, however, he was utterly captivated by her breathtaking beauty and her poised, elegant demeanor. She was stunning. Cheng Qinghe vowed that in his 20-plus years of life, he had encountered many beautiful women, yet none could rival Su Yuyao. Not even the so-called most beautiful diva in the entertainment industry, Luo Bia, could compare in allure. Having witnessed such lecherous behavior from Cheng Qinghe before, Su Yuyao felt considerable disdain, her beautiful eyes flashing with dissatisfaction. Chen Guangyao kicked Cheng Qingha and scolded, "What nonsense are you spouting?" Snapping back to reality. Cheng Qingha quickly apologized, "I'm sorry, I just didn't expect Miss Su to be so stunning." Chen Haoyu interjected coolly. "Whether Miss Su is beautiful or not is irrelevant, what matters is that you are in grave danger." Cheng Qingha, taken aback, asked, "What do you mean?" Chen Haoyu scrutinized him deeply and replied, "Your forehead is dark, your eyes are dull, misfortune is imminent. This is a sign of impending calamity, an unmistakable omen of doom." Su Yuyao's expression shifted, and she promptly nudged him, saying, "Chen Haoyu, stop spouting nonsense." Chen Haoyu shrugged, "I am merely speaking the truth." Furious, Cheng Qingha pointed at Chen Haoyu, exclaiming, "How dare you curse me?" Chen Haoyu's words were harsh, prompting even Chen Guangyao to display a hint of displeasure. With a smile, Chen Haoyu addressed Cheng Qingha, "My skills in fortune-telling far surpass my medical expertise. If you do not believe me, so be it. Let it go." Cheng Qingha pressed on. "Is life really that simple? You should apologize to me." Chen Guangyao spoke sternly, "Qingha, Mr. Chen is my savior." His emphasis on the act of saving without mentioning an apology revealed his lingering irritation towards Chen Haoyu. Chen Haoyu's smile faded, and he stated coolly, "Mr. Cheng, I apologize for overstepping. Regardless, I did save your life, shouldn't you express your gratitude?" Chen Guangyao replied, "Indeed. How would you like me to express that gratitude?" Chen Haoyu raised a finger and said, 100,000 yuan. Furious, Su Yuyao retorted, "Chen Haoyu, have you lost your mind over money?" The notion of exploiting a life-saving act for monetary gain surpassed Su Yuyao's moral threshold, causing her previously favorable impression of Chen Haoyu to plummet. Chen Haoyu, unfazed, responded to Su Yuyao, "The metaphysical realm speaks of cause and effect. I wish to remain detached from the Cheng family's entanglements. Monetary compensation is the most appropriate resolution." Chen Guangyao, somewhat agitated, declared without hesitation, "Let us conclude this matter with a sum of 100,000, I shall profit from it. Qingha, transfer the funds." Chen Haoyu placed his phone upon the stone table and activated the payment code. Cheng Qingha shot him a fierce glare, transferring the 100,000 with disdain, saying, "Is that sufficient?" Chen Haoyu smiled slightly, retrieving a talisman crafted just that afternoon from his pocket, and remarked, "For 200,000, I can help you avert this crisis. Would you purchase it?" Cheng Qingha, amused, pointed at the talisman in Chen Haoyu's hand and retorted, "Do you truly think I am foolish enough to buy such a thing for protection?" Chen Haoyu merely acknowledged him with a sound and turned to Chen Guangyao, inquiring, "For 200,000, would you buy your grandson a chance at life?" "Old Cheng, what say you?" "I do not." Chen Guangyao began to refuse, but was momentarily taken aback by the warmth and depth of Chen Haoyu's eyes. Having spent a lifetime in the antiques trade, he had heard whispers of obscure secrets. He understood that some exceptionally gifted diviners existed in this world, though most resided overseas, revered by the elite. Could this young man before him possess such abilities? With a mindset of better to believe than to dismiss, Chen Guangyao swallowed his words and said, "I shall buy." Cheng Qingha gasped, "Grandfather, do not let him deceive you." Chen Guangyao coldly replied, "Less talk, just buy." Chen Haoyu gestured toward the phone on the stone table, smiling at Cheng Qingha, "Transfer the funds." "You mean?" Cheng Qingha's face turned pale as he gritted his teeth, saying, "Just you wait. This matter is far from over." Chen Haoyu grinned, "Of first, send the money." With no other recourse, Cheng Qingha begrudgingly transferred another 200,000 to Chen Haoyu. Only then did Chen Haoyu contentedly pocket his phone and solemnly hand the talisman to Chen Guangyao, stating, "If you wish to avoid mourning a loved one, ensure he wears this for 24 hours. Should he fail to wear it and misfortune befalls him, I shall bear no responsibility." Chen Guangyao nodded, "I understand." Aware that the two of them were not particularly fond of him, he added, "I shall take my leave." Chen Haoyu smiled gently and stood to depart. Su Yuyao nodded at Chen Guangyao and promptly followed him. The journey home was silent. Upon arrival, Su Yuyao coldly remarked, "In 10 minutes, you made 300,000. Chen Haoyu, you truly are a skilled profiteer." Chen Haoyu countered, "Why do you not mention that in those 10 minutes, I saved 2 lives?" Su Yuyao replied, "Indeed. I concede you saved old Cheng, but what of Cheng Qinghe?" Chen Haoyu pointed to his own eyes, asserting, "My divination does not err." Su Yuyao responded, "Even if Cheng Qinghe were truly in danger, that does not justify your means of earning such money. Selling a talisman for 200,000. You are trading on illegal grounds." Chen Haoyu retorted, "I am not selling the talisman to you, why direct your ire at me? Moreover, why do people purchase talismans? It is to save lives, to preemptively guard against calamity. A talisman has safeguarded Qinghe's life. Do you deem 200,000 exorbitant? If I were to sell it to those affluent magnates, they would readily part with 2 million. Su Yuyao scoffed, "They would never fall for such a ruse. By the way, you just got discharged this morning, from where did you procure a talisman?" Chen Haoyu proudly replied, "I crafted it this afternoon." "You truly are remarkable." Su Yuyao retorted angrily as she stormed back to her bedroom. Chen Haoyu, however, remained indifferent to her ire. He whistled and glanced at the 300,000 on his phone, feeling quite content. Chapter 16. Something happened to Cheng Qinghe after taking a warm shower. Chen Haoyu returned to his bedroom and picked up a copy of the I Ching. An orphan from a young age, he had resided in the Sunshine Orphanage in Yanhai. At the age of 9, he was abducted by human traffickers, but fortune smiled upon him when he encountered Master Wuhui Taoist. After rescuing Chen Haoyu, Master Wuhui took him as his disciple. This scenario resembled the archetype of a protagonist in a martial arts novel. Unfortunately, Master Wuhui was not a transcendent sage. Though he possessed some skills, they were sufficient only to vanquish a couple of petty thugs. His knowledge of fortune-telling and medicine was rather mediocre. Yet he always presented himself as a practitioner of the mystical arts. One moment he claimed to be a descendant of Wudang. The next he declared himself a disciple of Longhu Mountain. Even now, Chen Haoyu remained uncertain of the old man's true origins. Having lived together for 7 years, Chen Haoyu had acquired a myriad of eclectic knowledge from Master Wuhui. However, when Chen Haoyu turned 16, Master Wuhui fell gravely ill. Despite Chen Haoyu exhausting all their savings of 23,000 yuan, he could not save his master. Even for the funeral, he found himself without the means to arrange it. In desperation, he turned to Mama Wu, the head of the Sunshine Orphanage. Without a moment's hesitation, she assisted Chen Haoyu in organizing Master Wuhui's funeral. Seeing that he had nowhere to stay, she took him back to the orphanage. Master Wuhui left behind 2 invaluable possessions for Chen Haoyu, a collection of Taoist texts and a bead hanging around his neck that contained the essence of the carefree immortal. He often remarked that these Taoist texts were unique, annotated by generations of ancestors. Foolishly, Chen Haoyu believed him. Following Master Wuhui's passing, in a bid to gather funds for the funeral, he even attempted to sell one of the books at an antique shop, only to be promptly ejected. Later, upon researching online, Chen Haoyu discovered that these texts were printed in the 1970s and were, in fact, pirated copies. Despite their lack of monetary value and their dilapidated condition, Chen Haoyu could not bear to part with them. He kept them close and occasionally perused their pages. He felt that reading these books allowed him to glimpse the wrinkled face of Master Wuhui, unattractive yet warm. After an hour of studying the I Ching, Chen Haoyu rubbed his eyes and stood up. His comprehension of the I Ching, having received the complete inheritance from the carefree immortal, had dramatically evolved. If he had previously been on the threshold of understanding, he now felt he had truly entered its sanctuary. Most exhilaratingly, he seemed to possess an extraordinary ability of photographic memory. The annotations within the I Ching, merely glanced at, were indelibly etched in his mind, punctuation marks included. To further test his newfound prowess, Chen Haoyu retrieved a medical text, Compendium of Materia Medica, which the carefree immortal had never perused, and began to read. 5 minutes later, he closed the book, silently reciting the descriptions of 12 medicinal herbs, astonished to find that he remembered them verbatim. Chen Haoyu was both thrilled and amazed. He had become remarkably formidable. In the depths of night at Villa number 16 in Longting residence, taking advantage of Chen Guangyao slumber, Cheng Qingha stealthily slipped out. Commandeering his opulent Lamborghini, valued at 3 million, and sped toward the rocky heights of Pansha Mountain on the outskirts of Yanhai. Pansha Mountain is a favored locale for street racing enthusiasts. The government had constructed a winding Pansha road here, stretching 16 kilometers in length. Periodically, the affluent youth of Yanhai would organize racing competitions at this site. On this occasion, a daring group from the neighboring Lingnan city had arrived to challenge Yanhai. For the wealthy elite, while life may be expendable and blood may be shed, their pride must remain intact. Cheng Qingha's racing prowess is renowned among Yanhai's elite. And upon hearing of this event, he readily accepted the challenge. This was precisely the reason he felt compelled to visit Pansha Mountain. Utilizing his exceptional skills, Cheng Qingha effortlessly triumphed over the challengers from Lingnan, winning a wager of 3 million. After reveling in the bar for over 2 hours amidst the praises of his peers, Cheng Qingha departed with his neighbor and brother-in-arms, Zhang Quan. As they drove, Cheng Qingha retrieved the talisman sold to him by Chen Haoyu and inquired, "Zhang Quan, do you know what this is?" Zhang Quan scrutinized it earnestly before bursting into laughter. "Isn't this a talisman? Cheng Gu, do you actually believe in such things?" Cheng Qingha retorted with exasperation, "Don't even get me started. Last night, my grandfather was duped into spending 200,000 on this ridiculous talisman, claiming it was to ward off calamity. It nearly drove me to madness." Zhang Quan exclaimed, "Is that so? Cheng Gu, can you track down that con artist? Let us teach him a lesson together." Cheng Qingha, slapping his thigh, declared, "That's precisely what I wanted to hear. His name is Chen Haoyu, and he resides in Longting residence. Gather a few brothers by 3 o'clock this afternoon. I want him to swallow this talisman." Zhang Quan replied, "No problem. How dare he deceive my grandfather? This Chen fellow is practically courting disaster." Just then, the delivery van, seemingly out of control, veered unexpectedly, crashing through the median barrier and colliding violently with the side of Cheng Qingha's Lamborghini. The impact flipped the Lamborghini, rolling it 3 times before it finally came to a halt. Both Cheng Qingha and Zhang Quan were left bloodied and unconscious. As consciousness faded, Cheng Qingha faintly perceived the talisman emitting a soft glow. What? Qingha was in an accident. Chen Guangyao was jolted awake by a call from Yanhai First People's Hospital. Rushing to his grandson's room, only to find it empty, his face turning ashen. The first thought that crossed his mind was the enigmatic visage of Chen Haoyu. Calamity. A dire omen. All had come to pass. "My grandson, is he unharmed?" Chen Guangyao's voice trembled. "Aside from a fractured arm and facial abrasions, Mr. Cheng sustained no serious injuries. Unfortunately, the young man who had been in the car with him did not survive the incident. Doctor, I apologize for the trouble. I will be there shortly." Half an hour later, Cheng Guangyao arrived at the First People's Hospital of Yanhai, where he encountered Cheng Qingha, who was receiving an intravenous drip. At that moment, Cheng Qingha had completely lost his former elegance. Nearly half of his face was swathed in bandages, leaving only his eyes visible, resembling a mummy. Upon seeing Cheng Guangyao, the flicker of life ignited in his otherwise listless gaze. He strained to raise his right hand, revealing a tightly clenched talisman. Cheng Guangyao promptly accepted it and, upon opening it, discovered that a third of the talisman had been burned away, and the mysterious symbols inscribed in vermilion had vanished. In that instant, Cheng Guangyao felt an overwhelming gratitude towards Chen Haoyu. He realized he had encountered a true master of the mystical arts. The 300,000 spent to purchase the lives of both grandfather and grandson had indeed yielded an extraordinary fortune for the Cheng family. Chapter 17, The Boundless Feast. As the sun began to rise, Chen Haoyu gradually awoke from his meditative state. The previous night, he had immersed himself in the compendium of Materia Medica, reading until the early hours of the morning, having completed the entire tome. This accomplishment did not stem from any extraordinary talent on Chen Haoyu's part, rather, it was due to the profound knowledge of herbal medicine possessed by the revered Master Xiaoyao, who understood over 90% of the herbs in the text. The remaining 10%, which Chen Haoyu needed only to peruse once, allowed him to memorize their appearances, characteristics, and functions with remarkable clarity. Even more astonishing was his ability to extrapolate and draw connections, enabling him to formulate numerous prescriptions from these herbs, showcasing an impressive mastery. Upon glancing at his phone, Chen Haoyu noted that it was 5 o'clock in the morning. This indicated that he had only been in meditation for 3 hours. However, those 3 hours proved to be more restorative than his previous 10 hours of sleep. He felt invigorated, almost superhuman. After changing into a t-shirt, athletic shorts, and sneakers, he opened the door to his room and ventured outside for exercise. A minute later, Su Yuyao emerged from her bedroom, clad in athletic attire. Her dark hair casually tied back in a ponytail, exuding an effortless yet striking beauty. Stealthily approaching Chen Haoyu's room, she glanced at the compendium of Materia Medica and the I Ching on the table, murmuring to herself, "This guy is quite the diligent learner." Satisfied that she had not discovered any illicit items, she felt a sense of relief. Rather than going for a run, Chen Haoyu made his way to the small square he had visited the night before. There, he found more than a dozen elderly individuals engaged in their morning exercises, each radiating vitality and possessing an air of distinction, clearly hailing from affluent backgrounds. This was hardly surprising, thus only the wealthy could afford to reside in this area. Chen Haoyu positioned himself in a secluded corner of the square, stretched his body, then closed his eyes. With legs apart and arms encircling an imaginary sphere, he assumed the initial posture of the boundless fist. Master Xiaoyao was not only an unparalleled sorcerer but also a master of martial arts. He synthesized all the martial disciplines he had encountered and, drawing upon his own magical prowess, created the boundless fist, which signifies the limitless potential of existence. The Boundless Fist is a comprehensive martial art that not only enhances vitality and strengthens muscles and bones like traditional Chinese martial arts but also possesses formidable lethality, surpassing the ferocity of styles such as Eight Extremes and Xingyi. A millennium ago, Master Xiaoyao had traversed the martial world wielding this technique and participated in the resistance against the Yuan dynasty. Regrettably, recognizing the impotence of the then weak court, he retreated into the mountains to contemplate the path to immortality. Similar to Tai Chi, the Boundless Fist consists of both static and dynamic forms. The former comprises 12 postures, while the latter includes 36 movements. Chen Haoyu dedicated over half an hour to completing the static forms. To an outsider, his practice might appear as mere posturing, maintaining a position for 2 or 3 minutes without movement, which could seem rather foolish. Some of the elderly observers, unable to contain their curiosity, glanced over at him with intrigue. "Old Zhou, what is that young man doing? It seems like he is practicing static postures." The saying goes that without diligent practice, martial arts are rendered meaningless. Here, practice refers specifically to foundational training. I have heard that some masters of traditional martial arts engage in foundational training daily. By your account, does this young man qualify as a master? Given his rather foolish demeanor, he might just be a novice. As the crowd buzzed with speculation, Chen Haoyu finally made his move. Each of his movements unfolded gracefully, yet his pace was more deliberate and ponderous than that of Tai Chi, evoking the impression of a man burdened by a mountain while executing his punches, lacking any semblance of grace. After observing a few of Chen Haoyu's techniques in Wujiquan, the elders quickly averted their gazes, disappointment etched on their faces. They had anticipated a master of martial arts, only to discover a mere novice. Such simple maneuvers seemed inferior even to a senior version of Tai Chi. Little did they know that, like Tai Chi, the practice of Wujiquan becomes softer with training but manifests greater power in execution. Each of Chen Haoyu's movements was infused with formidable strength. The slower his pace, the greater his power became. Regrettably, there are too few discerning individuals in this world to unveil the mysteries within Chen Haoyu's Wujiquan. One would need to be at least a master of energy transformation. After performing Wujikwan 3 times, Chen Haoyu pressed his hands down and let out a long breath, which lingered for an impressive 3 minutes before it finally dissipated. Upon returning home, he found Su Yueying already in the kitchen preparing breakfast. Chen Haoyu entered and directly inquired, "Is there any for me?" Su Yueying placed 2 fried eggs onto a plate and replied mildly, "Help yourself." Chen Haoyu chuckled, "Thank you. However, it would be best if you could prepare a bowl of noodles as well, this is hardly enough." Su Yueying responded, "There are bread and milk on the table." Chen Haoyu snapped his fingers and said, "All right." After changing his clothes and washing his hands, Chen Haoyu sat down opposite Su Yueying to eat. Neither spoke as they consumed their breakfast. Once they finished, Chen Haoyu suddenly laughed and remarked, "Su Yueying, don't you think we resemble a couple who have had a quarrel?" Su Yueying furrowed her brow slightly and replied, "I don't appreciate you making such jokes." Chen Haoyu countered, "Then do not use me as your shield. I am quite displeased with the incident at the hospital yesterday." Su Yueying stood up and said, "We'll see." Chen Haoyu raised an eyebrow and responded, "Then I will also observe the situation." How naive to think that beauty grants one the privilege to act as they please. I shall not indulge such behavior. Noticing the time was already 8 o'clock in the morning, Chen Haoyu cleared his throat and grinned, "Beautiful Su, do you plan to drive today?" Su Yueying replied, "Not in the morning, I have a spa appointment in the afternoon. If you wish to use the car, you must wash all the dishes today." Upon hearing this, Chen Haoyu immediately patted his chest and declared, "No problem, I will wash the dishes right away. I promise to return the car before noon." After tidying up the kitchen, Chen Haoyu drove his Range Rover to the administrative hall. After standing in line for half an hour, he finally obtained his business license. On his way back to the clinic, he made a stop at the bank, depositing 300,000 into the account of the Sunshine Orphanage. After the passing of the revered Taoist, Chen Haoyu spent 2 years at the orphanage. It wasn't until he turned 18 that he ventured out to seek employment. The orphanage housed over 30 children, and the meager funds donated by society and the government were barely sufficient for their daily sustenance. Chen Haoyu aspired to earn money to provide a better life for those little ones. Unfortunately, earning money proved to be a formidable challenge. Lacking formal education and capital, he possessed only rudimentary skills in martial arts, fortune-telling, and medicine, rendering him essentially without expertise. In desperation, Chen Haoyu resorted to undertaking menial jobs devoid of technical demands, acting as an extra, working on construction sites, serving as a security guard, delivering food, engaging in sales, and practicing fortune-telling. Over the years, he has held more than 20 different jobs. At one point, he even juggled 3 part-time positions simultaneously. Yet, regardless of the hardships he faced, Chen Haoyu consistently transferred 5,000 yuan each month to the account of the Sunshine Orphanage. Now that he has attained financial stability, he is determined to ensure that Wu Mama and those little ones enjoy a better quality of life. Chapter 18: A Hypnosis. No, it is enchantment. Upon arriving at the clinic, Chen Haoyu received a phone call from Wu's mother. "Xiao Yu, what have you done? How did you acquire so much money?" Wu's mother's voice was tinged with anxiety. Chen Haoyu chuckled, "Mom, I've struck it rich, this 300,000 is merely a trifle. From now on, I will contribute 50,000 to the clinic each month, so you can prepare more delectable dishes for the little ones." Wu's mother insisted, "You need to clarify what you mean. After all this time, what have you been up to? Why is it that every time I call, your phone is off? I went to your place, but you weren't there. I thought you had been taken by the police again." Chen Haoyu's mind raced as he replied, "Mom, I went with a group to the forests of Vietnam to excavate agarwood." "Agarwood? Is that the exceedingly precious wood?" "Yes, we were incredibly fortunate. We unearthed a piece of top-quality agarwood and sold it for over 20 million. My share was 150,000. Is that true? You wouldn't be deceiving me, would you?" "How could I? I just returned to the country yesterday. The first thing I did was spend 30,000 to rent this clinic. Preparing to practice traditional Chinese medicine. I'm in the clinic right now. If you don't believe me, we can do a video call. No need, I trust you. Just remember, you're not a child anymore. It would be best to save your money for a wife instead of constantly thinking about the clinic. We've come a long way compared to before. Rest assured, I won't lack for money in the future. Oh, Mom, I must go. Patients are arriving at the clinic. Once things settle down, I will visit you and the kids. Alright, take care. After hanging up, Chen Haoyu let out a long sigh of relief. Aside from the unwavering Taoist, Wu's mother was the person he feared most. This was not due to any formidable power she possessed, but rather because she genuinely cared for him. Having navigated the complexities of society, Chen Haoyu had long cultivated a resilient heart. The disdain, criticism, and insults from outsiders held no weight in his mind. It was the people who treated him kindly for whom he held the utmost regard. Thus, he always placed immense importance on Wu's mother's words, for in his heart, she was akin to his own mother. Excuse me, young man, are you the doctor at this clinic? A distinguished middle-aged man, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and exuding an air of sophistication, entered and inquired. Chen Haoyu nodded, yes. The man continued. I noticed on the notice outside that you specialize in treating difficult ailments, with a registration fee set at 3,000. I am quite curious to know who the medical expert here is. Chen Haoyu was momentarily taken aback and responded, this clinic is mine. And I am the only physician here. Hearing this, the middle-aged man appeared greatly disappointed and said, I apologize for the intrusion. Wait. Chen Haoyu glanced at the BMW parked outside and said casually, Sir, you must have just come from Kongan Hospital, correct? If those so-called experts could resolve your issues, you likely wouldn't have stepped foot in my clinic, would you? The middle-aged man replied, you are absolutely correct. Chen Haoyu remarked. Isn't it a pity to forfeit an opportunity that might resolve the issue simply because of my youth? The middle-aged man fell silent for a moment before responding. The girl is 15, suffering from severe depression. Without hesitation, Chen Haoyu replied, bring the child in. The middle-aged man, taken aback, inquired, can you truly heal her? Chen Haoyu stated, a physician does not close the door to their patients. If you trust me, come in, if not, you may leave. The man sensed an extraordinary eloquence in the young man, accompanied by an air of composure and confidence typically found among the elite, igniting a flicker of hope within him. Please wait a moment. The man promptly exited. Shortly thereafter, he returned with an elegant middle-aged woman and a beautiful girl in her teens. The girl's complexion was poor. Her eyes red-rimmed, and her face pale, clearly indicating a prolonged lack of rest. It was evident that these two were his wife and daughter. Upon seeing Chen Haoyu, the middle-aged woman furrowed her brows, a hint of disappointment flickering in her eyes. Chen Haoyu inquired about the situation. It turned out that the couple's names were Yi Ziyuan and Wang Jing. They were college classmates who married after graduation and welcomed their daughter, Yihon, 3 years later. Yi Ziyuan owned 3 5-star hotels in Yanhai, and their life had been quite prosperous. However, half a year ago, their once cheerful and optimistic daughter suddenly became taciturn, with her academic performance plummeting. Since Yihon attended a private school and returned home only once a week, Yi Ziyuan and Wang Jing had not noticed the problem in time. As their daughter's condition worsened, the couple grew anxious and finally took her to the hospital, where she was diagnosed with moderate depression. After 4 months of treatment in the psychiatric department of Kongan Hospital, not only did her condition fail to improve, but it had worsened. With no alternatives left, Yi Ziyuan had to discharge his daughter. Passing by Chen Haoyu's clinic, Wang Jing inadvertently noticed the bold announcement outside, prompting her to urge her husband to seek a consultation, leading to the events that had just transpired. After hearing Yi Ziyuan's account, a glimmer of insight sparkled in Chen Haoyu's eyes as he said, every mental illness has its roots. You mentioned the child suddenly developed depression. Do you know what triggered it? Yi Ziyuan wore a bitter expression as he replied, we had previously asked her, but little Hon did not respond, only weeping incessantly. We then inquired with her teachers and classmates, but there were no reports of bullying or similar issues. For the past 2 months, little Hon has scarcely uttered a word. Wang Jing asked, Dr. Chen, can you heal her? Chen Haoyu rose and said, let us see, to the examination room. Yi Ziyuan and Wang Jing exchanged glances and hurriedly led their daughter to room 1. Chen Haoyu instructed Yi Hon to sit at the edge of the bed, leaning against Wang Jing. Little Hon, look into my eyes, he said. Yi Hon lifted her gaze to Chen Haoyu, momentarily entranced. She felt as though there was a vortex in the depths of his eyes, drawing her very soul in. Chen Haoyu gently said, Shao Hon, you must be tired. Rest for a while. When you awaken, everything will have passed. Yi Ziyuan was astonished to discover that his daughter, who usually struggled to find rest, had indeed closed her eyes and succumbed to slumber upon hearing Chen Haoyu's words. This was hypnosis, he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Previously, due to his daughter's insomnia, he had consulted a psychiatric expert at Onkang Hospital regarding hypnosis. The expert had mentioned that every individual proficient in hypnosis was invariably a master of the mind. And such individuals numbered fewer than 20, primarily serving the affluent. Yi Ziyuan never anticipated that the young man before him possessed the ability to hypnotize, which filled him with boundless hope. Wang Jing's eyes also sparkled with anticipation. Chen Haoyu cast a sidelong glance at Yi Ziyuan and remarked, it is merely a trivial hypnosis. Is it truly necessary to make such a fuss? In reality, this was not hypnosis at all, but rather a technique from the arcane arts known as the soul ensnarement method. In comparison, the two were worlds apart. Yi Ziyuan replied, I apologize. I was just a bit overwhelmed. Chen Haoyu instructed, lay the child flat on the bed, I have questions to pose to her. All right, Wang Jing responded, carefully placing the child upon the bed. Chapter 19, It's just a beast, what is the big deal? Chen Haoyu was about to inquire further when a crucial thought crossed his mind, have you made the payment? Yi Ziyuan paused briefly before responding, I will arrange it immediately. How much is it? Chen Haoyu retrieved his phone, opened the payment code, and said, for the registration and hypnosis fees, let us start with 20,000. Yi Ziyuan promptly scanned the code and transferred 50,000, stating, Dr. Chen, thank you for your assistance. Upon seeing the amount, Chen Haoyu chuckled. You are certainly eager for me to work my magic. Yi Ziyuan sincerely replied, your successful hypnosis has given me hope. Chen Haoyu responded, I cannot guarantee a complete resolution for severe depression, but I am fully confident in significantly alleviating the child's condition, at the very least. We can reduce it from severe to moderate, or even mild. Yi Ziyuan joyfully exclaimed, if that is the case, it would be wonderful. Chen Haoyu instructed, now. Both of you, please step to the back. No matter what I discuss with the child, you must remain silent, understood? They nodded in understanding and retreated behind him. To avoid any external disturbances, Yi Ziyuan even stepped out to close the consultation room door. Chen Haoyu settled next to Yi Hon, gently placing his right index finger on her forehead, and softly inquired, Shao Hon, can you hear me? Yi Hon's eyebrows twitched slightly as she asked, who are you? I am your guardian angel. Really? Are you a night spirit? Yes, I am your night spirit. Seeing her daughter, who had not spoken for 2 months, finally utter words, Wang Jing was overwhelmed with tears, quickly covering her mouth in fear of sobbing aloud. Night spirit, can you take me to paradise? Why? Is the world not good? The world is not good at all. Shao Hon, I am your protector. Please tell me, what person or event has made you feel this way? I can help you. Yi Hon remained silent for a long moment before stating, my English teacher, Kada, is a bad person. With that declaration, both Yi Ziyuan and Wang Jing were struck with shock. Chen Haoyu furrowed his brow and continued, in what way is Kada bad? He often makes me go to his dormitory, takes off my clothes, then photographs me. Chen Haoyu turned to see Yi Ziyuan's eyes ablaze with fury. His fists were clenched tightly, veins prominently bulging, clearly indicating his extreme anger. However, it was to be expected. Any father would struggle to contain his rage upon hearing that his daughter had been molested by a scoundrel. Yi Ziyuan managed to restrain himself, demonstrating remarkable self-control. Giving him a warning glance, Chen Haoyu asked, "Shao Hon, when did this start?" "This February." "How many times has it happened?" "Once a week, sometimes twice." "Why didn't you tell your parents about this?" "He took my pictures and said if I told anyone, he would post them online for everyone to see." "I am filled with trepidation." It's all right now. Shao Han, I am your night spirit. You must trust me. I will certainly assist you in vanquishing this villain." "Thank you, night spirit." After their conversation, Chen Haoyu rose from his seat, guiding the tear-strict couple. Yi Ziyuan and Wang Jing out of the consultation room. "That scoundrel, I want his life," Yi Ziyuan exclaimed, his fist crashing upon the table, his face etched with fury. Chen Haoyu seated himself once more, remarking, "Empty threats are futile. As the saying goes, a heart ailment requires a heart remedy. Until we deal with that wretch, your daughter's depression will linger indefinitely." With gritted teeth, Yi Ziyuan declared, 3 days. "Grant me 3 days, and I shall resolve matters with Kada." To establish 3 5-star hotels in Yanhai, Yi Ziyuan's background must be extraordinary, capable of navigating both legitimate and illicit avenues. For survival in the realm of high-end hospitality is no simple feat. Moreover, Chen Haoyu discerned that Yi Ziyuan possessed some martial prowess. As a single punch had left a small dent in the table. In the era of the immortal Xiaoyao, he would have barely attained the level of a novice disciple in a modest sect. Beside them, Wang Jing tugged gently at Yi Ziyuan's sleeve, seemingly urging him to temper his words. Yi Ziyuan exhaled deeply, saying, "Dr. Chen, I apologize for my earlier outburst." Chen Haoyu waved his hand dismissively, responding, "It is a natural reaction. Were I in your position, I would have dispatched that foreign scoundrel by nightfall." Wang Jing interjected hastily, "Dr. Chen, surely you jest, this is a society governed by law." "Indeed, it is a society governed by law," Chen Haoyu affirmed. "What does a lawful society emphasize?" "Evidence. As long as the police find no evidence, one could commit 100 murders without consequence. Rest assured, I uphold professional ethics and will ensure your confidentiality." "Hey. Merely eliminating a beast, what is the matter in that?" The immortal Xiaoyao harbored a deep-seated aversion to evil and had undoubtedly eliminated countless scoundrels. Had he encountered someone like Kada, the outcome would have surely been a gruesome demise. Chen Haoyu had experienced all that the immortal Xiaoyao had faced in his dreams. Thus he bore no weight on the act of killing. Yi Ziyuan and Wang Jing exchanged glances, both revealing expressions of astonishment. This young doctor seemed far from ordinary. However, upon reflection, it made sense. Or how could a master of hypnosis be anything less than extraordinary? Wang Jing inquired, "Dr. Chen, if that beast receives the punishment he deserves, will my daughter recover?" "Of course not. I have 2 treatment plans, one is more aggressive, while the other is more conservative. The former requires a greater financial investment but saves time, it would take about a month. The latter is somewhat less expensive but would require at least a year." "Will both be effective?" "As long as you assist in eliminating the root of your child's affliction, I am confident I can reduce her severe depression to mild. As for complete recovery, it depends on the child's resilience. I can guarantee a maximum of 70% efficacy." "Dr. Chen, could you elaborate on these 2 treatment plans?" Chen Haoyu hesitated briefly, then stated, "Before discussing the treatment plans, I have a question for you. Do you believe in Taoism?" Yi Ziyuan and Wang Jing exchanged a glance, nodding in unison, and said, "We believe." Chen Haoyu responded, "That makes things easier. The radical treatment involves my crafting a heart-purifying talisman, which will significantly aid Xiaohan in dispelling her inner turmoil, restlessness, anxiety, and other negative emotions. Subsequently, she would visit me weekly. during which I would recite the heart-purifying incantation for her. The entire process would conclude within a maximum of 4 weeks. In contrast, the conservative treatment entails reciting the heart-purifying incantation weekly, gradually alleviating those negative emotions, which would require approximately a year. Chapter 20, The Heart-Purifying Talisman. The Heart-Purifying Talisman. The heart-purifying incantation. Had it not been for Chen Haoyu's undeniable prowess as a physician, the couple might have suspected they were being duped. Yi Ziyuan, astonished, inquired, Dr. Chen. Are you certain you are not jesting? Chen Haoyu had anticipated their incredulous expressions. To speak candidly, he replied, I do not possess any skills in hypnosis. That practice is a Western import, hardly worthy of high regard. What I employed earlier was the mesmerism of the mystical arts, far surpassing hypnosis in efficacy. As for the heart-purifying talisman and incantation, they are indeed genuine. This couple, proprietors of a 5-star hotel, enjoyed extensive connections and acquaintances, most of whom were affluent and influential. Chen Haoyu disclosed these esoteric techniques solely to thoroughly impress them, with a simple aim to elevate the reputation of his clinic. Yi Ziyuan suddenly comprehended, exclaiming, No wonder Shao Hon fell asleep while you were still able to pose questions. It seems there truly exists such wondrous magic in the world. My dear, let us opt for the radical treatment. Wang Jing nodded in agreement. All right. Chen Haoyu smiled, stating, the heart-purifying talisman is priced at 200,000. While each session of the heart-purifying incantation is 5,000. Yi Ziyuan replied, no problem. In comparison to the over $1 million spent at the psychiatric department of Kong'an Hospital, this 200,000 was indeed a trivial sum. Upon receiving the payment, Chen Haoyu retrieved the heart-purifying talisman he had drawn the previous day from his drawer. Let us commence the treatment now. Wang Jing inquired, may we observe? Chen Haoyu chuckled, of course. The application of the heart-purifying talisman is a swift process. Returning to the consultation room, Chen Haoyu approached the sick room and firmly affixed the talisman to the child's forehead. In truth, the talisman could activate on its own when confronted with malevolent forces. Yet, to achieve the most stunning visual effect, Chen Haoyu deliberately infused the talisman with his mystical energy. In an instant, the heart-purifying talisman radiated a shimmering light, flowing into the child's mind like a delicate stream. My heavens! The couple, Yi Ziyuan and Wang Jing, were profoundly astonished, their faces displaying disbelief. They realized they had encountered a true master of the mystical arts. The brilliance flickered for nearly a minute before gradually dimming. Yi Hon seemed to sense something, a faint smile gracing her small face. Chen Haoyu softly remarked, the child has not slept well for an extended period, leading to extreme fatigue. I have induced a deep slumber, akin to replenishing her lost vitality. It would be best for you to allow her to awaken naturally. Yi Ziyuan, filled with excitement, responded, understood, Dr. Chen. Your kindness is greatly appreciated. Should you ever face any challenges, my wife and I will surely offer our full support. Chen Haoyu smiled, there is no need for such formality. You have compensated me, and I have provided treatment, we are even. By the way, please refrain from sharing the method I used, it falls under superstitious practices, and if it becomes widely known, I may find myself in trouble. Yi Ziyuan nodded, understood. Chen Haoyu remarked, furthermore, ensure that the garbage is disposed of promptly, then subtly inform Yi Hon. Once the root of the illness is eradicated, coupled with the efficacy of the heart purification mantra, the likelihood of Yi Hon's complete recovery will significantly increase. A cold glimmer flashed in Yi Ziyuan's eyes. I will take care of it. Chen Haoyu then prescribed a remedy to invigorate the mind, instructing Wang Jing to prepare it for the child each evening. The Yi couple expressed their profound gratitude and exchanged contact information with Chen Haoyu. As they departed, Yi Ziyuan gifted him a diamond card for the brilliant hotel, stating that the holder of this card could enjoy the establishment's highest level of service. Meanwhile, Qing Guangyao arrived at Su Yuyao's doorstep bearing gifts, and rang the doorbell. Who is it? Dr. Su, hello, I am Qing Guangyao. With a click, Su Yuyao opened the door, her expression one of surprise. "Old Cheng, what brings you here? Please. Come in." Cheng Guangyao stepped into the living room, placing the gifts on the coffee table. After surveying the surroundings, he inquired, "Dr. Su, is Dr. Chen not at home?" Su Yuyao replied, "He should be at the clinic now." "Old Cheng, do you need to see him for something?" Cheng Guangyao explained, "I am here to express my gratitude." Su Yuyao, perceptive as ever, immediately connected the dots regarding Cheng Qinghe, saying, "Is it because of the talisman that Dr. Chen provided?" Cheng Guangyao sighed, "Last night Qinghe sneaked out to race cars. On the way back, he collided with an out-of-control van. A friend who was in the same vehicle perished on the spot, while Qinghe narrowly escaped with his life." Su Yuyao countered, "But that does not definitively prove the talisman's effectiveness, does it?" Cheng Guangyao produced the half-band talisman, stating, "Qinghe said that at the moment of the incident, he saw the talisman's light. After arriving at the hospital, it ended up like this." Su Yuyao picked up the talisman, examining it closely, murmuring, "Could it be that he truly possesses the ability to draw talismans? How is that possible?" Cheng Guangyao continued, "Dr. Su. Dr. Chen is a genuine master of the metaphysical arts. I, in my old age, have mistakenly misjudged him, which is truly regrettable. My purpose in coming here today is twofold: to apologize and to express my gratitude, as well as to request another talisman." Su Yuyao set the talisman down, saying, "Old Cheng, Dr. Chen's clinic is not far from this community. If you wish to see him, I can accompany you." Cheng Guangyao responded joyfully, "That would be most helpful." 10 minutes later, the two arrived at Shen Haoyu's clinic. Upon seeing the notice outside, Cheng Guangyao remarked, "Indeed, extraordinary individuals engage in extraordinary matters." Su Yuyao wore an odd expression, softly commenting, "I truly admire this old fox." Pushing open the clinic door, they found Shen Haoyu seated in a rocking chair, engrossed in a book. For reasons unknown, Su Yuyao felt a surge of irritation upon seeing Chen Haoyu's seemingly indifferent demeanor and exclaimed, "Chen Haoyu, how dare you charge a registration fee of 3,000 yuan? Aren't you afraid of the health department inspecting you?" Chen Haoyu rose from the rocking chair and replied, "There are hundreds of traditional Chinese medicine clinics in Yanhai. If I do not engage in some unique practices, who would come to seek treatment from me?" Su Yuyao inquired, "Will there be any patients today?" Chen Haoyu, with a playful smile, extended a finger and replied, "To your disappointment, indeed there is one. I sold him a Qingxin talisman and made over 200,000. Su Yuyao pursed her lips and remarked, "What a cunning merchant." Chen Haoyu replied, "If I were a cunning merchant, I doubt either of you would seek me out." Cheng Guangyao interjected, "Dr. Chen, I apologize for my rudeness last night." Chen Haoyu waved his hand dismissively, saying, "You paid me, and in return, I ensured your grandson's safety. We are even now." Su Yuyao, taken aback, asked, "Do you know what happened to Cheng Shao?" Chen Haoyu clicked his tongue and responded, "Of course. He must have snuck out for a race last night and was involved in a car accident on his way home, resulting in 1 dead and 2 injured. Am I correct?" Chapter 21, Cheng Guangyao's astonishment. Cheng Guangyao was utterly astounded by Chen Haoyu's prowess and inquired, "Dr. Chen, did you deduce all of this? Does it truly matter?" Chen Haoyu retorted, then continued, "What holds significance is whether your cherished grandson can learn from this ordeal. If he fails to remember, not even 100 talismans will safeguard his life." Cheng Guangyao nodded in agreement and said, "You speak wisely. Dr. Chen, I wish to procure a talisman from you." Chen Haoyu regarded him intently and replied, "Talisman efficacy is time-limited, lasting at most for half a month. After that, it will become ineffective." Taken aback, Cheng Guangyao asked, "Is there a talisman with a longer duration?" Chen Haoyu explained, "The talisman with an extended duration is the jade talisman. The higher the quality of the jade, the more abundant its spiritual energy, thus prolonging its efficacy, though it shall not exceed 2 years. The most exceptional is the protective magical artifact, which can endure for decades." Unfortunately, the conditions for its formation are exceedingly stringent, making it a rarity. Su Yuyao interjected. Are you implying that the artifacts sold by those masters in tourist areas are mere fabrications? Chen Haoyu chuckled and replied. The significance of a magical artifact to a practitioner is akin to that of the Rui Jingu Bang to San Wukong. Do you believe San Wukong would sell his treasured stuff for a mere few hundred or thousand yuan? What an absurd notion. As for those so-called masters in tourist areas, you may ponder whether they are masters of deceit or true practitioners. Chen Guangyao sighed. Indeed, hearing your words is worth more than a decade of study. Mr. Chen, are you capable of crafting a top-tier jade talisman? Chen Haoyu chuckled. Old Cheng, you might as well relinquish that ambition. Only a grandmaster of the highest order can produce a top-tier jade talisman, and in the past 1,000 years, there have been but 2 or 3 dozen such individuals. Moreover, even if a figure like Zhang Sanfeng or Zhang Daoling truly existed and crafted such a talisman, do you believe you could afford it? Such items are life-preserving. Once available on the market, even with a mere 2-year efficacy, the price would not fall below $100 million. In truth, Chen Haoyu, possessing the legacy of the celestial being, could create a top-tier jade talisman if he were to expend his spiritual energy. However, 3 challenges arose. Firstly, high-quality jade filled with spiritual energy is exceedingly rare. Secondly, crafting it would deplete Chen Haoyu's vitality significantly, requiring at least 6 months for recovery. Thirdly, the rarity of such a talisman poses risks not only to himself but also to the talisman's possessor should its existence become widely known. It would be far more prudent to utilize inferior jade, crafting multiple talismans for a greater cost-effectiveness. Upon hearing Chen Haoyu's words, Chen Guangyao nodded, acknowledging, you are correct. I have been overly greedy. Chen Haoyu responded, Old Cheng, whether talismans or magical artifacts, each has its limitations. For instance, the talisman from last night would not withstand blades or blunt objects. A stab to a vital area, even with a 10-fold enhancement of the talisman's efficacy, would still be fatal. Thus, the key to peace and joy lies in the person themselves. Chen Guangyao sighed, a wry smile gracing his lips. I am well aware of this principle. Regrettably, I must admit my excessive indulgence towards Qinghe has fostered his current unruly disposition. I hope that this lesson will temper his behavior. Chen Haoyu remarked with a smile, you might as well send him to the military for 2 years of training. Chen Guangyao's eyes lit up at the suggestion. That's indeed a splendid idea. The military serves as a great crucible. Anyone who enters can be molded, no matter how arrogant or domineering they may be. After Chen Guangyao departed, Su Yuyao said, you truly are quite mischievous to have suggested such a dreadful idea to Elder Cheng. If Chen Qinghe were to find out, he would surely confront you. Chen Haoyu raised an eyebrow and replied smugly, that lad spoke disrespectfully to me last night. I merely offered him a lesson. Su Yuyao remarked, you are rather petty. Chen Haoyu scoffed, if I were petty, Chen Qinghe would have met a far worse fate by now. Su Yuyao inquired, did you genuinely foresee that Chen Qinghe would encounter misfortune? Chen Haoyu shrugged, the space between his eyebrows has darkened ominously. If I couldn't perceive that, I would be woefully incompetent. Su Yuyao then asked, what method did you employ to save Elder Cheng last night? Chen Haoyu, with a glint of amusement, replied, have you been eager to ask me this all along? Su Yuyao furrowed her brow slightly, you may choose to divulge it or not. Chen Haoyu stated, it's getting late. If you treat me to a fine meal, I shall share this method with you. Without hesitation, Su Yuyao agreed, it's a deal. After closing the clinic's door, Su Yuyao drove Chen Haoyu to a Western restaurant. Upon glancing at the menu, Chen Haoyu exclaimed, goodness, it's all in English. How absurd to have such a menu on the land of Xia. He set down the menu, visibly irked. As he had never graduated from elementary school and was utterly ignorant of English, Su Yuyao appreciated Chen Haoyu's candor and offered, let me translate for you. Chen Haoyu waved his hand dismissively, no need. Just double the order you place for yourself. By the way, if there's steak, I want it well done. All right, understood. Su Yuyao replied, communicating fluently in English with the nearby waiter. After the waiter noted the order, he nodded in acknowledgement while casting a disdainful glance at Chen Haoyu, which incensed him further. Shortly thereafter, the table was laden with pizza, steak, foie gras, caviar, vegetable salad, and juice. Su Yuyao remarked, "I didn't order 2 servings for you, only the pizza is a separate order to ensure you don't leave hungry." As Chen Haoyu picked up his knife and fork, cutting into the steak, he said, "Although I am not particularly fond of your presumptuousness, I still owe you my gratitude." Su Yuyao replied coolly, "Should I then express my thanks for your magnanimity?" Chen Haoyu responded, "No need for formality. A beautiful woman deserves special treatment." With that, he placed the freshly cut steak before Su Yuyao. Su Yuyao glanced at the steak that Chen Haoyu had sliced and remarked, "Do you often indulge in steak? You seem quite proficient." Chen Haoyu picked up her portion of steak and began to cut it again. "To be honest, this is my first time dining in a Western restaurant. In the past, I was so impoverished that merely satisfying my hunger sufficed. I could hardly afford to come here. As for cutting steak, it is trivial for someone like me who has butchered dozens of cattle." Su Yuyao, taken aback, inquired, "You have truly slaughtered cattle?" Chen Haoyu replied with a sense of pride, "Of course. I've had numerous jobs, and a slaughterhouse is merely one among many." Su Yuyao commented, "You are indeed quite versatile." Just then, a gentle voice floated from behind Chen Haoyu. "Yuga, is that really you?" He jolted slightly and turned to see a beautiful girl in a white dress standing there, accompanied by a handsome young man. Chapter 22, Chen Haoyu's First Love. Qian. "It's been a while. How have you been?" Chen Haoyu stood up, greeting her with a smile. "How formal." Su Yuyao, observing Chen Haoyu's demeanor, felt intrigued. She sensed that there was a special bond between Chen Haoyu and this beautiful girl, otherwise, he would not have exhibited such behavior. Su Yuyao's intuition was not misplaced. The girl was named Zhong Qian, a former student of Yanhai University. When Chen Haoyu was delivering food, he had helped her evade the harassment of some thugs. Subsequently, their relationship blossomed. One was an academic high achiever, while the other had barely completed middle school. The outcome was predictable. "I'm doing well," Zhong Qian replied. The handsome man beside her sensed something amiss and promptly asked, "Qian, who is this gentleman? I've never heard you mention him before." Chen Haoyu extended his hand and inquired, "I am Chen Haoyu. Are you Zhong Qian's boyfriend?" The handsome man shook his hand and responded, "Shang Ming, Zhong Qian's fiancé. We are getting married next week." Chen Haoyu chuckled, "Congratulations, then." Zhong Qian turned to Su Yuyao and remarked, "This sister is very beautiful. Yugu, is she your girlfriend?" "Oh, she." Chen Haoyu was about to explain when Su Yuyao stood up and declared, "I am Yu Haoyu's girlfriend, Su Yuyao." A fleeting shadow crossed Zhong Qian's eyes as she said, "Miss Su, hello." Su Yuyao suggested, "Since we are all acquainted, why not have a meal together?" Zhong Qian shook her head, "No, we just finished eating." "Yugu." "Miss Su, goodbye." Chen Haoyu gazed at her deeply, saying, "Goodbye." After Zhang Ming and Zhong Qian departed, Su Yuyao looked at Chen Haoyu, who was engrossed in his meal, with keen interest. Chen Haoyu, sensing her gaze, looked up and asked, "Why are you staring at me like that?" Gracefully lifting her juice, Su Yuyao replied, "What do you think?" Chen Haoyu rolled his eyes and bluntly stated, "Qian was my first love. We dated for 6 months and got along harmoniously. Unfortunately, the disparity in our family backgrounds led to an inevitable end." "Was that detailed enough for you?" Su Yuyao nodded, saying, "You have good taste. I can tell she is a very innocent and kind girl." Chen Haoyu responded with pride, "Of course. I rarely misjudge people." Su Yuyao remarked, "You now give me the impression that you have completely moved on." Chen Haoyu laughed, "Your looks, figure, and demeanor surpass those of Qian. With a girlfriend like you, who would linger on past relationships?" Su Yuyao retorted, somewhat irritated, "Chen Haoyu, I was just trying to help you, you know." Chen Haoyu shrugged, consider us even. Su Yuyao huffed, your words are quite relentless. No wonder Jiang Qian left you. As soon as she spoke, a wave of regret washed over her. And she quickly glanced at Chen Haoyu. A hint of melancholy flickered in Chen Haoyu's eyes as he sighed, you are right. Someone like me should never seek a girlfriend. Su Yuyao hurriedly clarified, Chen Haoyu, that's not what I meant. In truth, you are exceptionally talented, surpassing the vast majority of your peers. Chen Haoyu gazed at Su Yuyao and inquired, do you truly believe that? Su Yuyao nodded affirmatively, replying, indeed. A radiant smile illuminated Chen Haoyu's face as he remarked, I share that sentiment. How about considering me as your genuine boyfriend? Su Yuyao was momentarily taken aback, quickly realizing she had fallen into his trap. I was mistaken. I should not have offered comfort to someone as heartless as you. Chen Haoyu chuckled lightly, saying, throughout my life, I have encountered countless setbacks and tribulations. And I have long since attained a state of mind unperturbed by worldly affairs. A mere heartbreak cannot possibly sway my resolve. Su Yuyao fixed her piercing gaze upon Chen Haoyu, asserting, your smile is disingenuous. Chen Haoyu took a hearty bite of pizza and calmly replied, that is certainly preferable to weeping. At that moment, Su Yuyao felt an overwhelming desire to delve into Chen Haoyu's past. Witty, vivacious, multifaceted, and enigmatic, these descriptors could easily apply to him. Yet, she could keenly sense that this was not the true essence of Chen Haoyu. Beneath that smile, there must be other layers concealed. For the first time in many years, Su Yuyao found herself deeply intrigued by a man. After their meal, the two exited the restaurant. Su Yuyao asked, now, can you explain how you cured Elder Cheng? Chen Haoyu had already prepared his response, Qigong. Su Yuyao, slightly annoyed, retorted, Chen Haoyu. If you don't wish to speak, then so be it. Spare me the talk of Qigong. It is indeed true. I possess some knowledge of Taoist Qigong. By stimulating Elder Cheng's heart with it, one can achieve a defibrillating effect. Did you also employ Qigong to revive Elder Dong in the hospital? Clever. Can I learn it? Of course. I shall teach you when we return home tonight. The master of carefree ways is well versed in martial arts from around the world and knows numerous Taoist methods of cultivating qi, yet few can successfully practice them. Even if one were to succeed, it would merely serve to nourish the internal organs and enhance physical vitality, entirely distinct from the true qi depicted in martial arts novels. And it is impossible to transfer one's internal energy to another. Chen Haoyu was certain that Su Yuyao could never master it, hence he falsely claimed it was Qigong. Aren't you heading back now? Not yet, I intend to go shopping for clothes. Since I have nothing better to do, I shall accompany you as your advisor. Forget it. I have no desire to join you. Why not? You are too beautiful. I fear that those lecherous men would take issue with me and conspire to assault me. Nonsense. Come along, I will take you to the mall. Perhaps the greatest dread for men worldwide is the prospect of accompanying women on shopping excursions. Once a woman who would tire easily after just a few steps enters a mall, she can traverse the entire day in high heels without feeling fatigued. Su Yuyao, the aloof beauty, was no exception. It seems she has taken Chen Haoyu as her personal model, leading him through over 10 clothing stores and trying on more than 30 outfits, nearly driving him to madness. Miss Su, I have enough clothes, thank you, Chen Haoyu said, his hands laden with more than 10 bags. There is an upscale boutique over there, with quite exquisite designs, shall we take a look? He lamented his status as a penniless individual, one who typically had no need to appear in high-end venues, and thus had no requirement for such fine attire. Would you accompany me in my shopping? If you agree, this will be the last store, and I shall cover the cost of your clothes. Upon hearing this, Su Yuyuan's face illuminated with a radiant smile as she replied, then thank you, Mr. Chen. Suddenly, Chen Haoyu felt a sense of impending trouble. Why had he just agreed to buy her clothes? Surely, this woman could not be leading him into a trap. Chapter 23. She possesses that somewhat unclean virus. As Chen Haoyu entered the store, he casually glanced at the price tags on several garments and was utterly astonished. Goodness! A single dress costs over 3,000. Is this a clothing store or mere daylight robbery? Mr. Chen, you can always change your mind, Su Yuao smiled, waving a purple long dress in her hand. Chen Haoyu patted his chest and replied, it's just a few tens of thousands of yuan, but trivial matter. Feel free to purchase. Su Yuao responded, then I shall not hold back. Without hesitation, she selected 7 or 8 pieces and stepped into the fitting room. After a short while, she emerged wearing a V-neck purple long dress. Wow, stunning! Exclaimed a female attendant, covering her mouth in awe. Chen Haoyu too was taken aback by her beauty. If Su Yuao had previously exuded an air of aloofness, this purple gown bestowed upon her an aura of dignity and elegance. Why must a woman be so breathtaking? What do you think? Su Yuao inquired. Chen Haoyu gave her a thumbs up, saying, Su Yuao, you might have chosen the wrong profession. You ought to be a star or a model, not wielding a scalpel. Su Yuao chuckled, are you flattering me? Chen Haoyu replied, to quote a line from a film, even in the eyes of an enemy, you are a vision of beauty, surpassing even the renowned Shisha. The attendant chimed in, Miss, your boyfriend speaks the truth. I am unaware of how beautiful Shisha was, but no matter her beauty, it surely pales in comparison to yours. Su Yuao thanked her, I will go try on other clothes. What defines a true beauty? Chen Haoyu had not fully comprehended until he beheld Su Yuao. It became clear that regardless of the style or color of the garment, when donned by her, it radiated breathtaking beauty. It is not the person who accentuates the clothing, but rather the clothing that enhances the individual. Su Yuao reveled in the astonished gaze of Chen Haoyu, as it brought her immense satisfaction. Su Yuao. A melodious voice called from behind. Turning around, she saw a strikingly attractive woman in her 20s. However, this beauty paled in comparison to Su Yuao. Most distastefully, she was clinging to the arm of a middle-aged man, greasy and in his 40s. This man, with a protruding belly akin to that of a pregnant woman, leered at Su Yuao with small, lecherous eyes, resembling a lascivious swine. Upon seeing the woman and her corpulent companion, Su Yuao's good mood vanished without a trace. Hon Suelan, long time no see, Su Yuao said coolly. Hon Suelan was Su Yuao's university classmate, yet their relationship was fraught with animosity. Throughout 4 years of university, Su Yuao was universally acknowledged as the epitome of beauty and talent, inciting deep jealousy in the self-important Hon Suelan, particularly as the campus heartthrob, whom she fancied, not only ignored her but pursued Su Yuao for 4 years, driving Hon Suelan to the brink of madness with envy. Su Yuao possesses a tranquil demeanor, eschewing social interactions, and thus refrains from engaging in any superficial exchanges with Hon Suelan. Consequently, their relationship has remained exceedingly strained. Is this your boyfriend, Su Yuao? Hon Suelan scrutinized Chen Haoyu, particularly noting his attire and the garment bag in his hand, all of which were items costing no more than 500 yuan, her eyes flickering with disdain. Su Yuao cast a glance at Chen Haoyu, neither affirming nor denying, simply stating, his name is Chen Haoyu. Hon Suelan extended her hand to Chen Haoyu, introducing herself, hello. Chen Haoyu. I am Hon Suelan, Su Yuao's university classmate, and this is my husband, Zhang Kuan, the president of Ruifeng Building. Chen Haoyu's expression shifted, stepping back as if to evade a venomous snake, and remarked, greetings. The thought of shaking hands with a woman bearing a history of venereal disease was distasteful to him. Hon Suelan frowned slightly, retracting her hand in irritation. Observing his wife's discomfort, Zhang Kuan, visibly displeased, remarked, so, you are Chen Haoyu. You don't seem very gentlemanly. Chen Haoyu gestured toward Su Yuao, explaining, she is quite strict and possesses a bit of a cleanliness obsession, forbidding me from getting too close to women of dubious character. Upon hearing this, the subtle smile graced Su Yuao's lips. Despite his numerous flaws, he certainly had a knack for standing his ground. Hon Suelan retorted angrily. Who are you insinuating is of dubious character? Chen Haoyu replied, I apologize for my choice of words. Primarily, we are unfamiliar with each other. And it is best not to stand too close, lest Yao become suspicious. Zhang Quan scoffed, a mere pauper clad in garments worth a few hundred yuan. And yet he pretends to be someone important. Chen Haoyu responded, indeed, I may be somewhat impoverished, but I maintain a sense of cleanliness. Su Yuyao nearly erupted in laughter. While a nearby waitress hastily lowered her head, biting her lip to stifle her amusement, lest she offend the patrons. Zhang Quan trembled with rage. Pointing at Chen Haoyu and exclaiming, who the hell are you calling unclean? Chen Haoyu quickly waved his hand, clarifying, Mr. Zhang, please do not misunderstand. That was not my intention. Hon Suelan coldly interjected, Mr. Chen, by your demeanor, it appears you idolize Su Yuyao. It seems she has not shared some of her university escapades with you. Chen Haoyu, intrigued, glanced at the icy expression of Su Yuyao and inquired, what do you mean? Hon Suelan retorted, allow me to enlighten you, your so-called goddess once engaged in a romantic affair with a rural junior during her third year, shocking the entire university. She is far from pure. Su Yuyao replied icily, Hon Suelan, it is one thing to be sullied yourself, but to project your filth onto others is utterly shameless. Hon Suelan countered, what is done is done. Are you afraid of what others might say? Chen Haoyu chuckled and said, I thought it was something significant. So what if it was a first love? I have one too. Miss Hon, may I inquire about your relationship with Mr. Zhang? Hon Suelan proudly declared. He is my husband. Chen Haoyu was taken aback and inquired with astonishment, you are married. Hon Suelan gently caressed her abdomen and replied, I am pregnant. We shall wed next month. A flicker of uncertainty crossed Zhang Quan's gaze as he said, all right, Suelan, choose a dress. There is nothing more to discuss with this impoverished fellow. Chen Haoyu touched his nose and advised, Miss Hon, I strongly recommend that you verify whether Mr. Zhang is divorced. Mr. Zhang, I suggest you take Miss Hon to a hospital for a health check. It is not merely to confirm the presence of a child, but more crucially, to ascertain whether there are any undesirable viruses. Zhang Quan was still pondering the implications of Chen Haoyu's words when Hon Suelan comprehended fully. She pointed an accusatory finger at Chen Haoyu and vehemently declared, how dare you cast such slander upon me? I shall sue you for defamation. Chen Haoyu stepped back, pulling Su Yuyao with him, and hastily responded, Miss Hon, please do not act impulsively. You are likely in the early stages, it is quite treatable. Su Yuyao, bewildered, asked, what is wrong with her? To which Chen Haoyu replied, syphilis. Chapter 24, Su Yuyao's first love with a sudden noise. The two attendants in the clothing store promptly distanced themselves from Hon Suelan by 5 meters. Zhang Quan's expression shifted dramatically as he discreetly moved 3 steps to the left. Hon Suelan, nearly beside herself with rage, exclaimed, Chen Haoyu, I shall sue you for defaming my character. Darling, why are you standing so far away? Do you truly believe what he says? Zhang Quan hastily responded, of course, I do not believe him. However, it is prudent to exercise caution. Chen Haoyu cast a penetrating glance at Zhang Quan and interjected, you two are quite amusing. One pretends to be pregnant while juggling several men, one of whom is a foreigner with the unfortunate affliction of syphilis. The other feigns divorce, surrounded by numerous mistresses, yet dares not leave his formidable wife at home. I advise both of you to tread carefully, otherwise, the consequences could be dire. Upon hearing Chen Haoyu's words, the nearby attendants and several customers regarded them with bemusement. Zhang Quan, feeling humiliated, seethed with anger, you are speaking nonsense. Suddenly, Chen Haoyu shouted, your wife is coming. Where? Zhang Quan, startled, quickly sought refuge behind a rack of clothes. Chen Haoyu chuckled, I was merely teasing, I do not know your wife at all. Laughter erupted among the crowd. Hon Suelan, exasperated, stamped her foot and turned to leave. You will pay for this. Zhang Quan uttered a threatening remark before hastening after her. Chen Haoyu called out, Mr. Zhang. Be wary of syphilis, do not let it afflict you, or your wife may very well boil you alive. Upon hearing this, Zhang Quan's pace noticeably slowed. Chen Haoyu laughed heartily, what a pair of fools. Su Yuyo remarked, you seem to deceive without ever drafting a plan. How could you presume I am deceiving? Is it possible Hon Tsuelon truly has syphilis? Indeed, she does. Otherwise, why would I keep my distance from her? How did you discern that? In traditional Chinese medicine, observation, listening, inquiry, and palpation are key. Some individuals can be assessed with a mere glance to determine their health. Furthermore, your female classmate exhibits the signs of a typical bad luck appearance. And not just one. Engaging with so many men acquiring syphilis is rather commonplace. Is it serious? Not particularly. It is merely in its initial stage. If she heeds my advice and visits a hospital, it can be easily resolved. Then she ought to express her gratitude toward you. Let it be. That woman harbors ill intentions, and I wish to have no entanglement with her. You would do well to keep your distance as well. I understand. At that moment, a female attendant approached, inquiring, Madam, would you like to continue trying on clothes? Su Yuya replied, no need, I will take that purple dress. The attendant smirked slightly and said to Chen Haoyu, Sir, I believe those clothes would look divine on your girlfriend. Would you like to purchase a few more for her? Chen Haoyu chuckled, you certainly have a way with words. All right, please wrap up all the clothes she tried on. Su Yuyao nudged him and said, are you out of your mind? With so many clothes, how could I possibly wear them all? Chen Haoyu, understanding her subtle hints regarding financial concerns, chuckled. Consider it my gratitude for your hospitality. With that, he followed the female attendant to the counter. Su Yuyao bit her lip and murmured, what a ridiculous pursuit of vanity. Had I known, I would not have tried on so many outfits. The total for the 7 garments amounted to 26,000 yuan, which, in comparison to high-end designer brands, was quite reasonable. On their way home, Chen Hao laughed, what a coincidence. I ran into my first love, and you met a classmate today. Su Yuyao scoffed. If you wish to inquire about my first love, you needn't beat around the bush. Chen Haoyu gave a thumbs up, clever. I am curious. Why did you break up with him? Su Yuyao replied, he broke up with me. Chen Haoyu smirked, if you don't want to discuss it, then so be it. Su Yuyao glanced at him, you don't believe me. Chen Haoyu remarked, with your captivating beauty, how could any man willingly let you go? It's hard to fathom unless he were blind. Su Yuyao spoke calmly, he was from a rural background, quite handsome with a charming demeanor. Through sheer determination, he gained admission to Yendo Medical College. However, during our relationship, I discovered he was involved with a wealthy woman. Upon further investigation, I learned that his tuition and living expenses were funded by her. Therefore, I returned all his gifts and ended our relationship. After listening to Su Yuyao's account, Chen Haoyu simply responded with an "oh," without offering any further comment. Su Yuyao had expected him to condemn that man, to stand up for her as others would. To her surprise, he remained silent, which left her slightly astonished. What is your perspective on my first love? She asked. Chen Haoyu sighed, a desperate act. Su Yuyao probed. What do you mean? A glint of wisdom flashed in Chen Haoyu's eyes as he explained, your ex-boyfriend must have come from a poor family and encountered insurmountable challenges, which compelled him to turn to that wealthy woman. Su Yuyao's expression shifted, why do you think so? Chen Haoyu elaborated, a rural lad who, through hard work, gains admission to Yendo Medical College indicates a resilient character with strong principles. The only plausible reason for him to willingly become a kept man is the necessity for a substantial sum of money likely to assist a deeply cherished family member. If it were merely for himself, I believe he would not have resorted to such measures. Su Yuyao gazed at Chen Haoyu, who was leaning against the passenger seat, incredulously asking, did you deduce this, or is it mere speculation? What Chen Haoyu had just articulated aligned perfectly with the reality of the situation. After the breakup, Su Yuyao learned that his mother was gravely ill and required surgery, the cost of which exceeded 1 million yuan. For a university student who relied on diligent work to cover tuition fees, this amount was astronomical. In a state of helplessness, he reluctantly resorted to selling himself to a wealthy woman. Chen Haoyu chuckled, stating, "Is there really a need to calculate? Anyone who has faced a similar agonizing choice can empathize with the desperation he felt back then." Su Yuyao remained silent for a long while before asking, "If it were you, would you do the same?" Without hesitation, Chen Haoyu replied, "No, why wouldn't he?" Su Yuyao retorted coolly, "But if you don't, your loved ones will perish." Chen Haoyu smiled and said, "I would resort to stealing money first, ensuring their rescue before anything else. A man must uphold his dignity. I would never become someone else's kept man." Su Yuyao inquired, "But what if you get caught?" With a self-satisfied grin, Chen Haoyu responded, "Well, by then the money would have been spent and the surgery completed. If I were caught, I'd simply serve my time. I'm quite familiar with detention centers. Being incarcerated is not much different from being at home, and the best part is that I would enjoy free food and lodging there, ha ha ha." Chapter 25. The generous gift from Cheng Lao. Su Yuyao was not amused by Chen Haoyu's jest. She seemed to perceive the underlying sense of helplessness conveyed through his humorous remarks. After spending 2 days together, Su Yuyao had garnered a profound understanding of Chen Haoyu's character. Despite his sharp tongue, his moral integrity was commendable. Yet, she couldn't shake the feeling that he was veiled in a thin mist, obscuring his true self from view. To label him as intelligent would be an understatement, for at times he displayed a remarkable foolishness. He was willing to undertake any endeavor for profit. Conversely, when one considered him foolish, he could exhibit an incredible astuteness, even wisdom, demonstrating a depth of insight in his perceptions. Take, for instance, Su Yuyao's first love. Those aware of the situation invariably condemned the male counterpart with fervent disdain. Only Chen Haoyu could empathetically position himself on the male side, offering an objective analysis of the dilemma. Were Chen Haoyu an elder, such sagacity might be expected, yet, at his tender age, his clarity of thought was exceptional, indeed. Not something ordinary individuals could achieve. Su Yuyao sensed that this man undoubtedly harbored stories worth telling. In a secluded villa in Yanhai, Yi Ziyuan finished a phone call on the balcony and returned to the living room. "Has Xiaohong awakened?" he inquired softly upon seeing Wang Jing emerge from their daughter's room. "Not yet. She is sleeping soundly," Wang Jing replied. "This is a good sign, indicating that Dr. Chen's treatment is yielding positive results." Indeed, Wang Jing concurred. Previously, even in slumber, Xiaohong's brows would be tightly knitted, but now her expression is serene. "My dear, how do you intend to deal with Kaidal?" Yi Ziyuan's expression shifted, a glint of severity flashing in his eyes. "Do not concern yourself with this matter, I shall not let him escape unscathed." Wang Jing frowned. "If something were to happen to Kaidal, Dr. Chen would undoubtedly realize you were behind it." "I have some concerns," Yi Ziyuan asked. "What is your opinion of Dr. Chen?" Wang Jing pondered before responding, "He is enigmatic, certainly not an ordinary individual." Yi Ziyuan pressed further. "Do you believe he might pose a threat to us?" Wang Jing shook her head. "Given that Dr. Chen can conjure talismans like the Qingxin talisman, he could certainly create more aggressive ones. If he wished to confront us, it would not be a difficult task. Moreover, I sense that upon learning of Kaidal's actions towards Xiaohong, he appeared exceedingly angered. Otherwise, he would not have encouraged you to confront him." "I share your thoughts," Yi Ziyuan affirmed. "This man is imbued with mystery and peculiarity, he can only be an ally, never an adversary. Furthermore, our daughter's ongoing treatment relies on him. My love, should any misfortune arise, I shall take full responsibility. You must ensure our daughter is well cared for." Wang Jing's eyes instantly filled with tears. She tightly embraced Yi Ziyuan, pleading, "Promise me, you must not come to harm." Yi Ziyuan gently stroked his wife's hair, reassuring her, "Do not worry." At that moment, A soft voice floated in from the bedroom. Mama. Wang Jing jolted, asking, "Darling, did you hear that?" Yi Ziyuan was filled with a mixture of surprise and joy as he remarked, "Xiaohong seems to be calling for you." The two hurried into their daughter's bedroom. Yihon had awakened, sitting on the bed with her drowsy eyes fixed upon Wang Jing. "Mom, I'm hungry," she said. Hearing her daughter's first request for food in half a year brought tears to Wang Jing's eyes. "I will prepare something for you right away," she replied. Yi Ziyuan settled at the bedside, embracing Yihon as he asked, "My darling, did you sleep well?" Yihon nodded and replied, "I slept very well. Dad. I had a dream about my guardian spirit, the night elf. He looked so handsome and promised to help me fight off the bad guys." Yi Ziyuan was taken aback. Could it be that Shen Haoyu had entered Yihon's dreams? It was simply astonishing. "My dear, do you feel any discomfort?" he inquired. "I feel a refreshing chill in my head, but it's very pleasant." "Everything is clear," she responded. Yi Ziyuan understood that the Qingxin talisman was working its magic. "Wonderful. Let us wash our hands, and then we will have a meal." "Okay," Yihon agreed. For the first time in half a year, the family of three finally shared a comforting meal. Yihon not only displayed none of her previous despondency but even told a little joke at the dining table, causing Yi Ziyuan and Wang Jing to burst into laughter. In that moment, their hearts were filled with gratitude towards Chen Haoyu. Su Yuyao's culinary skills were quite commendable. Though they could not compare to Chen Haoyu's, it was remarkable for such a beautiful woman to reach this level. After dinner, Su Yuyao gestured towards a gift and said, "This is a token of appreciation from old Cheng." Chen Haoyu inquired, "What is it?" Su Yuyao shook her head. "I haven't looked." Upon opening the tote bag, Chen Haoyu found two boxes, one red and one blue. Inside the red box lay a pair of light red jade earrings. Crystal clear and exceedingly beautiful. The blue box contained a sandalwood bracelet, which, based on its color, grain, and luster, was undeniably top tier. Such premier sandalwood bracelets were scarce in the market, with prices surely exceeding 200,000. Chen Haoyu frowned slightly and remarked, "These gifts from old Cheng are quite valuable." Su Yuyao inspected the jade earrings and stated, "Swarovski brand, ice-type red jade, their price should range between 150,000 to 200,000. Chen Haoyu was taken aback. "You seem quite knowledgeable about jade." Su Yuyao replied, "My aunt is the president of a jewelry company. And I work part-time as a jewelry designer." Chen Haoyu asked, "Since your aunt is the company president, why are you still so poor? Can't she lend you a hand?" Su Yuyao shot him a glance, "I have my own hands and feet, why should I rely on others' charity?" Chen Haoyu gave her a thumbs up, "I admire your independence." Su Yuyao then asked, "These two gifts are worth at least 300,000 in the market, and you're just going to accept them?" Chen Haoyu replied without hesitation, "Of course not. I have already stated that I owe nothing to the Cheng family." He presented me with such an extravagant gift, ostensibly, it was an expression of gratitude. Yet in reality, it was merely an attempt to forge a connection with me. To put it plainly, it was for the sake of my protective talisman. Su Yuyao furrowed her delicate brows and inquired, "What will you do? If you return the gift, it would be a direct affront to old Master Cheng. Conversely, if you choose not to return it, should the Cheng family require your assistance in the future, it would be exceedingly difficult for you to extricate yourself from the situation." After a moment of contemplation, Chen Haoyu replied, "Isn't this old gentleman afflicted with a heart condition? Tomorrow, I shall gift him a jade talisman." Su Yuyao countered, "Did you not say that only the esteemed masters of the metaphysical sects can craft jade talismans?" Chen Haoyu clarified, "That pertains to the supreme jade talismans. What I intend to present is a health talisman made from inferior quality Hatian jade. Although this health talisman lacks significant spiritual energy, it offers a comforting warmth in winter and a refreshing coolness in summer, proving highly beneficial for one's health. Its efficacy lasts approximately 6 months. If I were to sell it at my clinic, it would fetch no less than 500,000. That old fellow is indeed getting quite the bargain." Skeptically, Su Yuyao questioned, does this health jade talisman truly possess such remarkable effects? Surely, you are not exaggerating. Chen Haoyu shrugged and replied, believe it or not. Su Yuyao then asked, could you allow me to experience it for myself? Chapter 26 The goddess practices Qigong. Wait for me a moment. Chen Haoyu returned to his bedroom and retrieved a jade talisman from the drawer, presenting it to Su Yuyao. This is a health talisman I crafted. If you hold it in your palms, you should be able to sense a slight coolness. Su Yuyao placed the jade talisman in her hands, closed her eyes, and earnestly attempted to perceive its energy. I don't feel anything, she said. Chen Haoyu slapped his forehead, exclaiming, how could I forget such an important detail? Unlike ordinary talismans, this one requires activation. He took the jade talisman from Su Yuyao, laid it in his left palm, and with his right index finger, he channeled a trace of spiritual energy and gently tapped the talisman. In an instant, the talisman emitted a dazzling radiance, which gradually faded away. Su Yuyao gasped, her hand covering her mouth. That is not scientific. Chen Haoyu returned the talisman to her. My dear Su, have you not heard the saying? The pinnacle of science is metaphysics. Try again. All right. Eagerly, Su Yuyao placed the talisman between her hands, and this time, she indeed felt a whisper of coolness. Gentle like a soft breeze. Chen Haoyu, you truly are a master of the metaphysical. The evidence lay before her, compelling Su Yuyao to acknowledge the existence of such mystical practices. Chen Haoyu reclaimed the talisman and placed it back in the blue box before continuing. The so-called metaphysical arts are not as extraordinary as you might imagine. If figures like Lu Boan or Zhong Sanfeng were transported to modern times, regardless of their prowess, they would merely be susceptible to a few bullets. Thus, you can categorize talismans and similar practices as alternative sciences. Su Yuyao chuckled. Didn't you claim to be a celestial master? Why the sudden humility? Are you worried about being subjected to scientific scrutiny? Chen Haoyu shrugged. My primary concern is that you might fall for me. Su Yuyao scoffed, dream on. Chen Haoyu laughed heartily, tonight, I shall indeed indulge in dreams. Here. Take this earring as a gift. Su Yuyao shook her head, it's too precious, I cannot accept it. Chen Haoyu replied, if you refuse, so be it. This trinket hardly does justice to your elegance. Once you become my girlfriend, I shall gift you a pair of imperial green jade earrings. Su Yuyao shot him a glare. Are you ever going to stop? Chen Haoyu quickly retorted, all right, I'm done. Su Yuyao inquired, you previously mentioned teaching me Qigong, is that still on the table? Chen Haoyu stood up, of course, it is. I will print out the essentials of Qigong for you. If you are interested, you can practice. However, I must caution you, those who can master Qigong are exceedingly rare, do not become overly fixated. I understand, Su Yuyao replied. 10 minutes later, a 500-word Qigong manual was completed. Su Yuyao perused the document for quite some time, only to find the teachings profoundly esoteric, even as a medical prodigy. She could hardly grasp even 1% of its content. Chen Haoyu spent over an hour explaining, leaving Su Yuyao even more perplexed. Chen Haoyu, are you jesting with me? If I were to deceive you, may the heavens strike me down and erase me from existence. No, I believe you, please refrain from making such dire oaths. There are two paths to practicing Qigong, one is external to internal, and the other is internal to external. For instance, the three major internal martial arts, Xingyi, Bagwezhang, and Taijiquan, belong to the former category, as they cultivate hidden strength through the manipulation of qi and blood, making the initiation relatively accessible. However, the essence of this Qigong technique falls under the latter category. One must first sense the qi before embarking on the practice, rendering the entry exceedingly challenging. How does one sense qi? This phenomenon is subjective and cannot be explicitly articulated. As the two engaged in instruction and practice, physical contact was inevitable, much to Chen Haoyu's internal delight. Yet, ultimately, the endeavor yielded no results, and Su Yao completely extinguished her aspirations of mastering Qigong. Nevertheless, this experience fostered a closer bond between them. At the very least, the typically aloof Su Yao could no longer maintain her icy demeanor in Chen Haoyu's presence. At 1 o'clock in the morning, Kada stumbled out of a bar, intoxicated. Just as he was about to enter his vehicle, a motorcycle suddenly sped towards him. The rider halted abruptly before Kada, and with a swift motion of his right hand, a glinting dagger gently grazed Kada's throat. Having accomplished his task, the motorcyclist quickly departed. Okada clutched his neck and collapsed, blood oozing between his fingers. The entire episode transpired in less than half a minute, clearly indicating that the assailant was seasoned. An hour later, the police arrived at the scene. Upon discovering that the deceased was a foreigner, their apprehension was palpable. The following morning, Chen Haoyu practiced his martial arts in the park. Hearing a group of elderly individuals discussing a foreign English teacher who had been murdered outside a bar, Chen Haoyu hastily retrieved his phone, only to discover that the victim was Kada, prompting him to curse vehemently. Damn, how could Yiziwan be so foolish? Regardless of the circumstances, Kada was still a foreigner. Causing a car accident would have been preferable to such an overt assassination. The police are usually relentless in solving homicides. If Yiziwan had not executed his plan with sufficient discretion, the repercussions could be dire. After breakfast, Chen Haoyu accepted a ride from Su Yao to the clinic. As he brewed a pot of tea, Yiziwan entered, his demeanor heavy with concern. "Good morning, Dr. Chen. Mr. Yi, you are. Last night's incident wasn't your doing, was it?" Noticing the pallor of Yiziwan's face, Chen Haoyu could not conceal his surprise. Yiziwan, equally astonished, inquired, "How did you know?" Chen Haoyu replied, "I possess some knowledge of physiognomy." Yiziwan, in admiration, remarked, "Dr. Chen, you are truly remarkable. To be candid, I did seek assistance. The initial plan was to stage an accident, but before I could act, Kada met his untimely demise outside the bar." Chen Haoyu remarked, "He got what he deserved. For such scoundrels, the 1,000 deaths would be too lenient." Yiziwan gritted his teeth, affirming, "Indeed. This manner of death is too merciful for him. Please, have a seat." Chen Haoyu invited Yiziwan to take a seat and poured him a cup of tea, stating, "Regardless of the circumstances, the root of the illness has been eradicated, which is undoubtedly a positive development for the child. Has your daughter shown any improvement since she awakened yesterday?" Yiziwan responded with palpable excitement, "Indeed, there has been a significant improvement. It feels as though she has returned to her former self, exuding the same cheerful and optimistic demeanor as before. During dinner, Shaohan even regaled us with a joke. Dr. Chen, your Qingxin talisman is truly remarkable." Chen Haoyu was confident in the efficacy of the Qingxin talisman for treating depression. Yet he remained uncertain about the extent of its effects. "I initially thought further treatment with the Qingxin mantra would be necessary. But it seems that may no longer be required. Please, allow me to bring her back in a few days for you to examine her once more," Yiziwan requested. "Mr. Yi, I recommend that you first take the child to the hospital for a thorough examination. Although I harbor reservations about Western medicine, I must concede that it possesses unique advantages in certain areas." "Very well," Yiziwan replied. "Dr. Chen, this is a small token of my appreciation. I hope you will accept it." He produced a check from his pocket and extended it to Chen Haoyu. Chen Haoyu waved his hand and said, "I only accept fees for treatment, not tokens of gratitude. That is the policy of the clinic." Observing that Chen Haoyu was sincere and not merely being polite, Yiziwan awkwardly retrieved the check, saying, "Then so be it. Dr. Chen, when you have a moment, my wife and I would like to invite you to dinner." Chen Haoyu replied, "Let us discuss it further once the child has fully recovered." Chapter 27, The child's soul has been lost. Yiziwan expressed his gratitude to Chen Haoyu once more before departing from the clinic. Shortly after his exit, a young couple entered, cradling a wailing child. The child, merely 2 or 3 years old, was swiftly diagnosed by Chen Haoyu as suffering from a condition known in common parlance as the loss of the soul. "Doctor, could you please examine my child? What is wrong with him?" The woman's face was etched with anxiety. Chen Haoyu approached the child, gently pressing his fingertip to the child's brow, channeling his energy to dispel a portion of the malevolent aura surrounding him. Instantly, the child's cries ceased, leaving the young couple astounded. For an entire week, the child had cried and fussed throughout the day, and at night he could find no peace, plagued by nightmares. The couple had visited several hospitals, only to receive prescriptions for calming medications that proved utterly ineffective. Seeing the sign outside Chen Haoyu's clinic, which advertised treatment for obscure ailments, and noting the exorbitant registration fee, they decided to give it a try. Chen Haoyu inquired, "May I ask your surname?" The young man replied, "My name is Chu Huang, and this is my wife, Gong Hui Hui." "Dr. Chen, what exactly is the matter? How is it that upon your touch, the child ceased to cry?" With a smile, Chen Haoyu responded, "It is merely a small technique. Mr. Chu, think carefully, have you taken your child to any unclean places recently?" Chu Huang pondered. "We visited the countryside last week for an ancestral worship." Chen Haoyu was taken aback. "You took the child with you?" Chu Huang nodded affirmatively. Gong Hui Hui interjected, "Dr. Chen, is there a direct correlation between the ancestral worship and the child's distress?" Chen Haoyu elucidated, "The child is young and possesses a frail constitution, lacking in yang energy. The site of ancestral worship is heavy with yin energy and rife with malevolent forces. Once these enter the child's body, it disrupts the balance of yin and yang." Gong Hui Hui pressed her lips together and asked, "Is this akin to the phenomenon of losing one's soul described in certain mysterious internet novels?" Chen Haoyu confirmed, "Indeed." With a sudden movement, Gong Hui Hui struck Chu Huang on the arm, exclaiming, "I told you we shouldn't have taken her. For your sake, you insisted. Now look, our daughter has lost her soul. Are you pleased?" Chu Huang appeared remorseful. "I thought such notions of soul loss were mere superstition. I did not realize they held truth. Dr. Chen, if you can discern that the child has lost her soul, surely you can also retrieve it." Chen Haoyu chuckled, "Have you been reading too many novels? There is no such thing as a soul-retrieving technique in this world." Chu Huang, agitated, asked, "What should we do then?" Chen Haoyu waved his hand, "Do not fret. Allow me to finish. According to Taoist philosophy, the two souls of heaven and earth always reside outside, while only the life soul remains within. The so-called loss of the soul is merely a Taoist expression. In reality, it is the malevolent energy that has invaded the body, harming the life soul. Scientifically speaking, it equates to psychological damage. As long as we dispel the malevolent energy and administer some calming medications, all shall be well." Chu Huang inquired, "How do we dispel this malevolent energy?" Chen Haoyu assured him, "I have my methods." "Mr. Chu, shall we discuss the matter of fees?" Chu Huang promptly nodded and replied, "I apologize for forgetting to make the payment. May I inquire about the total amount?" Chen Haoyu responded, "The registration fee is 3,000. And the treatment fee is 2,000, amounting to a total of 5,000. "No problem." Chu Huang immediately took out his phone, scanned the payment code that Chen Haoyu had placed on the table, and transferred 5,000 yuan. After receiving the payment, Chen Haoyu retrieved a talisman from his drawer and led Chu Huang and Gong Hui Hui to the consultation room, instructing, "Please lay the child flat on the bed." "All right." Gong Hui Hui responded, carefully placing the child onto the bed. The little one, having left his mother's embrace, began to cry once more. Chen Haoyu stepped forward, smiling as he said, "Little one, pause for a moment. Crying any further would not be charming." Whether the child understood Chen Haoyu's words or not, the previously wailing infant not only ceased his cries but also flashed a smile at Chen Haoyu. Chu Huang and Gong Hui Hui exchanged glances, both displaying expressions of astonishment. Little did they know, Chen Haoyu's words had employed a calming incantation. This so-called calming incantation was not some peculiar spell but rather a blend of magical energy delivered through a special and gentle tone that entered the ears, serving to soothe the spirit. The younger the child, the more susceptible they were to the calming incantation. Chen Haoyu waved the talisman in front of the little one, then pressed it against his forehead. Magical energy surged forth, causing the talisman to emit a faint glow. Had Chu Huang and Gong Hui possessed the ability to see beyond the ordinary, they would have witnessed wisps of dark energy being drawn into the talisman. With each absorption of dark energy, the brightness of the talisman dimmed slightly. Once the dark energy was entirely eradicated, the radiance of the talisman in Chen Haoyu's hand completely extinguished, with 1/3 of its surface now charred as if scorched by fire. Gulp. Chu Huang swallowed hard and murmured, Hui, did you see anything? Gong Hui, her face a mask of astonishment, replied, it's like the talisman techniques from the movies. Chen Haoyu casually tossed the now powerless talisman into the trash bin and turned to the couple, saying the child should no longer have any issues. Upon returning home, be sure to give him some calming medicine. Chu Hong was convinced that the doctor before him was an extraordinary figure and quickly said, Dr. Chen, could you prescribe a traditional Chinese medicine formula? Chen Haoyu replied, traditional medicine is far too bitter, a child of this size would struggle to ingest it. It's best to opt for Western medicine. Chu Hong nodded in understanding and said, I see, thank you, Dr. Chu. The couple picked up their child and departed the clinic, expressing their heartfelt gratitude. Shop owner Zhong Nan, noticing the family of 3, curiously entered the clinic and remarked, brother, there are indeed people coming to seek treatment. Chen Haoyu, entering boastful mode, replied, Boss Zhong, running a clinic is akin to conducting business, the key lies in the gimmick. Just look at my announcement, isn't it sufficiently eye-catching? Zhong Nan agreed, the gimmick is certainly striking, but the crucial question is whether the ailments can truly be cured. Chen Haoyu proudly declared, as fate would have it. Standing before you is a miraculous physician capable of curing all maladies. Zhong Nan raised his thumb and said, brother, you are impressive. Chen Haoyu chuckled lightly, replying, oh. It's nothing much, merely third in the world. Boss Zhong, as a guest, please come in and have a seat for some tea. This is a fine batch of tea leaves I just purchased yesterday. Zhong Nan responded, then I shall gladly accept your invitation. Chapter 28, Live streaming for truth. While Chen Haoyu and Zhong Nan were sipping tea and engaging in conversation at the clinic, not far away, a young man was broadcasting live. This individual, named He Jiahong, known online as Brother Hong, was celebrated for his charm and sharp tongue, making him one of the most renowned internet celebrity hosts of a network company in Yanhai, boasting over 6 million followers. At that moment, He Jiahong instructed his assistant, Huzi, to direct the camera towards the notice outside Chen Haoyu's clinic. Approximately 30,000 fans were tuning into the live stream. He Jiahong proclaimed, the registration fee is 3,000, the consultation fee is 10,000, and only 3 patients are treated daily, with a money-back guarantee if the treatment fails. What do you all think of this? The comment section erupted with reactions. What a typical gimmick. Is this how clinics are operating now? What has the world come to? Such audacity. I dare say, no hospital across the entire Xia country would dare to make such claims. 3,000 for registration and 10,000 for consultation. And that doesn't even include treatment costs. No wonder they limit it to 3 patients. If it were me, treating just 1 a day could make me a millionaire. Brother Hong, hurry inside and expose him, this is infuriating. He Jiahong, with righteous indignation, declared, clinics are meant for healing, not for profit. I shall confront this audacious so-called miracle doctor and unveil his false facade. Please show your support by sending rockets. As soon as he finished speaking, dozens of rockets shot up in the live chat. Ha ha ha, you all are amazing. Now, let us go live and unveil the truth. With that, He Jiahong strode confidently into Chen Haoyu's clinic, accompanied by Huzi. Which one of you is the doctor? He called out. Huzi aimed the camera inside the clinic. capturing a panoramic view while deliberately bypassing Chen Haoyu and Zhong Nan, who were enjoying their tea. He Jiahong was wary of infringing upon anyone's rights by broadcasting without consent, as he had no desire to face legal repercussions. Chen Haoyu stood up, astonished, and asked, "And you are? Is this a live broadcast?" He Jiahong replied bluntly, "Yes. Kindly ask the doctor here to step out." Chen Haoyu responded, "I am the sole doctor at this clinic." He Jiahong chuckled. "You are a doctor? Ha ha ha, do you jest? This is a traditional Chinese medicine clinic, then judging by your age, you seem to be even a few years younger than I am. What is going on here?" He Jiahong, still under 30, found it astonishing that this traditional medicine practitioner could be in his 20s. The voice did indeed sound remarkably youthful. Regrettably, he could not capture his face, as he was genuinely curious about the doctor's appearance. In modern society, one encounters all kinds of individuals, even those daring enough to impersonate traditional medicine practitioners. The comments continued to flood in. Chen Haoyu frowned. "My age has no bearing on my medical expertise. Moreover, are you here to seek treatment, or merely to broadcast? If it is the latter, I kindly ask you to leave." He Jiahong raised an eyebrow and replied, "I am here to seek treatment while simultaneously broadcasting." Chen Haoyu suddenly realized and remarked, "I understand now, it seems the profits have reached my doorstep." Sensing the situation was turning unfavorable, Zhong Nan quickly interjected, "Brother, you carry on, I shall take my leave." Chen Haoyu smiled and replied, "All right, safe travels, Boss Zhong." Fearing that the camera might capture him, Zhong Nan covered his face as he departed. He Jiahong then inquired, "You are Dr. Chen, correct? Would you be willing to enter my live streaming room?" Chen Haoyu unreservedly responded, "I would rather not." He Jiahong chuckled and said, "No problem. I've been feeling a bit unwell lately, could you assist me?" Chen Haoyu scrutinized He Jiahong and remarked, "Are you here to expose me?" He Jiahong clarified, "If you indeed possess the skills, it would not be an exposure but rather a showcase of your medical prowess. If you lack the ability, it suggests that this profession is beyond your grasp. And I believe it is prudent for you to close your clinic to avoid harming others as well as yourself." Well said. Support for Brother Hong. Mere words are of little value. I support with rockets. I will send 10 rockets. The fans in the live stream became lively once more. Chen Haoyu nodded and said, "I understand. However, who determines the truth? If I declare you ill, and you assert you are fine, it is merely empty rhetoric. Who will act as the judge?" He Jiahong replied, "Traditional Chinese medicine emphasizes observation, listening, inquiry, and palpation. At the beginning of the live stream, I shared my condition. You may check my pulse. If your findings align closely with my situation, I shall concede your expertise." Chen Haoyu pointed to the payment code on the table and stated, "Then I kindly ask you to make a payment of 3,000 yuan. He Jiahong was taken aback and exclaimed, "You demand payment before treatment?" Chen Haoyu countered, "Which hospital charges a consultation fee only after the examination?" He Jiahong, amused yet exasperated, replied, "All right, quite bold of you." Producing his personal phone, He Jiahong transferred 3,000 yuan to Chen Haoyu. What kind of person is this? Outrageous. Demanding 3,000 yuan before even a consultation is simply absurd. I am from Yanhai. Once I unveil this person's true nature, I will take down his clinic. The fans expressed their ire towards Chen Haoyu's actions. Chen Haoyu invited He Jiahong to sit down, and while checking his pulse, he asked, "What is your esteemed surname?" He Jiahong replied, "My humble surname is He. My fans call me Brother Hong." Chen Haoyu nodded, "Please extend your other hand." He Jiahong complied. After finishing the pulse examination, Chen Haoyu smiled and said, "Your spleen and stomach are quite weak, likely due to drinking a couple of days ago. You should have experienced several bouts of diarrhea this morning. It is commendable that you still chose to come here to expose me under such circumstances." Startled, He Jiahong abruptly stood up and exclaimed, You are my fan?" Chen Haoyu coolly responded, I do not recognize any of you internet celebrities, how could I possibly be your fan? Haha, judging by your reaction. I must have passed your test, correct? He Jiahong pressed his lips together and remarked, you are absolutely right. Goodness, this individual is impressive. As soon as Honggu commenced the live broadcast, he recounted his condition, which mirrored precisely what the doctor had stated. Were it not for my understanding of Hong Ji's character, I might have suspected they were performing a well-rehearsed act. It appears that this young traditional Chinese medicine practitioner possesses considerable skill, at the very least, in pulse diagnosis. The fans in the live stream were astounded by the results of this evaluation. Chen Haoyu turned to He Jiahong and said, your condition is manageable. A bit of medication will suffice. However, your assistant's situation is rather concerning. He Jiahong's expression shifted abruptly, and he inquired anxiously, what is wrong with Huzi? Huzi was not merely his assistant but also his cousin from his maternal aunt's side. Having grown up together in their childhood. The news of Huzi's health issues immediately caused He Jiahong to feel a pang of anxiety. Huzi furrowed his brow and replied, I just had a physical examination a month ago, and all my indicators were normal. Chen Haoyu responded nonchalantly. Just because they were normal a month ago does not guarantee they remain so now. Chapter 29, The one who is ill is your assistant He Jiahong. Without uttering a word, glanced once more at the payment code on the table and transferred 3,000 yuan, saying, please check Huzi's pulse. After speaking, He Jiahong rose to retrieve Huzi's live streaming phone. Chen Haoyu interjected, no need to check. His complexion speaks volumes. You must head to Kongan Hospital immediately for a gastric examination. If my observations are correct, he is likely suffering from stomach cancer. Thankfully, it appears to be in the early stages, a surgical removal should suffice. He Jiahong, incredulous, replied, you can discern stomach cancer at a mere glance. And in its early stages no less. Dr. Chen, are you certain you are not jesting? Chen Haoyu waved his hand dismissively, if I am mistaken. I shall return you 12,000. The barrage of comments in the live stream erupted like mushrooms after rain. Could one truly ascertain cancer with just a glance? It seemed no ordinary physician could accomplish such a feat. The confidence with which he spoke suggested some level of assurance. I cannot believe this is true. If it is indeed the case, the hospital visit will confirm it. Yes, Brother Hong, quickly take Huzi for an examination. He Jiahong, already guessing the fans' reactions without needing to see the comments, declared, Dr. Chen, we shall go for the examination right away. If what you say is correct, it would mean saving Huzi's life, and I shall express my gratitude profusely. Chen Haoyu replied nonchalantly, there is no need for such gratitude. You pay me, and I provide treatment, there is no debt of thanks involved. After He Jiahong departed, Chen Haoyu tidied up a bit and promptly closed the clinic's door. Zhang Nan peeked out and inquired, brother, what happened? With a smile, Chen Haoyu responded, all sorted, I've earned 6,000 yuan in consultation fees. Today, I'm fully booked, so I must close up. Zhang Nan, who had anticipated disaster for Chen Haoyu, was taken aback by the unexpected profit, exclaiming, you truly have a knack for diagnosis. Chen Haoyu raised an eyebrow, stating, did I not mention? I am the world's foremost physician. Goodbye, Boss Zhang. As he watched Chen Haoyu's retreating figure, Zhang Nan murmured, are people truly this gullible nowadays? He Jiahong hurriedly brought Huzi to Kongan Hospital, where the internal medicine outpatient building was already teeming with patients. He Jiahong quickly picked up his phone and dialed. Ching Ching, I need your help. I'm swamped at the clinic, so please make it quick. Can you help me skip the line? Impossible. Everyone is waiting their turn, or how could you jump ahead? It will only take a minute. I need to get a CT scan for Huzi's stomach. Why? A doctor from a clinic mentioned he might have stomach cancer. Is that true? Hurry and bring Huzi to consultation room 206, I will prepare the paperwork for you. After hanging up, He Jiahong and Huzi swiftly made their way to consultation room 206, where they met Chin Ching Ching. Chin Ching offered her apologies to the patient and handed the CT order she had issued to He Jiahong, instructing him to pay at the first floor hall and then proceed directly to the CT room, assuring him that the results would be available around noon. She asked him to call her as soon as the results were in. He Jiahong nodded in agreement, acknowledging, "Indeed, in critical times, my wife is reliable." It was revealed that He Jiahong and Chin Ching were in a romantic relationship, having been together for 3 years and now contemplating marriage. Chin Ching shot him a glance and urged, "Let's talk, hurry and take Huzi along." At the same time, Chen Haoyu arrived at Kong'an Hospital. Earlier that morning, he had learned from Su Yuyao that Chen Guangyao had arranged for Cheng Qingha to be transferred to Kong'an Hospital. Consequently, Chen Haoyu purchased a basket of fruit along the way to visit Cheng Qingha and to present a health talisman to Chen Guangyao. Following Su Yuyao's directions to the ward, he soon encountered both Chen Guangyao and Cheng Qingha. "Mr. Chen, what brings you here?" Chen Guangyao expressed his surprise. Chen Haoyu replied with a smile, "I came to pay a visit to young Master Cheng." Upon seeing Chen Haoyu, Cheng Qingha's previous arrogance had vanished, and he said gratefully, "Mr. Chen, thank you for saving my life. I, Cheng Qingha, am clear about my debts. If you ever need anything, please do not hesitate to ask, and I will do my utmost." Chen Haoyu chuckled lightly. "As a mere clinic doctor, what matters could I possibly have? Young Master Cheng, after such an ordeal, what are your reflections?" Cheng Qingha responded, "One only has one life. I will no longer engage in perilous activities. Once I recover, I shall assist at the antique shop." Chen Haoyu nodded, stating, "As the saying goes, a loss may turn out to be a gain. Your ability to think this way is a testament to your appreciation for the second chance at life that fate has bestowed upon you." Chen Guangyao interjected, "It was not fate that granted him a second life, but you." Chen Haoyu replied, "Mr. Cheng, I have already stated that I have no debts with your family. The talisman was purchased with 200,000, it is of no concern to me. Why must you feel compelled to gift me in return?" Upon understanding Chen Haoyu's intentions, Chen Guangyao responded, "Mr. Chen, it was merely a gesture of goodwill." Chen Haoyu waved his hand dismissively. "Those of us in the realm of the mysterious do not wish to entangle ourselves in karmic debts. I initially intended to return the item to you, but Su Yuyao suggested that it would be too inconsiderate. Therefore, I have brought you a token in return." Before Chen Guangyao could refuse, Chen Haoyu produced a blue box and placed it on the table, stating, "Inside is a health talisman. Your heart is not in optimal condition. Wearing this should prevent any issues for the next 6 months." Chen Guangyao, astonished, asked, "Mr. Chen, did you not mention that the efficacy of talismans is quite fleeting?" Chen Haoyu explained, "This is a talisman crafted specifically for you from Hatian jade, utilizing my own spiritual energy. Though its power may not be substantial, it is sufficient to maintain your health. Mr. Cheng, please take good care of young Master Cheng. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." With that, Chen Haoyu turned to exit. Chen Guangyao promptly followed him to the elevator, ensuring he was seen off before returning. Once the door was closed, Chen Guangyao opened the box, revealing a jade talisman resting quietly within. As a seasoned tycoon in the antique realm, Chen Guangyao possessed an extraordinary discerning eye, capable of immediately detecting the mediocre quality of the Hatian jade. However, upon grasping it, he felt a gentle, warm current flow from the jade into his very being. The current was subtle yet undeniably real. "What a wondrous jade talisman!" Chen Guangyao could not help but exclaim in admiration. Cheng Qingha inquired, "Grandfather, what does Mr. Chen mean by this?" Chen Guangyao sighed, replying, "I presented him with a generous gift in hopes of forging a connection. Alas, it seems we have overly aspired." Cheng Qingha remarked, "Grandfather, I believe you may be a bit hasty. Forming friendships should be a gradual process, grounded in sincerity, especially with someone as enigmatic as this individual." Chen Guangyao paused, then nodded, "You are indeed correct. Qingha, it appears you possess your own merits." Cheng Qingha replied with a hint of resignation, "Thank you for your kind words." Chen Guangyao laughed heartily. Chapter 30. This world is too small. At noon, Su Yuyao and Dong Qingqing were seated in the staff cafeteria, partaking in their meal. Today, the influx of patients was notably greater than usual, leaving both women feeling somewhat fatigued. Qingqing, the CT scan of Huzi has been completed. Where are you? Dong Qingqing received a call from He Jiahong. Bring the scan to the staff cafeteria on the 6th floor. All right, I'll be there shortly. After hanging up, Dong Qingqing rose from her seat and said, Yuyao, I'm going to the entrance to meet someone. Su Yuyao inquired, are you meeting Honggu? What is the matter? Being close friends, Su Yuyao was naturally familiar with Dong Qingqing's boyfriend, He Jiahong. Dong Qingqing replied, you might not believe it, but a doctor at a clinic diagnosed my husband's cousin with stomach cancer without any diagnostic instruments. My husband was so alarmed that he rushed him for a CT scan. Now that the results are out, I'm going to have a look, Su Yuyao suggested. Then let them both join us for a meal. Dong Qingqing whispered, that is exactly what I was thinking. You eat fast, I'll be back shortly. A few minutes later, Dong Qingqing returned with He Jiahong. He greeted Su Yuyao before turning his gaze toward the solemn-faced Dong Qingqing. Knowing his girlfriend well, he could tell that something was amiss. Yuyao, could you take a look? I'm a bit uncertain. Dong Qingqing handed the scan to Su Yuyao. Su Yuyao accepted the scan and scrutinized it under the sunlight, saying, I have a strong inclination that it's early-stage stomach cancer. But the area of malignancy is quite small. Dong Qingqing nodded in agreement, that is what I think as well. Su Yuyao continued. As long as the cancerous portion is surgically removed promptly, there is over a 90% chance of complete recovery. After all, this is just the onset of cancer, even earlier than typical early-stage stomach cancers. He Jiahong let out a sigh of relief. We really ought to express our gratitude to that clinic doctor. If we had waited any longer, the situation could have escalated significantly. Curiously, Dong Qingqing asked, which clinic doctor are you referring to? What method did he use? He Jiahong replied, there is a young doctor named Chen, even younger than I am, but his medical skills are astonishing. I saw a notice stating a consultation fee of 3,000 yuan, more than even the renowned experts in the country, so I went in to investigate. I never expected him to be so skilled. He merely glanced at Huzi and declared the diagnosis without even taking his pulse. Naturally, we were skeptical, which is why we came for a checkup. Dong Qingqing exclaimed, he is incredibly gifted. He could discern stomach cancer just like that. Su Yuyao wore a peculiar expression and remarked, is that clinic Dr. S. Sanim Chen? It's located about 3 kilometers from our Conan hospital. He Jiahong nodded, exactly. Doctor Su, are you familiar with this clinic? Su Yuyao looked at Dong Qingqing and said, it's Chen Haoyu. Dong Qingqing appeared incredulous, exclaiming, this fellow is quite the enigma. Yuyao, are you still living with him? Su Yuyao replied nonchalantly, he is like a stubborn adhesive, I can't seem to shake him off. He Jiahong exclaimed in surprise. So, you two are acquainted? Dong Qingqing replied, didn't I mention it to you before? Yuyao accidentally hit someone while driving. He Jiahong responded. The person who was in a coma for 100 days and just woke up is Dr. Chen. Goodness, this world is indeed small. Dong Qingqing nudged Su Yuyao and suggested, let us invite Chen Haoyu for dinner tonight. He Jiahong concurred, what Qingqing said is true, I must treat him. I need to express my gratitude properly. After a moment of contemplation, Su Yuyao said, I'll give him a call. Picking up her phone, she dialed Chen Haoyu's number. Haha, it's only been a morning since we last met, and you already miss me. Su Deboti, are you falling in love with me? Chen Haoyu's playful remark made Dong Qingqing burst into laughter. Su Yuyao shot her a glare and retorted, Chen Haoyu, spare me your nonsense. Tell me. Did you treat someone this morning? Did you say they have early-stage stomach cancer? To be precise, it's early stage in the initial phase. As long as that little assistant undergoes a minimally invasive surgery to remove the affected part, everything will be just fine. Hee. It's only because of my kind heart and benevolent nature that I chose to inform them, otherwise, I wouldn't have bothered. How absurd it is for them to come to my clinic and attempt to deceive me. He Jiahong, known as Honggu, is Dong Qingqing's boyfriend. And they are soon to be married. Goodness, this world truly is small. If you were to put glasses on Dr. Dong, I suspect there is something wrong with her eyesight. They are right beside me, otherwise, would you tell them? Ha ha ha, no need, I was just joking. How did you discern that Tiger has stomach cancer? That is the experience we have in traditional Chinese medicine. Minor ailments can be elusive, but serious illnesses, particularly terminal ones, we can often identify at a glance. You are impressive. Tonight, Honggu and Qingjie want to treat you to dinner. Are you free? Depends on you. If you go, I'll go. If you don't, I won't either. That is what we call harmony in a couple. Su Yuyao did not respond but hung up the phone directly. Dong Qingqing looked at her with interest and asked, Yuyao, what is the situation between you two? Is he pursuing you? Su Yuyao replied with irritation, that Shen Haoyu is just a scoundrel. Dong Qingqing remarked, Yuyao, we've known each other for 2 years. And I've never seen you speak to any other man with that particular tone. Su Yuyao replied, I'm just irritated by him. Dong Qingqing smiled knowingly. That is an even bigger issue. You are a born internist, you remain calm and composed in any situation. The fact that Shen Haoyu can provoke you with just a few words indicates that he holds a special place in your heart. Su Yuyao shot Dong Qingqing a glare and said, we are having a meal, spare me your teasing. Dong Qingqing turned to He Jiahong, darling. Let me get you a meal. He Jiahong waved his hand dismissively, no need. I'll take Tiger to have his favorite fried sauce noodles to cheer him up. I will send you the hotel location in the afternoon. Then, you and Dr. Su can head over together. Dong Qingqing said, all right, my dear, let Huzi not worry. This is nothing of great consequence. He Jiahong made an okay gesture and replied, understood. After a busy afternoon, Su Yuyao drove Dong Qingqing back to her residential community after work. Chen Haoyu had been waiting at the entrance of the community. Noticing that the passenger seat was unoccupied, he promptly opened the car door and took a seat. Chapter 31, Master of National Arts Dr. Dong. You seem to have become even more beautiful after a few days of absence, Chen Haoyu remarked playfully, turning to Dong Qingqing. Dong Qingqing raised an eyebrow and replied, Chen Haoyu, how long have you been living with our Yuyo? You've become quite the charmer. Chen Haoyu responded. It's mainly due to the excellent guidance from the enchanting Su. Su Yuyo spoke softly, if you two do not wish to ride in my car, you are welcome to exit. Chen Haoyu raised his hands in surrender, saying, all right, no more words. The steering wheel is in your hands, you are the boss. Dong Qingqing chuckled, now I understand why the usually composed Yuyo gets so flustered by you. With a mouth like yours, who could endure? Chen Haoyu proudly declared. This is called eloquence. Ha ha ha. Dong Qingqing covered her mouth, laughing heartily. Dr. Dong, how did you come to know He Jiahong, that internet celebrity? Chen Haoyu inquired. We are neighbors. After graduating from university, we both worked in Yanhai and eventually came together. Why? Is there an issue with him? I've heard you can tell fortunes. Dong Qingqing replied. Chen Haoyu smiled, fate is never static. For instance, if you had not met me, her future would be fraught with turmoil. And she might never find happiness. But now that she knows me, her destiny has changed, she is destined for a lifetime of joy. Dong Qingqing laughed. So you consider yourself Yuyo's benefactor? Chen Haoyu replied, that is an incomplete assessment. I am not merely her benefactor, I shall be her lifelong companion. Dong Qingqing burst into laughter, struggling to catch her breath. Chen Haoyu, your audacity knows no bounds. Su Yuyo chimed in, that is not audacity, that is simply shamelessness. An hour later, the car stopped at the entrance of a 5-star hotel. Upon exiting the vehicle, Chen Haoyu was momentarily taken aback by the grandeur of the establishment. Recognizing it as Yiziyuan's hotel, As Dong Qingqing made a call to Hong, Su Yuyo quietly asked, "Is there an issue with Qingjie's marriage?" Chen Haoyu's gaze flickered. "What do you mean?" Su Yuyo continued, "Qingjie has repeatedly inquired about her relationship with Hong, yet you always evade the topic. If it were a good match, you could simply state it. Why the hesitation?" Chen Haoyu raised his thumb. "Your observation is remarkably astute. Yet, I believe it is better to dismantle 10 temples than to disrupt a single marriage. I do not wish to be the villain." Su Yuyo fixed her beautiful eyes on Chen Haoyu. "I want to know if this will cause harm to Qingjie." Chen Haoyu paused for a moment before replying. "I can only say it is a difficult choice." Just as Su Yuyo was about to press further, Dong Qingqing's voice interjected, "What secret conversation are you two having?" Chen Haoyu chuckled, "Since it's a private matter, I certainly cannot disclose it to you." Dong Qingqing scoffed, "Let us go. My husband has reserved a table in the West Lake Hall on the 6th floor." As the three entered the lobby, Su Yuyo suddenly linked her arm with Chen Haoyu's. Chen Haoyu was taken aback and asked, "What is the matter?" Su Yuyo remarked, "Shendong is ahead." Chen Haoyu lifted his gaze and spotted Shendong alongside several affluent young men and women awaiting the elevator. Their attire clearly indicated they belonged to a privileged class of wealthy heirs. However, among them, the prominent figure was not Shendong but a man with dark skin and piercing eyes. A master of martial arts. With a mere glance, Chen Haoyu swiftly assessed the leading figure. It seemed the man sensed Chen Haoyu's scrutiny as he turned to look at him. Chen Haoyu offered him a slight smile. The man regarded Chen Haoyu for a moment before nodding in acknowledgement. "Yuyao." Shendong finally noticed Su Yuyao, his face lighting up with delight. Yet, upon seeing her linked arm in arm with Chen Haoyu, that joy vanished. The others turned their heads, each displaying expressions of astonishment. "How beautiful! Who is this woman? Exquisite. Yet regrettably a flower planted in cow dung." Su Yuyao addressed him, "Mr. Shen, greetings." If one were to encapsulate Su Yuyao's tone in a single phrase, it would be one that kept others at a distance. The wealthy heirs exchanged knowing glances, their expressions filled with amusement as they looked at Shendong. Shendong approached Su Yuyao, pointing at Chen Haoyu, and declared, "Yuyao, I have conducted my research. This Chen Haoyu is not your boyfriend at all. A fool who does not seize an opportunity." Chen Haoyu chuckled, then boldly kissed Su Yuyao on the cheek, proclaiming proudly, "Mr. Shen, since you have already investigated, you must know we are cohabitating. To put it succinctly, we fell in love at first sight." Surprised by Chen Haoyu's sudden advance, Su Yuyao's expression stiffened before flashing a deep crimson. She gently nudged Chen Haoyu, chiding, "Everyone is watching." Chen Haoyu wrapped his arms around her slender waist and replied, "I merely wished to dissuade Mr. Shen." Shendong gazed incredulously at Su Yuyao's bashful demeanor, utterly taken aback. The leading man interjected, "Shendong, let us depart." Shendong shot a fierce glare at Chen Haoyu before addressing Su Yuyao, "Yuyao, I shall not relinquish my pursuit of you." Chen Haoyu's expression turned frosty as he declared, "Listen well, Shen. Yuyao is mine. If you dare to disturb her again, I shall not be courteous." While Chen Haoyu and Su Yuyao were not in a genuine romantic relationship, to the onlookers, they appeared as a couple. Shendong's continued pursuit of Su Yuyao was, in essence, an affront to Chen Haoyu in front of everyone. Such a situation would be intolerable for any man. Shendong smirked, his face a mask of derision as he taunted, "Chen Haoyu, you are merely a dependent small-time doctor. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Do you possess the audacity? The capability?" Chen Haoyu retorted, "Yuyao enjoys my support, which is none of your concern. Mr. Shen, given your appearance, demeanor, and abilities in that regard, I doubt you will ever find such support. I advise you to engage in some physical training during your leisure time, lest you suffer from perpetual weakness." Damn it. Shendong was filled with fury, lifting his leg to deliver a kick to Chen Haoyu's chest. Just as Chen Haoyu was about to retaliate, the leading man swiftly restrained Shendong. "This is the Hueguang Hotel, do not cause a commotion here." Shandong pointed at Chen Haoyu, gritting his teeth as he said, "Just wait, this matter is far from over." "You truly overestimate yourself," Chen Haoyu replied disdainfully. Casting a glance at Shandong before turning to the leading man and inquiring, "May I ask your surname?" The man replied, "Chao Cheng." Chen Haoyu nodded and remarked, "Mr. Chao, in this age of entertainment and distraction, it is indeed commendable that you have honed your skills to the level of Mingjin." Chao Cheng's expression changed, and he asked, "You can tell?" Chen Haoyu responded, "I possess a modicum of martial skill myself, perhaps we could exchange techniques sometime." Those who have attained a certain level in martial arts possess remarkably keen senses. From the very first moment he laid eyes on Chen Haoyu, Chao Cheng sensed an aura of mystery and strength emanating from him. However, the extent of that strength remained unclear to him. He retrieved a postcard from his pocket and said, "Mr. Chen, I am the owner of the Shengtian Fitness Center, and I look forward to your visit." Chapter 32 Chao Cheng's astonishment. Witnessing Chao Cheng's demeanor towards Chen Haoyu left the group of affluent heirs utterly astonished. As the eldest son of Chao Lishiwe, the wealthiest individual in Yanhai City, Chao Cheng undoubtedly occupies a prominent position within elite circles. He typically regards ordinary individuals, and even the scions of notable families, with indifference. It is said that while others exhibit arrogance on the surface, Chao Cheng's pride runs deep within his very essence. Yet, this exceedingly proud individual placed such importance on a mere clinic doctor, leaving those familiar with him perplexed. Chen Haoyu accepted the business card with a smile, responding, "Sure. I will certainly visit." The two parties then entered separate elevators. Chin Ching Ching patted her chest, exhaling a sigh of relief, and remarked, "You nearly frightened me to death just now." Chen Haoyu chuckled, "What is there to be afraid of?" Chin Ching Ching pointed at the business card in Chen Haoyu's hand, saying, "Do you know who Chao Cheng is?" Without waiting for a response, she continued, "His father is the president of the Chao Group, with assets exceeding hundreds of billions. And he is also the second largest shareholder of our Kongan hospital. Thankfully, you did not clash with him, otherwise, both Yuyao and I would have faced significant troubles." Chen Haoyu replied, "This Chao Cheng is not merely a typical rich heir. Given his character, he is unlikely to cause you any trouble. Everyone knows that practicing martial arts is an incredibly arduous endeavor. Despite having such advantageous living conditions, Chao Cheng has chosen to cultivate traditional martial arts, which demonstrates far greater perseverance and self-discipline than those who resort to martial arts out of necessity." Chin Ching Ching regarded him with curiosity, asking, "How do you know this?" Chen Haoyu asserted, "My eyes possess a certain clairvoyance. When it comes to discerning character, there is none who surpasses me." Chin Ching Ching gestured to herself, inquiring, "And what do you see for my future?" Chen Haoyu smiled and replied, "With a friend like Yuyao by your side, your future will undoubtedly be a smooth journey." As soon as he finished speaking, the elevator came to a halt. Guided by a staff member, the three entered the Westlake Hall. He Jiahong immediately rose to his feet, extending his hand toward Chen Haoyu. "Dr. Chen, I truly did not expect you to know Ching Ching. I must apologize for this morning's incident, it was indeed my fault." Chen Haoyu shook his hand, smiling, "There is no need for apologies. You actually helped me earn 6,000 yuan, I am not at a loss here." He Jiahong handed his phone to Chen Haoyu, stating, "I conducted a 10-minute live broadcast this afternoon, revealing the diagnosis of Huzi, and the fans were utterly astonished." "Mr. Chen, how did you discern this?" "2 words, experience," replied Chen Haoyu as he took the phone, reviewing the live broadcast replay and comments. "Wow, it truly is early-stage stomach cancer. Brother Hong has confirmed it. This person is indeed a miraculous doctor. A doctor in his 20s is simply incredible. If it were anyone else, I would surely suspect collusion. My cousin is suffering from anorexia and has nearly withered away, I will take her to this clinic tomorrow. It is a pity I did not get to see this miraculous doctor." The comments in the live stream soared to over 200,000. Showcasing the remarkable popularity of He Jiahong in the realm of online broadcasting. "Dr. Chen, would you like me to assist you with some promotion?" He Jiahong gestured. Chen Haoyu returned the phone to He Jiahong and remarked, I have set a rule for myself, 5 days a week, working 2 hours each day, seeing only 3 patients. If all your fans sought my services, I would surely be overwhelmed. He Jiahong replied, you simply wish to avoid being tethered to your work. Chen Haoyu nodded in agreement. Indeed. Dong Qingqing pulled Su Yuyao to sit down, asking, have you two finished your conversation? How long will you stand there? Chen Haoyu, somewhat disgruntled, stated, Dr. Dong. Shouldn't you be seated with your husband? Dong Qingqing embraced Su Yuyao's shoulders and planted a kiss on her cheek, saying, no husband compares to our Yuyao. Chen Haoyu shrugged and settled opposite Su Yuyao, conceding, all right, I admit that. Above the West Lake Hall lies the Glorious Hall, renowned as the Imperial Hall of the Glorious Grand Hotel. Shandong slammed his hand on the table, gritting his teeth as he exclaimed, that scoundrel will pay dearly for his actions. Chao Cheng glanced at him and coolly advised, Shandong, I suggest you refrain from provoking him. Shandong paused, recalling Chao Cheng's demeanor toward Chen Haoyu, and said, Brother Cheng, I have investigated Chen Haoyu, he is merely an orphan. He has spent several stints in detention. I fail to understand why you regard such a rogue with such esteem. Chao Cheng responded, have you observed the depth of Chen Haoyu's eyes? Shandong shook his head. What is wrong with his eyes? Chao Cheng sipped his tea and remarked, they exude tranquility, mystery, and profundity, this is the impression his eyes impart. As the saying goes, the eyes are the windows to the soul. I refuse to believe he is the worthless rogue you describe. A wealthy second-generation individual interjected, Brother Cheng. Are you not overestimating him? Chao Cheng replied, I have never misjudged a person. In truth, there was a sentiment Chao Cheng did not express, that he detected a strong scent of blood emanating from Chen Haoyu. One that could only be born from having taken the lives of dozens, if not hundreds. Chao Cheng's keen intuition warned him that Chen Haoyu was an exceedingly dangerous figure. One who should not be crossed. His vested interest in Chen Haoyu, including the exchange of his business card, was primarily driven by a desire to cultivate an acquaintance with him. Chao Cheng's curiosity about Chen Haoyu was profound. Shandong, brimming with indignation, declared, Brother Cheng, regardless of the circumstances, I must avenge the betrayal of my wife. Chao Cheng chuckled, I merely caution you not to underestimate Chen Haoyu, I am not defending him. Your personal vendetta is your own to resolve. Chao Cheng, with whom have you had a falling out? Yi Ziyuan entered with a smile. Rising, Chao Cheng replied. Just a minor issue with Shandong. Brother Yuan, you appear to be in excellent spirits, has Xiaohon's condition improved? It turns out that Yi Ziyuan's father is the renowned Xingyiquan master Yi Tsong, a towering figure in the realm of martial arts. From a young age, Yi Ziyuan exhibited little interest in traditional martial arts, acquiring only a superficial understanding, which greatly disappointed Yi Tsong. Believing that his legacy in Xingyiquan would be lost, he was unexpectedly approached by his old friend Chao Lishue, who introduced his frail son, Chao Cheng, to Yi Tsong, requesting him to take the boy as a disciple. Chao Cheng, possessing exceptional talent, keen insight, and a strong work ethic, became utterly enamored with Xingyiquan, earning Yi Tsong's favor as a closed-door disciple. Consequently, a close bond developed between Chao Cheng and Yi Ziyuan. With a chuckle, Yi Ziyuan remarked, what do you mean by improvement? It should be a significant improvement. I can hardly perceive that Xiaohon is a patient of depression. Chapter 33, The Sorcerer can save lives, yet also take them, is it truly so? Chao Cheng exclaimed with joy upon hearing this, this is splendid. Just a week ago, I visited my master, who was sighing heavily, troubled by Xiaohon's depression. I had initially contemplated inviting a psychological expert from abroad for her. Little did I expect that within a mere week, Xiaohon would recover. Which divine physician have you consulted? Yi Ziyuan shook his head, remarking, there are far too many esteemed physicians in Xia country, this title hardly befits him. Chao Cheng expressed his surprise, asking, who exactly are you referring to? Such prowess is remarkable. He understood that his senior brother, while appearing affable, possessed an innate pride akin to his own. To receive such high praise from him indicated the exceptional skill of that physician. A thought struck Yi-Yuan, and he said, I can introduce you to him. You might even ask him to examine Uncle Chao's leg. Chao Lishue, the wealthiest man in Yanhai, had, during his youth, ventured to Southeast Asia for business, only to be captured by a local criminal gang and imprisoned in a water dungeon, resulting in chronic leg pain. Over the past 30 years, he had sought the help of countless traditional and Western doctors, yet none could cure him. Now, he was confined to a wheelchair, enduring agonies that most could scarcely fathom. Chao Cheng's eyes lit up with excitement as he inquired, can he truly heal my father's chronic leg pain? If he cannot remedy Uncle Chao's condition, then I fear no one in this world can, Yi-Yuan replied. Chao Cheng, unable to contain his eagerness, declared, Brother Yuan, let us seek him out tomorrow. Certainly, Yi-Yuan smiled. Shao Cheng, please ensure your friend enjoys himself while I attend to other guests. All right, I'll see you off. Chao Cheng said, accompanying Yi-Yuan out of the magnificent hall, both confirming their plan to visit the physician. Just as Yi-Yuan was about to depart, an angry voice echoed from within. Damn it, brothers. I've decided to smash Chen Haoyu's clinic tomorrow. Who's coming with me? Yi-Yuan's expression changed immediately, and he halted. Shao Cheng, who was that speaking just now? Shendong. This fellow has taken a liking to a female doctor at Conan Hospital. But another doctor at a clinic got there first. Now, he is looking to stir up trouble. Is that Dr. S name Chen Haoyu? Yi-Yuan asked. Yes. We even encountered him at the elevator on our way upstairs. Chen Haoyu gave me an impression of being quite formidable. I didn't offend him. Yet Shendong nearly clashed with him. Brother Yuan, do you know him? Indeed, I do. Chen Haoyu is the very divine physician I intend to introduce you to. What? Chao Cheng gasped in astonishment. How can someone so young possess such incredible medical skills? Do you know how long it took Dr. Chen to treat Xiaohon's severe depression? I tell you, it was less than 10 minutes in total. With such expertise, would you not agree it is extraordinary? Chao Cheng replied solemnly. I will warn Shendong to refrain from causing trouble for Dr. Chen. Yi-Yuan suggested it would be best to resolve this matter once and for all. You may explicitly inform him that anyone daring to oppose Dr. Chen must be prepared for the utter destruction of the entire Shen family. Observing that Shao Cheng was about to speak, Yi-Yuan waved his hand, stating, I am not attempting to intimidate him. Dr. Chen undoubtedly possesses such formidable power. Each time he recalls the enigmatic methods displayed by Chen Haoyu while treating his daughter, Yi-Yuan is engulfed by a profound sense of trepidation. A master of the arcane arts, capable of healing through talismans, surely possesses lethal capabilities as well. Let us not be absurd, it is inconceivable that he lacks such means. Should the Shen family choose to oppose him, Chen Haoyu might very well unleash some bizarre secret technique to obliterate them. There is a saying within the realm of traditional martial arts, one should never offend a divine healer or a sorcerer, for while the former can cure ailments, the latter can annihilate entire families. Chao Cheng nodded, acknowledging, I understand. Upon learning that Chen Haoyu was dining at the Hueguang Hotel, Yi-Yuan promptly instructed Wang Jing to bring their daughter over. After acquiring the location of Chen Haoyu in the Westlake Hall from a waiter, he entered with a bottle of exquisite red wine, accompanied by his wife and child. Dr. Chen, why did you not inform me of your dining arrangements? I could have arranged a private table with our chef's specialties for you, Yi-Yuan smiled warmly. Chen Haoyu rose, gesturing toward He Jiahong, saying, today's host is Mr. He. I only learned after arriving that he had reserved at Hueguang Hotel. He Jiahong inquired, Dr. Chen, who is this gentleman? Chen Haoyu replied, allow me to introduce you. This is Mr. Yi-Yuan, the proprietor of Hueguang Hotel. The other two are Mr. Ye's wife, Ms. Wang Jing, and classmate Yi Hon. Upon discovering that Yi-Yuan was the hotel's owner, Su Yuyao, Dong Qingqing, and He Jiahong were taken aback. The Hueguang Hotel is renowned throughout Yanhai, and as its owner, Yi-Yuan's worth exceeds 30 billion. To think such a wealthy magnate would bring his family to toast Dr. Chen. It is indeed a testament to Chen Haoyu's esteem. After introductions, the Yi family settled at the table. In the presence of this billionaire, Su Yue remained composed as ever, while He Jiahong and Dong Qingqing appeared somewhat reserved. Despite Yi Ziyuan's approachable demeanor, they found it difficult to relax. Chen Haoyu could easily surmise the reason for Yi Ziyuan's visit with his family. He glanced at Yi Hon, who was gazing at him intently, and chuckled, "Little Hon. Why are you looking at uncle like that? Is it because uncle is quite handsome?" Yi Hon replied, "I think uncle resembles my guardian, the night spirit." Yi Ziyuan and Wang Jing exchanged anxious glances. Chen Haoyu laughed heartily, "Then tell uncle, how does the night spirit protect you?" Yi Hon responded, "The night spirit helps me defeat the bad guys." Chen Haoyu looked at Yi Ziyuan, who nodded slightly, indicating that the child was already aware of Kada's demise. "Is that so? How impressive. Are you still afraid of bad guys?" "Not at all. I want to learn martial arts from my grandfather, and when I grow up, I'll fight the villains." "Excellent, such ambition. However, mastery of the optical arts alone is insufficient, one must also pursue education. For while martial prowess strengthens the body, acquiring knowledge fortifies the mind, rendering one more astute and wise. I too desire to attend, yet my parents oppose." "Oh, that is indeed their oversight." Upon overhearing their conversation, Wang Jing could not restrain her curiosity and inquired, "Dr. Chen, do you believe Xiao Hon should attend school?" Chen Haoyu chuckled, "Xiao Hon is remarkably intelligent. I believe she is ready to commence her studies next week. I must admit, Xiao Hon is truly commendable, exhibiting far greater courage and resilience than I had anticipated." Yi Ziyuan and Wang Jing readily discerned the implicit meaning behind Chen Haoyu's words, and they were instantly filled with excitement. Su Yuyao cast a glance at Yi Hon, her mind evidently pondering the implications. "You all continue eating, I shall visit the restroom," Chen Haoyu announced, rising from his seat and exchanging a knowing glance with Yi Ziyuan. Understanding immediately, Yi Ziyuan responded, "I shall accompany you." Once outside the Shiwu Hall, the two retreated to a secluded corner. Chen Haoyu stated, "There is no need to visit my place anymore. It is time to eat and time to study. Xiao Hon is now a normal child." Yi Ziyuan grasped Chen Haoyu's hand firmly, expressing, "Dr. Chen, your kindness is beyond words. Should you ever require assistance, please do not hesitate to ask." Chen Haoyu waved his hand dismissively. "The treatment has been effective primarily because Xiao Hon possesses a strength beyond that of ordinary children. A more fragile child would find it challenging to recover to such an extent. Now then, Mr. Yi, focus on your business endeavors. Should any issues arise with the child, feel free to contact me directly." Yi Ziyuan chuckled, "With your assurance, I am at ease. Dr. Chen, I have an elder who has been paralyzed due to chronic leg ailments. Is this condition treatable?" Chen Haoyu replied, "Every individual is unique, and so is their ailment. Whether it can be treated depends on the circumstances." Yi Ziyuan cautiously added, "This elder is Chao Lishue, the founder of the Chao Group." Chen Haoyu raised an eyebrow, smiling. "Oh, so you are inquiring on behalf of Chao Cheng?" Yi Ziyuan clarified, "Not exactly. My father and Chao Lishue have been friends for decades. Later, Chao Cheng came to learn Xingyiquan from my father. Recognizing his talent and dedication to practice, my father took him on as a disciple, which has fostered a close relationship between our families." Chen Haoyu nodded, "Very well. Tomorrow at 10 in the morning, I will accompany you to the Chao family." "Hey. The consultation fee is 10,000, it appears I shall earn another sum." Yi Ziyuan smiled, "Dr. Chen, if you desire funds, it would be but a mere trifle for you, wouldn't it?" Chen Haoyu affirmed, "A gentleman appreciates wealth and acquires it righteously, I shall only claim what is rightfully mine." Chapter 34 Unintentionally creating a medical miracle. After indulging in a sumptuous meal, Yi Ziyuan personally escorted Chen Haoyu and his companions downstairs. As they exited the hotel, Chao Cheng approached them eagerly. He had already learned from Yi Ziyuan that Chen Haoyu had agreed to treat his father's chronic leg ailment and thus had been waiting downstairs for the past 10 minutes. "Dr. Chen, I will trouble you tomorrow," he said earnestly. "There's no need for formality, I shall do my utmost. However, I cannot guarantee a cure," Chen Haoyu replied. "My father's condition has persisted for many years. If a cure is possible, that would be wonderful, if not, we shall accept it. I have cautioned Shendong, and I trust he will refrain from troubling you and Dr. Su in the future." "Haha, thank you, young Master Chao," Chen Haoyu replied graciously. Nearby, He Jiahong and Dong Qingqing exchanged incredulous glances, both astonished by the respect shown to Chen Haoyu by a billionaire and the son of a tycoon. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would have found it hard to believe. On the way back, Su Yuyao frequently glanced at Chen Haoyu, who sat in the passenger seat. He yawned and remarked, "I know I'm handsome, but you needn't steal glances at me so often. If you truly wish to see, I can oblige you once we are home." Having grown somewhat immune to Chen Haoyu's flirtatious banter, Su Yuyao brushed it aside and asked, "How did you come to know Yi Ziyuan?" "His daughter suffered from severe depression, and I cured her. It's as simple as that," Chen Haoyu replied nonchalantly. The revelation sent a shockwave through Su Yuyao. The cheerful and lively Yihon at the dinner table had merely 2 days prior been a patient of severe depression. She could scarcely believe it. Staring at Chen Haoyu in disbelief, she questioned, "You cured that girl's severe depression just 3 days after your discharge?" Rolling his eyes, Chen Haoyu retorted, "To be precise, it took a day, no, merely 10 minutes. Depression is a mental issue. Once the root cause is identified, everything else falls into place. There's nothing extraordinary about it." Su Yuyao countered, "Last year, a professional organization conducted a study, revealing that the global cure rate for severe depression is below 3%. Chen Haoyu, if you cured severe depression in 10 minutes, that would be a miraculous achievement in medical history." Even the typically composed Su Yuyao's voice trembled slightly at the thought. Should Chen Haoyu's case be made public, it would undoubtedly send shockwaves through the global medical community. Chen Haoyu scoffed dismissively, "Oh, come now. If miracles were so easily achieved, they would cease to be miracles. Su Yuyao, I think you should take the time to genuinely check in on your friend." Su Yuyao's expression changed, and she inquired, "I was just about to ask you, what did you discern from Qingjie's features?" Chen Haoyu replied succinctly, "Turbulence in the sea of love." "Whose issue is that?" "He Jiahong. He has a daughter." "What? You can't be serious." Su Yuyao abruptly swerved, pulling the car over to the side of the road. "I have deduced the existence of Su Hai's illegitimate child. Do you truly believe I could err? He Jiahong is indeed a scoundrel. How could he commit such an act? Yet, it is not solely his fault but rather a twist of fate, for even he himself is unaware of this daughter." "Chen Haoyu, elucidate the matter for me." "Su Damei, I am no oracle. The mere fact that I discerned He Jiahong's daughter is already quite remarkable. How could I possibly unravel the entire saga? You previously mentioned that Xin Jie would face a daunting choice, which is whether to abandon He Jiahong. If only it were that simple. I advise you, for the time being, to refrain from informing Dong Qingqing. Prematurely revealing the truth would not bode well for her." "I understand. Chen Haoyu, I sincerely hope you are mistaken. The truth of the matter will be revealed in 3 days." Su Yuyao shot a fierce glare at Chen Haoyu and said, "Listen carefully, Chen Haoyu. Even if we pretend to be a couple in public, you must not overstep your bounds. If you dare to kiss me again, I will not let this go." Chen Haoyu chuckled, "Isn't it just a kiss? It won't cost you a thing. Besides, I've already offended Shendong for you, you should at least give me some sweet rewards." Su Yuyao retorted, "Chen Haoyu, I am not jesting with you." Chen Haoyu's heart stirred. "If you agree to one condition, I promise not to kiss you again, and I will be your dedicated boyfriend. Always at your service." Su Yuyao, skeptical, asked, "Are you truly that generous? What is your condition?" Chen Haoyu explained, I have an elder who treats me exceptionally well. Yet he constantly pressures me to marry. In a couple of days, I hope you can play the role of my girlfriend to resolve this matter. Su Yuyao pondered for a moment and replied, all right. When my family pressures me to marry, you must do the same. Chen Haoyu made an okay gesture and smiled, deal. Upon returning home, Chen Haoyu freshened up and immediately retreated to his bedroom. He retrieved a piece of inferior Haitian jade from his drawer and conjured a talisman to dispel coldness. This talisman, as its name implies, is designed to eliminate the chill that plagues the patient's body. It is intended for Chao Lishue's chronic cold legs. As the wealthiest individual in Yanhai, with a fortune of several $100 billion, it would be disrespectful to this magnate if Chen Haoyu could not earn a few million from him. Regarding the treatment of his cold legs, Chen Haoyu was quite confident. At the very least, he was certain he could alleviate Chao Lishue's suffering from the piercing pain of icy needles. At the Grand Hotel, Chao Cheng once again warned Shendong before departing. Shendong's expression was one of utter dismay. He could not fathom why Chen Haoyu garnered such attention from Chao Cheng, to the extent of offending him. Brother Dong, what shall we do if Chenggu disapproves of us going after Chen Haoyu? If Chao Cheng forbids it, shall we not pursue it? I, Shendong, am no one's dog, why should I heed his words? Zhang Yuan, gather more than 10 members of the Tiger Gang tomorrow morning, and accompany me to smash Chen Haoyu's clinic. The Tiger Gang is one of the underground forces in Yanhai. Although it does not operate in the open, it poses no challenge to ordinary individuals. It is not difficult to find several members of the Tiger Gang. The key concern is how to explain the situation to Chenggu. Once I have taught Chen Haoyu a lesson, I will report back to Chenggu. Anyway, the deed is done, and I do not believe Chenggu would sever ties with me over him. Understood. The following morning, after Su Yuyao and Chen Haoyu had breakfast, they descended to go to work. Upon seeing Chen Haoyu push out a brand new motorcycle, Su Yuyao inquired in astonishment, when did you buy that? Chen Haoyu replied with pride, I bought it yesterday afternoon, spending over 80,000. What do you think? Doesn't it look cool? Su Yuyao remarked. Whether it looks cool or not largely depends on who rides it. With your appearance and temperament, it's rather ordinary. Chen Haoyu retorted, Su Yuyao, how dare you call me sharp-tongued? You are far more acerbic than I am. As Su Yuyao climbed into the car and rolled down the window, she said to Chen Haoyu, thank you for the compliment. With that, she drove off, leaving Chen Haoyu standing there with a look of helplessness. Through the rearview mirror, Su Yuyao caught a glimpse of his expression and couldn't help but smile. Chapter 35, Treating Anorexia. The following day, Chen Haoyu donned his helmet and rode his newly purchased motorcycle to his clinic. At the entrance stood a handsome man in his 30s. Attired in a white shirt and black trousers, evidently a white-collar worker. Cradled in his arms was a petite girl of about 5 or 6 years old, her complexion pale, her frail body resembling that of a delicate piece of paper. Were it not for the man holding her, a mere gust of wind could have whisked her away. Are you Dr. Chen? He inquired. Yes, I am Chen Haoyu, replied the doctor. Hello, Dr. Chen. My name is Wang Zedong, and this is my daughter, Wang Miaomiao. A relative of mine watched Hongji's live stream yesterday and informed me that you are an exceptionally skilled traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. So I have brought my child to seek your help. Let us discuss this inside, Chen Haoyu suggested as he opened the clinic door, allowing the three of them to enter. Wang Miaomiao appeared exceedingly shy, clinging tightly to her father and avoiding eye contact with Chen Haoyu. Mr. Wang, what seems to be the issue with your child? Chen Haoyu inquired. Wang Zedong replied, Miaomiao has suffered from anorexia for the past 2 years, refusing to eat anything. I have traversed the nation, consulting numerous experts, yet none have been able to heal her. Due to her prolonged inability to eat, Miaomiao is malnourished, at 9 years old. She appears to be merely 5 or 6. My heart aches for her. At this point, tears welled in Wang Zedong's eyes, rendering him momentarily speechless. Wang Miao gently wiped away her father's tears and reassured him, "Daddy, don't cry, Miao will be good." Wang Zedong kissed her gently, the faint smile gracing his lips. Observing the tender interaction between father and daughter, Chen Haoyu felt a surge of emotion and envy within him. If he had a daughter, he would go to great lengths to pluck the stars from the heavens for her. Miao, may I hold your hand? Chen Haoyu asked with a warm smile, extending his hand toward her. Wang Miao hesitated, glancing at Wang Zedong, who nodded encouragingly. "All right," she replied, extending her frail, bony hand to grasp Chen Haoyu's. Seizing the moment, he took her pulse, only to furrow his brow in concern. She was alarmingly weak. Likely due to her long-standing anorexia, Miao's physical condition was dire. Her pulse so faint it was nearly imperceptible. If this continued, her internal organs would undoubtedly suffer severe consequences. Chen Haoyu withdrew his hand and said, "Miao, look into my eyes." As she gazed up at him, she found his eyes profoundly deep, akin to a black hole in the universe, drawing her very soul in. In 10 seconds, Miao's eyelids fluttered shut, and she fell asleep. Wang Zedong, astonished, asked, "What happened to Miao?" Chen Haoyu explained, "I just employed a bit of hypnosis." Hypnosis? Wang Zedong's surprise grew deeper. "Mr. Wang," Chen Haoyu continued, "please place your child on the bed inside. There is a breakfast stall to the left of the clinic. Kindly fetch 3 eggs and a bowl of millet porridge." "But Dr. Chen, Miao never eats eggs or porridge," Wang Zedong protested. Chen Haoyu smiled and said, "If her anorexia is cured, will she eat?" Wang Zedong immediately grasped Chen Haoyu's intent and, with a face full of surprise, inquired, "Dr. Chen, do you have confidence in treating Miao's anorexia?" Chen Haoyu replied calmly, "If you delay any longer, I shall cease my treatment." "All right, I shall go at once." Wang Zedong hurriedly placed Miao on the examination bed and rushed to procure eggs and millet porridge. Chen Haoyu approached Miao, extending his right hand to draw an invisible spirit-cleansing talisman. The talisman gently descended upon Miao's forehead, emitting a faint glow. The light radiated like ripples in water, extending inward and outward, resembling a divine miracle. In the realm of Western medicine, anorexia is classified as a psychological eating disorder, while the spirit-cleansing talisman is regarded as a reliable remedy for alleviating mental ailments. The luminescence persisted for approximately 3 minutes before gradually dissipating. When Wang Zedong returned with the eggs and millet porridge, Chen Haoyu snapped his fingers, awakening Wang Miao. "Daddy, I'm so hungry." Miao's eyes sparkled at the sight of the eggs and porridge. Wang Zedong could hardly believe his ears and excitedly asked, "Miao, what did you just say?" Miao responded, "Daddy, I want to eat eggs and drink porridge." Tears welled in Wang Zedong's eyes as he exclaimed, "All right, let's eat now." In just 5 minutes, Wang Miao had devoured the porridge and 3 eggs. Chen Haoyu advised, "Mr. Wang, Miao's stomach is quite small initially. She must consume easily digestible foods and should not eat too much at once. It is essential to follow a regimen of small, frequent meals, do you understand?" Wang Zedong nodded, replying, "Understood. Dr. Chen, I cannot thank you enough. May I inquire about the treatment fee?" "I shall pay you immediately." Chen Haoyu raised one finger and stated, 1 yuan. 1 yuan. Wang Zedong was taken aback. "Dr. Chen, your consultation fee is 3,000. Chen Haoyu chuckled. "I have taken a liking to this child, so consider the 2009 and the treatment fee a gift for her. I have but one condition, in 6 months. Bring Miao back to me, for I hope to see a chubby little girl." Despite Wang Zedong's attire of a white-collar worker, his demeanor suggested that his financial situation was not affluent, likely having exhausted his savings on his daughter's treatment. Chen Haoyu admired such a loving father and had no desire to further burden his life. Wang Zedong was well aware of Chen Haoyu's intentions, and his eyes instantly reddened. He rose and bowed to Chen Haoyu, saying, "Dr. Chen, thank you." Wang Miao timidly added, "Thank you." Chen Haoyu gently stroked Wang Miao's somewhat withered hair, saying, "No need for thanks, now return home with your father." After the father-daughter duo departed, a radiant smile blossomed on Chen Haoyu's face. He suddenly understood why, a millennium ago, the carefree sage often descended the mountain to offer free consultations to the impoverished. It stemmed from a profound sense of inner fulfillment. Seeing the radiant smile on Wang Zi's face, Chen Haoyu felt a joy surpassing the exhilaration of earning several tens of thousands of dollars. Of course, one must still pursue wealth. If necessary, one could resort to robbing the rich to aid the poor. At that moment, a group of ruffians clad in an array of colorful shirts sauntered in. Behind them stood Shendong and a few wealthy second-generation heirs, all with their arms crossed, merely spectating the unfolding drama. A flicker of insight crossed Chen Haoyu's mind, realizing that the esteemed son of the tycoon, Chao Cheng, seemed to wield less influence than anticipated. Chapter 36, The Function of the Ghost Symbol. Young man, are you Chen Haoyu? A robust man with a bushy beard slammed his hand on the table and spoke in a deep voice. Chen Haoyu replied calmly, I am. And you are? The man's piercing gaze bore down on Chen Haoyu as he declared, listen well. I am Gu Meng, the leader of the Tiger Gang. If you wish to open a shop in my territory, you must pay me a security fee. With a faint smile, Chen Haoyu responded, Leader Gu. Even the gangsters in Hong Kong movies wouldn't collect protection fees from clinics, would they? Gu Meng retorted coldly, they are they, I am I, Chen Haoyu inquired. How much? Gu Meng held up 2 fingers and stated, 200,000 a month. You will pay me for a year in advance. Then there is nothing to discuss. Chen Haoyu replied, standing with his hands behind his back while drawing a ghost symbol in the palm of his left hand. He called out to Shendong, Shen. Does this amuse you? Shendong, with a sense of pride, replied, we are merely here to enjoy the spectacle, not to trouble you. Chen Haoyu feigned surprise. I thought Chao Cheng had lost his influence. It appears he still possesses some deterrent power. Shendong coldly remarked, do not use Chao to intimidate me. Although he is Chao Lishue's eldest son, whether he becomes the heir is still uncertain. Chen Haoyu, the Tiger Gang is not to be trifled with. You would do well to tread carefully, lest you meet a dire fate. Stepping out from behind the counter, Chen Haoyu smiled and said, Shen. It seems you are acquainted with Leader Gu. Since we have met, might you intercede on my behalf? Shendong replied, do you think that is possible? The woman I have set my sights on, you dare to pursue her. You are courting death. Understanding the implication, Chen Haoyu nodded and suddenly slapped Gu Meng on the forehead, exclaiming, what a large mosquito. Gu Meng shuddered, then erupted in fury, you are seeking death. Before the words had left his mouth, Gu Meng clenched his fist, as large as a sandbag, and hurled it at Chen Haoyu. Goodness! Chen Haoyu feigned panic, retreating 3 steps. He then spun around and hid behind the counter. Laughter erupted from the onlookers at Chen Haoyu's predicament. Shendong scoffed, you seemed so composed just now. Yet you turn out to be a coward. A wealthy second generation remarked, such a spineless individual dares to compete with Shen for a woman, he truly overestimates himself. Others chimed in with derision. The only one who remained silent was Gu Meng. No one noticed his eyes had turned bloodshot, his entire being frozen in place. A lackey approached Gu Meng, ingratiatingly saying, boss, you should take a break. We'll take care of this person. He intended to say handle. But before he could finish, Gu Meng's terrifying red eyes struck fear into him. Boss, you, bang. Gu Meng's fist knocked the lackey unconscious, silencing the laughter instantly. Everyone stood in stunned disbelief. Shendong exclaimed, Gu Meng, have you lost your mind? Gu Meng turned his head, his eyes now completely crimson, emanating a chilling aura of malice as he gazed at the crowd. What on earth is happening? The boss's eyes are terrifying. Everyone displayed expressions of shock. You vile creatures, perish. Gu Meng charged forward, unleashing a relentless barrage of strikes upon his subordinates. His rise to leadership was predominantly due to his formidable prowess. Originally the most formidable presence, now under the influence of the ghost talisman, he resembled a vengeful spirit. One could only fathom the magnitude of his strength. Chen Haoyu had already activated his phone's recording function. He sat comfortably in a chair, munching on seeds, watching the unfolding chaos with great interest, a smile gracing his face. The ghost talisman was an aggressive charm designed to transform individuals into monstrous beings devoid of pain and fear, perceiving all around them as malevolent entities and automatically targeting them for attack. For a resolute martial artist, Chen Haoyu would find it impossible to exert control with the ghost talisman. However, Gu Meng was merely a third-rate fighter who had studied Muay Thai for a few months, with a weak will making him an easy target for Chen Haoyu's manipulation. The clinic echoed with anguished cries. Gu Meng, akin to a tiger descending the mountain, mercilessly battered his subordinates and a few affluent youths, leaving them in tears. Gu Meng, what are you doing? Stop this madness! Shendong shouted frantically while dodging. But Gu Meng seemed oblivious, continuing his assault. Even those already sprawled on the ground, moaning in agony, were not spared from his relentless fists and feet. Realizing the dire situation, Shendong attempted to flee the clinic. Unfortunately, it was too late. Gu Meng delivered a powerful kick to his back. With a yelp, Shendong soared through the air like a discarded sack, landing heavily on the ground 3 meters away. Gu Meng did not relent, charging towards him once more. In Gu Meng's eyes, Shendong was the ultimate demon king. Just as Shendong struggled to rise, he found himself once again felled by Gu Meng's kick. When Chao Cheng and Yi Ziwan entered, they were momentarily stunned. They saw Chen Haoyu reclining at the counter, casually snacking on seeds while observing the spectacle. As a group of battered individuals writhed on the floor in pain, a brawny man relentlessly kicked Shendong, who was covering his head, bloodied and wailing on the ground. The entire scene was rather amusing. Chao Cheng and Yi Ziyuan exchanged glances, both displaying expressions of astonishment. They were no fools and quickly deduced the reason for Shendong's presence. However, they were perplexed as to why this muscular man was assaulting him. Soon, though, the answer became evident. Sensing the presence of strangers, Gu Meng finally ceased his assault, lifting his gaze towards the two. I will kill you, Gu Meng bellowed, charging at them. Chao Cheng furrowed his brow and took 2 steps forward, positioning himself in front of Yi Ziyuan. As Gu Meng approached, Chao Cheng lifted his left foot, taking a half step forward, and unleashed a powerful punch with his right hand, causing the air to explode in his wake, showcasing immense explosive force. He employed the renowned Shinny half-step collapse fist. With a resounding thud, Gu Meng trembled, retreating more than 10 steps before finally regaining his balance. Chen Haoyu's eyes lit up, applauding, and exclaimed, "Splendid." Just as Chao Cheng was about to respond, Gu Meng, with a wild roar, charged at him once more. Something was amiss with this fellow. Observing the beast-like intensity in Gu Meng's eyes, Chao Cheng silently acknowledged the gravity of the situation and swiftly executed his most proficient Shinny snake-style footwork, instantly positioning himself beside Gu Meng, where he struck the back of his head with 2 bent fingers. Chapter 37, The Shock of Chao Cheng before Gu Meng could react. Darkness enveloped him, and he collapsed to the ground. However, he soon managed to rise slowly to his feet. Chao Cheng was utterly astonished after that strike. It was unimaginable that someone like Gu Meng, a mere ordinary strongman, could recover so swiftly. Even a master of Ming Jin would require at least half an hour to regain consciousness. Yet, Gu Meng, astoundingly, was back on his feet in less than 10 seconds. This was nothing short of miraculous. Just as Chao Cheng prepared to strike again, Chen Haoyu declared, "Disperse." Gu Meng's body stiffened, the crimson hue in his eyes faded rapidly, and clarity returned. Yet, his injuries were severe, and without the support of the ghostly talisman, he could no longer withstand the strain. With a final flutter of his eyelids, he fainted once more. Chao Cheng, witnessing Gu Meng's condition, displayed an expression of disbelief. "Dr. Chen, what has happened to him?" He gazed at the smiling Chen Haoyu, feeling a chill run down his spine. The ability to transform a person into a demon who attacks anyone on sight was a terrifying power that transcended Chao Cheng's comprehension. Chen Haoyu chuckled. "This fellow is the leader of the Tiger Gang, known as Gu Meng. He was invited by young Master Shen to trouble me. Who could have anticipated that he would suddenly go berserk, attacking everyone like a madman? It frightened me so much that I quickly hid behind the counter. Scared, my foot. You were merely munching on seeds, enjoying the spectacle. Chao Cheng silently derided but maintained a composed facade. Dr. Chen, your methods are truly enlightening. Chen Haoyu waved his hand dismissively, just a trivial trick. However, Chao Shao, your warnings seem to have little effect. Chao Cheng's expression darkened as he turned to the severely battered Shendong and coldly remarked, perhaps my father has yet to establish my position as the heir. Which is why they disregard my words. Yi Ziyuan inquired, Dr. Chen, how do you suggest we handle this? Chen Haoyu replied. Given that this paragon of righteousness has been reduced to such a state, what is there to handle? Yi Ziyuan couldn't help but chuckle. This guy indeed possesses a strong sense of justice. Chao Cheng kicked the nearby wealthy heir and said, stop playing dead, quickly escort them away. The wealthy heir, upon hearing this, scrambled to his feet. Soon, everyone helped one another and departed. Chao Cheng addressed Shen, Mr. Shen, I sincerely apologize. I did not anticipate Shendong would act in such a manner. Chen Haoyu waved his hand, he is merely a foolish clown. Yi Ziyuan, curious, asked Dr. Chen. What exactly is wrong with Gu Meng? Why did he appear to be insane? Chen Haoyu did not withhold the truth, he has been possessed. In Gu Meng's eyes, everyone is a malevolent spirit. Naturally, he must fight for his life against them. A storm of emotions surged within Chao Cheng and Yi Ziyuan. They certainly did not consider Gu Meng's possession an accidental occurrence, it was undoubtedly orchestrated by Chen Haoyu. The capability to drive a strong man into such a frenzied state spoke volumes of Chen Haoyu's formidable prowess. Chen Haoyu glanced at the two, thoroughly satisfied with their astonished expressions. He spoke these words to thoroughly intimidate the two individuals, otherwise, how could he maintain a position of dominance in their future interactions? In contrast to Chao Cheng, Yi Ziyuan found it far easier to accept this supernatural occurrence after witnessing Chen Haoyu employ talismans to treat his daughter's depression. He was the first to regain his composure and inquired, Dr. Chen, may we attend to Uncle Chao's leg? Chen Haoyu nodded in affirmation, replying, of course. Armed with his golden needles and cold-repelling talismans, Chen Haoyu took a ride in Chao Cheng's car, heading straight to the Chao residence. Where is the most luxurious villa in Yanhai? Anyone familiar with Yanhai would agree that, among 10 people, at least 9 would point to the Pingding Mountain Villa area. This area comprises 36 villas, with the least expensive exceeding 1 billion. Making it a prime piece of real estate. To reside there, one not only requires wealth but also status and identity. As the wealthiest individual in Yanhai, Chao Lishue resides in Villa number 1 of the Pingding Mountain area. While ascending the hill, Chen Haoyu gazed through the car window at the standalone villas and could not help but nod in quiet approval. Nestled between mountains and water, with lush greenery, the environment was exquisite. It was no wonder that the Pingding Mountain Villa area enjoyed such a stellar reputation, it is indeed a premier residence, a quintessential feng shui treasure. Although Su Yuyao's upscale community was commendable, it paled in comparison to the Pingding Mountain villas. The car halted in front of Villa number 1, flanked by imposing stone lions that exuded an air of majesty. Upon entering, they were greeted by a vast courtyard featuring a beautiful pond and fountain at its center. Chen Haoyu recognized that the layout had undoubtedly been designed under the guidance of a feng shui master. As the trio entered the living room, Chen Haoyu encountered the renowned tycoon of Yanhai, Chao Lishue. At 62 years of age, with a square face and prominent nose. His hair a mix of black and white, he donned black-rimmed glasses and sat leisurely in a wheelchair. Despite his appearance, which resembled that of a university professor rather than a businessman, when he lifted his gaze to Chen Haoyu, his piercing eyes and formidable presence unmistakably revealed the aura of Yanhai's foremost commercial figure. Of course, to Chen Haoyu, this semblance of power was trivial. The carefree sage from his dreams had met several emperors, rendering Chao Lishue inconsequential by comparison. Within the living room, aside from Chao Lishue, There was a middle-aged woman in her 40s with a striking figure and a handsome young man in his 20s. During their journey, Chen Haoyu had already been briefed by Chao Cheng about their family dynamics. Chao Lishue had 3 sons and 1 daughter. The eldest, Chao Cheng, had lost his mother to illness at the tender age of 16. Subsequently, Chao Lishue married his secretary, Zhang Yashi, who bore him a second son, Chao Hai. 6 years ago, Zhang Yashi gave birth to a pair of twins, a boy and a girl named Chao Chuan and Chao Shalui. It was evident that the middle-aged woman was Chao Cheng's stepmother, Zhang Yashi, while the young man was likely Chao Hai, who harbored ambitions to contest the family fortune. Both mother and son regarded Chen Haoyu with a hint of disdain, although Zhang Yashi, being astute, concealed her feelings more effectively. Chao Hai was distinctly different. His disdainful expression was unmistakably evident. Chen Haoyu cast a glance at Chao Hai, then at Chao Lishue, a flicker of intrigue passing through his eyes. Goodness, how audacious. Someone actually dared to place a green hat upon the richest man of Yanhai. Huayuan, how is the young lady faring? Chao Lishue withdrew his gaze from Chen Haoyu and inquired of Yi Huayuan. Yi Huayuan replied with a smile, "Thank you, Uncle Chao, for your concern, she has fully recovered. In the coming days, I will take the young lady to Kangon Hospital for a checkup, there should be no issues." Chao Lishue nodded, exclaiming, "That is splendid news. Old Yi must be overjoyed, I presume." Yi Huayuan responded, "Yesterday at noon, we returned home, and my father became quite inebriated." Chapter 38, confronting the wealthy heir. Laughter erupted from Chao Lishue as he remarked, "This old fellow has a penchant for alcohol, yet his capacity diminishes with age. Xiao Cheng, in a few days, I would like you to invite your master for a drink on my behalf. I have recently acquired a bottle of Moutai that has been aged for 30 years, which would be perfect for sharing with him." Chao Cheng responded, "Of course, Dad. Allow me to introduce you, this is the miraculous physician, Dr. Chen Haoyu, who has successfully treated the young lady." Chao Lishue greeted him with a smile, saying, "Dr. Chen, I appreciate your assistance." Unlike Zhang Yaji and Chao Hai, Chao Lishue did not exhibit any trace of disdain towards Dr. Chen due to his youth, yet Dr. Chen could clearly discern the flicker of disappointment in Chao Lishue's eyes. After all, he was a remarkable figure who had navigated the business world for decades, demonstrating an unparalleled ability to control his emotions. Dr. Chen, maintaining his composure, replied, "Mr. Chao, may I examine your leg?" "Of course," Chao Lishue responded. However, before he could continue, Chao Hai interjected, "Dad, this doctor my brother found is far too young. In the realm of traditional Chinese medicine, he is merely an apprentice. I believe it is unnecessary to waste time on him." Chao Cheng frowned and retorted, "Chao Hai, are you deliberately trying to provoke Dr. Chen? Or are you merely seeking to create trouble for me?" Zhang Yaji quickly interjected, "Xiao Cheng, Chao Hai does not mean to create conflict, he merely believes you may have been misled." Yi Huayuan added, "Auntie, do not be deceived by Dr. Chen's youth, his medical skills are extraordinary. My daughter has consulted numerous specialists for her depression, yet Dr. Chen cured her in merely 10 minutes. This speaks volumes about his remarkable abilities." Chao Hai scoffed, "Brother Yi, he simply stumbled upon a lucky break. Even without him, your daughter's depression would eventually improve." Dr. Chen stood still, observing the theatrical display of the mother and son with a faint smile of amusement. He understood that their antics were not genuinely intended to prevent him from examining Chao Lishue's leg, but rather to find grounds to undermine Chao Cheng. Should Chao Cheng insist on having him examine the leg and he fail to resolve the issue, the duo would undoubtedly ridicule Chao Cheng before Chao Lishue, leading to a sense of disappointment in his son. Zhang Yaji was acutely aware that this would not significantly affect Chao Cheng, yet accumulating such disappointments, combined with a few whispers in the ear, would yield considerably different results. Clearing his throat, Dr. Chen interjected, "Have you finished your meaningless chatter?" Chao Hai, taken aback by Dr. Chen's bluntness, retorted, "What do you mean by that?" Dr. Chen raised a finger, stating, "I require but a minute to ascertain whether Mr. Chao's leg can be treated. Had you not interrupted, I would have completed my examination by now." Are your words not mere nonsense? Besides wasting time. What purpose do they serve? Chow Hai's face flashed with anger as he exclaimed, "How can we be certain you do not harbor ill intentions?" Yi Huiyuan, furrowing his brow, interjected, "Uncle Chow, Dr. Chen was introduced to you by me. I have never intended to cause you harm." Smart move. In his heart, Chen Haoyu couldn't help but admire Yi Huiyuan. Rather than engaging in a direct confrontation with Chow Hai, he opted to express his dissatisfaction to the key figure. It was no wonder that Yi Huiyuan could expand and strengthen the Radiant Hotel. His emotional intelligence and intellect were truly remarkable. Chow Lishue, a person of considerable stature, could almost instantly discern the thoughts of those around him. With a face full of apology, he said, "Huiyuan, Dr. Chen, Chow Hai lacks understanding and speaks without thinking. Please do not hold it against him. Indeed, those who thrive in the business world are exceptionally astute individuals. Characters resembling foolishly arrogant figures from online novels featuring miraculous doctors simply do not exist in reality. Individuals lacking both intelligence and emotional acuity could never attain such status and position." Conversely, Chow Hai bore resemblance to the kind of antagonistic character who gets soundly reprimanded by the protagonist. As for Zhang Yaji, she surpassed her son Chow Hai by a significant margin. At the very least, she possessed some depth. However, her perspective was too narrow and her mindset too petty, making her intentions easily discernible. In a palace intrigue narrative, someone with Zhang Yaji's intellect would likely not survive beyond 3 episodes. Chen Haoyu smiled slightly and said, "Mr. Chow." Chow Ashio's thoughts are written all over his face. "Everyone understands, no explanation is necessary. I only wish to ask, will you allow me to examine your leg?" Chow Lishue rolled up his trouser leg and said without hesitation, "Of course. Dr. Chen, I apologize for the trouble." Chen Haoyu approached Chow Lishue's wheelchair, crouched down, and carefully examined his leg, noting that there were no visible abnormalities. If he were an ordinary person paralyzed for over 5 years, muscle atrophy would have long set in. Clearly, Chow Lishue had employed several massage masters to tend to his legs, achieving this remarkable condition. Chen Haoyu extended 2 fingers, pressing them on the Tai-Chi acupoint on Chow Lishue's calf, and a faint stream of energy swiftly coursed through the acupoint into Chow Lishue's meridians. Chow Lishue seemed to sense this warmth, a flicker of surprise flashing in his eyes. Could this be the legendary True Qi? Initially approaching the situation with a sense of resignation, Chow Lishue now harbored a glimmer of confidence in Chen Haoyu. After assessing the meridians in Chow Lishue's leg, Chen Haoyu withdrew his hand and stood up. Noticing Chow Lishue's furrowed brow and silence, Chow Hai sneered, "I told you, what a waste of time." Chow Lishue retorted sharply, "You be quiet." Zhang Yaji tugged at Chow Hai, who lowered his head, refraining from further comment, though his eyes were filled with resentment. Chow Qing inquired, "Dr. Chen, can my father's leg be treated?" Chen Haoyu pondered for a moment before uttering 2 words, "Very difficult." Chow Hai scoffed, "I knew that would be the outcome." However, Chow Cheng's eyes brightened as he said, "Dr. Chen, saying it is difficult does not mean it is impossible, correct?" Chen Haoyu nodded, "Indeed. Chow Dasha, your intelligence far surpasses that of your brother." Yi Huiyuan chuckled softly, thinking to himself that this Dr. Chen was certainly no fool. However, considering his enigmatic abilities, Yi Huiyuan found it quite reasonable. A lofty dragon would never permit a mere mud loach to provoke it. Chow Hai pointed at Chen Haoyu and admonished, "Repeat that again, if you dare." Chen Haoyu shrugged and replied, "I apologize, I retract my previous statement. Not only is your intelligence lacking, but your emotional quotient is also deficient. I have already mentioned that I can heal your father's leg, yet you continue to act arrogantly before me. Have you lost your senses?" Zhang Yaji interjected, grasping Chow Hai's arm, "Dr. Chen, can you truly restore my husband's leg?" Chen Haoyu did not respond directly but inquired with keen interest, "Ms. Zhang, do you wish for me to heal Mr. Chow's leg?" Without hesitation, Zhang Yaji affirmed, "Of course, I do." Chen Haoyu regarded her intently and declared, Then I must ask you to escort young Master Chow from the living room, he is quite bothersome. Chow Hai retorted, you are asking for trouble. Chow Cheng interjected sharply. Your repeated doubts regarding Dr. Chen's medical skills stem solely from the fact that I brought him here, do they not? Now that there is finally hope for my father's leg to recover, you persist in your obstinacy. What exactly do you intend to achieve? His voice thundered like a storm, causing the ears of those present to ring. Chow Cheng's piercing gaze and formidable presence instantly thickened the air in the hall with tension. Chapter 39, The Flourishes of Chen Haoyu. In a fit of rage, blood may spill within 5 paces. As a master of the Mingjing martial arts, Chow Cheng is far from a meek individual. Zhang Yaji and Chow Hai spend their days scheming and sowing discord before Chow Lishue. And although Chow Cheng is well aware of their machinations, he finds their petty rivalries beneath his notice. Yet, their audacity has reached new heights. As they now even target the doctor they invited, their actions are utterly outrageous. Chow Hai, a mere fool, turned pale upon encountering the fierce, wrathful gaze of Chow Cheng, retreating 3 steps before collapsing onto the sofa. Chen Haoyu smirked, his eyes filled with disdain. Such lowly characters aspire to contend for the assets of the Chow family. It is truly laughable. Zhang Yaji, witnessing her son's humiliation, was infuriated, yet she managed to say, Shao Cheng, we are family. Let us not provide others with fodder for mockery. Chow Cheng's anger subsided slightly as he replied coolly, then I must trouble Aunt Zhang to properly discipline Shao Hai. The most pressing matter at hand is to cure my father's chronic leg ailment, not to engage in childish antics. Chow Lishue glanced at Zhang Yaji and Chow Hai, a fleeting shadow of sorrow crossing his gaze. Chow Cheng, the practitioner of martial arts with a genuine heart, may struggle with verbal expression. Yet he can clearly sense his elder son's concern for him. In stark contrast, Chow Hai's only focus is the wealth of the Chow family. Yet he lacks the talent to match his ambitions, a pitiful endeavor indeed. In terms of character and capability, the disparity is glaring. Chow Lishue addressed Dr. Chen, Doctor. Yaji is my wife, and Shao Hai is my son. Even if my chronic leg ailment remains untreated, I cannot cast them aside. I hope you can understand this. Chen Haoyu smiled faintly and replied, I was merely jesting, my primary frustration lies with your son's repeated doubts regarding my medical prowess. Mr. Chow, let us be pragmatic. If I can alleviate your suffering, enabling you to stand and live as a normal man once more, what compensation might you offer me? Without hesitation, Chow Lishue responded. Whatever you ask, I will provide. Chow Cheng interjected, Dr. Chen, please name your price. Chen Haoyu chuckled. I have heard that your family holds a 22% stake in Kongan Hospital, is that correct? Chow Cheng nodded, affirming, indeed, we possess 22% of Kongan Hospital. Chen Haoyu continued, I wish to act as your equity agent. For the next 3 years, I shall hold sway over Kongan Hospital. After this period, I will return the equity to you, yet the dividends will remain yours, I shall take nothing. Yi Huiyuan quickly comprehended Chen Haoyu's intentions, smiling knowingly, Mr. Chen. This condition is proposed with Dr. Su Yao in mind, is it not? Chen Haoyu touched his nose, saying, a graceful lady merits a gentleman's pursuit. Mr. Yi. Let us not be so blunt, it is rather embarrassing. Chow Lishue laughed heartily, by see now. Dr. Chen, I accept your terms. Shao Cheng. Go to Kongan Hospital to handle the necessary formalities. Chow Cheng responded, no problem. Dr. Yi, are there any additional conditions? The second condition pertains to the treatment fee. Chen Haoyu extended a finger, displaying no hint of embarrassment, and stated, I require this amount. Chow Cheng's expression changed abruptly as he retorted, 100 million. Chow Hai scolded vehemently, have you lost your mind from poverty? Chow Lishue furrowed his brow, feeling discontented with Chen Haoyu's outrageous demand. Though he was wealthy, he was not a fool. The sum of 100 million for treatment was indeed daunting. Chen Haoyu directed a volley of words toward Chow Hai. I did not indicate 100 million, but rather 10 million. I may be impoverished, but I have yet to reach the point of insanity. Mr. Chao's cold toxin has already infiltrated his meridians and marrow, and extracting it will necessitate some peculiar methods. Only I possess the capability to accomplish this. What? Do you find 10 million excessive? Chao Hai was momentarily rendered speechless by the retort. Chao Cheng turned to Chao Lishue, who smiled and said, "It appears to be a misunderstanding. 10 million is acceptable. If there are any additional conditions, please articulate them." Chen Haoyu shook his head and replied, "There are none." Chao Lishue inquired, "When shall we commence the treatment?" Chen Haoyu responded, "Now. Young Master Chao, please escort Mr. Chao to a quiet bedroom. No one is to enter aside from you." Chao Cheng exclaimed happily, "All right." The three proceeded to the bedroom, where Chao Cheng drew the curtains and locked the door. Chen Haoyu instructed Chao Lishue to sit at the edge of the bed and roll up his pant legs, revealing his limbs. Chao Cheng asked, "Dr. Chen, how may I assist?" Chen Haoyu produced a cold-repelling talisman he had crafted, saying, "Embrace your father and ensure he remains still." Without hesitation, Chao Cheng sat beside Chao Lishue, wrapping his arm around his shoulder. Observing the jade talisman, Chao Lishue asked in astonishment, "Dr. Chen, what is that jade you hold?" Chen Haoyu smiled and replied, "Have you heard of talismans healing ailments?" Chao Cheng's eyes lit up as he exclaimed, "Juyu technique." He had once heard from his master that there were indeed individuals in the martial world capable of healing through talismans, a method referred to as the Juyu technique. Chen Haoyu affirmed, "It can be considered that this jade talisman is known as the cold-repelling talisman, which, as the name suggests, serves to expel the cold from within the body. It took me considerable effort to create it last night. Regardless of what transpires, you must not disclose the existence of the talisman to outsiders. I wish to avoid complications." Both Chao Lishue and Chao Cheng nodded in understanding. "Understood. Very well. I shall commence the treatment." Chen Haoyu summoned his magical energy, and the cold-repelling talisman flew from his hand. The jade talisman emitted a soft glow as it spun gracefully, hovering 5 centimeters above Chao Lishue's left leg. As the astonishing scene unfolded before them, both father and son were filled with profound astonishment. They realized they had encountered a true master of the contemporary era. The expenditure of 10 million was indeed justified. In reality, Chen Haoyu need not expend magical energy to create such a dazzling spectacle. However, to thoroughly impress the two, he opted for the most visually striking method of treatment. In hindsight, his choice proved to be astute. The radiant glow of the warming talisman enveloped Chao Lishue, imparting an unparalleled warmth. Yet, before long, a chilling draft seeped in, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Sensing his father's tremors, Chao Cheng tightened his embrace. After a full 10 minutes, the talisman finally ceased its glow. At that moment, the jade charm had completed a full rotation, revealing that Chao Lishue's legs were now drenched, a consequence of the cold energy that had permeated his body. With a crack, the talisman returned to Chen Haoyu's hand, shattered into 2 fragments, rendering it utterly ineffective. Chapter 40. The green heart of the wealthy Chen Haoyu casually tossed the talisman for dispelling cold into the trash bin and inquired, "Mr. Chao, how do you feel?" Chao Lishue replied, "It's an unprecedented comfort." Chao Cheng wiped his father's leg and remarked, "Dr. Chen, you must hail from the realm of Shen Men, am I correct?" Chen Haoyu nodded and smiled, "Indeed. How did you come to know of us?" Chao Cheng responded, "My master has encountered several remarkable Shen Men masters. Unfortunately, due to the inland advocacy of science, these extraordinary arts have been relegated to the realm of superstition, forcing those masters to seek refuge abroad. To meet you today is truly a stroke of fortune for both my father and me." Chen Haoyu remarked, "Did General Yi not inform you that I treated Xiaohon with talismans as well?" Chao Cheng replied, "Brother Yuan only mentioned that you resolved Xiaohon's severe depression in 10 minutes, but he did not disclose the methods employed." Chen Haoyu chuckled. "General Yi indeed honors his word." Chao Cheng then asked, "Dr. Chen, what is the condition of my father's leg?" Chen Haoyu explained, The talisman has already extracted most of the cold toxins. To achieve complete resolution, 2 more treatments are necessary. I will return next week. Chao Cheng expressed his joy. That's wonderful. Thank you, Dr. Chen. Chen Haoyu waved his hand dismissively. I merely charge for my services. In truth, Chen Haoyu could have resolved Chao Lishue's chronic leg ailment today, but such is would not elicit the gratitude of the Chao family. Alas! Human nature dictates that the contrast between achieving something effortlessly and through great hardship evokes vastly different sentiments, with the latter undeniably more moving. Chao Lishue lifted his leg, astonished, exclaiming, I believe I can control my leg now. Chen Haoyu reassured him, the massage therapists are quite skilled, and your muscles have not atrophied, which greatly aids your recovery. I will prescribe a regimen for you to soak daily in a bathtub. By this time next week, I believe you should be able to walk normally. Chao Lishue nodded, saying, Dr. Chen, I cannot express my gratitude adequately. Should you ever require assistance from the Chao family, do not hesitate to ask. Chen Haoyu responded, Thank you, Mr. Chao. As he exited the bedroom, Zhong Yaji, Chao Hai, and Yi Huayuan immediately approached him. Chao Hai eagerly asked, Dad, how do you feel? Chao Lishue pointed to his own face and laughed heartily, just look at this radiant complexion, and you should know the outcome. Chao Cheng added, in just a week, Father will be able to stand again. Zhang Yaji beamed with joy, saying, That's simply wonderful. Dr. Chen, I sincerely apologize for our previous doubts regarding your medical skills. Chao Hai, don't you think you should apologize to Dr. Chen? Chao Hai bit his lip and said to Chen Haoyu, I'm sorry. Chen Haoyu replied, Young Master Chao, I do not appreciate insincere apologies. Chao Hai nearly erupted with frustration. Zhang Yaji tugged at his sleeve, saying, Darling, I'll go instruct the kitchen to prepare a couple more dishes so we can properly express our gratitude to Dr. Chen. Chen Haoyu waved his hand and said, Thank you for your kindness. I apologize, but I have matters to attend to at noon and will not be dining here. Chao Cheng replied, Dr. Chen, allow me to accompany you. Chen Haoyu smiled, There's no need. Mr. Yi, would you kindly give me a ride? Yi Huayuan agreed, of course. As they were about to leave, Chao Cheng handed Chen Haoyu a check for 10 million, saying, I will bring you the shareholding agreement for Conan Hospital tomorrow morning. Chen Haoyu smiled, that would be much appreciated. On the way back to the clinic, Yi Huayuan praised, Uncle Chao has consulted countless experts, both domestic and international, for his chronic leg ailment, yet none could provide a remedy. However, under your care, the results have been remarkably swift. Dr. Chen, I dare say your medical skills are unparalleled. Chen Haoyu chuckled modestly, I cannot claim to be the best in medicine, but I am confident in my skills in physiognomy. Yi Huayuan, being astute, inquired, Dr. Chen, have you discerned something? Chen Haoyu replied with 4 words, disaster arises from within. Yi Huayuan's expression shifted, Uncle Chao is exceptionally wise. This situation should not have occurred. Chen Haoyu donned a peculiar expression, heroes often succumb to the allure of gentle women. That Zhang Yaji is no ordinary woman. The Chao family may very well be undone by her. Yi Huayuan furrowed his brow, what about Chao Cheng? What will become of him? Chen Haoyu shrugged. That is a question for him to answer. Additionally, I must share a secret, Chao Hai's physiognomy is vastly different from that of the Chao father and son. What? Yi Huayuan was taken aback. Dr. Chen, are you certain you aren't jesting? I can discern familial ties at a glance. Why don't you? He paused, realizing, indeed, should you speak such words within the Chao family, you might still be trapped there. He continued, it would be straightforward to ascertain the truth. Let Chao Chen bring a strand of their hair to a discreet hospital for testing, wouldn't he it? I will mention it to him. Whether he believes it or not is his affair, after all. This is a family matter for the Chao clan, and as outsiders, it is prudent for us to maintain our distance. Astute indeed. After escorting Chen Haoyu back to the clinic, Yi Huayuan departed, deep in thought. Once he closed the clinic's door, Chen Haoyu mounted his motorcycle and headed to the bank. Gazing at the newfound 10 million in his account, a radiant smile spread across his face. "Hello, Chao Shao, is there something you need?" At 4 in the afternoon, Chen Haoyu's phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from Chao Cheng. "Dr. Chen, I wish to meet with you." "Then come to my clinic," Chen Haoyu replied. "All right, thank you." Upon arriving at the clinic, Chen Haoyu encountered Chao Cheng at the entrance. The latter's expression was grim. Chen Haoyu surmised that this fellow had likely already conducted tests on Chao Lishue and Chao Hai. Sure enough, as soon as they entered the clinic, Chao Cheng handed Chen Haoyu a report stating, "Dr. Chen, you were correct, Chao Hai is indeed not my father's son." Chen Haoyu glanced at the report and inquired, "What do you intend to do?" Chao Cheng replied solemnly, "To be honest, my thoughts are in disarray and I am uncertain about the best course of action." After a moment of contemplation, Chen Haoyu remarked, "Your second brother may not be your biological sibling, yet your 6-year-old brother and sister are indeed your flesh and blood. To eliminate Zhang Yaji would be exceedingly cruel to those two innocent children." Chao Cheng responded, "I too am troubled by this matter. Dr. Chen, there is something I cannot comprehend. The reason my father married Zhang Yaji was that she was with child, expecting Chao Hai. After Chao Hai's birth, my father underwent a paternity test, and there were no discrepancies whatsoever. How could it have come to this?" Chapter 41, The Predicament of Su Yuya. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Haoyu remarked, "There are two methods. One is to obtain your hair or blood for a paternity test with your father, and the other is to directly falsify the results. Beyond that, there appears to be no other option." Chao Cheng's expression shifted dramatically as he inquired, "Are you implying that Zhang Yaji's lover is likely someone close to my father?" Chen Haoyu affirmed, "The likelihood is indeed substantial. In any case, it is imperative to convince Mr. Chao that Chao Hai is not his son, otherwise, your efforts will be in vain." Chao Cheng proposed, "I plan to bring my father to your clinic tomorrow, under the pretense that you will administer acupuncture to expedite his recovery. What do you think?" Chen Haoyu gestured as if counting money and replied, "As long as the arrangements are in place, I have no objections." Chao Cheng managed a forced smile and stated, "Dr. Chen, you have salvaged our family. Once this matter is settled, I will ensure you are duly rewarded. By the way, here is the equity agency agreement for Kongan Hospital. If you could kindly sign it. You will be the representative of the Chao Group at Kongan Hospital for the next 3 years. You are quite efficient," Chen Haoyu complimented, taking up the pen to inscribe his name on the agreement. With 2 copies duly signed and secured, Chao Cheng hurriedly departed. Chen Haoyu, indifferent to the troubles of the Chao family, went to the market to procure ingredients, intending to prepare a delightful meal to celebrate the substantial sum he had earned today with Su Yuya. However, as the meal neared completion, Su Yuya had yet to return. Noticing the hour had advanced to 7 o'clock, Chen Haoyu attempted to reach her by phone, dialing 3 times without success. Feeling a sense of unease, he contacted Qin Qingqing, only to learn that Su Yuya had been in the operating room since 3 o'clock in the afternoon and was scheduled for the night shift as well. Consequently, Chen Haoyu packed the meal into a thermal container and rode his motorcycle to Kongan Hospital. "Dr. Qin, has Yuya come out yet?" he inquired. Qin Qingqing replied, "This surgery is exceedingly complex. If all goes well, she should be out shortly." Confused, Chen Haoyu asked, "After 4.5 hours of surgery, how can she possibly be expected to work a night shift?" The greater the difficulty of the surgery, the more concentration is required from the physician. After several hours, even a robust male doctor would be utterly exhausted, let alone a female doctor like Su Yuya. It is outrageous that the hospital would schedule her for the night shift under such circumstances. Closing the office door, Qin Qingqing spoke softly. This was arranged by the internal medicine chief, Wang Guiyan. As attending physicians, we are not obligated to work night shifts, only Yuya is an exception. Chen Haoyu's eyes narrowed as he asked, "Why is that?" With a sigh, Qin Qingqing explained, Huang Guoyan is a notorious lecher. From the very first day Su Yuyao joined the hospital, he set his sights on her, repeatedly attempting to pursue unethical favors. Naturally, Yuyao refused his advances. At a departmental gathering last year, Huang Guoyan tried to coerce her into drinking, only to receive a resounding slap from Yuyao, leaving him humiliated. From that day forth, Huang Guoyan frequently conspired against Yuyao, even arranging her night shifts. Chen Haoyu frowned and asked, did Yuyao not object? Qin Qingqing replied, this naive girl actually enjoys the night shifts, claiming it allows her to free up time during the day for her beloved activities. I am truly astounded. Chen Haoyu nodded and said, I understand. I will address this matter concerning Huang Guoyan. Qin Qingqing hurriedly cautioned, you must not bring trouble to Yuyao. Huang Guoyan's brother-in-law is Ma Ruliang, the deputy director of our hospital. If you provoke Huang Guoyan and draw Ma Ruliang's ire, Yuyao will face significant trouble. Chen Haoyu reassured her with a smile, do not worry, I am well aware of the situation. At that moment, the office door swung open. And a weary Su Yuyao entered, clearly exhausted. Qin Qingqing promptly poured her a glass of water and asked, Yuyao, are you all right? Su Yuyao took a sip of water and smiled, everything is going smoothly. Chen Haoyu, what brings you here? Chen Haoyu gestured towards the thermos and said, I brought you lunch. A wave of warmth washed over Su Yuyao as she replied, thank you. Qin Qingqing glanced at the touched Su Yuyao and remarked, I had planned to take you out for hot pot, but it seems unnecessary now. Su Yuyao responded, haven't I already mentioned? You needn't wait for me. Qin Qingqing laughed. How was I to know your gallant suitor would arrive? From now on, if you ask me to wait, I shall not. Ladies, I shall not disturb you further. Farewell. She said, waving as she left. Su Yuyao waved back, goodbye. Once Qin Qingqing departed, Chen Haoyu set the meal on the table and handed her a pair of chopsticks, saying, you must be famished. Eat while it's hot. Su Yuyao took the chopsticks, her expression skeptical, why are you being so kind to me today? Do you have ulterior motives? Chen Haoyu chuckled, if wanting to marry you qualifies as an ulterior motive, then I shall concede. Su Yuyao shot him a glare and remarked, here we go again. Chen Haoyu countered, if you don't wish to hear it, then let us not waste time and eat. As Su Yuyao savored a piece of sweet and sour pork, the delightful balance of flavors captivated her palate, stirring a sense of sweetness within her heart. Since her family fallout, she had long been devoid of such genuine concern from others. Although many men pursued her, their intentions were readily discernible as insincere. Yet, Chen Haoyu was different, the care reflected in his eyes was unmistakably genuine. Witnessing Su Yuyao enjoy her meal brought Chen Haoyu great joy. Once she finished, he began to tidy up, boasting, as the sage says, to win a person's heart, one must first win their stomach. Su Dame. Do you believe my culinary skills have conquered you? Su Yuyao replied, the soup was a tad salty, perhaps next time you could improve. Chen Haoyu scoffed. Your greatest flaw is your contradictory nature. Su Yuyao smiled, the cooking may be average, but your thoughtfulness is truly moving. Chen Haoyu immediately packed up and said, are you implying that you would be moved? Su Yuyao replied, in any endeavor, persistence is of utmost importance. If you were to bring me meals every day, I would surely be touched one day. Chen Haoyu scoffed and retorted, oh, spare me. Such empty promises might work on others, but not on me. Just then, a middle-aged man abruptly pushed the door open and entered. Su Yuyao's expression instantly turned quite severe. Su Yuyao, who is he? The middle-aged man inquired. Casting a glance at Chen Haoyu, his brow furrowed. Su Yuyao replied coolly, this is my boyfriend, Chen Haoyu. Is there a problem? The middle-aged man responded, indeed. There is a problem. This is a hospital, not a venue for romantic engagements. Chapter 42, Trouble approaches. Chen Haoyu scrutinized the man before him and inquired, who are you? The middle-aged man replied, I am Huang Guoyan, the head of the internal medicine department at Kongan Hospital. Oh. Chen Haoyu exclaimed with exaggerated enthusiasm, stepping forward to grasp Huang Guiyon's hand. So you are the renowned director Huang. My goodness, I have finally met my idol. Su Yuyao. Aware that Chen Haoyu was likely to pull a prank, observed the scene with a calm demeanor. Huang Guiyan was momentarily taken aback by Chen Haoyu's antics and asked, "What do you mean by that?" Chen Haoyu responded, "Director Huang, are you not aware? The entire Yanhai is abuzz with rumors about a Director Huang at Conan Hospital. Known for his greed and lechery. They say that for the right price, he would commit any unscrupulous act. If you withhold payment, do not even consider him for surgery, lest the scalpel end up in your abdomen." Su Yuyao could not suppress a laugh. Huang Guiyan, realizing that Chen Haoyu was deliberately mocking him, became furious. "Chen Haoyu, do you even know who you are speaking to?" Chen Haoyu maintained his smile and replied, "Then please enlighten me, who exactly am I conversing with?" With each word he spoke, he tightened his grip on Huang Guiyon's hand. By the end, Huang Guiyon's face turned pale, and he bent over in pain, exclaiming, "Let go of me, let go. What is the matter?" Chen Haoyu feigned ignorance as he twisted his grip further. "Ouch!" With a cry of distress, Huang Guiyan collapsed to his knees. Chen Haoyu quickly released him, astonished. "Director Huang, what has happened? Is it necessary to bow so deeply upon our first meeting?" Huang Guiyan, clutching his hand, struggled to rise and said sternly, "Chen Haoyu, Su Yuyao, you are both doomed." Chen Haoyu chuckled and slapped him lightly, saying, "Since doom is upon us, I might as well enjoy myself first." Fearing trouble, Su Yuyao hurriedly grasped his arm. "Don't stir up conflict." Chen Haoyu reassured her, "Fear not. I am quite experienced in this, I will only cause him pain, not injury. A wise man does not suffer immediate losses." Huang Guiyan retreated to the office door, pointing at Chen Haoyu and Su Yuyao with gritted teeth. "You will pay for this." Now a significant shareholder of Conan Hospital, Chen Haoyu dismissed Huang Guiyon's threats with disdain, saying, "We shall see if you possess the ability to follow through." After Huang Guiyan stormed away in anger, Su Yuyao sighed. "My troubles are about to begin." Chen Haoyu replied, "Wrong, it is his troubles that are coming. Su Yuyao, since we are in this predicament, how about we skip work and head home?" Su Yuyao shook her head. "I must be responsible for my patients." Chen Haoyu smiled and said, "I heard from Qin Qingqing that doctors of your caliber do not need to work night shifts, you are merely being sidelined by Huang Guiyan." Su Yuyao suddenly understood. "No wonder you treated Huang Guiyan that way, it was Sister Qing who informed you." Chen Haoyu gazed intently at Su Yuyao and asked, "Do you trust me?" Su Yuyao did not respond directly but stated plainly, "Let's go home." A radiant smile spread across Chen Haoyu's face as he remarked, "Oh, Su Yuyao. Not only are you beautiful, but your personality is also remarkably charming." In response, Su Yuyao rolled her eyes dramatically before heading off to change clothes. By the time the imposing Huang Guiyan arrived with security personnel, the two had already exited Conan Hospital. The following morning, as Chen Haoyu was preparing to visit the clinic, he received a call from Qin Qingqing. "Did Yuyao skip her night shift last night and come home with you?" she inquired. "Yes, I even dealt with Huang Guiyan," he replied. "You've landed Yuyao in serious trouble. This morning, Huang Guiyan reported her absence to the hospital, and they are preparing to take action against her. In an hour, Maru Liang will convene a meeting with our department." "Don't worry, I will handle this matter thoroughly," he assured her. Just after hanging up, Chen Haoyu noticed Su Yuyao emerging from the bedroom. The previous day's surgery had exhausted her, and she had only just awakened. "Why the rush? Aren't you off today?" he asked. "There is something urgent at the hospital, I need to go," she replied. "What could possibly be so urgent? They aren't planning to reprimand you, are they?" "Of course not. Perhaps there is a significant surgery scheduled," she suggested. Chen Haoyu thought to himself that it was astonishing she could keep such matters concealed while the hospital was on the brink of a critical meeting. If it were anyone else, they would have likely expressed their grievances by now. His gaze softened as he looked at Su Yuyao. Breakfast is on the table. You should eat before you leave, he said gently. I don't have enough time, she countered. No matter how little time you have, you must eat breakfast. Your stomach isn't in good shape, don't think I don't notice, he asserted. Taken aback, Su Yuyao asked, you noticed? Indeed, he affirmed. Traditional Chinese medicine emphasizes observation and inquiry, especially concerning issues with the internal organs. I can discern it at a glance. Hurry up and eat, he urged. All right, she conceded. After finishing her breakfast, Su Yuyao grabbed her bag and departed from their home. Chen Haoyu pondered briefly, then called Chao Cheng before changing his clothes and heading out. At Kong'an Hospital. When Su Yuyao entered the internal medicine conference room, all the doctors were already present. Sitting beside Qin Qingqing, she inquired, what is going on? In a hushed tone. Qin Qingqing replied, Huang Sharan went to summon Ma Ruliang. Yuyao, didn't Chen Haoyu accompany you? Huang Sharan was the stage name given to Huang Guoyan by everyone. What is he doing here? Su Yuyao asked. He mentioned he would take care of your situation. Did you call him? I did so this morning. Upon realizing that Chen Haoyu was aware she was to be reprimanded but had not come to face it alongside her, a sense of disappointment washed over Su Yuyao. After a while, Ma Ruliang entered the conference room, accompanied by Huang Guoyan and 3 or 4 senior hospital officials. Ma Ruliang, aged 55, had sharp eyebrows, a rugged visage, and wore gold-rimmed glasses patched upon his nose. On the surface, he appears to be a stern teacher, yet beneath lies a rogue. Unlike Huang Guoyan, he is motivated solely by avarice rather than lust. Casting a glance at Su Yuyao, a smirk of satisfaction crept across Huang Guoyan's lips. Once everyone settled into their seats, Ma Ruliang surveyed the room, his gaze resting upon Su Yuyao's visage. One cannot deny that Su Yuyao possesses a beauty akin to that of an ethereal goddess. Even he felt a flutter of admiration upon witnessing her captivating countenance. Dr. Su Yuyao, where were you last night? He inquired. Su Yuyao replied coolly, at home. Are you aware that you were scheduled for the night shift? I am. Then why did you return home? I performed a surgery lasting over 4 hours. My physical and mental stamina were depleted, rendering me unfit for duty. Have you completed the leave application? No. Chapter 43, The Arrival of Chen Haoyu. Ma Ruliang chuckled and remarked, Dr. Su, per hospital regulations, or unexplained absence from the night shift necessitates disciplinary action. You have no objections, I trust. Su Yuyao replied, it was not an unexplained absence, I was simply too exhausted from surgery to attend. I would appreciate it if Vice Dean Mo could speak with a bit more precision. Bang. Huang Guoyan slammed his hand on the table, his voice sharp, Su Yuyao. Mind your attitude. Su Yuyao cast a disdainful glance in his direction and retorted, you are truly repugnant. Pfft. Laughter erupted among the crowd. Not necessarily because of the humor in her words, but due to the unexpected outburst from the typically aloof Su Yuyao. Furious, Huang Guoyan barked, clarify your statement, Su Yuyao. Su Yuyao countered, Director Huang, have you forgotten why I splashed wine on you? Upon hearing this, the others exchanged knowing glances. Huang Guoyan stammered, I was merely intoxicated. Su Yuyao coldly responded, being intoxicated gives one the license to behave lewdly. Does it permit one to commit murder? Qin Qingqing interjected. In the entirety of Kong'an Hospital, not a single attending physician is scheduled for the night shift. After the incident with Director Huang, Dr. Su reported for duty the very next day, which raises suspicions of personal vendettas at play. In that moment, Qin Qingqing openly took a stand with Su Yuyao, undoubtedly opposing Huang Guoyan and the behind-the-scenes Ma Ruliang. Su Yuyao felt immense gratitude towards her friend. Realizing the situation was deteriorating, Ma Ruliang quickly stated, if Dr. Su is unwilling to work the night shift, she may submit a request in advance rather than being absent without notification or leave. Su Yuyao inquired, Vice Dean Ma, may I ask what penalty I am to face? Ma Ruliang replied, according to hospital policy, the deduction of 10,000 yuan from your salary. Su Yuyao nodded, very well. Before all my colleagues in the internal medicine department, I formally request exemption from the night shift, and I ask for your approval. Vice Dean Ma. Well done. Chin Ching Ching thought, giving her friend a mental thumbs up. Ma Ruliang cleared his throat, this is an internal matter for your department. Su Yuyao coldly countered, my absence last night was also an internal matter for the department. Ma Ruliang frowned, the nature of the situations is different. Su Yuyao replied. If internal matters require intervention from the vice dean, then what purpose does the director serve? Merely to consume resources. Huang Guiyang's face turned pale with rage as he exclaimed. Su Yuyao, you are being outrageous. Su Yuyao retorted, Director Huang, which of my statements was erroneous? Is it wrong to accept punishment? Or to submit a request? Huang Guiyan snapped, it is your attitude towards leadership. Su Yuyao shot back, I have always maintained this attitude. Enough, Ma Ruliang said in a low voice. Dr. Su. If you do not wish to work the night shift, you may submit a request for Director Huang's approval and then we can rearrange the night shift personnel. I came here today primarily to emphasize the importance of discipline. As doctors of Kongan Hospital, we. At that moment, his phone rang. Upon noticing a call from the director, Ma Ruliang promptly stepped outside to answer. Chin Ching Ching softly remarked, Yuyun, your combat prowess today is truly remarkable. Su Yuyun replied. Sister Ching, you shouldn't have intervened. This will surely draw Huang Guiyan's attention. Chin Ching Ching scoffed, I am not afraid of him. After a brief moment, Ma Ruliang returned, proclaiming. Our hospital's second largest shareholder will soon arrive for the meeting, everyone, please rise and prepare yourselves. The attendees exchanged glances and stood up in unison. Moments later, a young man accompanied by several bodyguards entered the room. The conference hall erupted into enthusiastic applause. Only Su Yuyun and Chin Ching Ching refrained from clapping, their faces displaying disbelief. For this so-called second-largest shareholder was none other than Chen Haoyu, someone they knew all too well. Unlike his usual carefree demeanor, today Chen Haoyu was dressed in a crisp white shirt and black trousers, sporting a pair of polished leather shoes. His previously disheveled hair was neatly styled, giving him a rather spirited appearance. Most amusingly, he wore glasses patched on his nose, his gaze sharp and serious, exuding the aura of a domineering CEO. Chin Ching Ching whispered. Darling, what is going on? Su Yuyun shook her head in confusion, I have no idea. Chin Ching Ching commented, to be honest, he looks rather handsome in that outfit. Upon Chen Haoyu's entrance, a radiant smile spread across Ma Ruliang's face as he greeted, welcome, Mr. Chen, to our inspection. I am Ma Ruliang, the Vice President of Kongan Hospital. Chen Haoyu shook Ma Ruliang's hand, saying, so you are Vice President Ma? Your name is well known to me. Seemingly oblivious to the sarcasm in Chen Haoyu's tone, Ma Ruliang responded, it is merely a name without substance, you flatter me, Mr. Chen. Chen Haoyu then turned his attention to Huang Guiyan, whose expression had drastically changed, and extended his hand with a smile, Director Huang, it's good to see you again. Huang Guiyan trembled as he shook Chen Haoyu's hand, forcing a smile, Mr. Chen, I sincerely apologize, I did not realize it was you before. Chen Haoyu waved his hand dismissively, saying graciously, just a minor misunderstanding, there is no need to dwell on it. Now, let us all take our seats. As everyone settled, Chen Haoyu unassumingly took the seat of honor. Vice President Ma, has your meeting concluded? Ma Ruliang replied, yes, it has. Chen Haoyu responded with an "oh" and asked, may I say a few words? Ma Ruliang quickly affirmed, of course. Chen Haoyu addressed the room, allow me to introduce myself. I am Chen Haoyu, the newest member of our Kongan Hospital family, and I am delighted to meet you all. After this introduction, Chen Haoyu stood and bowed to the audience. The audience erupted into applause, captivated by his strikingly composed demeanor, formidable presence, and the intensity of his gaze. Chen Haoyu continued, last night around 7. I conducted a brief survey in our department and happened to encounter Dr. Chin Ching. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, I discovered that she finishes work at 5:30. Yet was still diligently occupied past 7 o'clock. This deeply moved me. She later mentioned that overtime has become nearly routine for the entire internal medicine department, yet remarkably, there is not a hint of complaint among the staff. I, Chen Haoyu, hold immense admiration for such dedication and spirit of selflessness. Thus, my primary purpose for attending today's meeting of our hospital's internal medicine department is to express my profound respect for everyone present. I propose we applaud together. Not for anyone else, but for ourselves. A resounding applause erupted, even louder than before. Well said. Thank you, Mr. Chen. Upon hearing Chen Haoyu's praise, the crowd was filled with joy, enthusiastically cheering in response. Chapter 44. Dealing with Huang Shijun. As Qin Qingqing clapped her hands, she whispered to Su Yuyao. Your companion is quite the emotional speaker. I must admit, I am somewhat moved. It was Su Yuyao's first time witnessing such a serious demeanor from Chen Haoyu. Her beautiful eyes were fixed upon him as she remarked, this is a classic case of raising expectations only to bring them crashing down. I suspect he is about to stir up trouble. Indeed, Chen Haoyu's subsequent words took a sharp turn. Of course, where there are commendable aspects, there are also unsavory ones. There are numerous rumors circulating in society regarding our internal medicine director at Common Hospital, Huang Guoyan, who is said to be audacious enough to frequently accept red envelopes from the families of patients and engage in some dubious practices. Director Huang, I urge you to address these two issues before everyone here. Huang Guoyan immediately stood up, declaring, this is a blatant slander. Mr. Chen, I have absolutely not accepted any red envelopes, nor have I engaged in any unethical practices. Chen Haoyu gestured for him to sit down, saying, please, calm yourself. Huang Guoyan, gritting his teeth, retorted, Mr. Chen, who is the scoundrel making these accusations? I dare to confront him. In a shocking turn of events, Chen Haoyu grabbed a notebook belonging to Ma Ruliang and struck Huang Guoyan's face with it, stating, I am the one who said it. No one expected such sudden violence from Chen Haoyu, leaving everyone stunned. Qin Qingqing quietly remarked, that was satisfying. Ma Ruliang frowned and said, Mr. Chen, regardless of the circumstances, Huang Guoyan is our hospital's internal medicine director. He may not have accolades but certainly has put in hard work. Is your approach not somewhat inappropriate? Chen Haoyu sneered. With a scoundrel like him, what merits or efforts are there to speak of? Vice President Mao, have you perhaps indulged in too much wine? Bring the items over. A bodyguard clad in sunglasses placed a thick stack of red envelopes before Chen Haoyu. Zhang Xian, 5,000 yuan. Luo Zhizhong, 8,000 yuan. Qiu Mingyang, 6,000 yuan. Zheng Yek, 8,800 yuan. Chen Haoyu casually read aloud several names from the envelopes, his gaze fixed coldly on the pale-faced Huang Guoyan as he said, Director Huang, do these names sound familiar to you? Still claiming slander and wanting to confront someone, how dare you utter such words? An uproar ensued in the room. Luo Zhizhong is my patient. I recall Zhang Xian is a heart disease patient assigned to me by Director Huang. Indeed, where there is smoke, there is fire. Director Huang is in serious trouble this time. This is not merely trouble, it is a crime, and he could very well face imprisonment. Huang Guoyan struggled to swallow, stammering, This is not mine. Chen Haoyu replied nonchalantly, if it is not yours, then why were they found in your office cabinet? Huang Guoyan retorted sharply. What authority do you have to invade my office and open my cabinet? Chen Haoyu responded, you may report me to the police for infringing upon your privacy rights. Whatever punishment I deserve, I will accept. Now explain to me the origin of these red envelopes. Huang Guoyan insisted, these are red envelopes from the families of patients. And I was about to return them one by one. Chen Haoyu let out a soft exclamation and spoke in a low tone, I had intended to handle this matter internally, but since Director Huang is so principled, I shall involve the police to investigate your situation. After all, a bribe of over 100,000 yuan is no trifling sum. With that, Chen Haoyu took out his phone, preparing to dial the police. Huang Guoyan, unable to withstand such scrutiny, hurriedly interjected, "Wait." Chen Haoyu sneered, "What? Are you afraid now? Huang Guoyan, have you forgotten that there are several discs in your cabinet? Those discs contain footage of you bullying female doctors and patients' families. You pervert. Do you still dare to argue here? It seems you are eager for a prison sentence." The atmosphere was electric, the news was explosive. Huang Sharon was surely doomed this time. The crowd looked at Huang Guoyan with disdain. Bang! Ma Ruliang slammed his hand on the table. Pointing an accusatory finger at Huang Guoyan, you must clarify this situation immediately. Chen Haoyu raised an eyebrow, glancing at the furious Ma Ruliang. A wry smile playing on his lips. Huang Guoyan knew he could not evade responsibility, his face contorted in despair as he stammered, I'm sorry. Vice President Ma. I have betrayed your trust. You scoundrel. Ma Ruliang kicked Huang Guoyan, sending him sprawling to the ground. Huang Guoyan bowed his head. Silent and too fearful to rise. After dealing with Huang Guoyan, Ma Ruliang turned to Chen Haoyu and said, "Mr. Chen. I never anticipated that there would be such a rogue within Kongan Hospital, it is utterly outrageous." Chen Haoyu inquired, "Vice President Ma. How do you believe Huang Guoyan should be dealt with? I've heard that his sister is your wife." Ma Ruliang replied, "Precisely because he is my brother-in-law. I placed my trust in him. I never imagined." "Mr. Chen, may we speak privately?" Chen Haoyu responded calmly, "There is nothing that cannot be discussed openly. We are all colleagues who have worked together for many years, there is no need to hide anything from one another." Ma Ruliang continued, "What I mean is, if Huang Guoyan's case is reported to the police, it will have a tremendously negative impact on our hospital. It would be best to handle it internally. How about this? I will report to the president, and we can convene in the hospital's conference room in an hour." Chen Haoyu regarded him thoughtfully and said, "Very well. Go seek the president." "All right." Ma Ruliang acknowledged, hastily departing. Chen Haoyu lightly tapped the table with his fingers and declared, "Aside from Huang Guoyan, everyone else may return to work." Qin Qingqing stood up and asked, "Mr. Chen, will Huang Guoyan still serve as the head of our department?" Chen Haoyu chuckled and replied, "Dr. Qin, what are you thinking? Such a person could never continue working at Kongan Hospital. He faces two possible outcomes, either he complies, in which case he merely has to return the money and resign, or he resists, leading him to spend a decade or two in prison." Qin Qingqing remarked. During the previous meeting, he and Vice Dean Mo decided to impose a fine of 10,000 yuan on Dr. Su for her absence from the night shift last night. Chen Haoyu replied, "I am aware of this matter. Dr. Su performed a 4.5-hour surgery yesterday afternoon, leaving her utterly exhausted. Forcing her to take the night shift would be akin to committing an act of murder. She returned home with my consent. If a deduction is absolutely necessary, I shall instruct the finance department to subtract it from my monthly dividends. Are you satisfied now, Dr. Qin?" Qin Qingqing smiled and responded, "I am satisfied." Chen Haoyu continued, "I still need to cultivate a closer relationship with Director Huang, so you all may leave." After the crowd exited, Chen Haoyu instructed the bodyguard to stand guard outside the door and turned to Huang Guoyan, who lay on the ground, saying, "I hold the evidence of your crimes. Do not presume that your brother-in-law can save you." Chapter 45. Both entered. Huang Guoyan had completely lost the demeanor of the director of the internal medicine department at Kongan Hospital, desperately pleading, "Mr. Chen, I was wrong. I should not have harbored inappropriate thoughts about Su Yuyao. Please have mercy and spare me." Chen Haoyu sneered, "If you wish to avoid prison, you must demonstrate sincerity." Huang Guoyan raised his head and inquired, "What kind of sincerity?" Chen Haoyu replied coolly, "I am aware that your brother-in-law, Ma Ruliang, has embezzled a considerable sum of money. If you can provide me with the evidence, I can assure you that you will not face imprisonment. It was imperative for Chen Haoyu to eliminate Ma Ruliang as well. For merely dealing with Huang Guoyan would only enrage Ma Ruliang further, thereby worsening Su Yuyao's situation. Huang Guoyan's pupils constricted as he exclaimed, "You intend to target my brother-in-law." This response instantly revealed to Chen Haoyu that Huang Guoyan must possess evidence of Ma Ruliang's corruption, otherwise he would have immediately denied it rather than respond in such a manner. Chen Haoyu took out his phone, casting a cold gaze at Huang Guoyan. "I do not wish to hear any more nonsense. You have 1 minute to contemplate. Either you hand over the evidence of Ma Ruliang's wrongdoing, or you will find yourself in prison." With that, Chen Haoyu set the timer and reclined, closing his eyes in contemplation. Huang Guoyan was on the brink of madness. His mind a battleground of conflicting thoughts. One voice urged him to save himself, while another insisted he should wait for Ma Ruliang to rescue him. Seemingly anticipating Huang Guoyan's dilemma, Chen Haoyu remarked, "I am from the Chao group. Do not harbor delusions that Ma Ruliang can save you." Upon hearing this, Huang Guoyan sank into despair. 10, 9, 8, 7. The countdown from the phone echoed like a death knell, hammering against Huang Guoyan's heart, causing beads of cold sweat to form. 4, 3, 2. Before he could utter one, Huang Guoyan finally succumbed. Confessing, "I have videos of his transactions with the equipment supplier on my computer." A radiant smile spread across Chen Haoyu's face as he declared, "You have made a wise choice." In the internal medicine office of Kongan Hospital, Qin Qingqing pulled Su Yuyao into a secluded corner, her excitement palpable. "Incredible. Yuyao, what on earth is Chen Haoyu's identity? How did he suddenly become a shareholder in our hospital?" Su Yuyao pondered for a moment, replying, "Do you remember how Ma Ruliang introduced Chen Haoyu?" Qin Qingqing thought for a moment before responding, "As the second largest shareholder." Su Yuyao nodded, "Exactly. We all know that the second largest shareholder is the Chao Group." Qin Qingqing's eyes brightened with realization, "I understand now. He sought assistance from the Chao family, particularly from Chao Cheng, to back you up." Su Yuyao affirmed, "That seems likely." Qin Qingqing chuckled, "But you must admit, Chen Haoyu truly possesses the demeanor of a significant figure. His commanding presence and sharp gaze are more formidable than those of some government leaders." Recalling Chen Haoyu's earlier demeanor, Su Yuyao indeed found him to be quite impressive. Had it not been for her knowledge of his background, Su Yuyao might have mistaken him for the patriarch of a prominent family. Qin Qingqing gently nudged Su Yuyao and whispered, "Have you ever considered developing a relationship with Chen Haoyu? Apart from his origins, I believe he surpasses those so-called young masters by a considerable margin." Su Yuyao remained silent for an extended period before responding, "Sister Qing, do you know? It feels as though a veil of white mist surrounds Chen Haoyu, forbidding anyone from approaching him. The more I interact with him, the less I am able to understand him. I sense that his heart is entirely closed off. Even his laughter seems somewhat insincere." Qin Qingqing replied, "Yuyao, your greatest flaw is your excessive pride and composure. Why must you fully comprehend someone to like them? I recall a book stating that the essence of love is emotional. If there is any rational thought involved, it lacks purity. If you were to completely unravel Chen Haoyu, what would be left of him?" Noticing Su Yuyao's silence, Qin Qingqing patted her shoulder and asked, "Tell me honestly, do you enjoy interacting with him?" Su Yuyao admitted, "I don't dislike it." Qin Qingqing smiled, "In 2 years, it seems the only man to receive such a remark from you is Chen Haoyu. Yuyao, in truth, you and Chen Haoyu are alike, your hearts are closed off as well. You should try to see if you can open yours." Su Yuyao nodded thoughtfully, and Qin Qingqing chose not to pursue the topic further. She stretched her arms and declared, "At last, there is light at the end of the tunnel. With Huang Sharan gone, my spirits have lifted considerably." Su Yuyao reminded her, "Don't forget, behind Huang Sharan, there is an even more formidable figure, Ma Ruliang." Chin Ching raised an eyebrow and replied, with Chen Haoyu as a major stakeholder, Ma Ruliang wouldn't dare to bully us. At that moment, Luo Jia, a new addition to the hospital, rushed in exclaiming, Dr. Su, Dr. Chin, come quickly. Something significant is happening. Chin inquired, what is it? Luo Jia explained, Mr. Chen has uncovered evidence of Vice President Mo's corruption through Huang Guiyan. Now Vice President Mo is finished. Su Yuyao and Chin exchanged astonished glances, both reflecting shock. He had dismissed us and Ma Ruliang merely to interrogate Huang Guiyan. Chin vigorously shook her arm in excitement and said, I understand now. This fellow intends to resolve all your issues at once. Wow, he is incredibly impressive. Once these two villains are gone, we shall have nothing to fear. Su Yuyao murmured. He truly harbors a wealth of cunning. As they exited the office, the two women caught sight of the hospital's disciplinary staff escorting a visibly pale Huang Guiyan and Ma Ruliang away. Chen Haoyu stood beside President Zhu Zhongwu, his hands in his pockets, coldly observing the scene. His gaze was devoid of warmth, utterly indifferent. President Zhu Zhongwu, aged 62, is one of the most renowned internal medicine specialists in the nation and the founder of Kong'an Hospital. Therefore, he serves as both the president and a major stakeholder in the hospital. It was unexpected to discover such a parasite within Kong'an Hospital. This is my responsibility, Zhu Zhongwu stated gravely. Chen Haoyu consoled, Director Zhu, in a vast forest, there are all sorts of birds, you need not take it to heart. However, I believe we must learn the necessary lessons. Zhu Zhongwu nodded in agreement, stating, Mr. Chen is right. I have grown old, my energy wanes. And I possess little interest in management. Henceforth, I intend to appoint a professional manager from outside the medical field to oversee the hospital's operations. What are your thoughts on this? To alter the management approach of the hospital, Zhu Zhongwu must secure the board's approval. Presently, Chen Haoyu stands as the second largest shareholder of Kong'an Hospital. As long as he harbors no objections, the matter is likely to be settled. Chapter 46, The Fury of Chao Lishue. If that is the case, I suggest that it would be prudent to enlist several managers to conduct in-depth research within the various departments of the hospital, subsequently drafting a comprehensive management plan. The individual whose proposal is deemed the most effective should be appointed as the administrator here. This indeed seems to be a sound strategy. I shall convene a board meeting tomorrow to deliberate on this matter. I would appreciate your support during that time. Chen Haoyu gestured towards Chin and remarked, I have prior commitments tomorrow, let Dr. Chin represent me at the board meeting. Zhu Zhongwu chuckled and inquired, Mr. Chen, may I ask what relation Dr. Chin is to you? Understanding Zhu Zhongwu's misunderstanding of their relationship, Chen Haoyu chose not to clarify, simply responding, a friend. Zhu Zhongwu acknowledged. Since the internal medicine department is currently lacking a director, I propose that Dr. Chin serve as the interim head. What do you think? Chen Haoyu smiled and replied, This is an internal matter of the hospital, you may decide accordingly. Din Zhu, I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Zhu Zhongwu nodded in agreement. Accompanied by several bodyguards, Chen Haoyu, with his hand in his pocket, strode toward the elevator. His commanding presence exuded an air of regal aloofness, reminiscent of an ancient monarch. As he passed by Su Yuyao, Chen Haoyu softly remarked, I will await you at the hospital entrance. Su Yuyao subtly nodded in acknowledgement. 10 minutes later, she parked her car at the hospital entrance. Chen Haoyu, who had been waiting, promptly opened the passenger door and slid inside. Su Yuyao inquired, Is the Chao family assisting you? Chen Haoyu gave a thumbs up and replied with a grin, astute observation. Allow me to reintroduce myself, seated beside you is Mr. Chen Haoyu, the newly minted millionaire and the equity representative of the Chao family at Kong'an Hospital. In other words, I am now one of your employers, Su Yuyao. A flicker of surprise crossed Su Yuyao's eyes as she asked, What have you done to earn such favors from the Chao family? Chen Haoyu proudly declared, It is quite simple. I can cure Chao Lishue, the wealthiest man in Yanhai, of his chronic leg ailment, enabling him to stand once more. Having heard of Chao Lishue's paralysis, Su Yue remarked, if that is the case, $1 million is hardly excessive. Chen Haoyu, she continued, now that you have come into wealth, might you consider moving out of my home? Not a chance, Chen Haoyu retorted. I have discovered that you possess a fortune-bringing aura. As long as I reside with you, I may attain great wealth and prosperity. A talisman as fortunate as you is something I would never relinquish. Su Yuyao glanced at the carefree Chen Haoyu, struggling to reconcile him with the cold and commanding figure he had been in the hospital. Chen Haoyu, your acting skills are quite impressive. If you were to pursue a career in acting, I am certain you would win an award for Best Actor. Spare me the flattery, I have played extras before, he replied. Su Damain, having helped you deal with those two insufferable leaders, don't you think a proper expression of gratitude is in order? And how should I express my gratitude? How about lunch today, car shopping in the afternoon, and accompanying me somewhere tomorrow? Very well. Where to now? The clinic. The Chao father and son are likely already there, awaiting my arrival. For the leg treatment. That will be next week. I am assisting Chao Cheng in the pursuit of his inheritance, and once successful, it is likely that a substantial fortune will come my way. Su Yuyao exclaimed. Are you out of your mind? How dare you involve yourself in such matters? Chen Haoyu waved his hand dismissively and replied, rest assured, I am aiding the Chao family, not harming it. After the deed is accomplished, Chao Lishue will certainly be grateful. Su Yuyao gazed deeply at Chen Haoyu and remarked, at times, I truly wish I could peer into your mind to understand what lies within. Since Chen Haoyu's discharge from the hospital just 4 or 5 days ago, Su Yuyao had already been astonished by him numerous times. His culinary skills rival those of a 5-star chef, his mastery of fortune-telling is uncanny. And his medical expertise could revive the dead. These 3 talents alone would leave any peer feeling inadequate. Now, he had established a connection with the wealthiest individual in Yanhai and had earned 10 million from him. Were it not for her knowledge of Chen Haoyu's less than stellar past, she might have thought him a charlatan. After dropping Chen Haoyu off at the clinic, Su Yuyao noticed a stretched Lincoln parked at the entrance and drove away. Chen Haoyu turned to Chao Cheng and said with a smile, thank you for your assistance with Kongan Hospital. It turned out that Chao Cheng had informed the hospital of Chen Haoyu becoming their second largest shareholder, and the bodyguards were arranged by him to bolster Chen Haoyu's presence. Chao Cheng remarked, I have heard about the situation at Kongan Hospital. Mr. Chen, your decisive actions immediately identified 2 parasites. One cannot help but admire such prowess. We shareholders ought to express our gratitude to you. After exchanging pleasantries, Chao Cheng instructed the bodyguards to carry Chao Lishue out of the vehicle. Chao Lishue glanced at the notice posted at the clinic and chuckled. Extraordinary individuals engage in extraordinary affairs. Dr. Chen, this notice should attract many patients who have long suffered without cure. Chen Haoyu responded. The primary reason I established such a rule is to avoid exhausting myself. Life is fleeting, then seizing joy is of utmost importance. Chao Lishue nodded in agreement, saying, Dr. Chen, you are quite carefree. If I could turn back the clock several decades, I might choose the same path as you. Chen Haoyu smiled and replied, Mr. Chao, a person's character dictates their destiny. You are not one to accept mediocrity. If you were to return to the age of 20, you would only strive harder than before. Chao Lishue sighed and mused, perhaps. Upon entering the clinic, Chao Lishue instructed the driver and bodyguards to leave, asking, Dr. Chen, Chao Cheng, what matter is so urgent that it cannot be discussed at home and must be brought here? Chen Haoyu chuckled, I knew I couldn't keep this from Mr. Chao. Chao Cheng produced a paternity test and handed it to Chao Lishue, saying, Father, please take a look. As Chao Lishue received the test and read the final line, his expression changed dramatically, an electric glint flashing in his eyes as he inquired, whose is it? Chao Cheng replied, yours and Shao Hai's. Chao Lishue's face turned ashen. His sinister gaze fixated on Chao Cheng, demanding, "Why the sudden paternity test between me and Xiao Hai?" Chao Cheng glanced at Chen Haoyu, who stated, "I suggested he do so." With a furrowed brow, Chao Lishue addressed Chen Haoyu, saying, "Dr. Chen, I require a reasonable explanation." Chen Haoyu spoke, "As practitioners of the Xian Men, we possess not only the ability to draw talismans but also the skill to read fortunes. Just yesterday morning, I discerned that Xiao Hai is, in fact, not your son. Ordinarily, I would prefer to remain uninvolved in such family matters. However, this individual persistently troubled me, prompting me to confide in Yihua Yuan." Chao Cheng replied, "When Brother Yuan informed me, I too was skeptical. Thus, I took the liberty of obtaining hair samples from both you and Xiao Hai to expedite this paternity test." Chapter 47, The Deception of Zhang Yaji Vile Woman. Chao Lishue's face flashed with anger, his neck thickening, and his chest heaving uncontrollably. Any ordinary man would find it unbearable to be cuckolded by his wife, let alone Chao Lishue, the wealthiest man in Yanhai. However, being a seasoned veteran in the tumultuous world of business, he took several deep breaths and quickly regained his composure. "How can I trust you?" he questioned. "I have already conducted a paternity test, and there were no issues." Chao Cheng interjected, "Father, who did you send for the paternity test back then?" Chao Lishue pondered for a moment and replied, "Zhang Chao." "Are you suggesting he tampered with it?" Zhang Chao, the current CEO of the Chao Group, had once rendered significant service to Chao Lishue, even saving his life on 2 occasions. If there was anyone Chao Lishue trusted most, it would undoubtedly be Zhang Chao. Chao Cheng continued, "It shouldn't be Uncle Zhang. He bears no resemblance to Xiao Hai. If it were him, the Chao Group would have been in peril long ago." Chen Haoyu remarked, "It would not be difficult to identify this person if Zhang Yaji were to speak." Chao Cheng inquired, "Dr. Chen, do you have a plan?" Chen Haoyu chuckled, "Isn't it simple? Just give Zhang Yaji a call." Chao Lishue immediately grasped Chen Haoyu's intention, saying, "You mean to deceive her?" Chen Haoyu nodded, "Precisely." Chao Lishue took a deep breath, "Then I must trouble you with this." Chen Haoyu produced his mobile phone and dialed the number provided by Chao Lishue. The call was soon connected. "Who is this?" Zhang Yaji's voice came through. Chen Haoyu feigned a strained voice, "Is this Miss Zhang Yaji?" "Yes, who are you?" "You need not concern yourself with my identity. I merely wish to inform you that your secret can no longer remain hidden." "What do you mean?" "If Chao Lishue were to discover that Xiao Hai is not his biological son, do you think he would spare you?" "What nonsense are you speaking?" "Miss Zhang, you must understand my meaning. I have not disclosed this to Chao Lishue, I am merely hoping to exchange this secret for some monetary compensation. Should you refuse, I will promptly relay this information to him. It is merely a paternity test, the truth can be easily uncovered." Zhang Yaji remained silent for a long while before responding. "I do not know what you are talking about." Chen Haoyu coldly stated, "I will grant you 10 seconds to consider. After that, I will immediately call Chao Lishue." 10, 9, 8, 7. Both Chao Lishue and Chao Cheng exchanged anxious glances. As Chen Haoyu reached 2, Zhang Yaji could no longer withstand the pressure. "How much do you want?" Bang! Chao Lishue's expression darkened to the utmost degree, and he could not help but slam his hand against the armrest of his wheelchair. A palpable aura of menace radiated from him. Zhang Yaji's response was, without a doubt, an acknowledgement of Chen Haoyu's claims, delivering a heavy blow to Chao Lishue. There is nothing more humiliating for a man than such a revelation. Chen Haoyu disregarded him and continued, "A $10 million bearer check from Citibank. How shall I deliver it to you?" "I will send you a text message at 10 o'clock tonight to inform you of the transaction location." "I am alone." "What a joke. If you are alone, how did you conceive Xiao Hai?" "Fine, I understand." After hanging up the phone, Chen Haoyu turned to Chao Lishue and inquired, "Mr. Chao, what are your plans?" Chao Lishue gritted his teeth and replied, "I will eliminate that wretch. Mr. Chen, since Xiao Hai is not my son, What about Xiao Chuan and Xiao Hui? As he mentioned the latter two children, Chao Lishue's voice trembled slightly. Chen Haoyu remarked. Your features reveal that you have 3 children, 2 sons and 1 daughter. Chao Lishue exhaled deeply, saying, Heaven has eyes. Perhaps due to the joy of having children in his later years, he cherished Chao Chuan and Chao Xiaohui to an extraordinary degree. If they were not his own, he might have wished for death. Chao Cheng said, Father, it is precisely because of Xiao Chuan and Xiaohui that I dared not inform you of this matter at home. Chao Lishue looked intently at Chao Cheng and asked, How do you intend to handle this? Chao Cheng shook his head, saying, Dealing with Zhang Yaji and Chao Hai is not difficult. The challenge lies in how to explain it to Xiao Chuan and Xiao Hui. They are still so young. And I worry that their psychological well-being might be affected by the sudden loss of their mother. Chao Lishue expressed his appreciation, saying, Xiao Cheng, I am truly glad that you think of your younger siblings so selflessly. Chen Haoyu cleared his throat and interjected, Gentleman, you may handle the matters concerning Zhang Yaji and Chao Hai as you see fit. I have a date with a lovely lady, and the clinic must close. Chao Lishue replied, Thank you, Dr. Chen. Chen Haoyu rubbed his fingers together and said, The wealthiest man in Yanhai should not express gratitude merely with words, should he? Chao Lishue responded, Xiao Cheng, please present Dr. Chen with a $5 million bank check. Yes. Chao Cheng produced a checkbook and immediately issued a $5 million check to Chen Haoyu. Chen Haoyu flicked the check and beamed with delight, saying, This is truly splendid. Chao Lishue gazed deeply at Chen Haoyu and stated, Dr. Chen, I would like to offer you an annual salary of $30 million to serve as our Chao family's chief advisor. What do you think? Behind every wealthy individual lies a team of advisors offering strategic counsel, and Chao Lishue was no exception. The Chao Group's success can largely be attributed to the contributions of over 30 high-priced consultants. Through these 2 encounters, Chao Lishue had already determined that Chen Haoyu was an exceptionally formidable figure in the realm of mysticism. While he may not be able to assist in business matters, his expertise would undoubtedly provide peace of mind for both himself and the entire Chao family. Chen Haoyu accepted the check and confidently responded, Mr. Chao, money is merely a transient possession, sufficiency is all that matters. Not to boast, but if I wished to earn money, there are countless ways to achieve it. The reason for establishing this clinic is simply to experience life. In this world, no one can hire me. 30 million is insufficient, and 300 billion is equally futile. Upon observing the haughty glint in Chen Haoyu's eyes, Chao Lishue realized that this individual could not be swayed by mere monetary means. He hastily remarked, I apologize. My actions were thoughtless. Chen Haoyu chuckled lightly, No worries. You are now my esteemed clients. Should any issues arise in the future, feel free to reach out to me. As long as it does not contravene the laws of heaven, I shall extend my utmost assistance. Chao Cheng felt a stir within and said, Dr. Chen, as a practitioner of the mystical arts, surely you possess the means to handle Zhang Yaji and Chao Hai. Chen Haoyu was well aware of Chao Cheng's intentions, responding, I have stated my position, as long as it does not defy the heavens. Although Zhang Yaji has moral shortcomings and Chao Hai is blinded by greed, neither has committed any heinous acts, thus I cannot acquiesce to your request. The refusal did not stem from an inability to act. Both Chao Lishue and Chao Cheng had internally elevated the perceived danger posed by Chen Haoyu to the highest degree. In the car returning to the villa, Chao Lishue spoke in a low voice, Xiao Cheng, Dr. Chen is truly an extraordinary individual. You should seek to engage with him more often, ideally forging a friendship. Chao Cheng replied, Father, rest assured, I know how to proceed. Chapter 48, The Ruthlessness of Chao Lishue upon returning to the villa. Zhang Yaji greeted him with a radiant smile, betraying no hint of unease. Chao Lishue, maintaining his composure, said, Yaji, hand me your phone, I need to use it. Instinctively sensing something amiss, Zhang Yaji replied, I'll go fetch it. Chao Lishue pointed to the phone resting on the coffee table, stating, Isn't it right there? Xiao Cheng, please bring it to me. Certainly, Chao Cheng responded promptly, retrieving the phone and handing it to Chao Lishue. Chao Lishue instructed Zhang Yaji to unlock the device. And upon accessing the call logs, he discovered the number of Chen Haoyu. Above it lay an unfamiliar number, which Chao Lishue immediately dialed. Zhang Yaji's expression changed dramatically as she exclaimed, "Husband, what are you doing?" Chao Lishue shot her a cold glance, remaining silent. Soon, the call connected. And a familiar voice resonated on the other end. "Yaji, didn't I tell you not to contact me so frequently to avoid arousing Chao Zong's suspicion?" Chao Cheng's pupils constricted as he recognized the voice of Liao Boda, the captain of the Chao Corporation's fleet. Liao Boda had been Chao Lishue's driver for over a decade before being reassigned to the fleet 2 years prior. Zhang Yaji's face drained of color, and she shouted, "What nonsense are you spouting?" With a swift kick, Chao Cheng sent Zhang Yaji sprawling to the ground, cursing fiercely, "Wretch! You have brought disgrace upon our family." Liao Boda, hearing the exchange through the phone, promptly hung up. Chao Lishue regarded Zhang Yaji with a gaze as cold as death, stating, "That call this morning was made by me." Zhang Yaji opened her mouth, as if to protest, but ultimately fell silent, acutely aware of her impending fate. Chao Lishue spoke with an icy demeanor, "I require an explanation." Realizing the futility of her concealment, Zhang Yaji divulged the entire narrative. Over 20 years ago, prior to marrying Chao Lishue, she had entangled herself with Liao Boda. Subsequently, Zhang Yaji became pregnant and gave birth to Chao Hai. Chao Lishue had always believed Zhang Yaji to be his own. Thus he tasked Liao Boda with conducting a paternity test for himself and the child. Fearing to reveal the truth, Liao Boda fabricated a false certificate. Once it was confirmed that Chao Hai was indeed his son, Chao Lishue married Zhang Yaji. Initially, their union was one of necessity, but as Chao Hai grew, Liao Boda and Zhang Yaji began to scheme for the benefit of the Chao Corporation. Consequently, Zhang Yaji began to sow discord before Chao Lishue, undermining Chao Cheng. Just as their machinations began to bear fruit, their affair was exposed, plunging Zhang Yaji, fully aware of Chao Lishue's ruthlessness, into utter despair. "Husband, I beg you. For the sake of Xiaochuan and Shalui, spare me and Chao Hai," she pleaded, kneeling on the ground in desperate supplication. Chao Lishue replied coldly, "If it weren't for those 2 children, do you think I would have allowed you to live this long?" "Xiao Cheng, take her into custody." "Understood," Chao Cheng affirmed. 2 bodyguards entered, one on each side, escorting Zhang Yaji away. Zhang Yaji cried out, "Husband, please do not harm Chao Hai. You used to care for him dearly." Chao Lishue, with his eyes closed, wore an ashen expression. That very night, Chao Hai had been racing with a group of wealthy heirs, losing control and plummeting off a cliff, meeting a tragic end. On her way to the hospital, Zhang Yaji was involved in an accident, struck by a truck, leaving her in a vegetative state. Upon learning of the scandal, Liao Boda promptly fled Yanhai, only to perish in the land of the rising sun a month later. It must be said that Chao Lishue's rise to become the wealthiest in Yanhai was not without merit. His decisive nature in matters of life and death set him apart from ordinary individuals. However, that is a tale for another time. After leaving the clinic, Chen Haoyu rode his motorcycle home. Su Yuyao had been waiting in the underground parking lot. Once in the car, she inquired, "Have you resolved the Chao family's issues?" Chen Haoyu replied with pride, "All settled." "Do you wish to know how much I earned?" Su Yuyao bluntly responded, "Not interested." Chen Haoyu was momentarily taken aback, retorting, "Su Yuyao, you ought to thank your mother for bestowing such beauty upon you. Otherwise, with a mouth like yours, you would surely face quite a few beatings." A charming smile graced Su Yuyao's lips as she replied, "You flatter me. Chen Haoyu, judging by your smug expression, it seems you have profited significantly from the Chao family. I desire a seafood feast for lunch today." Without hesitation, Chen Haoyu declared, "No problem. My only stipulation is to choose not the best, but the most expensive." "Haha. I now possess 15 million, I am indeed a wealthy individual and must indulge." Su Yuyao gasped, "Did you deceive the Chao family out of 5 million again?" Chen Haoyu's eyes widened in indignation as he retorted, "What do you mean deceive? I saved the Chao family. Fine, I don't mind sharing this with you. Chao Hai, the second son of the Chao family, is the illegitimate child of Chao Lishua's wife and another man. They intended to seize the family as assets. I helped Chao Lishua settle this matter, then he rewarded me with 5 million. Is that too much? Su Yuyo furrowed her brow and asked. How did you uncover this secret? Chen Haoyu replied with a sense of pride, it was through physiognomy. As soon as I saw Chao Lishue and Chao Hai, I knew they could not possibly be father and son. Su Yuyo acknowledged this with a simple "oh," choosing not to comment further. Over the past few days, she had grown accustomed to Chen Haoyu's personality. A mere compliment would trigger his boastful mode, so silence proved to be the best approach. Indeed, noticing her lack of response, Chen Haoyu expressed his boredom, saying, Su Yuyao, you are truly dull. Su Yuyao cast a bemused glance at Chen Haoyu, a hint of a smile gracing her lips. During this time, she had lost count of how many times she had laughed. Compared to her previously gloomy existence, having such a lively companion felt rather delightful. The two individuals arrived at the most renowned seafood establishment in Yanhai, where they indulged in a lavish feast that cost a staggering 12,000 yuan. Naturally, it was primarily Chen Haoyu who relished the meal, as Su Yuo's appetite barely amounted to 1/5 of his. After their seafood extravaganza, they drove directly to the Ford dealership in Yanhai Automotive City. Su Yuya was at a loss regarding Chen Haoyu's choice of the Ford Raptor F-150. Unable to comprehend why he would opt for a pickup truck. Upon entering the Ford showroom, Chen Haoyu observed the surroundings and noted that there were not many patrons present. In contrast to other brands, the sturdy yet somewhat fuel-inefficient Ford vehicles evidently no longer met the evolving demands of consumers. Chen Haoyu's preference for the Ford Raptor F-150 stemmed primarily from its capacity to haul greater loads. Chapter 49, Riding the Current. Upon spotting Chen Haoyu and Su Yuyao, a young and striking saleswoman promptly approached them with a warm smile, introducing herself as Zhong Xiaoxiao. Good day to you both. How may I assist you? Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Haoyu inquired, do you have the Raptor F-150 in stock? Zhong Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up at the mention, and she eagerly responded. Just a week ago, we imported a high-spec Raptor F-150 from abroad, though it comes at a rather steep price. Chen Haoyu waved dismissively, stating, price is not my primary concern, what truly matters is performance. Suppressing her delight, Zhong Xiaoxiao urged, please follow me. Before long, a pristine blue Raptor F-150 stood before Chen Haoyu. Its commanding exterior, technologically advanced interior, outstanding performance, and robust power, coupled with an impressive towing capacity of 3 tons, made it the unequivocal choice for him. After Zhong Xiaoxiao finished her introduction, Chen Haoyu directly declared, I'll take it. What is the total cost? Zhong Xiaoxiao replied. I can offer you a 10% discount, bringing the price to 1.2 million. That's 40% more than the standard version. Chen Haoyu then asked, how long will the paperwork take? At most, 2 hours, Zhong Xiaoxiao responded. Invoice it, Chen Haoyu instructed. A radiant smile illuminated Zhong Xiaoxiao's face as she replied, certainly. Sir. Please hold on. The commission on a 1.2 million vehicle amounted to a substantial 12,000 yuan, and Zhong Xiaoxiao felt an overwhelming sense of joy, nearly leaping in excitement. After completing the payment, Chen Haoyu, feeling rather leisurely, invited Su Yuyao to a nearby CAF for a cup of coffee. Su Yuyao remarked, do men particularly enjoy flaunting wealth? Chen Haoyu nodded, responding, of course. Women often seek vanity while men cherish their pride. It is a universal human flaw, one that remains uncorrected. Do you know what I regret the most? After taking a sip of her coffee, Su Yuyao asked, what is it? Chen Haoyu replied, there were too few staff at the Ford dealership. According to the tropes in online novels, there should have been a wealthy tycoon mocking me for my inability to afford the car, and then, upon payment, I would have relished the opportunity to slap him in the face with my wealth. Su Yuyao burst into laughter at his words, exclaiming, Chen Haoyu, how old are you? Is this amusing to you? Chen Haoyu raised an eyebrow and replied, "It is indeed amusing, at least it brings me a sense of satisfaction." Rolling her eyes. Su Yuyao suddenly noticed a middle-aged man entering the CAF and chuckled, "Look, an old acquaintance has arrived." Turning to see who it was, Chen Haoyu was taken aback to find that the newcomer was none other than Zhang Quan, the president of Ruifeng Building. However, he was accompanied not by Hon Cuelan, but by a middle-aged woman dressed like a socialite. Zhang Quan, upon recognizing Chen Haoyu and Su Yuyao, exhibited a marked change in demeanor. The middle-aged woman followed Zhang Quan's gaze and, upon seeing Su Yuyao's ethereal beauty, her expression darkened instantly as she snapped, "Have you seen enough?" "What?" Zhang Quan asked casually. But quickly realizing the gravity of the situation, he hurriedly added, "I wasn't looking at her. I swear." His greatest fear lay in the possibility that Chen Haoyu and Su Yuyao might divulge matters concerning Hon Cuelon, leaving him little room to appreciate Su Yuyao's exquisite beauty. The middle-aged woman was none other than Zhang Quan's wife, named Julon. The Ruifeng Building was indeed her enterprise, with Zhang Quan holding a mere 10% stake. Julon emitted a cold huff, directly pulling Zhang Quan to a table beside Chen Haoyu, where she ordered 2 cups of unsweetened coffee from the waiter. Chen Haoyu cast a knowing glance at the sweating Zhang Quan and remarked, "Mr. Zhang, I trust you are well." Zhang Quan's body visibly stiffened, feigning ignorance of Chen Haoyu. He replied, "Young man, who might you be?" Chen Haoyu responded, "Mr. Zhang, it seems you are one who easily forgets. My name is Chen Haoyu. And I once saved your life. Have you truly forgotten your savior?" Julon shot an icy look at Zhang Quan and interjected, "Stop pretending. With such a stunning beauty present, how could you possibly forget? Mr. Chen, I am curious to know how you saved my husband." Zhang Quan cast a pleading expression towards Chen Haoyu, who smiled faintly and said, "Perhaps it is best for Mr. Zhang to recount the story himself." It was evident that Zhang Quan was a seasoned liar. Without a moment's hesitation, he claimed, "I remember now. The last time I went to collect a debt, I was cornered, and it was this brother Chen who rescued me. However, it was too dark at the time, and I could not discern his features." Chen Haoyu and Su Yuyao exchanged glances, both exhibiting expressions of admiration. The response from this middle-aged, greasy man was impressively swift. Julon, filled with suspicion, asked, "Is that true?" Chen Haoyu replied, "It is not. I merely shouted that the police were coming. I had no capability to rescue Mr. Zhang from 5 or 6 ruffians. What truly perplexes me, however, is that Mr. Zhang promised me 50,000 yuan as a token of gratitude, yet I have yet to receive it. It is rather inconsiderate." Su Yuyao nearly spat her coffee in disbelief. Chen Haoyu's deft maneuvering was nothing short of masterful. She had thought Zhang Quan's cunning was formidable. Yet he paled in comparison to Chen Haoyu. Zhang Quan cursed inwardly. While maintaining a facade of embarrassment, he said, "Brother, I was simply too anxious at the time to remember your contact information." Chen Haoyu countered, "Since we have met again, shouldn't you fulfill your promise?" Zhang Quan was nearly exasperated, stammering, "What do you mean by this?" Julon, fuming, interjected, "Is your life not worth even 50,000 yuan? Truly, you grow more miserly with age. Mr. Chen, I shall cover this amount as a thank you for saving my husband." Chen Haoyu promptly retrieved his phone, locating the payment code, and smiled, "No need for thanks, madam. I must admit, I have been rather financially constrained lately. Which is why I had the audacity to bring up the 50,000 again. Rest assured, once I am more financially stable, I shall repay you." Julon sent the money and remarked, "You are quite candid. Is this your girlfriend?" "She is truly beautiful." Chen Haoyu replied, "The proudest achievement of my life thus far has been securing a girlfriend as ethereal as you are. I find myself devoid of wealth and influence. Yet she remains steadfastly willing to be by my side. Should I not cherish and love her for a lifetime?" Julon nodded emphatically and replied, "Absolutely. You share true love." Witnessing how Chen Haoyu effortlessly captivated Julon with his words, Su Yuyao was left in awe of his eloquence. It is no wonder he once had the audacity to set up a fortune-telling stall. With such charisma, anyone would likely fall under his spell. Meanwhile, Zhang Quan sat in discomfort, silently praying that Chen Haoyu would refrain from divulging the matter concerning Hon Tzuelon to Zhu Lon, for the consequences would be dire. As the conversation between Chen Haoyu and Zhu Lon deepened, their rapport blossomed, suggesting a connection that felt both profound and overdue. Chapter 50, The outburst of He Jiahong. After a long wait for Zhu Lon to excuse herself to the restroom, Zhang Quan, with gritted teeth, inquired. "What is it that you truly desire?" Chen Haoyu replied coolly, "Mr. Zhang, Sister Lon possesses a generous spirit and a boldness that rivals that of any man. I greatly admire her character and wish to genuinely befriend her." Zhang Quan retorted tersely, "Enough of the nonsense. How much do you require to keep my secret?" Chen Haoyu responded, 50,000 yuan is the life-saving debt you owe me. As for your troubles, I hold no interest. Su Yuyao could not restrain herself, stating, "Mr. Zhang, your wife loves you dearly. Do you not feel that your actions are a betrayal to her?" Zhang Quan seethed quietly, "Loves me? Are you aware of her domineering nature? Do you comprehend the humiliation I endure at home?" Chen Haoyu chuckled softly, "If she is indeed so domineering, how is it that you can find several women at once? If she were gentler, would you not have a harem of concubines?" Zhang Quan replied, "She cannot even bear a son. What right does she have to deny me the company of other women?" Chen Haoyu's gaze flickered, "In your pursuit of so many women, aside from lust, is it not also your desire for a child?" Zhang Quan's expression turned somber. "Indeed. The hospital has long issued a diagnosis, Zhu Lon is infertile." Chen Haoyu scrutinized him intently. "Zhang Quan, after so many years, and with so many women, do you not ponder whose issue this truly is?" Zhang Quan's countenance shifted. "What do you imply?" Chen Haoyu stated, "Do you not comprehend? The inability to conceive is your issue, not hers. Sister Lon is aware of your longing for a child and, to spare you heartache, she arranged for someone to alter the diagnosis." "Impossible." Zhang Quan could hardly believe his ears, rising abruptly, his finger trembling as he pointed at Chen Haoyu. "Are you deceiving me?" Chen Haoyu responded, "I can discern that Hon Tzuelon has syphilis. I can certainly ascertain whose fertility is in question. If you doubt me, seek a medical examination. Once the results are in, you will grasp Sister Lon's intentions. Should you remain unchanged after that, you will be beneath contempt." Zhang Quan's eyes reddened. "I shall go at once." At that moment, Zhu Lon returned and, noticing Zhang Quan's troubled expression, asked, "What is wrong?" Zhang Quan replied, "We are going home." Zhu Lon turned to Chen Haoyu, who smiled and said, "Sister Lon, I specialize in treating complex ailments. Should you and Mr. Zhang have any health issues, feel free to contact me. I believe I can help you achieve your desires." Zhu Lon did not grasp Chen Haoyu's implications, yet Zhang Quan understood, unable to restrain his curiosity. "Can you truly?" Chen Haoyu rubbed his fingers together. "As long as the payment is sufficient, I can cure everything except terminal illnesses." Zhang Quan nodded. "I shall remember that." After their departure, Su Yuyao stirred her coffee gently, remarking softly, "If the truth is as you say, then Zhang Quan has indeed betrayed Zhu Lon's profound affection." Zhang Quan, unable to conceive, faced the unwavering devotion of Zhu Lon, who, despite her circumstances, chose not to remarry, fearing his potential despair. This profound bond stirred deep emotions within Su Yuyao. Who could argue otherwise? Chen Haoyu sighed, reminiscing about his dream of the carefree immortal's beloved, Yu Jinshin. Much like Zhu Lon, Yu Jinshin was a girl who loved fiercely and hated passionately. For the sake of the carefree immortal, she was willing to risk her life, resolutely refusing to marry a prince, ultimately leading to her tragic demise. Although the immortal exacted revenge on the prince in a fit of rage, the beloved was lost, leaving him with nothing but regret. It was this unforgettable affection that compelled the immortal to remain single for life. Contemplating this, a wave of desolation surged within Chen Haoyu, prompting him to ask, "If it were you, would you act similarly?" Without hesitation, Su Yue replied, "No. After sipping his coffee, Chen Haoyu remarked softly, thus. You shall never be Zhu Lon. You possess far more composure and rationality than she does. When the day arrives that you lose your calm and reason for a man, it will signify that you have truly fallen in love with him. Su Yuyao looked at Chen Haoyu in astonishment, noticing the profound sorrow and depth of feeling reflected in his eyes, causing her heart to tremble. The deeper the love, the greater the pain. She was eager to discover who could wound this seemingly unfeeling man so profoundly. Could it be Jiang Qian? A slight frown creased Su Yuyao's brow as discomfort settled in her heart. Silence enveloped them as both contemplated their thoughts. After a moment, Chen Haoyu shook his head, awakening from his reverie. How unexpected that the experiences of the immortal in his dreams would impact his reality. He resolved to exercise greater caution in the future. Just then, Su Yuyao's phone rang. Hello, Qing Jie, what is the matter? The sound of Qin Qingqing's sobbing came through the line. Yuyao, He Jiahong has a daughter. The worry that had plagued her for days had finally materialized. Su Yuyao shot Chen Haoyu a fierce glare, leaving him perplexed. Why was she glaring at him over He Jiahong's daughter? Qing Jie, are you certain? Absolutely. Where are you now? I'm at the hospital. I'll pick you up for dinner this afternoon, we need to talk. After hanging up, Su Yuyao felt a headache coming on. Your predictions are remarkably accurate. Chen Haoyu replied with pride, as a renowned celestial master, if I can't foresee such trivial matters, how can I maintain my standing in the world? So, Master Chen, how do you suggest I assist Qing Jie? It's quite simple. Just share a drink with her, and by tomorrow, everything will be fine. Su Yuyao retorted with irritation. What kind of absurd solution is that? Chen Haoyu shrugged and said, some matters, outsiders can never assist with. Ultimately, it is up to Dr. Qin to make her own choices. An hour later, Chen Haoyu drove his newly purchased Ford Raptor F-150, trailing closely behind Su Yuyao's vehicle as they returned to the community. In the afternoon, Su Yuyao went to the hospital to pick up Qin Qingqing for a meal. What? That woman has been diagnosed with a terminal illness and is on the brink of death. Upon hearing Qin Qingqing's words, an expression of astonishment spread across Su Yuyao's face. In that moment, she finally comprehended why Chen Haoyu had mentioned wanting to witness Qin Qingqing's own choices. For once that woman departs, the child would undoubtedly be taken by He Jiahong. Should Qin Qingqing still choose to marry He Jiahong, she would become the child's stepmother and an unbearable reality for any woman. She is currently lying in a hospital room, and it is uncertain whether she can endure even 3 more days. What does He Jiahong mean? He has already promised to care for the child at her bedside. In such circumstances, he has no choice. Indeed, I cannot hold any grievances. That woman has raised the child alone for 5 years and, in her desperation, finally confided in Honggu. Honggu, feeling remorseful towards me, proposed a separation. Yuyao, what do you think I should do? Sob. This. Su Yuyao was at a loss for words and could only offer her a gentle consolation. Chapter 51, The Entanglement of the Wealthy Heirs. After finishing their meal, Qin Qingqing urged Su Yuyao to accompany her to a bar for a drink. Su Yuyao was not fond of the cacophony of bars, yet upon witnessing her friend's distress, she reluctantly agreed to join her. At the royal bar, a youth resembling a ruffian pointed at Su Yuyao, exclaiming, "Young Master Wang, look. A stunning beauty has arrived. My heavens, she is more beautiful than those top stars." The man referred to as young Master Wang, in his 20s, possessed a tall and slender frame with a typical hairstyle of a traitor. His elongated face and high nose rendered him handsome, though his demeanor clashed with his appearance, exuding an unsavory air. Following the direction indicated by his companion, Wang Jianxing immediately laid eyes on Su Yuyao, his expression transforming into one of lewd admiration. With her flowing black hair, exquisite features, alluring figure, and graceful aura, Su Yuyao had captured Wang Jianxing's heart entirely. What constitutes a perfect woman? This is it. The so-called beauties he had encountered before paled in comparison to Su Yuyao. Damn. She is truly the CR de la CR, Wang Jianxing murmured. A thug chimed in, young master, with your charm, winning her over is surely within your grasp. Of course, Wang Jianxing replied, adjusting his attire, lifting his glass, when striding toward Su Yuyao and Qin Qingqing. At that moment, Qin Qingqing was well into her cups. Unable to manage her friend, Su Yuyao called Chen Haoyu, requesting he come to their aid. After half an hour passed without Chen Haoyu's arrival, Su Yuyao grew increasingly anxious. If Qin Qingqing continued to drink, she would truly be in trouble. Beautiful lady, I am Wang Jianxing, the CEO of Jingshang Real Estate. May I ask your name? Wang Jianxing approached Su Yuyao, presenting what he believed was a charming smile. Within just an hour, Su Yuyao had rebuffed 5 men who attempted to engage her. And she had no intention of treating Wang Jianxing any differently. Apologies, Mr. Wang, I am here with a friend. Dear lady, please do not be so dismissive. I merely wish to make your acquaintance and befriend you, Wang Jianxing persisted. Su Yuyao rose abruptly, coldly stating, I have no interest in knowing you. Nor in being your friend. Do you understand? Wang Jianxing clutched his chest, saying, my dear, your words are rather hurtful. Su Yuyao, uninterested in further conversation with him, supported Qin Qingqing and said, Qingjie, we should leave. Qin Qingqing, her face flushed, vehemently shook her head, declaring, I refuse to leave. I wish to drink more. A drunken stupor alleviates all sorrow. Wang Jianxing immediately interjected, indeed. Beautiful lady, allow me to drink with you. Cheers. Qin Qingqing, her eyes glazed, looked at Wang Jianxing and asked, who are you? Do I know you? I am from Jingshang. Wang Jianxing's words were abruptly interrupted as Qin Qingqing vomited all over him. Su Yuyao's expression shifted as she thought, this is bad. I am surely going to be entangled with this wealthy heir. Indeed, Wang Jianxing pointed to his attire and remarked, my dear lady, your companion has soiled my clothes. How do you propose we resolve this? Su Yuyao replied, I apologize. How much did your outfit cost? I shall compensate you. Wang Jianxing raised an eyebrow and stated, 300,000. Su Yuyao, astute and perceptive, recognized that he was deliberately seeking trouble, so she responded, very well. My friend will arrive shortly. And he will provide you with the payment. Wang Jianxing added, this matter transcends mere monetary compensation. Being splattered with vomit has left me utterly repulsed. I must receive some form of compensation for my emotional distress. Su Yuyao remained silent, observing his performance with a cold gaze. Noticing her lack of engagement, Wang Jianxing continued unabashedly, I do not desire money, I simply require your companion to share a drink with me and offer an apology. Su Yuyao interjected, she cannot drink. Wang Jianxing smugly replied, then you must drink in her stead. With that, he gestured behind him, summoning a group of thugs. One of them presented Wang Jianxing with 2 glasses of brandy laced with additives. He handed one glass to Su Yuyao, saying, my dear, if you consume this, we shall consider the matter settled. Su Yuyao, fully aware of Wang Jianxing's ulterior motives, replied coolly, what if I refuse to drink? Wang Jianxing's expression darkened as he retorted, then I shall have no choice but to make your friend drink. Just as his words hung in the air, Qin Qingqing suddenly snatched the glass from Wang Jianxing and quaffed it, exclaiming, isn't it just alcohol? I will drink with you. With that, she collapsed onto Su Yuyao. Wang Jianxing, witnessing Qin Qingqing's act, grew irate, declaring, who permitted you to drink? This does not count. Su Yuyao challenged, on what grounds does it not count? Wang Jianxing, obstinate, insisted, you may drink 1 glass, however, she must consume 3. Frustrated, Su Yuyao found herself at an impasse. Wang Jianxing proposed, if you prefer not to drink, accompany me to KTV for an hour of singing, and we shall consider the matter resolved. With a huff, Su Yuyao retrieved her phone, intending to call Chen Haoyu. Suddenly, a thug intervened, snatching the device from her grasp. Miss, our young master is speaking with you, yet you choose to make a call, doesn't that seem rather impolite? Su Yuyao retorted angrily, return my phone. Wang Jianxing chuckled, do you see? This is what true beauty looks like, even in anger, she remains exquisite. Allow me to handle this. At that moment, as Su Yuyao pondered her next steps, Chen Haoyu finally appeared at her side. Relieved to see him, Su Yuyao chastised. Why did you arrive so late? Chen Haoyu shrugged, there was traffic, so I had to ride a shared bicycle. Has Qingqing had too much to drink? Su Yuyao explained. She was fine until she drank the glass of brandy he offered, and then she collapsed. Chen Haoyu responded, understood. First, let us get Qingqing seated properly. Give me 5 minutes, and I will handle this. All right, she replied. Perhaps it is the enigmatic strength exhibited by Chen Haoyu in recent days that has instilled a profound sense of confidence in Su Yuyao, leading her to believe that he will undoubtedly manage the situation adeptly. Wang Jianxing, witnessing Chen Haoyu's utter disregard for his presence, could not suppress his ire, exclaiming, "Who do you think you are, kid?" Chen Haoyu gestured toward Su Yuyao and replied, "She is my woman, can't you see?" Su Yuyao cast him a sidelong glance, feigning ignorance. Wang Jianxing scoffed, "Spare me your bravado, kid. If you wish to play the hero, you must first prove you possess the capability." Chen Haoyu then directed his gaze toward the wine glass held by Wang Jianxing, stating, "You've placed something in there, haven't you?" To which Wang Jianxing retorted, "Which of your eyes saw me put something in?" With a smile, Chen Haoyu responded, "With a wife as stunning as mine. If you didn't add something to make her swoon, would you still consider yourself a man?" Chapter 52, Intimidating the Wealthy Young Master. Upon hearing Chen Haoyu's words, Wang Jianxing found himself at a loss for words. Chen Haoyu continued, inquiring about his sect. "Which one is it? Baji? Xingyi? Taiji? Or Bagua?" Wang Jianxing, once again bewildered by the questioning, replied, "I am the CEO of Jingshong Real Estate Company." Chen Haoyu was taken aback and responded, "CEO? You are a businessman? Not a figure from the martial world?" A ruffian scoffed, "What era are we in? Still talking about the martial world? Have you been reading too many wuxia novels? Not a figure from the martial world? That makes things easier," Chen Haoyu said, his movement swift as lightning. He snatched the drink from Wang Jianxing's hand, pinched his mouth shut with one hand, and with the other, forcefully poured the spiced brandy down his throat. The entire process was executed in a flash, leaving Wang Jianxing no time to react. Furious, Wang Jianxing bellowed, "You are seeking death." Brothers, beat him up. Seeking death. Chen Haoyu pulled a handgun from his pocket, pressing the muzzle against Wang Jianxing's heart, his eyes radiating menace. He spoke in a low, threatening tone, "You dare to covet my woman? You truly have no fear of death. My goodness, he has a gun." Wang Jianxing's lackeys quickly retreated several steps, their faces drained of color. Other patrons in the bar gasped in shock. Wang Jianxing looked down at the gun, trying to muster bravado. "Who do you think you're scaring with a toy gun?" Chen Haoyu's voice was devoid of warmth as he declared, "I will count to 3, then you will apologize to my woman. If not, you shall test whether this gun is real with your own life. 1, 2. As Chen Haoyu prepared to shout 3, Wang Jianxing could no longer bear the pressure, saying, "Miss, I'm sorry, I didn't know you were this brother's woman. Please forgive me and don't hold this against me." Su Yuyao, not believing that Chen Haoyu possessed a real gun, remarked, "Darling, this isn't overseas." Chen Haoyu cast a cold glance at Wang Jianxing, patting his face and saying, "Kid, consider yourself fortunate. If word of my gun reaches the police, I will make sure your entire family pays the price. Do you understand?" Wang Jianxing, drenched in cold sweat, nodded eagerly, "I understand." Chen Haoyu turned to the group of lackeys behind him, who, terrified, retreated another few steps. "Damn it, a bunch of cowards," he thought. He holstered the gun, picked up the already sleeping Qingqing, and left the royal bar with Su Yuyao. Wang Jianxing exhaled deeply, saying, "Make sure to thoroughly investigate this kid's background. I swear, Before he could finish his sentence, the effects of the drug suddenly hit him, causing him to sway and collapse into one of his lucky's arms. Once outside the bar, Chen Haoyu placed Xin Qingqing in Su Yuyao's car and asked, should we take her home or to our place? Su Yuyao replied, with her in such a drunken state, I can't leave her alone. Chen Haoyu made an okay gesture and said, all right. I will drive. And you look after her from the back. Su Yuyao replied with an and climbed into the car. Along the way, Su Yuyao inquired, when did you purchase that toy gun? Chen Haoyu, fully aware that he could not deceive her, responded, I bought it tonight. What do you think? Am I not portraying the role of a martial artist rather well? Su Yuyao remarked, far from it. Your true identity could be uncovered by Wang Jianxing with just a little investigation. Chen Haoyu chuckled, well, it depends on whether he has the sense to pursue it. If that brat dares to trouble me, I wouldn't hesitate to let him understand why flowers bloom in such vibrant colors. Su Yuyao countered. Did you not claim that your martial arts skills are unparalleled? I thought you would give them a good thrashing. Chen Haoyu scoffed, as a dignified master. How could I lower myself to brawl with a bunch of ruffians unless absolutely necessary? Su Yuyao skeptically asked, are you afraid of getting beaten? Chen Haoyu retorted. With such ruffians, I could take on 100 single-handedly. Su Da beauty. Can't you simply take Qing Jie to a quiet bar for a drink instead of insisting on going to the royal bar? Do you have any idea how many people like Wang Jianxing are lacking there, seeking prey? Su Yuyao replied, it was Qing Jie who took me there. I've never been to a bar before, so how would I know about a quiet bar? Chen Haoyu was left speechless. All right, you win. Su Yuyao then asked, Chen Haoyu, aren't you supposed to be able to predict outcomes? What do you think Qing Jie will choose? Chen Haoyu stated, a person's fate changes constantly. Especially for women. Their thoughts shift so rapidly that even a celestial being might struggle to decipher them. Su Yuyao huffed, did you already know that child's mother was terminally ill? Why didn't you tell me sooner? Chen Haoyu replied, what could you have done if I had told you? It would only add to your troubles. Su Yuyao sighed. You're right. I truly cannot do anything but keep her company and help alleviate her worries. Upon returning home, Su Yuyao arranged for Qin Qingqing to stay in the guest room. However, not long after lying down, she became violently ill. Su Yuyao spent over an hour tending to her before finally managing to settle things. After tossing the soiled sheets and clothes into the washing machine, she noticed that Chen Haoyu's bedroom door was wide open and curiously stepped inside. There she found Chen Haoyu engrossed in reading. Intrigued, Su Yuyao asked, what are you reading? Without lifting his head, Chen Haoyu replied, Lu Buan's great work, The Essence of the Spirit Chess, can you comprehend it? Of course, she retorted. It is said that Lu Buan severed 99 dragon veins for the sake of the Ming dynasty, leaving only the one from Changbai Mountain, which ultimately led to the downfall of the Ming at the hands of the Qing. Is that true or false? Of course it is false. Where in the world are there such mythical dragon veins? If there were truly 100 dragon veins, it would imply that after the Ming dynasty, another 100 dynasties would arise. How is that possible? Thus, it seems that you so-called practitioners of the Tao are not as extraordinary as legend suggests. The practitioners of the path are merely individuals who have acquired a modicum more skill than the average person. Take Lu Buan, for instance, he was indeed formidable. Yet he found himself unable to resign from his official duties and retreat into seclusion, ultimately living just over 60 years. Chen Haoyu turned his gaze towards Su Yuyao and was instantly mesmerized. Su Yuyao donned nothing but a delicate silk nightgown, which fully accentuated her exquisite form. Under the illumination, Chen Haoyu could vaguely discern the enchanting sights beneath the fabric. Noticing the expression of infatuation on Chen Haoyu's face, Su Yuyao suddenly realized the extent of her provocative attire, letting out a sharp gasp before fleeing with a flushed complexion. Chen Haoyu exhaled deeply, calming his racing heart. Truly, she was a temptress. What man would not lose years of his life for such a woman? Yet, on the flip side, even if it meant a reduction of 20 years, countless men would likely still be willing. Chapter 53, I am the true psychological expert. The following day, after finishing his morning class, Chen Hao busied himself in the kitchen preparing breakfast. Just as he completed the meal, Qin Qing Qing and Su Yuo rose from their slumber. Upon seeing the spread of egg pancakes, millet pumpkin porridge, stir-fried greens, and pickled vegetables on the dining table, Qin Qing Qing gave a thumbs up and remarked, Chen Hao, you truly embody the essence of a virtuous partner. Chen Hao rolled his eyes in dissatisfaction and replied, Dr. Qin, if you cannot offer a genuine compliment, please refrain from insincere flattery. Qin Qing Qing chuckled and said, all right then. You filled me in on last night's events. Thank you. Chen Hao retorted, is that all? Merely a thank you. How insincere. At the very least, a generous red envelope would suffice. Qin Qing Qing shrugged and replied, I have neither money nor a life to spare. Chen Hao scoffed, saying, then let us not waste time or hurry and freshen up. After breakfast, they each returned to their respective homes. Qin Qing Qing joked. Are you trying to usher me out? Chen Hao confidently stated, of course. With such a glaring presence in the house, how can Yu and I enjoy our time together? Scrum, Su Yu unceremoniously told Chen Hao, which elicited hearty laughter from Qin Qing Qing. While washing up, Qin Qing Qing nudged Su Yu and whispered, darling, Chen Hao is truly remarkable. Su Yu remained silent for a moment before answering, let us see how fate unfolds. Upon hearing this, Qin Qing Qing sensed a possibility. Chen Hao, Yu mentioned that you had anticipated that He Jiahong had a daughter, correct? Qin Qing Qing inquired while eating breakfast. Chen Hao shot a sharp glare at the silent Su Yu and said, some people's confidentiality skills are rather wanting. Qin Qing Qing interjected, don't blame Yu. I pressed her for the information. Chen Hao, I know you possess great insight. If it were you, what would you do? Chen Hao replied nonchalantly. You've already made your decision, why seek my counsel? Qin Qing Qing gazed intently at Chen Hao and insisted, I genuinely wish to know. Setting down his chopsticks, Chen Hao stated earnestly, there is a saying that life requires both the ability to grasp and to let go. To grasp signifies responsibility, while to let go reflects one's vision. Dr. Qin, ask yourself, what is it that you cannot release? Qin Qing Qing fell silent and admitted, I do not know. Chen Hao continued, did He Jiahong deceive you? No. Did that woman usurp your beloved? No. The crux of your distress, if we strip away the layers, lies with the unexpected presence of that little girl standing between you and He Jiahong. Dr. Qin, you must comprehend that in this situation, both of you hold the power of choice, while the little girl does not. She has lost her mother, and if her father were to abandon her for your sake, could you both live with a clear conscience after marriage? Of course, should you truly be able to let go of this relationship, you may choose to withdraw. Su Yu coughed lightly, casting a glance at Chen Hao, and remarked, what nonsense are you spouting? Chen Hao rolled his eyes and replied, I merely speak the truth. Qin Qing Qing suddenly burst into laughter and remarked, Chen Hao, I believe you possess a remarkable aptitude for becoming a relationship expert. Chen Hao, brimming with pride, replied, you have a discerning eye. To be frank, I have already qualified as a psychological counselor. Qin Qing Qing gave a thumbs up and said, impressive. I attempted the exam once, but regrettably, it proved too challenging for me. Chen Hao chuckled, there's no helping it, you still fall a bit short compared to this genius. Bah. Qin Qing Qing exchanged amused glances with Su Yu, and they both laughed. After finishing breakfast, Chen Hao drove his newly acquired pickup truck to the market, where he purchased 50 boxes of poultry, fish, and meat, along with 12 boxes of fruits and snacks, including over 30 watermelons. Once he had everything sorted, he returned to the community and called Su Yu downstairs. By that time, Qin Qing Qing had already departed. In the vehicle, Chen Hao inquired, is Dr. Qin all right now? Su Yu responded, she is fine. She has decided to marry He Jiahong and raise the child together. It was a wise choice. Chen Haoyu remarked, I must say. Your words were quite moving. Of course, he added, I am not just a FAD as a psychological counselor. Stop boasting in front of me. Tell me. With all these purchases, where exactly are you taking me? To my home, the Sunshine Orphanage. The Sunshine Orphanage? Su Yuya was taken aback, gazing at Chen Haoyu in surprise. In that instant, she comprehended why he had bought a pickup truck. It could transport more supplies for the children at the orphanage. Sensing her gaze, Chen Haoyu chuckled. Could you refrain from looking at me like that? You are making me blush. Su Yuya snapped back to reality and said, you have a thick skin. It's not so easy to embarrass you. Now, tell me about the situation at the Sunshine Orphanage. Who are you trying to impress by having me pretend to be your girlfriend? Chen Haoyu explained, the director of the orphanage is named Wu. And I call her mom. She has lived a life without children, treating me as if I were her own son. I hope you can help me win her over. Su Yuya nodded, understood. I will have a good conversation with mom and ensure you don't get exposed. Upon hearing Su Yuya's address, Chen Haoyu applauded, you've adapted quickly. Your acting skills are impressive, nearly matching my own. Su Yuya rolled her eyes and replied, thank you for the compliment. The Sunshine Orphanage is located on the outskirts of Yanhai South 3rd Ring Road, transformed from a private kindergarten over 20 years ago. The director, named Wu Xiaofang, has endured a tragic life. Her husband and 2 children perished in a car accident when she was nearing 40, leaving her alone. Despite having lost the ability to bear children, Wu Xiaofang did not succumb to despair. Instead, she established the Sunshine Orphanage, adopting 216 children over the years. Chen Haoyu being one of them. Now, at 67 years of age, she continues to care for 30 to 40 orphans. In Chen Haoyu's heart, Wu Xiaofang is not only his mother but also the person he respects most in this world. Parking at the entrance of the Sunshine Orphanage, Chen Haoyu took 4 packs of cigarettes and approached the guardhouse, chuckling, Uncle Leong, are your eyes so weary that you are still reading? The Uncle Leong that Chen referred to was named Leong Aigua, a 65-year-old former soldier who had taken up the position of a gatekeeper 5 years ago after retiring from a garment factory. Xiaoyu, it has been quite some time since your last visit, hasn't it? Oh my, have you struck it rich? Uncle Leong exclaimed. Chen Haoyu raised an eyebrow, proudly declaring, I recently ventured abroad to deal in agarwood and made a fortune of several million. I am now undeniably a wealthy man. Young Aigua burst into hearty laughter, saying, I always knew you would achieve great things. Chen Haoyu placed the 4 packs of cigarettes on the table, stating, Uncle Leong, these are for you and Uncle Shen. 2 packs each, isn't that generous? Young Aigua's eyes sparkled with delight as he replied, indeed, that is more than enough. With a smile, Chen Haoyu urged, then shouldn't you hurry and open the gate? I've purchased a truckload of chicken, duck, fish, and meat. In this sweltering heat, if we don't put it in the cold storage soon, it will be ruined. Chapter 54, Chen Haoyu, your smile is deceptive. Young Aigua stood up and cast a glance at Chen Haoyu's vehicle, discovering a woman of ethereal beauty seated in the passenger seat. With astonishment, he inquired, Xiaoyu, have you found a partner? Chen Haoyu replied, indeed, her name is Su Yueying, and she is an internal medicine physician at Kong'an Hospital. What do you think? Isn't she stunning? Young Aigua gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, you young man are truly blessed. Chen Haoyu remarked, what can I say? It's primarily due to my striking looks and undeniable charm. Enough of your boasting, young Aigua chuckled, scolding him lightly as he picked up the remote and pressed a button. The gates of the orphanage slowly opened. Chen Haoyu said, we'll chat later, I have some matters to attend to. Young Aigua waved his hand, saying, go ahead. As he watched the vehicle enter the orphanage, a smile crept onto Leong Aigua's face. This young man is quite admirable, he hasn't forgotten his roots. The Sunshine Orphanage was modest in size, consisting of a dilapidated 4-story building and a small playground. The building had once served as classrooms for a kindergarten. later transformed into dormitories for the children. The kitchen and dining hall were located on the first floor. 6 years prior, due to a lack of fresh vegetables, the orphanage had experienced a collective bout of illness. To prevent a recurrence of such incidents, Wu Shofeng spared no expense in constructing a cold storage facility of less than 20 square meters beside the playground. Chen Haoyu parked the car in front of the cold storage and disembarked with Su Yueying. Several boys playing football in the playground rushed over upon seeing Chen Haoyu's car. "Brother Yu, where have you been? We've missed you terribly." The leader of the group, a boy named Huzi, exclaimed as he leapt onto Chen Haoyu with joy. The other children surrounded Chen Haoyu, bouncing with excitement. Chen Haoyu set Huzi down, playfully chastising, "Enough of that. I see you all are eager for some treats." Huzi grinned. "If you've brought delicious food, that would be even better." "Watch it, you little rascal," Chen Haoyu playfully kicked at him. Huzi swiftly dodged, sticking out his tongue and making a face. A small boy asked, "Brother Yu, who is this beautiful big sister? She looks like a fairy from a painting." Chen Haoyu smiled, "This is my girlfriend, you can call her Sister Su." The children chorused, "Hello, Sister Su," gazing at the delightful group of children. Su Yueying's face radiated a brilliant smile. "Hello, everyone." Chen Haoyu said to Huzi, "I have a task for you, go fetch my mom as quickly as possible. I've brought a lot of items that need to be stored in the cold storage." Huzi stomped his right foot and saluted Chen Haoyu, declaring, "Yes, brother Yu. I promise to complete the task." With that, he dashed off, followed by the other children clamoring behind him. Chen Haoyu chuckled. "These kids are even more mischievous than I was at their age." Su Yueying inquired, "Do you visit often?" Chen Haoyu replied, "I come back almost 2 or 3 times each month. By the way, if my mother inquires about our relationship, you should tell her that we have been together for half a year, and we only officially established our relationship last week. Also, make sure not to mention my hospitalization. Just say I have been foraging for agarwood in the mountainous regions of Vietnam for the past 3 months. Do you understand?" Su Yuyao nodded and replied, "Understood." "Chen Haoyu, may I ask you a question?" "What question?" Chen Haoyu responded. Su Yuyao gazed intently at him and said, "Have you ever felt that your previous smiles were rather insincere?" Chen Haoyu was momentarily taken aback and asked, "What do you mean?" Su Yuyao explained, "When you are with the children, your smile is pure and genuine. I can sense that it comes from the heart. However, when you interact with me or others, your smile seems entirely different. It feels as though you wield your smile as a weapon to conceal your true emotions." "Chen Haoyu, do you harbor a sense of wariness towards everyone?" Chen Haoyu chuckled. "Su, do you think you might be mistaken?" Su Yuyao sighed, "See, there's that insincere smile again." Chen Haoyu rubbed his nose and said, "Regardless, I have no reservations about you." Su Yuyao replied, "You do, and I can feel it." Chen Haoyu fell silent and considered, "Fine, if you say so." After a while, an elderly woman in her 60s approached, surrounded by a throng of children. A radiant smile broke across Chen Haoyu's face. "Mom, I've missed you so much." Chen Haoyu exclaimed as he embraced Wu Shofeng, planting a hearty kiss on her cheek. Wu Shofeng wriggled free from his embrace, wiping her cheek disdainfully. "How filthy." Chen Haoyu clutched his heart and lamented, "Mom, your words wound me deeply. How could you say that?" Wu Shofeng rolled her eyes at him and turned to Su Yuyao, exclaiming, "Oh my, is this a fairy descended from heaven? Xiao Yu, why don't you introduce her?" Chen Haoyu immediately stood beside Su Yuyao, wrapping his arm around her shoulder proudly. "This is your future daughter-in-law, Su Yuyao, the physician in the internal medicine department at Common Hospital. Although her medical skills are slightly inferior to mine, she is nonetheless quite remarkable and ranks among the best of her peers." Wu Shofeng playfully struck him, "Nonsense. Hello, Mom. I am Haoyu's girlfriend, Su Yuyao," she greeted Wu Shofeng gracefully. Wu Shofeng took Su Yuyao's hand and examined her closely. "Dear, how many good deeds must Xiao Yu have done in his past life to deserve someone like you?" Chen Haoyu interjected, Mom, your son is quite exceptional too, you know. Wu Xiufeng sighed, all right, I concede that you are indeed impressive. Is that satisfactory? Chen Haoyu chuckled, that's more like it. Mom, hand me the keys. I bought quite a few things that need to be stored in the cold storage. Wu Xiufeng handed the keys to Chen Haoyu, you and Huzi can unload the items. I'll take you out to my place to cool off. Chen Haoyu gave an okay gesture, no problem. After Wu Xiufeng and Su Yuyo departed, Chen Haoyu led the children in transporting their belongings. Upon witnessing such a delightful array of treats, the children were utterly exhilarated, working with great enthusiasm. Once the task was completed, Chen Haoyu instructed Huzi, carry 8 large watermelons and distribute them to everyone. Huzi's eyes gleamed with excitement as he replied, understood. One child swallowed hard and pointed at a box of shrimp chips, saying, Brother Yu, I wish to have some shrimp chips. Chen Haoyu responded, that is not permissible. All snacks are to be enjoyed only after lunch. At that time, my mother will distribute them to you. Do you understand? The children chorused, we understand. With a grand sweep of his hand, Chen Haoyu declared, let us go enjoy the watermelons. Cheers erupted as the 8 slightly older children each cradled a watermelon, joyfully following Chen Haoyu toward the dormitory building. Chapter 55, The True Side of Chen Haoyu. Soon, all the children gathered in the dining hall. Chen Haoyu instructed the chef to slice a watermelon and distribute it among the children. He took a few pieces of watermelon and made his way to Wu Xiufeng's office. Mom, what are you and Yu Yuan discussing? Chen Haoyu placed the watermelon on the table, smiling as he inquired. Su Yuan replied, we are talking about you. Chen Haoyu took a hearty bite of the watermelon and said, what is there to discuss about me? Su Yuan responded, Mom mentioned that you were quite a reserved child. Very introverted. Chen Haoyu chuckled lightly, do you find that hard to believe? Su Yuan replied, to be precise, it's quite unbelievable. Chen Haoyu shrugged. A person's character can change with their surroundings. Don't let my current loquaciousness fool you, I was once a melancholic youth. Wu Xiufeng and Su Yuan exchanged glances and burst into laughter. After devouring 2 pieces of watermelon, Chen Haoyu said, you two take your time. I'll head to the kitchen to assist Uncle Zhao with the cooking. Wait, Wu Xiufeng interrupted him, I have something to discuss with you. Chen Haoyu asked. What is it? Wu Xiufeng retrieved a bank card from her drawer and said, Xiaoyu, you are no longer alone, you should consider your future with Yu Yuan. This 300,000 was transferred by you a few days ago, and I've withdrawn it. Take it back and use it for a down payment on a house. Su Yuan felt a stir in her heart, her eyes widening in surprise. Just a few days ago, Chen Haoyu was unfamiliar with the Chao family. And this amount was likely all he had. Yet, he had still chosen to donate it to the orphanage, demonstrating that he was not driven by greed. This was in stark contrast to the impression Chen Haoyu usually left on her. In that moment, Su Yuan realized she seemed to have never truly known Chen Haoyu. Perhaps she had only glimpsed his FAOD. Perhaps it was only in the sunlight of the orphanage that one could witness the true essence of Chen Haoyu. Mom, I may need to reintroduce myself to you, he said. Wu Xiufeng, taken aback, asked, what do you mean? Chen Haoyu stood up, feigning an air of bravado, and declared. Mom, I am no longer the person I used to be, I am now a multimillionaire. A mere 300,000 is hardly worth my attention. Wu Xiufeng exclaimed in astonishment, is that true? Are you not exaggerating? Su Yuan replied with a smile, Mom, it's true. Haoyu has been treating Mr. Chao Lishue, the wealthiest man in Yanhai, and he has given him 15 million. Chen Haoyu opened his phone to show Wu Xiufeng his account, saying, what do you think? Impressive, right? Wu Xiufeng joyfully remarked, indeed, impressive. Chen Haoyu continued, so you can spend that 300,000 freely. Next month, I'll give you another million. Wu Xiufeng playfully hit him and scolded, you are acting like a nouveau riche. Now that you have money, you should quickly buy a house. Only then can you settle down in Yanhai. Chen Haoyu eagerly replied, understood. Rest assured, there will be bread and there will be shelter. The hour is late. I shall assist in the kitchen. With that, Chen Haoyu hurriedly slipped away. Wu Xiufang shook her head and remarked, "This boy truly never seems to grow up." Su Yuyao interjected, "Mom, he only behaves this way in your presence." Wu Xiufang sighed and said, "Xiaoyu is a good child. Over the years, he has endured countless hardships for the sake of the children at the orphanage. Today, at last, he sees a glimmer of hope." Su Yuyao inquired, "Haoyu has never shared his past with me, could you enlighten me?" Wu Xiufang nodded, saying, "Since the age of 18, Haoyu has worked tirelessly, depriving himself of food and clothing, sending 5,000 yuan to the orphanage each month. Later, I learned that during his toughest times, he juggled 3 jobs, scarcely finding time to sleep." Upon hearing Chen Haoyu's story, Su Yuyao's eyes welled with tears, her heart brimming with astonishment. It was difficult for her to fathom that the cheerful and humorous Chen Haoyu, whom everyone knew, had faced such adversity in recent years. Yet, despite these trials, he continued to ardently support the orphanage, striving tirelessly to ensure the children had nourishing meals. The depth of Chen Haoyu's character surpassed Su Yuyao's imagination, embodying the most profound brilliance of humanity. In all honesty, Su Yuyao knew she could never replicate the sacrifices he made. After recounting Chen Haoyu's story, Wu Xiufang suddenly turned to Su Yuyao and asked, "You and Xiaoyu are not dating, are you?" Surprised, Su Yuyao quickly responded, "How could that be?" Wu Xiufang chuckled, "You cannot deceive me. Xiaoyu cannot withstand my nagging, which is why he asked you to pretend to be his girlfriend to placate me." Haha. Such a scenario is often seen in films, yet I never expected him to apply it to reality. Being inherently honest, Su Yuyao could no longer maintain the facade and confessed, "Mom, I'm sorry, we have deceived you. Chen Haoyu merely wished to spare you from worrying about him, which is why he sought me out." Wu Xiufang waved her hand dismissively, saying, "I understand his intentions perfectly. Though he appears carefree and indifferent, he is remarkably meticulous and sensitive in matters of the heart. His willingness to bring you to the orphanage indicates a deep trust and even a fondness for you. Your presence here suggests that you do not harbor aversion towards him. Therefore, I sincerely hope that you two can truly come together." Su Yuyao's cheeks flushed, and she replied, "We have known each other for less than a week." Wu Xiufang laughed, "There is no rush." At noon, Wu Xiufang and Su Yuyao arrived at the dining hall. Chen Haoyu, donned in a chef's hat, was busily serving the children from a large iron pot. Today, he had prepared a delightful dish of braised pork ribs with cabbage and a cucumber salad with pig ears, which left the children yearning for more. Watching the beaming Chen Haoyu, Su Yuyao's gaze softened. After the meal, the children settled down for their afternoon nap. Chen Haoyu quietly retrieved the toys he had purchased from the supermarket the previous night and gently placed them on the children's bedside. For the boy, there lay a realistic toy pistol, while for the girl, a beautiful doll awaited. This was Chen Haoyu's delightful surprise for them. After completing this charming act, he and Su Yuyao bid farewell to Wu Xiufang. Wu Xiufang pulled Chen Haoyu aside and earnestly advised, "Yuyao is an exceptionally gifted girl. You must not let her slip away." Chen Haoyu patted his chest and reassured her, "Don't worry, Mom, we will be just fine." Wu Xiufang gave him a peculiar look and replied, "I sincerely hope so." Chapter 56, Su Yuyao's turmoil. On the way home, Su Yuyao frequently glanced at Chen Haoyu, as if she were meeting him for the first time. Chen Haoyu sighed and remarked, "Beautiful Su, I am aware of my own handsomeness. But there is no need for you to gaze at me so intently." Su Yuyao replied, "Aunt Wu has shared numerous stories about you, and you are vastly different from the impression I had of you." Intrigued, Chen Haoyu inquired, "What was your impression of me?" Su Yuyao retorted, "Cunning and devious. Avaricious to the core. You would employ flattery without any scruples in the pursuit of wealth. To sum it up, you are, in 4 words, not a good person." Chen Haoyu rolled his eyes in exasperation, saying, "Flattering. Your perception is as sharp as your tongue." Su Yuyao chuckled softly, "However, I now hold a somewhat different opinion of you. Raising an eyebrow, Chen Haoyu prompted, do share. Su Yuyao stated, though you possess many flaws, you have your own convictions. Just that quality alone sets you apart from the majority. Chen Haoyu, many have left the orphanage and built their own lives. Yet you are willing to exert yourself for the institution, even when your own life is in disarray. I am curious to know what drives you. Chen Haoyu chuckled lightly. Do you feel I am particularly noble? Su Yuyao fixed her gaze into his eyes. I am asking you with utmost sincerity. Chen Haoyu's smile faded, and a flicker of sorrow and desolation crossed his eyes. Taking a deep breath, he spoke calmly. I was rescued by Aunt Wu from a trash bin one winter and grew up in the Sunshine Orphanage. At the age of 9, I was captured by human traffickers and endured a year of inhumane conditions. Later, I wandered the world with my master, the unrepentant Taoist, before finally returning to Yanhai, where I began to establish my roots. When I turned 16, my master succumbed to a terminal illness, passing away shortly thereafter. Tragically, I had no money for food, let alone for his funeral. I kept vigil by his corpse for 3 days without eating or drinking. In the end, I had no choice but to return to the Sunshine Orphanage to borrow money from my mother. Thankfully, it was winter, or had it been summer, my master might have begun to decompose. I remember the day of his burial, with snow falling heavily as I knelt before his gravestone, silently vowing to repay my mother's immense kindness. I knew that the Sunshine Orphanage was her sole spiritual refuge. Thus, at the age of 18, I went out to work and earn money, striving to ensure that the little ones had a better life. If they thrived, then my mother would also find happiness, and it would be my way of honoring her. At this point, Chen Haoyu chuckled. Why do you ask me this? It only adds to the sorrow. Oh, come on. Why are you crying? It's really not that serious. Su Yuyao came back to her senses and wiped away a tear from the corner of her eye, saying, I was moved by what you said. Chen Haoyu laughed heartily. I am not as pitiable as you imagine, nor do I consider myself so. Isn't there a lyric that goes, we live like ephemeral insects, yet we yearn to lead lives that resonate profoundly. Su Yuyao nodded earnestly, affirming, you are absolutely right. The resilience and optimism exhibited by Chen Haoyu left a profound impact on Su Yuyao, significantly elevating her impression of him. Just as they were nearing their residential community, Chen Haoyu's phone rang. Dr. Chen, this is Zhang Kuan. It was the esteemed Mr. Zhang. Have the results of your examination come in? Yes, they have. The one unable to conceive is me, not Julon. I have wronged him. Upon uttering this, Zhang Kuan broke down in tears over the phone. Su Yuyao felt a pang of sympathy and thought, this man still has hope. As his sobs began to subside, Chen Haoyu calmly stated, on Monday, come to my clinic, and I will assist you in addressing your infertility. Zhang Kuan's voice brimmed with astonishment. Dr. Chen, can you truly cure my ailment? Your infertility stems from damage to the Chong meridian among the 8 extraordinary meridians. As traditional Chinese medicine posits, the blood sea refers to the Chong meridian, men harbor essence, while women nurture life. Infertility is a result of menstrual irregularities and ailments of the Chong meridian. Once we rectify the issue with the Chong meridian, I will prescribe a remedy for you and Sister Lon, ensuring you can embrace a child by next year. Mr. Chen, if I truly can have a child, you will be akin to my rebirth parents. Zhang Kuan's voice trembled with excitement. Chen Haoyu replied coolly, Mr. Zhang, some matters are executed by man but observed by heaven. Sister Lan's feelings for you have moved even me deeply. Should I hear of any inappropriate relations with other women, I assure you, the consequences will be dire. I swear I will treat my wife well from now on, Zhang Kuan promised. I hope you remember your vow. Chen Haoyu cautioned. After ending the call, Chen Haoyu muttered, Zhang Kuan is truly a despicable character. Su Yuyao inquired, then why do you choose to assist him? Chen Haoyu shook his head, replying, I am aiding Sister Lon. This woman appears magnanimous but is, in reality, exceedingly naive. Su Yuyao remarked, indeed. If I were in her shoes, I would not continue with Zhang Kuan. Chen Haoyu smiled and said, that reflects your character. Su Yuyao gazed intently at Chen Haoyu and asked, what about you? Chen Haoyu was taken aback, what do you mean? Su Yuyao pressed, would you betray your future wife? Without hesitation, Chen Haoyu replied, no. Su Yuyao scoffed, such a decisive answer must be insincere. Chen Haoyu explained, as a disciple of Taoism, I am destined to hold a Taoist wedding. Do you know our wedding vows? Su Yuyao shook her head, no, please share. Chen Haoyu recited, a marriage document. Presented to the celestial court. It is submitted to the heavens above and the underworld below. I report to the saints and communicate with the three realms. Witnessed by the ancestral beings of the heavens. Let heaven and earth serve as witnesses, the sun and moon in unison. Should I betray my beloved? It would be a deceit against heaven. If my beloved betrays me, it would contravene the will of heaven. The sin of deceiving heaven results in death and dissolution of the Tao. Excluded from the three realms, forever devoid of reincarnation. Su Yuyao was hearing the vows of a Taoist wedding for the first time, and she was utterly astounded, exclaiming, this is too intense. Chen Haoyu's expression was exceedingly serious as he replied, intense. I beg to differ. If I were to have a wife in the future, I would love her alone for the entirety of my life. Even if she were to pass away, I would never remarry. At this point, Chen Haoyu turned to look at Su Yuyao and asked, do you think that woman could possibly be you? His words struck her like a bolt from the blue, leaving her heart in disarray, and for a moment she found herself at a loss for how to respond. Chapter 57, The Outdated Elopement. Upon witnessing the look of bewilderment on her face, Chen Haoyu's countenance instantly brightened with a radiant smile as he remarked, no need to elaborate. I already discern the answer. Given Su Yuyao's aloof demeanor, had she harbored no affection for him, she would have promptly declined. However, her display of anxiety and hesitation in responding to his inquiry indicated that she indeed had feelings for him, or at the very least, the prospect of further development was conceivable. Su Yuyao, possessing remarkable intelligence, swiftly grasped the underlying implications and forcefully explained. I was merely contemplating how to reject you without hurting your pride. Chen Haoyu raised an eyebrow, grinning as he replied, I see. In an instant, Su Yuyao's face flashed crimson. She reached out and pinched his arm with considerable force, causing him to grimace in pain and hastily beg for mercy. Upon returning to the community, Su Yuyao produced her keys, preparing to unlock the door. Yet, Chen Haoyu abruptly seized her, whispering, there seems to be some commotion inside. Su Yuyao paused, inquiring, a thief? Let's investigate further, he suggested, taking the keys from her. He gently pulled her behind him and cautiously opened the door. Inside stood a girl in her 20s, clad in a white dress that radiated youthful exuberance, gazing at him in astonishment. Who are you? They both exclaimed simultaneously. Recognizing the familiar voice, Su Yuyao peeked out and exclaimed, Shaoran. When did you return from abroad? The girl, named Li Shaoran, was the daughter of Su Yuyao's aunt. And they shared a close bond, often spending time together. Su Yuyao handed her one of the keys to the house. Li Shaoran replied, I returned yesterday. Sister. Who is this handsome guy? He can't possibly be your boyfriend, can he? As Chen Haoyu stepped into the room, he flashed a thumbs up at Li Shaoran, stating, you have an excellent eye, beauty. I am indeed your sister's future boyfriend. Future boyfriend? Li Shaoran was instantly amused by his words, replying, so. You mean you haven't officially made the cut yet? Chen Haoyu closed the door, changing his shoes while saying, since you've already called me handsome. It's only a matter of time before I become official. Ha ha ha. Li Shaoran burst into laughter, nearly doubling over as she stated, handsome guy, you are exceedingly confident. However, I like you. Chen Haoyu retorted, but I do not harbor any affection for you, my heart belongs solely to your sister. Pfft. Li Shaoran laughed even harder. Su Yuyao playfully smirked Chen Haoyu, chiding, stop jesting with my sister. Chen Haoyu shrugged, feigning innocence. Yet, Li Xiaoran's curiosity was piqued. She was acutely aware of her sister's typically frosty demeanor. Such affectionate gestures were reserved for those with whom she was particularly close. Additionally, she had already noticed a man residing in the bedroom near the entrance. Initially, she had assumed it was a relative. But the revelation that it was a handsome stranger sparked thoughts of cohabitation in her mind. "Sister, could you please explain what is going on?" Li Xiaoran inquired with her captivating, large eyes filled with curiosity. Su Yuya replied, "His name is Chen Haoyu. Over 3 months ago. Do you recall how I accidentally injured a pedestrian while driving? That was him." Li Xiaoran gasped, "Wow, I thought he would remain in a vegetative state for life. But he has recovered." Chen Haoyu scratched his nose and remarked, "I find your statement somewhat peculiar." Li Xiaoran waved her hand dismissively, saying, "Let us not dwell on the details. What I'm most eager to know is why you two are living together." Su Yuyao turned her gaze towards Chen Haoyu, who explained, "It's quite simple, I'm financially destitute and have nowhere to stay. Your sister took pity on me and agreed to shelter me for 3 months. Thus, my goal is to make your sister fall in love with me within that time frame. If I succeed, I won't have to move out." Li Xiaoran chuckled, ambitious. "Aren't you? Brother-in-law, I'm rooting for you." Chen Haoyu dramatically swung his arm, exclaiming, "Hearing you call me brother-in-law is quite encouraging." The two exchanged amused glances and burst into laughter. Su Yuyao shook her head in exasperation, realizing that the antics of these two lively characters were likely to lead to trouble. The quirky and spirited Li Xiaoran was evidently intrigued by Chen Haoyu, engaging in lively conversation. However, while she learned little about him, he managed to extract a wealth of information about her and her family. It turned out that Li Xiaoran's father, Li Zhenon, held the position of deputy director at the Yanhai Police Department, while her mother, Ling Qing, served as the CEO of Qingyan Jewelry Company. According to government regulations, officials' families are prohibited from engaging in business. However, Qingyan Jewelry, established by Li Xiaoran's grandfather Ling Shonlin, existed prior to Li Zhenon and Ling Qing's marriage, thus avoiding any violation of the law. Qingyan Jewelry specializes in diamonds and jade, boasting a market value of around 2 billion. While it pales in comparison to leading jewelry firms, it stands comfortably above lesser competitors. Chen Haoyu curiously asked, "Xiaoran, what do your sister's parents do?" Li Xiaoran paused, "Didn't my sister tell you?" Chen Haoyu shook his head, "No." Li Xiaoran responded, "Since she hasn't mentioned it, I certainly cannot either. However, I can assure you that if you wish to become my true brother-in-law, you may find it quite challenging to win over the Su family." Just then, Su Yuyao emerged, saying, "Li Xiaoran, are you itching for trouble?" Li Xiaoran stuck out her tongue, "I only spoke the truth, nothing more." Chen Haoyu chuckled. "Miss Su, it seems your family is quite formidable." Su Yuyao's eyes sparkled, "What is this? Are you intimidated?" Chen Haoyu scoffed dismissively, "In my lexicon, the word fear does not exist." Su Yuyao challenged him, "Then are you brave enough to accompany me next week to obtain a marriage certificate?" Upon hearing this, Chen Haoyu's eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. "Have you lost your mind?" Su Yuyao replied nonchalantly, "If you're afraid, then that is that." Chen Haoyu laughed, "Fast. We pretended to be boyfriend and girlfriend, and now you're suggesting a sham marriage. Miss Su, who exactly are you planning to perform for?" Su Yuyao seated herself upon a chair and remarked, "Take a guess." Chen Haoyu pondered for a moment and replied, "According to the conventional narrative style of internet novel authors. Could it be that your family is compelling you to wed a scion of a certain clan? Is it an arranged marriage?" Before Su Yuyao could respond, Li Xiaoran emitted a gasp, exclaiming, "Goodness, brother-in-law, you are remarkably astute, your guess is astonishingly accurate." Chen Haoyu was utterly taken aback by Li Xiaoran's words. Left in a state of disbelief, he cast a glance at Li Xiaoran, then turned to Su Yuyao and incredulously stated, "I was merely speaking whimsically. Please do not tell me that this is indeed true." In a calm demeanor, Su Yuyao replied, "In truth, I did flee from an arranged marriage to arrive in Yanhai." Chapter 58, Determining Intentions. Chen Haoyu smacked his forehead and exclaimed, "This is utterly kitsch. You wish to obtain a marriage certificate with me to evade your engagement. After all, prominent families would never permit their offspring to marry a divorced woman, correct?" Su Yuyao nodded in affirmation. "Indeed." Chen Haoyu continued. "Then does my cohabitation with you signify that we have entered the scrutiny of that family?" Su Yuyao replied, "There is a possibility. However, if you withdraw now, it is not too late." A flicker of realization crossed Chen Haoyu's mind as he inquired, "Why are you divulging this information to me? If I continue living with you, even without marriage, upon hearing this news, they would, out of concern for their family's reputation, likely refrain from marrying you, thus achieving your goal," Su Yuyao stated. "But that would jeopardize you." Chen Haoyu chuckled, "Are you concerned for my well-being?" Su Yuyao candidly responded, "Yes." Chen Haoyu, after spending this time together, "I confess I have developed a fondness for you. Should this continue, I might very well fall completely in love with you. I bring this up today primarily to reach a conclusion, to prevent future complications." In the vehicle, Chen Haoyu's sudden advance made Su Yuyao realize that her feelings for him had indeed transformed. Su Yuyao had never been indecisive. Once she acknowledged this, she began contemplating her potential union with the eldest heir of the He family. Ultimately, Su Yuyao resolved to place the decision in Chen Haoyu's hands. Li Shaoran, observing from the side, was taken aback. She had not anticipated Su Yuyao's approach to love could be so composed and resolute, akin to performing surgery. Astonishing. She was truly an idol. Chen Haoyu gave Su Yuyao a thumbs up, declaring, "Su, the magnificent beauty, had it been ancient times, I dare say you would have been a figure like Hua Mulan." Su Yuyao replied, "I do not wish to hear idle chatter." Chen Haoyu nodded, "Then listen well. I will not be living here. Furthermore, from this day forth, I shall formally pursue you, striving to win your heart." Su Yuyao warned, "You will encounter significant troubles." Chen Haoyu asked, "Will they send someone to kill me?" Su Yuyao replied, "That is unlikely. However, they will overtly suppress your career." Chen Haoyu laughed. "The prerequisite is that I must have a career. As for that small clinic, if they wish to stifle it, let them do so. At worst, they could shut it down." Su Yuyao paused. "That is a valid point." Chen Haoyu grinned, "So, are we now considered to be in a romantic relationship?" Su Yuyao corrected him, "To be precise, we are in the dynamic of pursuer and pursued." Chen Haoyu expressed his dissatisfaction, "Did you not say you had feelings for me?" A hint of a smile graced Su Yuyao's lips as she responded, "I have feelings for many people." Li Shaoran burst into laughter, "Brother-in-law, you are quite unfortunate." Chen Haoyu displayed a face of indignation, gritting his teeth as he said, "Su Yuyao, how could a master of my caliber be so thoroughly toyed with by you? This is simply outrageous." Su Yuyao inquired, "What do you intend to do?" Chen Haoyu rose from his seat and replied, "I do not wish to see you at this moment." With that, he retreated to his bedroom, slamming the door behind him. Li Shaoran remarked, "Sister, do you think brother-in-law is truly angry?" Su Yuyao smiled gently, "He is actually quite pleased." The exchange between Chen Haoyu and Su Yuyao was, in truth, a subtle manifestation of their affections for one another. If Su Yuyao were not fond of Chen Haoyu, how could she possibly grant him the opportunity to pursue her? Conversely, if Chen Haoyu were not enamored with Su Yuyao, why would he risk offending such a prominent family in his pursuit? This is a love that travels both ways, albeit expressed in a rather veiled manner. Chen Haoyu's return to his bedroom was merely to provide the two sisters with a space to converse freely. Li Shaoran whispered, "Sister, do you truly wish to be with brother-in-law?" Su Yuyao nodded affirmatively, stating, "Indeed." "What of aunt and uncle? I fear Grandpa Su may not approve." "My marriage is my own decision, I do not require others' consent." "Sister, I truly admire your resolve. I hope brother-in-law can withstand the pressures from both the Su and He families." Reflecting on Chen Haoyu's enigmatic and formidable demeanor, Su Yuyo chuckled. There is no need for concern. Chen Haoyu is no ordinary individual. He may well regard the Su and his families with indifference. Li Shaoran questioned. Is he truly that remarkable? Su Yuyo replied, more impressive than you can imagine. Li Shaoran laughed. Indeed, love blinds one to imperfections. Su Yuyo playfully tapped her forehead, saying, firstly, Chen Haoyu is not yet my lover, and secondly, he is not a beauty of legend. Now tell me, what would you like to eat this afternoon? Food is of little consequence. What matters is the enjoyment. Sister, this evening at 8:30, there will be a jadeite auction at the Hueguang Grand Hotel. Approximately 45 pieces will be auctioned, all sourced from Myanmar's old pits, and their quality is quite commendable. Shall we go and witness it? Will Aunt not be attending? You know she only buys jade, not raw stones. Do you have an invitation? No. Without an invitation, how shall we gain entry? You need only inform my mother. And she will surely procure an invitation for you. I thought you were sincerely here to see me. It seems you had ulterior motives. Li Shaoran threw her arms around Su Yuyo's neck, teasingly saying, Sister, I am indeed here to see you. The invitation is merely a bonus. Su Yuyo scoffed. I find that hard to believe. Li Shaoran clutched her heart, lamenting, Sister, your words wound me deeply. Spare me the theatrics. By the way, did you mention the auction is at Hueguang Grand Hotel? Li Shaoran nodded, indeed. Why do you ask? Su Yuyo gestured towards Chen Haoyu's room. He has a very good relationship with the owner of Hueguang Grand Hotel. Wonderful. Li Shaoran exclaimed, rushing to Chen Haoyu's door, knocking and calling out, Brother-in-law, come out quickly. I need to speak with you. Chen Haoyu opened the door and inquired, what brings you here? Li Shaoran led him to the living room and briefly recounted the details of the jadeite rough stone auction. Chen Haoyu responded, as far as I know, the prices of jadeite rough stones are rather steep. Do you possess such wealth? Li Shaoran playfully retorted, I am primarily seeking to broaden my horizons. Brother-in-law, surely you wouldn't refuse to lend a hand? Chen Haoyu replied, considering you have consistently referred to me as brother-in-law, I shall make a phone call to Yiziyuan. If it falls through, do not hold it against me. Li Shaoran nodded in agreement, of course. Chapter 59, Brother-in-law, you are amazing. Chen Haoyu took out his phone and dialed Yiziyuan's number. Before long, the call connected. Dr. Chen, what a coincidence. I was just about to call you. Yiziyuan said. What is the matter? I'm in the underground parking lot of Onkang Hospital. I just took the children for a thorough examination in the psychiatric department. And all the indicators are normal. That is wonderful. Congratulations. I owe it all to you. Please, don't mention it. Yiziyuan continued. Is there an emerald stone auction at the Hueguang Hotel tonight? Indeed. Why do you ask? Are you interested in the gambling stones? A little. Do you have an invitation? I'd like to take Yuao and her sister to experience it. Dr. Chen, didn't I give you a diamond card for the Hueguang Hotel? Just present it. And you can enter. Really? The diamond card has that function. It's written on the card, for all events organized by our Hueguang Hotel. Diamond members can bring up to 3 guests. Got it, thank you. After hanging up, Chen Haoyu gave Li Shaoran an okay gesture and said, all set. Fantastic. Li Shaoran exclaimed. Jumping with joy. Su Yuyo inquired, did President Yi give you the diamond card for the Hueguang Hotel? Chen Haoyu nodded, yes. What is the matter? Li Shaoran exclaimed, wow. Brother-in-law, do you know how precious the diamond card for the Hueguang Hotel is? Chen Haoyu shrugged, not really. Li Shaoran slapped her forehead, exasperated. I'm truly amazed by you. The Hueguang Hotel is recognized as the finest 5-star hotel in Yanhai. Even after more than a decade and the arrival of numerous renowned international 5-star hotels, its status remains unshaken. This illustrates just how formidable the Hueguang Hotel truly is. Chen Haoyu interjected, "Can we get to the point? What does this have to do with the diamond card?" Li Shaoran explained. The Hueguang Hotel has 3 types of cards: the ordinary member card, the gold member card, and the diamond member card. It is said that fewer than 10 diamond membership cards have been issued. Those who possess this card are individuals at the pinnacle of their respective fields. Obtaining one is incredibly prestigious. Chen Haoyu was taken aback by the significance of the diamond card Yi Ziyuan had casually given him and asked, "What discount do you get on meals?" Pfft. Su Yuyao burst into laughter. "That's the Chen Haoyu I know, pragmatic." Li Shaoran gazed at Chen Haoyu, feeling utterly defeated by his unique thought process. The notion that a card symbolizing status could be linked to meal discounts left her at a loss for words. "Hey." Chen Haoyu waved his hand in front of Li Shaoran, "I'm asking you a question. Is there a discount on meals?" Li Shaoran gritted her teeth and replied, "Yes. A 30 discount." Chen Haoyu exclaimed, "Wow, what an incredible discount. This evening, we shall not dine at home. I will take you all to the glorious hotel for a sumptuous meal. If I had known the diamond card offered a 30% discount, I would have visited many times over these past few days." Li Shaoran reclined on the sofa, exclaiming, "Brother-in-law, I must confess, I am in awe of you." Laughter erupted from Su Yuyao, who was thoroughly amused. At 6 o'clock in the evening, Su Yuyao drove Chen Haoyu and Li Shaoran to the glorious hotel. Upon presenting the diamond card at the front desk, the trio was immediately accorded the highest honors the hotel had to offer. The hotel manager, Shao Shangrong, personally came to greet them and escorted them to a grand private dining room capable of accommodating over 20 guests, making Chen Haoyu feel somewhat bashful. After ordering 6 dishes, Chen Haoyu handed the menu to Shao Shangrong and inquired, "Manager Shao, on which floor is the jadeite rose stone auction being held?" He added, "After our meal. We would like to take a look." Shao Shangrong replied, "The auction will take place in the glorious exhibition hall on the 12th floor. At the appropriate time. I shall escort you and the 2 ladies there." Earlier that afternoon, Yi Ziyuan had emphasized that Chen Haoyu was his most esteemed guest and must be treated with utmost care. Having served as the manager of the glorious hotel for 5 years, Shao Shangrong had never witnessed Yi Ziyuan's seriousness to this degree, which filled him with profound respect for Chen Haoyu. Chen Haoyu smiled and said, "Thank you very much." After Shao Shangrong departed, Li Shaoran marveled, "Brother-in-law, you are simply extraordinary. This is the first time I have received such exceptional treatment at the glorious hotel." Chen Haoyu sighed and remarked, "Such elevated treatment can be a double-edged sword." Li Shaoran, puzzled, asked, "Why is that?" Su Yuyao interjected, "With such high regard, how can he feel comfortable coming here for a complimentary meal in the future?" Chen Haoyu raised his thumb to Su Yuyao and said, "The illustrious Miss Su truly understands me." Li Shaoran shook her head and replied, "Brother-in-law, you are simply beyond redemption." With an hour remaining until the jadeite rose stone auction, Shao Shangrong knocked and entered. "Mr. Chen, the rose stones have entered the exhibition hall, and we may proceed." Chen Haoyu was taken aback and asked, "Didn't you say it was scheduled for 8:30? Li Shaoran clarified, "Brother-in-law, 8:30 is the auction time. We need to enter an hour early to examine the rose stones. Otherwise, how will you know which one to purchase?" Chen Haoyu understood and said, "Very well. Let us go." Following Shao Shangrong, the trio arrived at the glorious exhibition hall. The exhibition hall was impressively spacious, estimated to be over 3,000 square meters, adorned in exquisite luxury. Various jadeite rose stones of differing sizes were neatly displayed on tables, each accompanied by a sign detailing its serial number, weight, and starting price. Many attendees were already present, diligently inspecting the half-gambling materials with flashlights. As Chen Haoyu examined rose stone number 45, he was astonished to discover that, despite weighing only 8.3 kilograms, its starting price was a staggering 2 million. The exorbitant price of a fully gambled rose stone hinted at the frightening costs of the others on display. Su Yuyao and Li Shaoran appeared exceptionally proficient as they retrieved a flashlight from their bags, locating a piece of unobserved rough material to examine. Chen Haoyu glanced at the label, instantly drawing in a sharp breath. Serial number 6, weight 14. 6 kilograms. Starting price 32 million. 32 million. And that is just the starting price. This jadeite rough is prohibitively expensive, truly beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. With a savings of 15 million. Chen Haoyu had believed himself to be relatively affluent. Yet here, he felt utterly insignificant. Ladies, are you able to comprehend this? Chen Haoyu inquired with curiosity. Su Yuyao responded. As long as we can understand it, that is sufficient. The finest jade remains undetermined until it is unveiled. No one can guarantee that it will yield jade before it is cut. Chen Haoyu nodded, saying, then I shall let you take your time, I will wander about. Chapter 60, The Detection of Mystical Energy. Su Yuyao retrieved a flashlight from her bag and inquired, do you require this? Chen Haoyu waved his hand dismissively, replying, no need. My knowledge of jadeite rough stones is confined to online novels, this is my first encounter in reality. Not to mention discerning whether there is jade within. Even if jade were to be revealed, I would be at a loss regarding its value. Nevertheless, I appreciate your thoughtfulness in preparing this flashlight. He. I always knew that you, the illustrious Su, treat me the best. Su Yuyao shot him a glare and retorted, had I known, I would not have prepared it for you. The jadeite auction event was remarkably grand, with nearly all the top 10 jewelry companies from Yanhai in attendance. In recent years, the supply of jadeite has dwindled while prices have surged. More than 90% of jewelry companies face a severe shortage of jadeite. Take the Qinyan jewelry company owned by Li Shaoran, for instance, their inventory fails to meet consumer demand, particularly for high-end and top-tier jadeite jewelry, where the deficiency is particularly pronounced. Chen Haoyu held no interest in the semi-gambling rough stones. The reason was simple, even if he were aware that a particular rough stone could yield the finest jadeite, he simply could not afford it. Thus, he focused his attention on the fully gambled rough stones. As he approached rough stone number 38, Chen Haoyu's mystical energy suddenly surged. What is happening? He felt a sense of astonishment as he attempted to channel his mystical energy into rough stone 38, immediately sensing an extraordinarily pure aura of spiritual energy. Goodness! This could lead to fortune. My mystical energy can actually detect the spiritual essence within the rough stone. Chen Haoyu was taken aback. To confirm his hypothesis, he conducted several more experiments, yet yielded no results. Could it be that the spiritual energy of jadeite must reach a certain intensity to elicit a response from my mystical energy? With this thought, Chen Haoyu proceeded directly to the foremost rough stone, number 1. This rough stone was a semi-gambled piece, weighing an astounding 62 kilograms, with a starting price of 88 million. The exorbitant price was justified by the visible rich green hue at the cut, which could be definitively identified as the rare glass-type imperial green. The gamble was on the size of the jadeite that would emerge from it. A crowd had already gathered around the rough stone, each person scrutinizing it with magnifying glasses, offering their opinions from time to time. Chen Haoyu squeezed his way to the side of the rough stone and reached out to touch it, finally feeling a fluctuation in his mystical energy. However, the purity and concentration of the spiritual essence within were inferior to that of rough stone 38. A vague suspicion began to form in Chen Haoyu's mind. After examining rough stone number 1, he proceeded to inspect rough stones 2 through 10. Aside from some limited spiritual feedback from rough stone number 3, the others did not elicit any response from his mystical energy. The commonality between rough stones 1 and 3 was that both had confirmed glass-type imperial green jadeite at their cuts, while the remaining 8 semi-gambled rough stones contained jadeite. But none were of the imperial green variety. Thus, it appears that one's magical prowess only reacts to the remarkably spiritual imperial green jade. Other varieties of jade may lack the requisite purity of spiritual energy, resulting in their magic remaining undetected. If this is indeed the case, Does it not imply that the material numbered 38 conceals a piece of imperial green jade even larger than that of number 1? Contemplating this, Chen Haoyu once again approached the 38th material, glancing at the adjacent description. Serial number 38. Weight 2 kilograms. Starting price 6 million. A thrill of joy surged within Chen Haoyu. With 15 million at his disposal, the likelihood of acquiring this piece seemed quite promising. "Oh, so it is you scoundrel." Just as Chen Haoyu reveled in his thoughts, a voice filled with malice emerged from behind him. Turning to face the source, he could not help but smile. The individual was none other than Wang Jinxing, the CEO of Jingshong Real Estate, who had been intimidated by Chen Haoyu's toy gun the previous night. After being forcefully fed a glass of drug-laced brandy by Chen Haoyu, Wang Jinxing had slept for a full 12 hours. The first thing he did upon waking was to have Chen Haoyu investigated. The results revealed that this man was not a killer, nor did he possess any significant background. He was merely a doctor at a small clinic. Wang Jinxing was nearly apoplectic with rage, secretly vowing to teach Chen Haoyu a stern lesson. To his astonishment, he encountered him here, which gave Wang Jinxing a sense of effortless triumph. Chen Haoyu, of course, surmised that Wang Jinxing had thoroughly investigated him, and with a smile, he remarked, "Young Master Wang, did you sleep well last night?" Wang Jinxing's eyes seemed to blaze with fury as he replied, "Yes, it was exceedingly pleasant. I haven't slept so soundly in years, all thanks to you." Chen Haoyu waved his hand dismissively, saying, "No need for thanks. Helping others is my pleasure. It is merely my duty." Wang Jinxing scoffed, retorting, "Chen Haoyu, you are merely a doctor at a clinic. I am quite curious how you managed to gain entry to such an event. Surely, you did not sneak in?" Chen Haoyu replied. "What does that have to do with you?" Wang Jinxing shot back, "It has everything to do with me. Who knows if you are a thief?" Chen Haoyu shrugged. "If I were a thief, you would be my first target." Wang Jinxing huffed, seizing a security personnel from the brilliant hotel and pointing at Chen Haoyu. "I suspect he has no invitation and has sneaked in with ill intentions, please investigate." The security personnel paused, scrutinizing Chen Haoyu, and noticing his attire seemed less than affluent. His gaze sharpened. "Sir, may I please see your invitation?" Chen Haoyu produced the diamond card bestowed upon him by Yi Ziwon, stating, "I am a diamond card member of your brilliant hotel, and it appears I do not require an invitation to attend any events hosted by your establishment." "A diamond card?" Wang Jinxing burst into laughter, deliberately exclaiming, "How could a mere clinic doctor possibly possess a diamond card from the brilliant hotel? You must be joking." Upon hearing Wang Jinxing's words, everyone turned their gaze towards the two individuals. Su Yuyao and Li Shaoran also noticed that Chen Haoyu was in trouble and hurried to his side. "Brother-in-law, what happened?" Li Shaoran inquired. Chen Haoyu shook the card in his hand and replied, "This fool doesn't believe my card is genuine and wants the security to apprehend me." Upon hearing this, Li Shaoran immediately unleashed a torrent of abuse at Wang Jinxing. "Have you been kicked in the head by a donkey? Do you truly think someone would attempt to deceive the illustrious hotel with a counterfeit diamond card? Or do you believe the staff at the illustrious hotel are as foolish as you, unable to discern the authenticity of a diamond card?" Wang Jinxing, incensed, pointed at Chen Haoyu and declared loudly, "Ladies and gentlemen, this is Chen Haoyu, who operates a clinic near Kangan Hospital. With such a humble identity and status, do you honestly believe he is worthy of possessing a diamond card from the illustrious hotel? Should I not harbor doubts about him?" Chapter 61, Young Master Wang seeks trouble the clinic's physician. Is it true or false? Observing this individual's attire, it certainly leaves much to be desired. A diamond card of such esteemed value, how could it possibly be possessed by a mere doctor? This person indeed raises suspicions. The crowd buzzed with murmurs. Chen Haoyu smiled faintly and remarked, "Wang Jinxing, if they say you are foolish, it is indeed the truth. Whether the diamond card is authentic can be verified, can't it? Is it necessary to escalate the matter to such proportions? What if it turns out to be genuine? Where would you place your pride then? Li Shaoran chimed in, exactly. Our security guard here, we were personally brought by manager Xiao Shamrong. If you harbor doubts, feel free to call and confirm. Very well. The security personnel retrieved their walkie-talkie. Ready to make a call when suddenly a calm voice interjected, "What is going on here?" The security officer turned to see the speaker was the owner, Yi Ziyuan. Accompanied by the hotel manager, Xiao Shamrong. Wang Jianxing was elated and exclaimed, "Mr. Yi, Mr. Xiao, this individual named Chen Haoyu, claiming to be a physician, is parading as a fraud at this venue, asserting he possesses a diamond card from the Hueguang Hotel. I request your assistance in exposing his deception." Xiao Shamrong quietly introduced. "Mr. Yi, this is Wang Jianxing, the son of Wang Fonglin, the CEO of Jingshang Real Estate and also a golden member of our hotel." Yi Ziyuan understood Xiao Shamrong's intent, which was to advise against offending this young master, and thus smiled as he said, "Young Master Wang, you may have misunderstood. The diamond card in Mr. Chen's possession was a gift I presented to him a few days ago." Li Shaoran immediately became exuberant, declaring, "Everyone, did you witness that? Some individuals truly have a narrow vision." Wang Jianxing retorted angrily, "Who are you referring to?" Li Shaoran boldly replied, "Whoever wrongs us is precisely who I am speaking of." Wang Jianxing's face flashed with indignation. Zhou Ichuan, the owner of Xinyuan Jewelry Company, furrowed his brow and remarked, "Mr. Yi, I have been a frequent patron of the Hueguang Hotel for over a decade, spending nearly 30 million, and I remain merely a golden member. I am quite curious about the criteria that allow this young man in his 20s to attain diamond membership." Wang Jianxing added, "Indeed. I too am intrigued about the standards for becoming a diamond member of the Hueguang Hotel." The crowd turned their gazes toward Yi Ziyuan. Remaining unflustered, Yi Ziyuan said, "Mr. Zhou, young Master Wang, I sincerely appreciate your ongoing support for our Hueguang Hotel. The reason I bestowed this diamond card upon Dr. Chen is that he once saved my daughter's life. A small act of kindness deserves a grand gesture in return, and thus presenting a diamond card as gratitude seems entirely reasonable, does it not?" Zhou Ichuan replied, "I see. Mr. Yi, your actions are commendable, it is only fitting." Others nodded in agreement, expressing their understanding. Yi Ziyuan clasped his fists towards Zhou Ichuan and the others, saying, "Thank you all for your comprehension." Wang Jianxing scoffed. "But how can we be sure it's genuine?" His words immediately plunged the atmosphere into an icy silence. Yi Ziyuan frowned slightly and asked, "Young Master Wang, do you require me to take an oath for you to believe?" Although Wang Jianxing may be perceived as inept, he was not foolish enough to compel a prominent figure like Yi Ziyuan to publicly swear an oath. He quickly replied, "Mr. Yi, you jest. I have complete faith in you." Yi Ziyuan responded graciously, "Thank you." Thus, a potential crisis was effortlessly resolved by Yi Ziyuan. Su Yuyo remarked softly, "No wonder Mr. Yi has managed to elevate the brilliant hotel to the pinnacle of Yanhai. This adeptness in handling affairs speaks volumes." Chen Haoyu chuckled, "If he couldn't manage such trivial matters, the brilliant hotel would have long since shuttered its doors." After the gathering dispersed, Yi Ziyuan approached Chen Haoyu and said, "Dr. Chen, I apologize for the inconvenience you experienced." Chen Haoyu waved his hand dismissively, "I underestimated the significance of the diamond card you gifted me. Your handling of the situation was exemplary. You maintained the other party's dignity while resolving the issue." Yi Ziyuan inquired, "Dr. Chen, have you perhaps offended Wang Jianxing?" Chen Haoyu cast a sidelong glance at Su Yuyao, sighed, and said, The peril of beauty." Upon hearing this, Su Yuyao playfully pinched him. Yi Ziyuan smiled, "Dr. Chen, having a confidant like Miss Su must evoke envy and resentment from countless men. Incidents like the one with Wang Jianxing will likely recur. So it would be prudent to acclimate yourself." Chen Haoyu raised his thumb, "Your ability to deliver veiled compliments is truly remarkable. Alas, your judgment leaves much to be desired." Yi Ziyuan inquired with curiosity, "Why is that?" Chen Haoyu gestured toward himself, "Because with a boyfriend like me, her future rivals will only multiply." Laughter erupted from Yi Ziyuan. You speak the truth. Li Shaoran added, brother-in-law, you truly possess a shameless demeanor. Su Yuyao shook her head, he has always been this self-absorbed. Chen Haoyu stated. I merely speak the truth. Mr. Yi, with so many guests present, you should attend to them, there is no need to stay with us. Yi Ziyuan agreed, very well. Dr. Chen, should you require anything, feel free to reach out to me or Manager Shao. Chen Haoyu acknowledged with an okay gesture, understood, thank you. After Yi Ziyuan departed, Chen Haoyu said, Yuyao, Shaoran, I have discovered a particularly promising piece of raw stone that is certain to yield jade, I would appreciate your counsel. Li Shaoran, taken aback, asked, brother-in-law, didn't you claim to be inexperienced with stone gambling? How can you ascertain that jade is within? Chen Haoyu replied, who said I could see it? I merely have a feeling. As you both mentioned, even gods cannot discern jade from mere rock, since no one can definitively tell, one must rely on intuition. Li Shaoran was rendered speechless, brother-in-law, is your intuition usually accurate? Without hesitation, Chen Haoyu asserted, of course it is. Su Yuyao inquired. Which stone have you set your sights on? Chen Haoyu pointed to the raw stone number 38, this one. Su Yuyao and Li Shaoran approached for a closer examination. After a moment, Li Shaoran passed her lips and remarked, brother-in-law, based on my experience, the likelihood of this stone yielding green jade is rather slim. Even if it does, the quality may not be exceptional. Chen Haoyu chuckled and asked, Shaoran, how old are you? What experience do you possess? Su Yuyao replied. Shaoran has been learning to gamble with stones since she was 16. To date, she has invested 12 million and unearthed over 30 pieces of jade with a total value exceeding 300 million. Chen Haoyu exclaimed in disbelief, are you serious? Li Shaoran proudly asserted, of course it's true. My mother even says I am a prodigy in the world of stone gambling. Unfortunately, she doesn't provide me with any funds, otherwise, with my skills, our family would already be wealthy. Chen Haoyu remarked, I never imagined you were so impressive. I stand corrected. But what makes you think this stone of mine won't yield green? Li Shaoran replied. While it is said that even the gods cannot discern a jade's quality, experienced individuals can still glean some insights. Although this raw stone appears to have silk-like patterns of moss, they are unevenly distributed and quite sparse. Most importantly, the few strands of green are too faint. If the raw stone has good water quality, those slight hints of green could illuminate the entire stone. Additionally, the mist and blemishes beneath its skin are not promising. In summary, I conclude that this raw stone is not viable. Chapter 62, I sense green within. Chen Haoyu touched his nose and inquired, Shaoran, could your experience ever lead to error? Li Shaoran chuckled and replied, indeed, mistakes can occur. I once missed out on a piece of ice-grade emerald. A regret that haunts me deeply. Chen Haoyu straightened his posture and said, in that case, I feel reassured. This raw stone evokes a different sensation in me compared to others. I hold high hopes for it. Su Yuyao interjected, Chen Haoyu, do you know why it is designated as number 38? Without waiting for his response, she provided the answer. It is because many experts in the gambling stone community do not regard it favorably. Li Shaoran chimed in, precisely. Brother-in-law. The reason those top-ranked rough stones are either semi-gambling or have been opened is that experts possess over 90% certainty that those areas will yield green. In contrast, fully gambled rough stones are those where experts cannot identify a suitable cutting point, hence they hesitate to proceed. Chen Haoyu scoffed. I have never placed my faith in expert opinions. If they were truly that competent, they would already be billionaires, rather than showing stones to others. Su Yuyao asked. Are you certain you wish to purchase it? Without hesitation, Chen Haoyu declared, absolutely. If a rough stone that experts dismiss can reveal jade, it would only serve to highlight my uniqueness. I relish the idea of proving others wrong, it grants me immense satisfaction. Su Yuyao retorted. I worry your face might end up bruised. A thought struck Chen Haoyu. Beautiful Su, would you dare to make a wager with me? Su Yuyao questioned. What kind of wager? With a playful tone, Chen Haoyu responded, if this rough stone does not yield jade, I will unconditionally grant you one request. If it does reveal jade, my demand is modest, a 2-minute French kiss will suffice. Li Shaoran, reveling in the unfolding spectacle, exclaimed with excitement, sister, agree to his bet. You are sure to win. Then, make him run naked outside. Chen Haoyu nearly choked on his own breath, exclaiming, Li Shaoran, you are excessively ruthless. Li Shaoran dismissed him. That is nothing, I have even more ruthless ideas yet to share. Chen Haoyu was left speechless. All right, you are impressive. Su Yuyao. Give me a clear answer, will you wager or not? Su Yuyao replied, very well, I accept the bet. Chen Haoyu extended his hand, and they shook on it, thus solidifying their wager. At 8:30, the auction commenced. A composed middle-aged auctioneer, wearing glasses, approached the stage. After a brief self-introduction, he stated, thank you all for attending the Jade Raw Stone auction hosted by the brilliant Grand Hotel. As is widely known, due to the overexploitation of stones from Myanmar, the availability of jade in the market has dwindled significantly. Even last year's public auction in Myanmar yielded only a handful of top-grade jade pieces. Today, I am delighted to announce that we have procured 45 exquisite jadeite raw stones from a renowned jade company in Myanmar. Each piece has been meticulously selected by over a dozen experts, each possessing the potential to yield superior jadeite. Particularly, the first 3 stones are virtually guaranteed to produce top-tier jadeite. I am confident that these jadeite raw stones will not disappoint anyone. Now, I declare the auction open. We commence with the 45th jadeite raw stone, with a starting price of 880,000. Bids must increase by no less than 10,000. I encourage everyone to bid enthusiastically. The auctioneer's prowess is undoubtedly top-notch, his fervent demeanor even stirred a sense of excitement in Chen Haoyu. However, to my astonishment, as the first raw stone entered the auction process, the entire venue fell into an eerie silence, with not a single bid being placed, creating an incredibly awkward atmosphere. Chen Haoyu leaned closer to Su Yuyao and whispered, what is happening? Somewhat flustered by Chen Haoyu's proximity, Su Yuyao's ears flashed crimson. Yet her expression remained composed as she replied, the uncertainty surrounding gambling on raw materials is overwhelming, and the probability of yielding exceptional jadeite is exceedingly slim. Rather than squander money on this, it would be wiser to wait until the jadeite emerges and purchase it directly. Chen Haoyu's eyes brightened as he responded. If that is the case, then I could acquire my 38th raw stone at the base price. Su Yuyao furrowed her brow and turned to Chen Haoyu. But upon realizing how close they were, she hastily distanced herself and said, the base price for that raw stone is 360,000. Are you truly intending to buy it? Without hesitation, Chen Haoyu declared, of course. For that kiss you owe me, I must secure it. Su Yuyao sighed. You've just come into some money, and yet you are spending it so recklessly. This is the behavior of a nouveau riche. Chen Haoyu chuckled, as they say. One can easily regain wealth spent. The sole purpose of money is to be spent, otherwise it is no different from worthless paper. Su. We ought to be masters of our finances, not their slaves. Su Yuyao replied, well, it is your money, spend it as you wish. The auctioneer called for bids several more times, yet no one raised a paddle. The first jadeite raw stone went unsold, setting a disheartening tone for the auction. It seemed that the impact of the 45th raw stone led to the 44th and 43rd stones also going unsold. It was not until the 42nd raw stone that 2 companies began to compete. Unfortunately, the final sale price was rather low, below 300,000. And one of the companies acquired it. Witnessing this situation, Easy Yuan furrowed his brow, feeling a deep sense of disappointment. The Hueguang Hotel had prepared for this auction for a full 6 months, and such a result was far from satisfactory. 10 minutes later, it was finally time for the 38th raw stone. After the auctioneer introduced the details of the stone, he proclaimed, the starting price is 360,000. With minimum bid increments of no less than 50,000. Let the bidding commence. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Haoyu raised his paddle, calling out, 360,000. The auctioneer's eyes sparkled as he proclaimed, excellent. This young gentleman bids 3,600,000. Is there anyone willing to offer a higher amount? 4 million. Came a voice from the back. Chen Haoyu turned to see that the bidder was none other than Wang Jianxing, the affluent heir. Upon noticing Chen Haoyu, Wang Jianxing flashed a smug smile. Damn it, that scoundrel, Chen Haoyu cursed inwardly, raising his paddle once more. 4,100,000. 4,200,000. 4,300,000. 4,400,000. The two continued to counter each other, creating a fierce contest. The onlookers displayed expressions of intrigue, eagerly witnessing the unfolding drama. Chen Haoyu was acutely aware of the foolishness of his actions, however. The possibility of the 38th raw stone containing imperial green compelled him to persist with his bids. Chapter 63, The Acquisition of the Jadeite rough stone for 4,800,000. Wang Jianxing raised his sign and chuckled, Mr. Chen. Allow me to offer you a word of advice. As a small-town doctor running a clinic, saving money is no easy feat. Why must you put on a facade? Should this rough stone fail to yield jadeite, you may find yourself sleeping on the streets. Chen Haoyu retorted, young Master Wang. I would advise you to cease draining your father's resources. Every penny I possess is earned through my own efforts, and I spend it with a clear conscience. What about you? All your wealth comes from your father. It's amusing, really, that you, who lack any physical impairments, choose to be a leech. I'm quite curious about the source of your misplaced confidence. Is it your thick skin? Laughter erupted among the crowd at Chen Haoyu's jests. Wang Jianxing, unable to match Chen's eloquence, turned crimson with rage and declared, what use is all this idle chatter? If you have the guts, keep bidding, everyone is waiting. Without hesitation, Chen raised his sign again, stating 4,900,000. Young Master Wang, it's your turn. Wang Jianxing flung his sign in frustration, a smug smile creeping onto his face as he said, 4,900,000 for a piece of worthless rough stone. Mr. Chen, you truly are foolish. Chen Haoyu replied nonchalantly, a mere 4,900,000 is nothing to me. Unlike certain wealthy heirs who boast grandly but possess neither substance nor style. Wang Jianxing laughed heartily, I may be wealthy, but I'm not foolish like you. If this rough stone yields jadeite worth more than 4,900,000, I would be willing to eat dung live on stream. Chen scoffed, if you have a penchant for dung, that is your affair. Don't disgust the rest of us. If you please. The audience erupted into laughter, with Li Shaoran laughing the loudest. Sister, brother-in-law is amazing, he can insult better than I can. Su Yuyao sighed. In that regard, you both excel. The auctioneer, sensing the situation was spiraling, quickly redirected the conversation, Mr. Chen has bid 4,900,000. Is there a higher bid? 4,900,000, going once. 4,900,000, going twice. 4,900,000, sold. Congratulations, Mr. Chen. Having acquired the rough stone for 130,000 above the base price, Chen Haoyu felt a pang of frustration. Su Yuyao glanced at him and asked, was this rivalry worth it? Chen replied, if it weren't for our bet, I wouldn't be foolish enough to contend for this worthless rough stone. The thought of using his mystical powers to detect the aura of the imperial green jadeite was too daunting. Should it become known, it would bring him tremendous trouble. Thus, Chen resolved to keep this secret to himself, not even divulging it to Su Yuyao. Su Yuyao remarked, how dull. Chen gazed at Su Yuyao's ethereal beauty and grinned. Once I unveil the jadeite, it will no longer be dull. Su Yuyao discerned Chen Haoyu's implications and felt both shy and indignant, turning away to disregard him. 15 minutes later, Wang Jianxing made another move, vying with several jewel merchants for the jadeite raw stone number 30. This stone was the most outstanding among all the gambling raw stones, weighing 19.2 kilograms, with a starting price of 8,700,000. After a fierce contest, its price skyrocketed to 14 million. Chen Haoyu had initially intended to disrupt Wang Jianxing's bid, but once the price surpassed 10 million, he promptly withdrew. It was simply too exorbitant. He could not afford it. Ultimately, Wang Jianxing acquired the stone for 15 million. I wish to cut the stone on sight, proclaimed the spirited Wang Jianxing. The auctioneer replied with a smile, certainly. The personnel and machinery are just next door. Once Mr. Wang settles the payment, they can commence work. Wang Jianxing then wore a peculiar expression and said, no rush. Mr. Chen, would you dare to wager with me? Upon hearing this, the crowd understood Wang Jianxing was seeking trouble, and each displayed a knowing look. How outrageous! Chen Haoyu felt a surge of anger and stood up abruptly, demanding, what do you intend? Wang Jianxing responded, this is a jadeite raw stone auction, so of course, we shall bet on the stones. We will cut them on sight and see whose jadeite is of greater value. Chen Haoyu scoffed, what a ludicrous notion. Your raw stone's price exceeds mine by threefold. Should I accept this wager, how would that differ from being a fool like you? Laughter erupted once more from the crowd at Chen Haoyu's retort. Wang Jianxing huffed and replied, rest assured, I shall not take advantage of you. If the jadeite I unveil is valued at 3 times more than yours, I shall be the victor, otherwise, I shall be the loser. There are experts from various jewelry companies here who can easily assess the jadeite's worth. Curse it. My stone contains imperial green. To wager against me is tantamount to courting disaster. Chen Haoyu asked calmly, what are the terms for winning and losing? Wang Jianxing stated. The loser must not only hand over their unveiled jadeite to the winner but also compensate the winner 5 million. I heard your bid earlier. I know you can afford it. Su Yuyao grasped Chen Haoyu's hand and shook her head. Wang Jianxing's raw stone appeared far superior to Chen Haoyu's, and he had an 80% chance of losing. Observing Su Yuyao's gesture, Wang Jianxing sneered, Chen Haoyu, it seems your girlfriend lacks confidence in you. Hey. If you prefer to be a coward, let us dismiss this wager. Chen Haoyu exchanged a reassuring glance with Su Yuyao and declared to Wang Jianxing. Your provocation is quite effective, I accept your wager. Wang Jianxing replied, excellent. Manager Shao, please prepare a wager contract for us. And also arrange for the 2 stones to be unveiled on site. Shao Shangrong glanced at Yizi who cleared his throat and remarked, Mr. Wang. Unveiling the stones on site may not be appropriate, as it could disrupt the flow of the auction and waste everyone's time. Wang Jianxing remarked, Mr. Yi. These 2 raw stones are rather modest in size, we could unravel them in no more than half an hour. I believe there should be no objections from anyone. Wang Shao's assertion holds merit, and I wholeheartedly endorse the idea of revealing the stones on site. Such an exquisite spectacle deserves to be witnessed in its entirety. After all, half an hour is but a fleeting moment, and we can certainly wait. Mr. Yi, please acquiesce to Wang Shao's request, there is no need to concern yourselves with us. The crowd echoed with enthusiastic agreement. Yi Ziyuan turned to Chen Haoyu, who smiled and said, if someone is intent on seeking discord, then I shall oblige them. Mr. Yi, I appreciate your assistance. Yi Ziyuan nodded and responded, since everyone is in accord, let us proceed with the unveiling of the stones swiftly. Chapter 64, all bets are on the rise. In a mere 5 minutes, 2 sets of jade cutting equipment were brought to the stage. Shao Shangrong presented the freshly printed betting agreement to Chen Haoyu and Wang Jianxing. After confirming that there were no discrepancies, both affixed their signatures. Wang Jianxing, with a smug expression, declared, Chen Haoyu, I have some unfortunate news for you. The raw stone from the 30th has received the endorsement of 6 jade experts. Which is why I dared to wager with you. Hey, you are certain to lose this time. Chen Haoyu replied with a smile, I merely hope that when you lose, you won't weep bitterly. Wang Jianxing retorted, being tough with words is futile, we shall see. Once the agreement was signed, the staff guided the 2 to discuss the cutting position for the first slice. Lacking knowledge in this area, Chen Haoyu called upon the eagerly Shaoran for assistance. Su Yuyao pulled Chen Haoyu aside, her brow furrowed with concern, and asked, do you have confidence in this? Chen Haoyu chuckled, of course. I observed Wang Jianxing's facial features, he bears the typical signs of financial loss, hence I am certain I will win this wager. After a moment of contemplation, Su Yuyao inquired, is it possible that the raw stone he purchased is of low value? Even if he wins against you, it may not amount to 15 million. Thus causing his financial misfortune. Feigning confusion, Chen Haoyu responded, your imagination knows no bounds. However, it is not entirely implausible. For while I can calculate the heavens, the earth, and all beings, I am unable to foresee my own fate. Thus, should I also embody the signs of financial loss, the outcome remains uncertain. Su Yuyao retorted. If you lose, it's well deserved. On stage, after Li Shaoran concluded discussions with the cutting artisan, a line was drawn on the raw stone. With a whirring sound, the machine activated, and the artisan followed the line to cut through the stone. One slice leads to heaven, the other to hell. For those who indulge in jade betting, the most exhilarating moment is undeniably the moment of cutting. As Chen Haoyu's stone was severed, everyone instinctively rose, their eyes fixated on the freshly cut surface. Once washed clean, the center of the stone revealed a rich, verdant green. My goodness! It's green! The crowd erupted in jubilation. Li Shaoran and Su Yuyao eagerly approached, scrutinizing the stone closely. Li Shaoran exclaimed, Sister, this is very likely to be imperial green. Su Yuyao nodded in affirmation, it should be. The artisan, equally exhilarated, remarked, this is indeed the color of imperial green. I've seen it twice before, and it is unforgettable. Their words incited a fervent commotion among the onlookers. Imperial green? Is this real? In all my years in this industry, I have never witnessed anyone uncover imperial green jade. Goodness, this is truly an eye-opener. The crowd buzzed with excitement. This is impossible. Wang Jianxing, who had just drawn the line, rushed over to Chen Haoyu's side. And upon inspecting the cut surface of the stone, his expression darkened to the utmost degree. He is a thrill-seeking scion of wealth. Having engaged in the gamble of raw stones for 4 to 5 years, during which he has unearthed some remarkable jadeite. However, he has never encountered such a vibrant shade of green before. Damn, that rascal's luck is simply extraordinary. On the other side, the workers have begun to slice open Wang Jianxing's raw stone. Look, the stakes have risen. Wang Shao's stone has also revealed green. This promises to be an exhilarating spectacle. The likelihood of this batch of raw jadeite yielding jade is astonishingly high, isn't it? The remaining half of the gamble will surely be fervently contested. No one anticipated that after Chen Haoyu, Wang Jianxing's stone would also yield a profit. Ha ha ha, I have not yet lost. Wang Jianxing dashed back to his raw stone, elated and exuberantly gesticulating. Li Shaoran, visibly speechless, remarked, this is rather dramatic, isn't it? 2 pieces of jade at once. Su Yuyao remained remarkably composed, stating, next, we must assess the quality and size of the jade. As long as it is not imperial green, our chances of winning will soar to 90%. Li Shaoran fervently prayed, heaven help us, I hope our imperial green jade is of glassy quality and large enough to craft a bracelet. Su Yuyao exhaled deeply, glancing at Chen Haoyu, who stood idly by, and could not help but laugh. This fellow has truly struck luck. Completely oblivious, he managed to cut out an imperial green jade, it is simply unparalleled. With machines operating at full throttle, the raw stones were being sliced. To ensure everyone could witness the jade's extraction, Easy Yuan arranged for the entire process to be projected onto a large screen, allowing all to see clearly. In comparison to Wang Jianxing's stone, Chen Haoyu's was half its size, making the extraction considerably quicker. Approximately 15 minutes later, a fist-sized imperial green jade emerged before all. Its hue was rich, texture delicate, and it was entirely translucent with no impurities, achieving the glassy quality level. Li Shaoran, being closest, eagerly seized the glassy imperial green jade, exclaiming with rapture, Sister, look at this, it's truly exquisite. Su Yuyao patted her head, chuckling, control your drool. Once home, you can admire it as long as you wish. Li Shaoran enthusiastically nodded, declaring, I intend to sleep with it tonight. Chen Haoyu approached, inquiring, how much is this jade worth? Who won this gamble? Su Yuyao, with a resigned expression, replied, Chen Haoyu, I must admit, I am genuinely impressed by you. Li Shaoran nodded, adding, brother-in-law, this piece of imperial green jade could be fashioned into at least 2 bracelets, each valued at approximately 15 million. The remaining portions could yield pendants or ring faces, totaling no less than 8 million. Chen Haoyu calculated, so, its total value amounts to 38 million. What about Wang Jianxing? I just overheard them discussing the remarkable icy green jadeite that this fellow possesses, which is more than twice the size of mine and seemingly holds significant value. Li Shaoran remarked with a smile, indeed, icy green jadeite is quite rare in the market, however, when compared to the glass-type imperial green jadeite, it falls short by at least 2 tiers, with a maximum value of merely 30 million. Chen Haoyu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, so, this means I have won the wager. Wang Jianxing's icy green jadeite is now mine, correct? Li Shaoran nodded affirmatively, saying, exactly. Why didn't you mention this sooner? Chen Haoyu chided lightly, and with his hands clasped behind his back, he strode confidently over to Wang Jianxing, deliberately raising his voice to say, young Master Wang, my jadeite is about to be revealed. You might want to avert your gaze to spare yourself the heartache. Chapter 65, a resounding victory. Wang Jianxing trembled with rage, his eyes ablaze. It was then that Li Shaoran grasped Chen Haoyu's intentions and said, sister, does my brother-in-law have a problem with his mind? Nearly 40 million worth of imperial green jade, and if it were anyone else, they would be overjoyed. Yet, my brother-in-law barely glanced at it and immediately went to mock his opponent. Is this matter somehow more significant than the jade itself? Su Yuyao chuckled softly and replied, you will realize over time that he is indeed an eccentric, his thoughts diverging from the norm. Li Shaoran nodded in agreement, saying, to face 40 million worth of jade with such equanimity, my brother-in-law's mental fortitude is undoubtedly beyond that of ordinary individuals. No wonder you have developed feelings for him. Su Yuyao shot her a glare and retorted, I never said I liked him. Li Shaoran shrugged, secretly thinking about how long she could maintain that facade. 5 minutes later, Wang Jianxing's icy young green jade was also revealed. There were 3 pieces in total, 2 of which were similar in size to Chen Haoyu's imperial green jade, while the third was a third larger. Yi Ziyuan ascended the stage, surveyed both parties' jade, and declared, young Master Wang, I regret to inform you that you have lost. According to our agreement, your icy young green jade now belongs to Mr. Chen Haoyu, and you are also required to pay him 5 million. Wang Jianxing's countenance darkened to a near melancholic hue. He pulled a check from his pocket and threw it onto the ground, stating, here is the 5 million check. Wang Jianxing, accept defeat. Until we meet again. Chen Haoyu bent down to retrieve the check, lightly flicking it before chuckling, young Master Wang, might I suggest you maintain your composure? Your father's fortune exceeds 100 billion, a mere 40 million is but a drop in the ocean for the Wang family. Is it truly necessary to be so incensed? Wang Jianxing merely snorted and departed without a backward glance. A jeweler stood up and called out, Mr. Chen, are you willing to sell these pieces of jade? I am prepared to offer 60 million. Zhao, do you jest? 60 million for the imperial green and icy young green jade? I shall offer 70 million. I'll provide 75 million. One price, 80 million from me. Bids echoed throughout the room. Chen Haoyu turned to Su Yuyao and Li Shaoran. Li Shaoran clutched the imperial green jade tightly, her face displaying a pleading expression. Chen Haoyu immediately understood her intent and clasped his hands together toward the crowd, stating, my apologies, everyone, but my girlfriend's family owns a jewelry company. So I shall not be selling these 2 pieces of jade. Furthermore, let us not forget that these are merely the initial raw materials from the gamble. There are still 29 more half-gamble raw materials, and I am confident we will unveil more imperial green jade. Mr. Yi, I apologize for delaying your auction. Yi Ziyuan smiled and replied, Mr. Chen, please do not mention it, I should be the one thanking you. With the unveiling of the Imperial Green Jade, I am certain that the remaining jade stones from the same batch will fetch even higher prices. Chen Haoyu remarked, then I wish everyone the best of luck. Returning to the stage, Chen Haoyu requested a password box from Yi Ziyuan, placing the Imperial Green Jadeite and 3 pieces of icy jadeite inside. Upon observing Chen Haoyu casually placing the box at his feet, Li Shaoran expressed her discontent and promptly embraced it. Perhaps inspired by Chen Haoyu and Wang Jinxing, the half-gamble rough materials were fervently snatched up by the crowd. The base price of 20 million for the raw stone astonishingly soared to 50 million, yielding Yi Ziyuan an abundant profit. The most remarkable was the first raw stone, which skyrocketed to 240 million, acquired by a venerable jewelry company from Hong Kong, who opted to unveil it on the spot. This piece of jadeite shared a similar aura with the 38th raw stone, and Chen Haoyu initially believed the opposing party had suffered a significant loss. To his surprise, upon unearthing it, they not only obtained a piece of glass-grade Imperial Green Jadeite but also 3 pieces of icy-grade Imperial Green Jadeite weighing a total of 4.8 kilograms, along with over 10 pieces of varying types of jadeite. Not only did they not incur a loss, but they also reaped a profit exceeding 100 million. Much to the delight of the representative from the jewelry company. In addition, Chen Haoyu realized that his abilities could only detect glass-grade Imperial Green Jadeite. He was incapable of identifying other grades or types. However, he did not feel disheartened. Every morsel and sip is predestined. If he were truly able to see through all raw stones like the protagonists in those online novels, it might not bode well for him. On the way back, Li Shaoran retrieved the Imperial Green Jadeite from the password box, gazing at it with admiration, exclaiming, "It's so beautiful. If I could have an Imperial Green bracelet, or even just an Imperial Green pendant, I would be utterly satisfied." Chen Haoyu nonchalantly replied, "Isn't it just a pendant? I'll gift it to you." Li Shaoran's face lit up with surprise as she exclaimed, "Brother-in-law, an Imperial Green pendant is worth 2 to 3 million. Are you truly willing to part with it?" Chen Haoyu scoffed, "What is there to hesitate about? The reason we could unveil jadeite worth tens of millions this time, and the 5 million I won from that fool Wang Jianxing, is all thanks to you bringing me to this jadeite auction. You could say that without you, there would be none of this jadeite. A mere Imperial Green pendant feels a tad insufficient as a gesture." Li Shaoran excitedly declared, "Brother-in-law, you are truly a person of great loyalty. From today onward, you are the only brother-in-law I acknowledge." Chen Haoyu chuckled, "Li Shaoran, how can you be so endearing? In that case, I shall gift you a pair of Imperial Green earrings as well." "Oh!" Li Shaoran let out a squeal, joyfully exclaiming, "Brother-in-law, I adore you." Su Yuyao calmly interjected, "Shaoran, do not rejoice too early. If you wish to accept such valuable Imperial Green Jadeite jewelry, you must first get past uncle." Upon hearing this, Li Shaoran's previously exuberant spirit was swiftly extinguished. Su Yuyao's uncle, Li Zhanon, is the deputy director of the Yanhai Police Department, a position equivalent to that of a vice-ministerial cadre. As his daughter, if Li Shaoran were to accept such an extravagant gift from Chen Haoyu, it would undeniably appear as if she were condoning bribery within her family. Once this matter falls into the hands of those with ulterior motives, who may use it to attack Li Zhanon, it could spell great trouble. Li Shaoran sighed ruefully, saying, "Sister, can't you let me enjoy this moment a little longer?" Su Yuyao exhaled softly, responding, "Shaoran, you must understand that even if you possess these exquisite jewelry pieces, you cannot wear them in public. If a netizen captures an image and disseminates it online, Bankol will undoubtedly be implicated." Li Shaoran, with a woeful expression, lamented, "I am so unfortunate." Chen Haoyu interjected, "This matter can be easily resolved. All you need to do is marry a wealthy man, and you can adorn yourself with any jewelry you desire." Chapter 66, The Onslaught of the Ruthless Bandit. Li Shaoran scoffed, saying, "Am I the kind of person who would sell myself for jewelry?" Chen Haoyu quickly replied, "Please don't misunderstand, that is not what I meant at all. Su Yuyao inquired, Chen Haoyu, how do you plan to handle these jade pieces? Chen Haoyu responded. I haven't decided yet. Do you have any suggestions? Su Yuyao turned and shot him a fierce glare, stating, you are asking this while already knowing the answer. Chen Haoyu chuckled, just a joke. As long as your aunt is willing to take them, I will definitely sell these jades to her. Li Shaoran interjected. They are too expensive, my mother's Qinyan jewelry company can hardly afford such a sum. Chen Haoyu laughed, this is simple. Just have your mother write me an IOU. Once you sell these jades as exquisite jewelry, you can repay me, and all will be well. Su Yuyao said solemnly, you need to think this through. If you proceed this way, you'll have to wait at least 6 months to receive the money. Chen Haoyu replied, don't mention just 6 months. Even 3 to 5 years would be fine. Li Shaoran exclaimed joyfully, brother-in-law, you are amazing. Our Qinyan jewelry company is in dire need of top-quality jade. And this will finally alleviate our urgent situation. I've helped your company so much, or shouldn't you treat me to a meal, huh? Just as Chen Haoyu was about to make a joke, he suddenly noticed an SUV following them in the rearview mirror. He had a vague recollection of it, as he had seen the vehicle's license plate when leaving the Huiguang Hotel. Su Yuyao noticed that Chen Haoyu's expression had changed and asked, what is wrong? Chen Haoyu replied, it seems we have a tail behind us. Li Shaoran gasped, what? Don't look back. When she attempted to turn around, Chen Haoyu quickly stopped her. Su Yuyao also spotted the SUV in the rearview mirror and asked, what should we do? Chen Haoyu chuckled, what else can we do? We'll just play with them a bit. At the next traffic light, let us switch positions, I'll take the wheel. Su Yuyao took a deep breath and agreed. All right. Chen Haoyu's calm demeanor eased the initial tension for both Su Yuyao and Li Shaoran. When they reached the red light, Chen Haoyu immediately switched seats with Su Yuyao. As the green light illuminated, the surrounding vehicles moved forward one by one, while Chen Haoyu remained still, ignoring the incessant honking from behind. Once the red light timer hit 3 seconds, Chen Haoyu instructed, hold on tight, we are off. Su Yuyao and Li Shaoran quickly grasped the handles inside the car. When the yellow light flickered, Chen Haoyu pressed down on the accelerator. The car shot forward like an arrow released from above as the green light came on. Ha ha ha, Chen Haoyu exclaimed triumphantly, how was that? Aren't my driving skills impressive? Su Yuyao cautioned, don't get cocky, they're catching up. What the? Chen Haoyu glanced at the SUV in the rearview mirror, astonished, they dare to chase us even through a red light, it seems this vehicle is truly targeting us. Su Yuyao retrieved her phone, exclaiming, I shall call the police immediately. However, before she could complete the call, an SUV suddenly surged towards them. Clearly, the assailants were aware that Chen Haoyu had uncovered their pursuit, thus abandoning any pretense of discretion. The window rolled down, revealing a man with a scar who brandished a pistol, aiming it directly at Chen Haoyu. Goodness! They are armed! Chen Haoyu shouted, promptly slamming on the brakes. A gunshot rang out, the bullet striking the side of the vehicle's bumper. Su Yuyao and Li Shaoran turned pale with fright, they had never encountered such perilous circumstances before. These were indeed desperate criminals. Chen Haoyu quickly assessed the situation, yanking the steering wheel to the left while pressing the accelerator, colliding forcefully with the assailant's vehicle. Su Yuyao's car, a robust Land Rover Range Rover, boasted formidable durability and safety, while the opposing SUV was merely a standard model, lightweight and flimsy in comparison. The collision resulted in a decisive victory for the Range Rover, crumpling the assailant's vehicle, which careened through the median barrier and spun thrice before coming to a halt. Before Chen Haoyu could revel in his triumph, his vehicle's rear was violently struck by a van. Damn it, they have accomplices! He cried, swiftly regaining control of the steering wheel and accelerating forward. A police station lay 10 kilometers ahead, reaching it would ensure their safety. Alas, aspirations often clash with harsh realities. The assailants were determined not to grant Chen Haoyu the opportunity to reach the precinct. Gunfire erupted in rapid succession, shattering the tires of the Range Rover. The vehicle's speed plummeted as the assailant's SUV and the van flanked them on either side. Yet, Chen Haoyu refused to surrender. He spotted an underground parking garage of a supermarket to the right. Without hesitation, he swerved, flooring the accelerator and crashing through the SUV. Racing into the parking lot with utmost urgency. Seizing the moment while the assailants lagged behind, Chen Haoyu halted the vehicle, instructing, "I will divert their attention. You two must conceal yourselves behind that white van." Su Yuyao inquired, "What about you?" With a confident smile, Chen Haoyu replied, "Without the two of you as burdens, dealing with these petty thieves will be a breeze. Do not waste time, hurry." Understanding the gravity of the situation, Su Yuyao realized that she and Li Shaoran would only impede Chen Haoyu, thus decisively stating, "Shaoran, we must exit the car." "Chen Haoyu, do be careful." Opening the car door, Su Yuyao and Li Shaoran swiftly concealed themselves behind the nearby white van. Chen Haoyu pivoted the vehicle, fleeing in the opposite direction. At that moment, the assailants' two vehicles had already caught up. Chen Haoyu led them in a series of evasive maneuvers, and after rounding a corner, he positioned his car across the road. Exiting the vehicle, he sprinted forward. A thunderous noise erupted behind him, and as he glanced back, a smile crept across his face. The opposing van, unable to evade in time, collided directly with the Range Rover. Seizing the opportunity while they were preoccupied, Chen Haoyu swiftly turned right and sprinted for over 10 meters. Concealing himself behind a BMW. Within half a minute, the grim voice echoed nearby. "With those two women present, they surely cannot have fled far. Lao San, Lao Zhang. You search the right side. Daching, you and I will search the left. Remember, we have no more than 10 minutes. Li Shaoran must be brought back alive. The other two are of no consequence. Is that understood?" The other three responded in unison, "Understood." Upon overhearing their conversation, Chen Haoyu finally realized that their target was indeed Li Shaoran. No, their true objective must be Li Shannon, her father. This deputy chief of police oversees the criminal investigation department in Yanhai, and these four individuals must have committed a crime, intending to capture Li Shaoran to threaten Li Shannon. Unfortunately for them, their luck had run out, as they had crossed paths with him. Chapter 67, The Fierce Battle with the Bandit. Old Son, he is right here. At that moment, a resounding voice reached Chen Haoyu's ears. Peering out, Chen Haoyu cursed under his breath. Before him knelt a burly man in his 30s. Casting a glance towards the red van beside him. Without a doubt, this individual was old Zhang. Clever fellow, Chen Haoyu thought. Flicking his fingers to release a golden needle that shot forth at an almost imperceptible speed, piercing old Zhang's neck. With a pained gasp, old Zhang collapsed. As the needle was dispatched, Chen Haoyu surged forward. By the time old Zhang hit the ground, he had already reached his adversary, delivering a fierce kick. With the force of Chen Haoyu's powerful strike, old Zhang's hefty frame, weighing at least 180 pounds, hurtled through the air towards the bandit known as Old San. Bang! Old San instinctively fired a shot, hitting old Zhang in the arm. Only after shooting did he realize it was his own comrade. Damn it! Old San, experienced in combat, swiftly shifted to the left to evade old Zhang, aiming his gun directly at Chen Haoyu. Given old San's marksmanship, at a distance of 6 or 7 meters, Chen Haoyu was undoubtedly doomed. However, old San had already missed the opportune moment to shoot. For Chen Haoyu had reached him and seized his hand. With a crunch, old San's bones were crushed under Chen Haoyu's grip, and his gun clattered to the ground. With a scream of agony, old San raised his leg to kick Chen Haoyu fiercely. Quick on his feet, Chen Haoyu deftly dodged the strike and delivered a gentle yet forceful palm strike to old San's chest. Old San's complexion paled as his bones seemed to turn to noodles, collapsing onto the ground. After subduing old San, an intense feeling of unease washed over Chen Haoyu. He instinctively turned to the left, narrowly avoiding a bullet that whizzed past him. He could even sense the rush of air created by the bullet's passage. Had it not been for his heightened senses, he would have been struck down. How swift, The shooter was none other than the scar-faced man Chen Haoyu had seen in the car. The disbelief in the man's eyes was evident. From a distance of less than 10 meters, Chen Haoyu had managed to evade his bullet. A fact that left the typically unerring marksman momentarily stunned. Reacting with remarkable speed, Chen Haoyu crouched low and grasped the handgun that had fallen from old Zhang's hand. Without a moment's hesitation, he fired a shot at the scar-faced man. Alas, his aim was poor, and he failed to hit his target. Bang! 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 The scar-faced man and another bandit named Dahai opened fire simultaneously at Chen Haoyu, forcing him to take cover behind a vehicle. Just then, the wail of police sirens pierced the air. The scar-faced man's expression shifted dramatically. Dahai, forget about old Zhang and old Sun, you must flee. Dahai replied solemnly. Brother, what about you? With a cold demeanor, the scar-faced man responded, I have my own means of escape. Upon overhearing the conversation between the two men, Chen Haoyu felt a surge of determination. He swiftly removed his t-shirt and shouted, none of you shall escape. With that, he cast his t-shirt to the left and charged out from the right. The two thugs, indeed, fell for the ruse and fired a shot at the t-shirt. By the time they realized their mistake, it was too late. With a resounding crack, Chen Haoyu shot Dahai in the leg. Dahai groaned and collapsed to the ground, blood pouring from his wound. Chen Haoyu aimed his weapon at the scarred-faced thug, only to discover that his firearm was devoid of ammunition. Cursing under his breath, he unleashed the legendary free and easy steps that had made the immortal figure of Yu renowned, darting toward the scarred man with lightning speed. The distance between them was merely a few meters, and in the blink of an eye, Chen Haoyu stood before the thug. You shall perish, the scarred man bellowed, aiming his gun at Chen Haoyu. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, a sudden pain shot through his hand, causing the pistol to clatter to the ground. It was then that he realized a needle, as fine as a cow's hair, had been embedded in his wrist. Upon extracting the needle, the scarred man understood he was facing a formidable opponent and wasted no time in unleashing his years of training in Bajikwan, launching a fierce punch at Chen Haoyu. The air crackled with the force of his strike, producing a thunderous sound. Such explosive power. This man must be an exceptional master of hidden strength. Chen Haoyu quickly assessed the thug's capabilities and resolutely advanced. In this era where martial arts had waned, a master of hidden strength was indeed a formidable figure in the world of traditional Chinese martial arts. Even in the Republican era, such individuals were among the elite. Figures well known to the Chinese public, like Huo Yuanjia and Huang Feihong, were merely practitioners of hidden strength. What a pity! Such skill squandered on a life of crime instead of serving in the military is truly a waste of talent. With a resounding impact, Chen Haoyu's palm collided with the thug's fist, producing an astonishing sound. The scarred man felt as if his strength vanished upon contact with Chen Haoyu. Like a cow sinking into the sea, completely gone without a trace. Tai Chi. The scarred man retreated 3 steps and said solemnly. Incorrect, this is Wujikwan. Again. Chen Haoyu's form was as swift as the wind, his force as vast as the ocean, as he struck forth, layering his strength upon the scarred man. In truth, with Chen Haoyu's prowess, a single strike would suffice to subdue the thug. However, he had no desire to end the encounter so quickly. Opportunities to meet masters of traditional martial arts were exceedingly rare in modern society, and even when such encounters occurred, one could hardly expect the opponent to engage in life-and-death struggles. Thus, the scarred man presented a valuable opportunity for Chen Haoyu to hone his skills. In the recent clash, Chen Haoyu had only exerted a fraction of his strength. Had it been otherwise, the thug would not have merely retreated 3 steps. Facing the overwhelming force of Chen Haoyu's palm, the scarred man felt as if his very breath were being stifled, his expression shifting dramatically. Could it be that this young man had already attained the level of hidden strength? Otherwise, how could his power be so formidable? How could he possibly be that capable at such a young age? The scarred man's thoughts raced, yet his movements displayed no hesitation. With a forceful stamp of his right foot, he advanced a step, simultaneously sweeping his iron elbow, generating a fierce gust of wind aimed at Chen Haoyu's chest. This was a tactic of mutual destruction, betting on the notion that Chen Haoyu would not dare to risk his life in exchange. Indeed, Chen Haoyu acknowledged this with a remark, swiftly shifting from offense to defense, successfully blocking the oncoming iron elbow. Chapter 68, Practicing Skills with the Scudman. The Scudman seized the upper hand, his aura overwhelming, and with a thunderous roar, he unleashed a flurry of iron fists upon Chen Haoyu. The explosive force of his punches shattered the air like a barrage of cannon fire, causing the surrounding atmosphere to tremble. Were an ordinary individual to face such an onslaught, even with 10 lives, they would likely succumb to the might of the scarred man. However, Chen Haoyu remained unperturbed, his feet gliding in a Bogwa step, his palms dancing gracefully as he employed the soft power of Wujikwan to counter the opponent's explosive strikes. He had longed for the scarred man to demonstrate the full extent of Bajikwan, eager for an exhilarating battle. The current circumstances unfolded precisely as he desired. As the saying goes, in literature, there is Taiji to bring peace to the world, in martial arts, there is Bajikwan to shake the heavens. The power of Bajikwan could reach far and wide, especially as Chen Haoyu adopted a purely defensive stance, allowing the scarred man to unleash his full force. The scarred man's muscles bulged, his arms coiling like serpents, delivering 8 elbows, 6 kicks, and 12 punches within a minute. Yet, no matter how fierce the scarred man's momentum, how swift his strikes, or how formidable his strength, all of it was effortlessly neutralized by Chen Haoyu's palms. What was most unsettling was that Chen Haoyu did not retreat. Instead, he spun in a small circle, as if drawing the scarred man into his rhythm. It dawned upon the scarred man that Chen Haoyu was using him to practice. A fierce anger flared in his eyes. A martial artist could be killed but not humiliated. Chen Haoyu's actions struck him as an unbearable disgrace. You shall die for this. The scarred man bellowed, executing a move named Iron Mountain Lean, charging at Chen Haoyu like an enraged elephant. Sensing the scarred man's fury and hearing the approaching sirens of police vehicles, Chen Haoyu deftly evaded the attack and calmly stated, "Apologies. You are a martial artist. I shall ensure you meet your end at my hands." With that, he concentrated 3/10 of his energy into his right palm and thrust it forward. The force of his strike stirred the air violently, causing the scarred man's clothing to flap wildly. In his ears, it seemed he could hear wails from the underworld. What a formidable palm strike! The scarred man was shaken to his core, realizing he could not escape. Gritting his teeth, he summoned all his strength and retaliated with a punch. When their fists collided, the bones in the scarred man's hand shattered. Chen Haoyu's palm breached his defenses, imprinting itself upon his chest. With a resounding thud, the scarred man's body was flung backward like a kite with its string severed, crashing heavily to the ground. What kind of fist is that? He gasped, expelling a mouthful of blood mixed with internal organs, posing one final question in his life. That is Wujikwan. Chen Haoyu replied solemnly. A smile crept onto the scarred man's lips as he closed his eyes. What a pity, Chen Haoyu sighed once more. Chen Haoyu, where are you? Hearing Su Yuel's urgent call, Chen Haoyu snapped back to reality and quickly leaned against a nearby car. He shut his eyes, remaining utterly still, as though he had succumbed to death itself. After being abandoned by Chen Haoyu, Su Yueying and Li Shaoran immediately dialed the emergency services. The police had already been alerted by bystanders reporting a fierce collision involving 3 vehicles akin to a scene from a Hollywood blockbuster, and there were even accounts of gunfire. Upon receiving the call, the police hastily arrived at the scene, led by none other than Li Xiaoran's father, Li Shannon. This deputy director of the Yanhai Police Department had not returned home for several days due to a gang-related shootout case. After finally pinpointing the culprits, he had lost them during a pursuit the previous night, resulting in the tragic deaths of 2 officers and 6 others severely injured. The entire Yanhai Police Department faced severe reprimands from their superiors, leaving Li Shannon in a state of utter disarray. At such a critical juncture, the outbreak of gunfire outside immediately led him to suspect the gangsters who had stolen police firearms. His assumption proved accurate, thus the gunfire indeed originated from those very criminals. However, he never anticipated that the individuals caught in the crossfire would be his own daughter and niece. Hiding behind a vehicle, Su Yueying and Li Shaoran dared not move. After approximately 5 minutes, they heard a series of gunshots in the distance. Su Yueying understood that Chen Haoyu had likely been cornered by the gangsters. And she felt as if all her strength had been drained, her eyes brimming with despair. Li Shaoran, too, covered her mouth, tears streaming down her face. Following the gunfire, the police finally arrived. Upon seeing Su Yueying and Li Shaoran, Li Zhenon was taken aback, quickly realizing that the assailant's target must undoubtedly be his daughter. Soon, the police located Chen Haoyu's vehicle alongside that of the gangsters. Ignoring warnings, Su Yueying rushed from the car, calling out Chen Haoyu's name. "Over here!" shouted one of the officers, and everyone rushed towards the sound. They found all 4 gangsters sprawled on the ground, their fates uncertain. Chen Haoyu sat slumped against a vehicle. His head bowed and eyes closed, utterly still. "Chen Haoyu, wake up. Chen Haoyu, please wake up." Su Yueying exclaimed urgently as she dashed over, enfolding him in her arms and repeatedly calling his name. Seeing that Chen Haoyu remained unresponsive, a panic surged through her. She reached out with trembling fingers to check for his breath, then leaned against his chest to listen for his heartbeat, her expression turning to one of utter shock. There was no breath. No heartbeat. The man who had always been so carefree was gone. A wave of profound sorrow washed over Su Yueying, and tears streamed down her face. Li Xiaoran's eyes were red as she asked, "Sister, what is wrong with brother-in-law? Please, say something." Su Yueying raised her head, her gaze vacant as she murmured, "He is gone." At this, Li Xiaoran broke down in tears. Su Yueying pressed Chen Haoyu's head tightly against her chest, allowing her tears to fall onto his face. In that moment, she finally recognized the secret buried deep within her heart. She had long since fallen in love with this man. Li Zhenon assessed the situation with the 4 gangsters, organized his team, then hurried over. "Shaoran, Yuyo, what has happened?" Li Shaoran cried, her tears resembling blossoming pear flowers, and said, "Dad, my brother-in-law has died. He sacrificed himself to save us, luring the bandits here alone." Li Zhenon furrowed his brow and replied, "1 of the 4 bandits is dead, and 3 are seriously injured. Logically, he should be unharmed. Yuyo, could you check if he has sustained any injuries?" Upon hearing Li Zhenon's words, Chen Haoyu, who lay in Su Yuyo's embrace, reveling in her warmth, inwardly cursed. "Damn it. Couldn't you have arrived a little later? Whether I live or die is of no concern to you, so why must you meddle?" Sensing that Su Yuyo was moving his head away from her embrace, he realized he could no longer maintain the charade and let out a groan, slowly opening his eyes. Su Yuyo was instantly filled with joy and exclaimed, "You are not dead. I knew it, you mischievous rascal would not perish so easily." Li Shaoran also joyfully chimed in. "That is wonderful. Brother-in-law, you just scared me to death." Chapter 69, The shock of Li Zhenon. Chen Haoyu clutched his chest, gasping for breath as he exclaimed, "That scar-faced man's skills are truly formidable. I was struck by his punch and nearly met my end. By the way, where is that scar-faced man?" Li Zhenon fixed Chen Haoyu with a piercing gaze and replied, "He is dead." Chen Haoyu was taken aback and asked, "Did you all kill him?" Before losing consciousness, he had vaguely heard the sound of police sirens. Li Zhenon replied solemnly, "You killed him." Feigning surprise, Chen Haoyu protested, "I killed him. That is impossible. His skills surpassed mine. Although I landed a strike on him, I also received a punch in return. Could it be that we both suffered equally?" Li Zhenon pointed to a nearby surveillance camera and said, "A review of the footage will clarify everything." Damn. Chen Haoyu couldn't help but curse inwardly. He had pretended to be dead not only to gauge Su Yuyo's feelings for him but also to shake off the police. After all, he had just taken the life of the scar-faced man, albeit in self-defense, it was still a life lost. He had hoped to evade consequences. But the presence of surveillance changed everything. Now, he was doomed. Su Yuya regarded Chen Haoyu with suspicion and remarked, "Why didn't he detect your breath or heartbeat earlier? Even your pulse was absent. How did you suddenly awaken?" "Chen Haoyu, are you not acting?" Chen Haoyu explained. "Perhaps I was so winded from the blow by the scar-faced man that I fell into a state resembling death." Su Yuya appeared somewhat skeptical and asked, "Is that true?" With a resigned expression, Chen Haoyu responded, "Sister, if you had just endured a gunfight and a brawl, would you still have the energy to act?" Su Yuya nodded, conceding. "That makes sense. Come, I'll take you to the hospital." Chen Haoyu waved his hand dismissively, saying, "No need. I've only sustained minor internal injuries. A couple of days of rest at home will suffice. Shaoran, please keep my jade safe, it represents my entire fortune." "Oh no!" Li Shaoran exclaimed, slapping her forehead. "The jade is still in the car, I'll go get it right away." Li Jianon abruptly seized Li Shaoran's arm and inquired, "What jade?" Li Shaoran explained. "We attended a jade rough stone auction at the Brilliant Hotel tonight. My brother-in-law bid on a glass-grade imperial green jade worth 35 million. And he won a bet against a wealthy heir, acquiring an ice green jade valued at 30 to 40 million. All the jade is secured in the password-protected case in our car, and I must ensure its safety." "Brother-in-law." Li Jianon glanced at Chen Haoyu, then at Su Yuyao. And chuckled, "Yuyao, when did you start dating?" Upon hearing her father's words, Li Shaoran realized she had let slip a secret and felt a wave of embarrassment. Su Yuyao, now fully aware of her feelings, grasped Chen Haoyu's hand and declared, "Uncle. We only established our formal relationship in the past couple of days and haven't had the chance to inform you and Aunt." Now it all made sense. Li Jianon nodded slightly, regarding Chen Haoyu with a scrutinizing gaze, and inquired, "Young man, what is your surname?" Chen Haoyu replied, "My name is Chen Haoyu." Li Jianon continued, "I am grateful for your assistance in saving Yuyo and Shaoran. Those four ruthless criminals are exceedingly vicious, they have taken the lives of 2 of our brothers, while 6 others lie in the hospital. Over the past few days, we have scoured the entirety of Yanhai City without locating them. I suspect their target this time is Shaoran, intending to use her as leverage against me to facilitate their escape from Yanhai." Chen Haoyu affirmed, "Your conjecture is entirely accurate. I overheard that scar-faced man state that Shaoran must remain alive, while Rainy and I are of no consequence." Li Shaoran gritted her teeth and exclaimed, "These individuals are utterly despicable." Li Jianon gently stroked her hair, his expression filled with remorse as he said, "I am sorry, Shaoran, it is I who have implicated you." Li Shaoran shook her head and replied, "It is all right, father. I have always taken pride in you." At that moment, a police officer approached. Glancing at Chen Haoyu before handing a mobile phone to Li Jianon, he murmured, "Director, please take a look at this surveillance footage." "Understood," Li Jianon responded, accepting the phone and beginning to watch. Chen Haoyu's heart sank with foreboding. Indeed, after viewing the footage, Li Jianon could not suppress a gasp. His expression a mixture of disbelief and astonishment as he turned to Chen Haoyu and exclaimed, "You dispatched 4 armed criminals in 3 minutes. One of whom is a renowned expert in martial arts. Mr. Chen, you truly command respect." Chen Haoyu, feeling the pressure, replied, "I possess a modicum of skill." Li Jianon chuckled, "This is hardly a trivial matter, Mr. Chen, please do not feign modesty. The scar-faced man's name is Zhang Chao. And the footage clearly shows you striking him down effortlessly, without him posing any real threat to you." Su Yuyo playfully nudged Chen Haoyu and huffed, "You only know how to deceive me." Chen Haoyu retorted with conviction, "If I had not feigned death, how would I know whether you have feelings for me?" "You." Su Yuyo scolded, "You are such a scoundrel, get up." "Yes," Chen Haoyu chuckled, rising from the ground and brushing off the dust from his clothing. He then asked, "Director Li, may we take our leave?" Li Jianon replied, "I apologize, but we must take you to the police station to record your statement. Although Zhang Chao was a criminal, a life has been lost." Chen Haoyu sighed, "I anticipated this outcome." Once the police had secured the scene, Chen Haoyu, Su Yuyo, and Li Shaoran followed Li Zhenon into the police vehicle heading towards the precinct. Li Shaoran clutched the box containing Jade tightly in her arms, leaving Li Zhenon feeling somewhat exasperated. "Father, will my brother-in-law be all right? He risked his life to save us," Li Shaoran inquired. Li Zhenon reassured her, "Do not worry, Mr. Chen will not only be unharmed but will also receive commendation from the precinct." Su Yuyo asked, "Uncle, what were those 4 criminals involved in?" Li Zhenon succinctly replied, "Drugs." Upon hearing this, Su Yuyo fell silent. Chen Haoyu coldly remarked, "It is truly a disgrace for a master of Bojiquan to resort to drug trafficking." Li Zhenon inquired, "Mr. Chen, are you also a member of the National Martial Arts community?" Chen Haoyu replied, "No, I belong to the Taoist tradition." Li Zhenon responded, "However, I perceive that your skills far surpass those of Zhong Chao. May I ask which style you practice?" Chen Haoyu answered, "I practice Wujiquan. It is a martial art employed by those of the Taoist faith to strengthen the body. To be honest, this is my first time engaging in a fight using Wujiquan, and I was pleasantly surprised by its effectiveness." Li Zhenon, upon hearing this, was rendered speechless. They were already well aware of Zhong Chao's background. Years ago, he was a prodigious talent in the realm of national martial arts, but after accidentally killing a wealthy heir, he embarked on an irretrievable path. Li Zhenon had also studied martial arts for a period. Although he had not achieved notable prowess, his discernment remained keen. Chapter 70, Li Zhenon's discontent from the footage. It was evident that Chen Haoyu had been sparring with Zhong Cha until a sudden surge of power allowed him to vanquish Zhong in a single blow. The explosive force he demonstrated sent a profound tremor through Li Zhenon, given from behind the screen. Chen Haoyu was undoubtedly formidable. He needed to investigate further to prevent Yuao from being deceived in the future. Upon arriving at the police station, several officers took statements from Chen Haoyu and his companions. Su Yuyao and Li Shaoran's statements were completed swiftly, and they were escorted by a female officer to a waiting room. Only Chen Haoyu remained in the interrogation room, yet to emerge. "Dad, it's been 20 minutes. Haven't you finished questioning him yet?" Li Shaoran expressed her dissatisfaction upon seeing Li Zhenon enter. Li Zhenon replied gravely, "Chen Haoyu is an exceedingly dangerous individual, we must document his information." Li Shaoran countered, "My brother-in-law is humorous and charming. He just saved my sister and me from 4 ruthless criminals, he is a hero. How can he be dangerous?" Li Zhenon elucidated. "Each of those 4 criminals has taken at least a dozen lives, particularly Zhong Chao, who is exceptionally formidable in the face of such ruthless adversaries. Chen Haoyu managed to defeat them effortlessly within 3 minutes, mere meters away. Mark my words, he dispatched them with remarkable ease. Would you not consider him exceedingly dangerous?" Understanding her father's unwavering honesty, Li Shaoran was taken aback. "Dad, is my brother-in-law really that impressive?" Li Zhenon affirmed, "More formidable than you can fathom. Also, refrain from calling him brother-in-law so casually, or it could tarnish your sister's reputation." Li Shaoran stuck out her tongue and made a face at him. Li Zhenon sighed, feeling helpless against the antics of his spirited daughter. Su Yuyao spoke earnestly, "Uncle, I have faith in him." Li Zhenon's brow furrowed tightly. "Are you aware of Chen Haoyu's past? He has avoided legitimate work and resorted to fortune-telling on the streets, having been detained 5 times. Later, he was imprisoned for 3 months for practicing medicine without a license. Only in recent years has he settled down. Such a person, let alone your parents. Even your aunt and I would disapprove of you associating with him." Su Yuyao responded, "He has already shared all of this with me. Uncle, not everyone who has been detained is inherently bad." Li Shaoran chimed in, "Exactly. I refuse to believe my brother-in-law could be a bad person." Li Zhenon was left speechless. He was eager to understand what spell Chen Haoyu had cast upon his daughter and niece, garnering such unwavering trust from them. 10 minutes later, Chen Haoyu finally emerged from the interrogation room. Li Zhenon personally drove the 3 of them home. On the way, he inquired, "Mr. Chen, Where do you reside? Chen Haoyu replied, Daekwi community. Li Zhennan was taken aback, asking in surprise, you and Yu Yao live in the same community. Su Yuyao calmly responded. Uncle, we have been living together for some time now. We are already cohabitating. What? Li Zhennan exclaimed, feeling a sudden throb of pain in his head. He was astonished to learn that his niece was cohabiting with someone. If the Su family were to discover this, it would undoubtedly cause an uproar. Particularly, the elder Su would likely be enraged enough to confront Chen Haoyu with a gun. After a moment, Li Zhennan took a deep breath, calming his emotions, and asked, Yu Yao, have you truly made this decision? Su Yuyao replied resolutely, my life, I shall govern it myself. Li Zhennan inquired, have you considered the consequences? A fierce light flashed in Su Yuyao's eyes as she asserted, the path I choose is mine to tread, and I will bear the consequences alone. Even if I collide with a wall, I would rather perish than turn back. Seeing Su Yuyao's unwavering determination left Li Zhennan momentarily speechless. Chen Haoyu was equally taken aback. Despite the somewhat disjointed nature of their dialogue, Chen Haoyu, with his keen intellect, discerned the underlying sentiment. It was evident that Li Zhennan harbored doubts about their relationship, while Su Yuyao had firmly expressed her intent to be with him. With this realization, Chen Haoyu gazed at Su Yuyao, who was also looking at him with piercing intensity. Even in the darkness, her eyes shone brightly, radiating unwavering resolve. Chen Haoyu gently grasped Su Yuyao's hand, and they exchanged a knowing smile, an unspoken understanding enveloping them. Upon arriving at Daekwi community, Chen Haoyu and Su Yuyao alighted from the vehicle, only to be surprised by the sight of Li Shaoran descending with a suitcase in hand. Dad, I'm staying at my sister's tonight. Please inform Mom, she declared. That is not appropriate, your sister's place is not convenient, he retorted. If it's inconvenient, I'll still stay, Li Shaoran insisted. Su Yuyao chuckled and said, Uncle, please allow Shaoran to stay. We haven't seen each other in nearly 6 months and have much to discuss. Li Zhennan sighed and reluctantly conceded, very well, I shall take my leave. Wait a moment, Chen Haoyu suddenly called out to Li Zhennan. What is it? Li Zhennan asked. Chen Haoyu met his gaze earnestly and said directly. I understand that you regard me with disdain, believing that someone like me, who has frequented detention centers, does not deserve you. If I had not saved the 2 sisters tonight, you likely wouldn't have even glanced in my direction. Am I correct? Li Zhennan stepped out of the car, facing Chen Haoyu without hesitation, and replied, indeed. I have reviewed your file and disapprove of your past actions, yet that does not diminish my gratitude towards you. You saved Shaoran and Yu Yao, and in doing so, you have inadvertently saved me. Chen Haoyu nodded, saying, I understand. However, I wish to inform you that my rescue of the sisters was entirely voluntary. And your gratitude is unnecessary. Moreover, on Shaoran's behalf, I kindly advise you to be cautious in the coming days, as you may face some misfortune. Although it is not severe, it is wise to remain vigilant. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Li Zhennan, Li Shaoran, and Su Yuyao shifted simultaneously, though their thoughts diverged. The father and daughter perceived Chen Haoyu's words as a curse upon Li Zhennan. Su Yuyao was deeply concerned for Li Zhennan, as Chen Haoyu had never erred in his divinations. Particularly concerning the ominous portents of bloodshed, these had long since come to fruition. Li Zhennan laughed heartily and remarked, have you just cast my fortune? Chen Haoyu replied, indeed. Li Zhennan scoffed, should I then offer you a fee for your services? Chen Haoyu responded nonchalantly, if you believe. Then you may, if not, then forgo it. Li Zhennan declared, very well. Should misfortune befall me in the coming days, I shall present you with 2,000 yuan as a fee for your divination. However, if I remain unscathed, I hope you will refrain from casually offering your services to others henceforth. With that, Li Zhennan entered his vehicle and departed in a huff. Chapter 71, The Whimsical Ling Qing. As Chen Haoyu watched the car gradually disappear from view, he shook his head and remarked, truly a person who won't turn back until they hit a wall. Li Shaoran wore a sullen expression as he stepped in front of Chen Haoyu and said, brother-in-law, why are you cursing my father? Chen Haoyu replied, I only intended to offer a kind warning to your father, I never wished to curse him. Besides, he would hardly withstand my curses. Su Yuyao intervened, pulling Li Shaoran away as he seemed intent on continuing the argument with Chen Haoyu. You need to clarify your words. What exactly will happen to my uncle? Li Shaoran was taken aback and exclaimed, Sister, surely you don't believe in such superstitions. Su Yuyao stated earnestly, I do believe. For facts have long proven that he has never erred in his fortune-telling. Is that true? Li Shaoran gasped, her disbelief evident. Chen Haoyu reassured them. You need not worry excessively. Director Li might sustain minor injuries and require a few days of rest, but his life is not in danger. Su Yuyao inquired. Don't you possess a talisman? Could you possibly give one to my uncle? Chen Haoyu chuckled, would he even wear it if you gave it to him? Don't kid yourself. It would be remarkable if he didn't toss it in the trash right before your eyes. Upon hearing their conversation, Li Shaoran suddenly felt a wave of anxiety. She knew her aloof cousin too well, she rarely lied and seldom joked. If even she believed in Chen Haoyu's divination, it was no wonder Li Shaoran felt tense. Upon returning home, Chen Haoyu smiled at Su Yuyao and reminded her, let us not forget the wager we made. You still owe me a 2-minute French kiss. Su Yuyao nodded, I won't forget. Within 2 years, I shall fulfill that promise. Chen Haoyu's eyes widened as he sternly said. Remember, the timing of this kiss is at my discretion, not yours. With that, he strode directly into his bedroom. Su Yuyao chuckled and teased, such character. Li Shaoran sighed inwardly at the sight of her cousin's blooming smile. It seemed her cousin was utterly lost. Meanwhile, Li Jianan returned home, burdened with thoughts. Oh. ISNT that Deputy Director Li. I see you've decided to come back, Ling Qing remarked, clad in a delicate white nightgown. Leaning against the bedroom door with a look of displeasure. One must admit, the genes of the Ling family women are truly remarkable. Although Ling Qing was in her 40s, she appeared no older than 30, her skin still fair and her beauty intact. Time had not marred her, rather. It had imbued her with a touch of maturity and allure. When standing alongside Li Jianan, they epitomized the archetype of an older husband with a younger wife. Li Jianan smiled wryly, of course I know to return, but I did not expect to find your precious daughter here. Ling Qing was taken aback. Didn't she go to Yuyao's? Li Jianan replied, the issue lies with Yuyao. Do you know that this girl has taken a boyfriend and is even cohabiting with him? What? Ling Qing gasped, what on earth is happening? You must explain this clearly to me. Li Jianan recounted the events from beginning to end. Upon hearing that the two sisters had been shot at by 4 ruthless bandits, Ling Qing turned pale with fright. Later, when she learned that Chen Haoyu had single-handedly diverted the assailants and engaged them in a life-and-death struggle in the underground parking lot, she was profoundly moved. It is in moments of peril that one's true heroic nature is revealed. To ascertain a man's reliability, one must observe him in the most treacherous of circumstances. Evidently, Chen Haoyu exemplifies such dependable character. After listening to Li Jianan's account, Ling Qing confidently declared, Yuyao has an excellent eye. I find Chen Haoyu rather impressive. Li Jianan nearly sputtered the water he had just sipped. My dear, did you truly hear that? Chen Haoyu is a frequent visitor to our detention center. And so what? She retorted. A hero does not inquire about one's background. He engages in fortune-telling and superstition. Well, Wang Wan and Zhong Zia also practice divination. Does that make them purveyors of superstition? He runs a clinic without a license. Huh? Those so-called experts may be licensed. Yet they still fail to cure anyone. Defeated by his own wife's logic, Li Jianan sighed, Ling Qing, it's no wonder your daughter is so quirky. She must have inherited it from you. Raising an eyebrow with pride, Ling Qing replied, your choice of words is misguided, we are merely clever and astute. Director Li. Let me remind you, when we married, you were merely a common household registration clerk. Were it not for my insistence, Would you have had the fortune to marry someone as beautiful as me? Li Jianon shrugged, conceding, all right, I admit I cannot argue with you. However, Chen Haoyu is no ordinary person. After killing that bandit, he remained unfazed, betraying not a hint of disturbance. Such psychological resilience is not common. Ling Qing pondered for a moment and said, do not inform my sister and brother-in-law about this just yet. Tomorrow, I shall personally investigate what makes Chen Haoyu so special in your eyes. Li Jianon replied, suit yourself. I'm off to take a shower. I've been quite exhausted these past few days. Ling Qing expressed her discontent. What? After finally returning, you don't even want to fulfill your obligations? Li Jianon quickly responded, give me 5 minutes. Should anyone discover that the illustrious Deputy Director Li Jianon of the Yanhai Police Department was so thoroughly managed by his wife at home, it would surely provoke much laughter. The following morning, feeling somewhat sore and weary, Li Jianon had breakfast before heading to work. Ling Qing tidied up the kitchen and promptly called Li Shaoran. Mother, did father recount last night's events to you? He did, and it nearly frightened me to death. Thankfully, both you and Yu Yao are unharmed, otherwise, I would not have spared him. It is all thanks to my brother-in-law. Mother, I must tell you, father is insufferable. He claims that my brother-in-law is a dangerous individual when it was he who saved us. It is utterly preposterous. I have already scolded him. This afternoon, I shall treat you all to express my gratitude to our Savior. You truly possess wisdom, dear mother. By the way, did father mention anything about the jade? What jade? I am unaware. Last night, we attended a jade stone auction, where my brother-in-law bid on a piece of glassy imperial green jade, large enough to craft 2 bangles. Chapter 72, Is Chen Haoyu's trust in you excessive? Ling Qing could not help but exclaim, Shaoran, you can't be joking, right? A glass-grade imperial green? Li Shaoran replied. Of course not. Not only is it imperial green jade, but my brother-in-law also won several pieces of icy young green jade in a bet. Last night, a company president offered 80 million for it. I had to plead with my brother-in-law to reserve the jade for our Qinyan jewelry company. The jade is with me now. I will bring a piece over during lunch. Ling Qing urged, no, stay with Yu Yao. I'll rush over immediately. She was genuinely uneasy about Li Shaoran carrying jade worth nearly 100 million around. If anything were to happen, it would be too late for regrets. An hour later, Ling Qing arrived at Su Yuyao's home with her financial manager, Bai Shilon. Li Shaoran opened the door and said, Mom, Aunt Bai, why are you so late? Ling Qing inquired, what happened? Li Shaoran replied, her patient arrived at my brother-in-law's clinic, he went to treat them. Ling Qing was taken aback, your brother-in-law is a doctor. Li Shaoran nodded, to be precise, he is an exceptionally skilled traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. According to my sister, even the richest man in Yanhai, Chao Lishue, sought him out for a leg treatment, with a consultation fee reaching 10 million. Ling Qing gasped, 80 million for the jade and 10 million for the treatment. If you calculate that, hasn't he earned more in just a few days than I have in half a lifetime? Li Shaoran giggled, exactly. Mom, Aunt Bai, please sit. I'll go fetch the jade. Soon, a fist-sized piece of imperial green jade and several icy young green jades appeared before Ling Qing. She held the imperial green jade and examined it closely, saying, it is truly exquisite. Shaoran, doesn't Chen Haoyu trust you excessively to place such valuable jade in your care? Isn't he afraid we might claim it for ourselves? Li Shaoran responded proudly. Since the jade was acquired, I have been the one safeguarding it. My brother-in-law hasn't even touched it. He even mentioned gifting me an imperial green pendant and a pair of imperial green earrings. Unfortunately, I didn't dare accept. Ling Qing asked, is his family wealthy? Li Shaoran shook her head, my brother-in-law is an orphan, raised in the Sunshine Orphanage. His wealth is a recent development, he had a very difficult past. At his lowest, he worked 3 jobs and had no time to sleep, and he still had to send 5,000 yuan to the orphanage each month. After hearing my sister recount his story last night, I was moved to tears. Ling Qing remarked, "Your sister learned this from Chen Haoyu, right?" Li Shaoran replied, "No. My sister had it from the director of the Sunshine Orphanage, my brother-in-law never spoke of it." Ling Qing felt a sudden respect, saying, "If that is the case, then Chen Haoyu's character truly is commendable." Li Shaoran smiled, "Of course. My sister is remarkable, she would never misjudge a person." Ling Qing inquired, "Where is Chen Haoyu's clinic? We should consult him regarding the purchase of the jade. Before leaving, my brother-in-law entrusted everything to me." Li Shaoran presented 2 agreements to Ling Qing, stating, "My brother-in-law has consented to sell the jade to our Qingyan jewelry company for 70 million. We simply need to remit the payment within a year." Both agreements bear his signature. Ling Qing glanced at the documents, her brows furrowing slightly. "The terms seem excessively favorable to us. I must meet Chen Haoyu in person before I can sign." Li Shaoran pouted, "It's fine, my brother-in-law is indifferent." "I am not," Ling Qing replied. "This is a matter of principle." "Very well, I shall take you to the clinic to find him." At the clinic, Chen Haoyu was engaged in conversation with Zhu Lon and Zhang Kuan. It was Sunday, and although he had initially scheduled an appointment for Monday with Zhang Kuan, Zhu Lon, unable to wait, had called him that morning. Appreciating Zhu Lan's assertive demeanor, Chen Haoyu agreed to meet her. "Sister Lon, acupuncture is essential. Damage to the Chong meridian is no trivial matter, it can lead not only to infertility but also to a precarious condition of a man's vital essence. If this essence is unstable, vitality wanes, and longevity becomes elusive. Mr. Zhang is still relatively young and may not perceive the danger. However, once he reaches 50, his constitution will deteriorate significantly. At that point, even if treated, it may be futile." Upon hearing that Zhang Kuan would undergo acupuncture, Zhu Lon expressed her concern. Chen Haoyu offered an explanation. Zhang Kuan's face paled with fear as he exclaimed, "Are you suggesting I won't live past 60? Chen Haoyu shook his head. "Your health is alarmingly poor. At 40, your body resembles that of someone in their 60s. If the Chong meridian remains untreated, surviving past 50 is uncertain, let alone 60. Mr. Zhang, do not think I am exaggerating, you likely cannot even run 300 meters now, can you?" Zhang Kuan managed a wry smile, admitting, "My physical condition is indeed lacking." Zhu Lon shot him a fierce glare and turned to Chen Haoyu, saying, "Brother, although I have only met you twice, I feel a strong connection. Be honest with me, how confident are you in curing him?" Without hesitation, Chen Haoyu responded, 100%. Zhu Lon nodded. "Then I shall trouble you with this." Chen Haoyu replied, "Sister Lon, let us address the matter of fees before proceeding with treatment." Zhu Lon inquired, "How much will it be?" "I can pay you immediately." Chen Haoyu stated, "You should be aware of my fee structure. I have seen it." "The registration fee is 3,000, Zhu Lon acknowledged. Chen Haoyu clarified, "I will only charge you 3,000 now. If you conceive in the future, it will indicate that I have successfully treated Mr. Zhang's infertility. At that time, I would appreciate a payment of 200,000. Zhu Lon smiled. "Are you not concerned that I might refuse to pay you then?" Chen Haoyu pointed to his eyes, saying, "I trust my judgment of character." Zhu Lon nodded. Retrieving her phone, scanning the QR code on the table, she promptly transferred 33,000 yuan to Chen Haoyu, stating, "I have never misjudged a person either." Chen Haoyu chuckled softly to himself, thinking that you alone have misjudged your beloved. Upon entering the examination room, Chen Haoyu instructed Zhang Kuan to recline on the bed, lifting his shirt to expose his chest and abdomen. My goodness, that expanse of flabby white flesh could yield a good 10 pounds of lard. Silently, Chen Haoyu returned the gold needle he had just extracted and replaced it with one measuring 8 centimeters in length. Observing this, Zhu Lon displayed a look of resignation. Chapter 73, Ling Qing's support with remarkable swiftness. Chen Haoyu deftly inserted 3 golden needles into Zhang Kuan's perineum, precisely targeting the 3 vital acupoints of Chichong and Shaguan. He then flicked the needle tails with a delicate motion. Instantly, the needles began to vibrate as if electrified. Should a master of traditional Chinese medicine have witnessed this spectacle, they would undoubtedly have been astonished, for Chen Haoyu employed the long-lost Sankai needle technique and the art of qi manipulation to command the needles. The Sankai needle technique is renowned for its ability to resurrect the nearly lifeless, requiring merely 3 needles to restore a person on the brink of death. The qi manipulation technique is even more extraordinary. As the name suggests, it utilizes the power of qi to vibrate the needles, thus opening up the body's meridians. Once the meridians are unblocked, all ailments can be addressed. This technique is only attainable by practitioners of traditional Chinese medicine who have mastered Qigong. However, Chen Haoyu's prowess far surpassed that of conventional Qigong, rendering his healing capabilities exponentially more effective. As Chen Haoyu merely flicked his fingers, causing the 3 needles to tremble incessantly, Zhu Lun was left in a state of astonishment. "Mr. Zhang, how are you feeling?" Chen Haoyu inquired, once again flicking the needles. Directing his question toward Zhang Quan, who dared not even open his eyes. Zhang Quan replied, 1 word, delightful. 2 words, incredibly comfortable. I feel a wave of warmth circulating within my chest and lower abdomen. Indeed, Chen Haoyu affirmed. After approximately 10 minutes, observing the beads of sweat glistening on Zhang Quan's abdomen, he carefully removed the needles. Zhang Quan, still yearning for more, implored, "Mr. Chen, might you perform it once more?" It was utterly delightful. Chen Haoyu responded, "Moderation is key. The acupuncture has already significantly improved your energy channels. What you require now is nurturing. I shall prepare a prescription for you to begin tomorrow and continue for a week. Return to see me next Monday." "Understood, thank you, Mr. Chen," Zhang Quan acknowledged. After composing the prescription, Chen Haoyu handed it to Zhang Quan, emphasizing seriously, "During this period, you must abstain from any intimate relations. Should you falter, it could spell the end for you. Do you comprehend?" Zhang Quan nodded vigorously, "I understand." Zhu Lun raised her thumb in admiration, exclaiming, "Brother, your acupuncture skills are nothing short of miraculous." Chen Haoyu chuckled modestly, "It is merely a minor skill. By the next visit, I trust Mr. Zhang's energy channels will be unobstructed. At that time, I will tailor prescriptions for each of you based on your individual health conditions for a thorough regimen. Absent any unforeseen circumstances, you shall be ready to pursue parenthood within a month." Zhu Lan's eyes glistened with excitement as she exclaimed, "That is wonderful, thank you." Just as the grateful couple, Zhang Quan and Zhu Lun, departed, Li Shaoran entered with Ling Qing and Bai Zhilan. "Sister-in-law, allow me to introduce you. This is my mother. And this is Aunt Bai Zhilan, our financial manager at Qingchen Jewelry Company," Li Shaoran said to Chen Haoyu. "Mr. Ling, Manager Bai. It is a pleasure to meet both of you," Chen Haoyu greeted with a smile. Ling Qing waved her hand dismissively, saying, "No need for formalities. Given your relationship with Yu Yao, you may address me as Aunt Ling." As soon as she entered, she began to scrutinize Chen Haoyu from head to toe. With a physique rated at 90 and an appearance at 85, he was merely average compared to the scions of affluent families. However, his bright, deep-set eyes and the carefree, elegant aura he exuded significantly enhanced his appeal. Overall, Ling Qing found herself rather pleased with Chen Haoyu. "You may want to reconsider the address you suggested, as it might not sit well with Director Li," Chen Haoyu remarked. Ling Qing replied candidly, "Do not concern yourself with him. I heard about the unpleasantness between you two last night. It was entirely his fault. The moment he learned you had been in a detention center, he developed a prejudice against you, which is utterly outrageous." Chen Haoyu was taken aback by Ling Qing's forthrightness. "Aunt Ling, I appreciate your straightforward character," he said. Ling Qing paused, then responded, "I have a good impression of you as well." They exchanged glances and shared a laugh. After settling down, Ling Qing inquired, "How you was that couple who just left the clinic, Zhang Quan and Zhu Lun?" "Indeed," Chen Haoyu replied while preparing tea. "Do you know them, Aunt Ling?" "We are old friends. What ailment do they have? Is it serious? She asked. Chen Haoyu smiled. Zhang Quan has a minor issue with his meridians, but it has mostly been resolved. Ling Qing responded with a soft "oh" and shifted the topic to Jade. Haoyu, I reviewed the sales agreement drafted by Shaoran, and I find it somewhat unsuitable. Chen Haoyu asked, is it the price or some other aspect that doesn't fit? Ling Qing replied, the terms are too favorable. First and foremost, I must thank you for being willing to sell us such precious jade. It is immensely important to our company. However, I heard from Shaoran that someone offered 80 million last night, while you only require 70 million, an entire 10 million less. This is absolutely unacceptable. I cannot allow you to suffer a loss. Additionally, regarding the payment method, settling within a year has already been a tremendous help. We must account for interest during this period. Chen Haoyu chuckled. Aunt Ling, are you doing this to avoid owing me a favor? Or is it due to Director Li's position? Both, Ling Qing admitted. If you and Yueying were married, I would not hesitate to take advantage of any opportunity. But currently, that is not feasible. Chen Haoyu nodded, saying, understood. In the spirit of commerce, let's forgo the interest, just provide me with 75 million within the year. Ling Qing contemplated for a moment and agreed, very well, it is settled then. Jilan, please draft a new contract. Bai Jilan acknowledged with a nod and left the clinic. Having concluded their business discussion, Ling Qing turned to address the matter of Chen Haoyu and Su Yueying. Haoyu, have you heard of the Su family in Yendu? No. But I can surmise they must be quite a formidable entity. Indeed, the Su family wields considerable influence. Yueying's father is on the verge of attaining a ministerial position. Given his age, should he succeed, you can imagine the implications. The most formidable figure, however, is old Master Su, who has transitioned from the position of Deputy Consul General. At this juncture, Ling Qing paused, observing Chen Haoyu's expression. When the average person hears about the formidable presence of the Su family, it is only natural for them to feel astonished, anxious, or even a sense of inadequacy. Such reactions are entirely normal. However, Chen Haoyu remains remarkably composed. To the extent that one might liken him to a tranquil ancient well. Ling Qing, having navigated the business world for many years and having specifically studied psychology, possesses a keen ability to discern others' psychological states through their subtle facial expressions, which has granted her a distinct advantage in various negotiations. Thus, whether Chen Haoyu's tranquility is genuine or merely a fade is something Ling Qing can perceive at a glance. Chapter 74, The Might of the Su Family. It is no wonder that my aloofness has taken a liking to the man before us. His composure surpasses that of countless young individuals. Chen Haoyu poured a cup of tea for both Ling Qing and Li Shaoran, and remarked with a hint of disdain, such a formidable family as the Sus still resorts to outdated arranged marriages. Honestly, I hold them in contempt. Impressed by the scornful and dismissive glint in Chen Haoyu's eyes, Ling Qing found herself silently applauding him. She never imagined that he would harbor such sentiments towards the Su family. Li Xiaoran's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he exclaimed, brother-in-law, how bold. You are absolutely right. Ling Qing cautioned, regardless, Yuyao is still a member of the Su family. If you wish to be with her, you must gain the family's approval. Which is no trivial task. Especially considering your circumstances, you fall far short of my sister's expectations for a son-in-law. Chen Haoyu chuckled softly, saying, Yuyao possesses an exceptionally independent spirit, or I do not believe she would seek a partner based on others' standards, even if that person is her own kin. Ling Qing furrowed her brows, responding, your presence may place Yuyao in a dilemma. Chen Haoyu shook his head, asserting, Aunt Ling, you are entirely mistaken. It is the farcical arranged marriages concocted by the Su family that ensnare Yuyao in conflict. Even without me, there would be Li Haoyu, Wang Haoyu, Zhou Haoyu. As long as Yuyao's character remains unchanged, the discord with her family will persist indefinitely. If pushed to her limits, she may resort to extreme measures. By then, it would be too late for regret. Ling Qing fell silent, gazing at Chen Haoyu. She suddenly felt as if she were in the presence of a sage brimming with life wisdom. The calmness, maturity, and open-mindedness he exhibited far exceeded the qualities expected of a man in his 20s. Suddenly, Ling Qing broke into a smile, declaring, I have high hopes for you. Chen Haoyu replied, thank you for your support, Aunt Ling. Soon, Bai Zhilong entered with 2 copies of a jade trading agreement. Without even glancing at it, Chen Haoyu signed his name. Ling Qing smiled playfully, aren't you worried I might tamper with the agreement? With a nonchalant air, Chen Haoyu replied, it's merely 75 million. If Aunt Ling desires it, feel free to take it, consider it a tribute from your future son-in-law. Ling Qing's face lit up with joy as she exclaimed, you are quite the charmer. Here is a little secret, in half a month, it will be my father's birthday, and my sister will certainly attend. Chen Haoyu nodded, assuring her, rest assured. No matter how much my future mother-in-law may disdain me or how harsh her words may be, I will not engage in any quarrels. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing Chen Haoyu's response, Ling Qing laughed heartily, finding him irresistibly amusing. After signing the contract, just as Ling Qing was about to leave, she noticed an elderly man and a middle-aged gentleman entering. Mr. Su, what brings you here? Ling Qing greeted them promptly. The newcomers were Su Jiangwo and Su Hai, whom Chen Haoyu had met at the hospital. Su Jiangwo has recently retired from his position as a lieutenant general, holding a prestigious status in Yanhai, to the extent that even the mayor shows him respect. His eldest son, Su Jiong, once served as a direct superior to Li Zhenon, fostering a strong relationship between the two families. We have come to find Shao Chen regarding a matter. Shao Ling, are you feeling unwell? Su Jiangwo inquired. Ling Qing replied, no, I am here for Shao Chen as well, having just concluded my business. Su Jiangwo responded with an acknowledgement, smiling. It seems Shao Chen is not only adept in medicine but also a shrewd businessman. Chen Haoyu remarked, Su Lao, please do not jest, I know little of commerce. It is merely fortunate that I managed to procure a few pieces of jade. He continued, seeing you and Su Zong, it appears matters have been resolved. Su Jiangwo assured him, indeed, it has been resolved. Shao Chen, our Su family owes you a tremendous favor. Chen Haoyu humbly replied, Su Lao, you flatter me. It is my duty to assist those who have compensated me. Hearing their exchange, Ling Qing was taken aback. Filled with curiosity about Chen Haoyu and the circumstances that warranted such gratitude from a retired lieutenant general, she understood well the weight of the Su family's favors, which only heightened her intrigue towards this young man, perceiving a layer of mystery beneath his seemingly simple exterior. Su Lao, please converse with Haoyu at your leisure. I have some matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave, Ling Qing said, sensing it was inappropriate to linger. Su Jiangwo smiled, very well. Go ahead with your tasks. Su Jiang may return in a few days to stay for a night, perhaps you can all gather then. Ling Qing nodded, affirming, certainly. Li Shaoran added, brother-in-law, do not forget to join us for lunch. Chen Haoyu assured, rest assured, I will not forget. Once Ling Qing and the others departed, Su Jiangwo inquired, Shao Chen, are you married? Chen Haoyu chuckled, I wish I were, but she has not yet agreed. Su Jiangwo queried, is it Dr. Su? Chen Haoyu gave a thumbs up, impressive, you guessed correctly. Su Jiangwo laughed, Dr. Su is both talented and beautiful, yet her personality is rather aloof. Winning her heart may not be an easy feat. Chen Haoyu raised an eyebrow, you speak the truth. However, with sincerity and perseverance, I believe I will eventually breach her defenses and capture her heart. Su Jiangwo encouraged, I hope you succeed. After a few more casual exchanges, Chen Haoyu asked, Su Lao, now that Su Zong's issue is resolved, is there anything else you wish to discuss? Su Jiangwo's tone turned serious as he stated, I have an old leader. A dear brother. 3 years ago, his beloved wife lost her precious great-grandson, which caused her to suffer a stroke and fall into a coma. Despite consulting numerous renowned experts both domestically and internationally, all efforts to awaken my sister-in-law have been in vain. Shao Chen. I wish to inquire if you possess any means of treatment. Chen Haoyu responded, what is her age? How was her health prior to the coma? Have the children been located? Su Jiangwo remarked, my elder sister is 73 years old and generally in good health, capable of visiting the market to purchase groceries. Yet, the whereabouts of her child, abducted by those wretched traffickers, remain unknown. It has been far too long without any news. Chen Haoyu furrowed his brow and responded, clearly. The elderly lady is suffering from a profound psychological blow, subconsciously reluctant to confront the harsh reality of having lost her great-grandchild. Awakening someone in such a state is no trivial endeavor. It is challenging, yet not entirely impossible. Upon hearing Chen Haoyu's reply, Su Jiangwo's eyes brightened as he inquired, do you have confidence in this? Chen Haoyu shook his head, stating, no physician in the world would assert they can guarantee the awakening of a person in a vegetative state, and I am no exception. All I can promise is my utmost effort. The outcome remains uncertain. Su Jiangwo joyfully exclaimed, that is wonderful news. Come. Allow me to take you to treat my elder sister. Without hesitation, Chen Haoyu responded, I cannot go. Su Jiangwo was taken aback and asked, why not? Chen Haoyu explained. Mr. Su, it has been a long-standing tradition in medicine that practitioners do not intrude uninvited. It is our professional code. If you were a direct relative of the patient, I would feel compelled to assist. However, since you share no blood relation with her, I regret to inform you that I must decline the invitation to provide treatment. Chapter 75, Su Hai's fortune. The saying a physician does not knock on doors implies that a doctor will only visit if invited, otherwise, they will not intrude. The rationale is straightforward. If one were to recklessly approach someone's home, asserting they require treatment, that individual would undoubtedly perceive them as a charlatan. Even if treatment was successful, the patient might conclude that their ailment was trivial all along. The costs of medical care alone could lead to protracted disputes. And one might find themselves not only financially deprived but potentially subjected to physical confrontation. Should the treatment fail, the situation would be even graver. Individuals would believe the doctor lacked the requisite skills yet attempted the impossible, merely driven by greed. Hence, throughout history, no physician would voluntarily visit a patient's home to provide care unless summoned by the patient's family. Su Jiangwo remarked, Shao Chen. My former superior holds a significant position, can't we make an exception? Chen Haoyu replied, you are a lieutenant general. The person in question is at least a major general. Someone of such stature, I am even less inclined to make exceptions. Su Lao. You must understand that I possess no confidence in awakening a comatose individual who has lain in such a state for 3 years. If I fail, not only will I feel embarrassed, but you might also find yourself in an awkward position. Furthermore, given my age, if you were to take me to see the patient, even a mere civilian might question my capability. Su Jiangwo nodded, conceding, you are correct, I acted rashly. Tomorrow, I shall bring him to see you. Chen Haoyu smiled. No problem. Su Jiangwo glanced at Su Hai and said, did you not have something to discuss with Shao Chen? Please proceed. Su Hai displayed a sheepish expression, Mr. Chen. I must apologize for my previous demeanor. Chen Haoyu waved his hand dismissively, it's of no consequence. Mr. Su, it seems you've encountered quite a loss this time. Su Hai lamented, it feels as though I've regressed to square one. I have already had the bridge demolished and plans for reconstruction initiated. The government has not made things difficult for me, they only demanded half of the penalty fee, yet overall, I face losses nearing 100 million. Chen Haoyu inquired. What of your brother-in-law? Su Hai gritted his teeth and replied, he has been incarcerated. If not for him, I would not have descended to the brink of bankruptcy. Chen Haoyu chuckled, as the saying goes, the blessing in disguise, perhaps this lesson will lead to even greater achievements in your future. Is that true? Su Hai asked, his spirits lifting. Mr. Chen, will I truly have the chance to prosper again? Chen Haoyu suddenly understood, I see now, Mr. Su wishes for me to assess your fortune, correct? Su Hai eagerly nodded, indeed. I plan to close the real estate company and invest in an online streaming venture. I hope you can assist me in this regard. With that, Su Hai thoughtfully retrieved his phone, scanned the clinic's QR code, and promptly sent Chen Haoyu 10,000 yuan. Chen Haoyu smiled slightly, activating his insight to examine Su Hai's features. He observed a faint golden glow emanating from his wealth palace, and once fully unveiled, it would undoubtedly radiate brilliance. Alas! This fellow seems destined for great fortune. Across from him, Su Hai felt a twinge of anxiety under Chen Haoyu's penetrating gaze, his heart racing uncontrollably. He perceived that Chen Haoyu's eyes were as sharp as blades, yet within their depths lay an abyss of inscrutable darkness. As their gazes locked, Su Hai felt as though Chen Haoyu could see right through him, an unsettling sensation that compelled him to avert his eyes, sealing his celestial perception. Chen Haoyu pondered for a moment before uttering 4 words, "From adversity comes prosperity." Su Hai, his face alight with surprise, replied, "Do you mean to say my investment in a live streaming company will be successful?" Chen Haoyu shook his head and said, "What I imply is that your fortune is promising. Yet whether you can transmute that fortune into wealth depends on your own actions. After all, luck can arrive today and vanish tomorrow." Su Hai was taken aback. "Luck can live?" Chen Haoyu chuckled. "How is the character for fortune written? One side depicts a walk, and the other, cloud. Whether it be financial fortune, blessings, or longevity. If not properly grasped, it will drift away like clouds. Nothing remains constant, it ultimately hinges on one's ability to seize it. For instance, during the late Yuan dynasty, many possessed the dragon's fate, yet only Zhu Yuanzhang ascended to the throne. Mr. Su, your greatest threat lies within your household's tranquility. If you fail to address this issue, your fortune will undoubtedly be devoured by misfortune. This is beyond dispute." Su Jiangwo cast a glance at Su Hai and remarked, "What Xiao Chen says is true. A harmonious family brings prosperity. Without stability at home, how can one hope to win battles or dream grand dreams?" Su Hai sheepishly responded, "Father, rest assured. I will handle it well." Soon after, Su Jiangwo and Su Hai departed. Chen Haoyu checked the time. It was already past 10. He decided to enjoy some tea and read for a while at the clinic. It was not until 11:30 that he drove to Kongan Hospital to pick up Su Yuyao. One cannot help but commend the quality of the Land Rover. The 4 ruthless bandits who drove SUVs and vans last night ended up with their vehicles severely damaged, while the Land Rover sustained only minor injuries. However, it would likely take a week to complete the repairs. After waiting in the underground parking lot for a full half hour, Su Yuyao finally appeared before Chen Haoyu. Today, she donned a form-fitting yellow gown, cinched at the waist with a silk ribbon, exquisitely accentuating her perfect curves, coupled with her stunning beauty and an air of aloofness. One could easily describe her as a celestial being. Beep, beep, beep. Chen Haoyu pressed the horn a few times, then Su Yuyao gracefully approached. As she opened the car door, a delicate scent of jasmine wafted into Chen Haoyu's nostrils. "What perfume are you wearing?" "It's quite pleasant," he inquired. Seated in the passenger seat, fastening her seatbelt, Su Yuyao replied, "Chanel." As Chen Haoyu started the engine, he remarked, "But wait. I didn't smell it when I dropped you off this morning. Do you not know that women often keep perfume at home and at their workplaces? Better late than never to learn. This morning, I entered into an agreement with your aunt to sell her the jade for a sum of 75 million. With the condition of repayment within a year. I have heard about this from Shaoran. Thank you, Chen Haoyu, for assisting my aunt. It is my pleasure, after all. We are family now. What if we are not? Wouldn't that be a significant loss for you?" Haha, you did not deny it but instead responded with a question. This, from a psychological perspective, indicates that you have already accepted me. It is also possible that I might be taking advantage of you. To be utilized by the one I cherish, even without a favorable outcome, I would willingly acquiesce. Upon hearing such a sentimental declaration, Su Yuyao could not help but shiver and remarked, "All right, you win." Ha ha ha. Chen Haoyu replied with a triumphant smile, I found that line online, or what do you think? Quite nauseating, isn't it? Su Yuyao's lips curled into a faint smile as she responded, indeed, it is rather distasteful. Chapter 76, The Young Family in Ling Qing's Words soon. The two arrived at their destination, the Xinsheng Hotel. Upon alighting from the vehicle, Su Yuyao entwined her arm with Chen Haoyu's. Chen Haoyu smiled softly, thinking to himself that her gestures had indeed become increasingly proficient. It seemed that his time for formal recognition was drawing near. Upon entering Box 6, they found Ling Qing and Li Shaoran already present. Li Shaoran exclaimed, Sister, brother-in-law, why did you arrive so late? I'm nearly starving. Su Yuyao retorted. Who told you to sleep in and skip breakfast? You deserve it. While speaking, she handed her LV bag to Chen Haoyu. Recognizing her intention to showcase her elegance before Ling Qing, he promptly accepted the bag and pulled out a chair for her. After she was seated, he hung the bag on the back of the chair. The sequence of actions was so fluid, it seemed as though he had performed them countless times before. Ling Qing observed everything silently, letting out a quiet sigh. It appeared that her niece was resolutely determined to be with Chen Haoyu. Sister, having a boyfriend really changes you. You speak with so much more confidence, Li Shaoran teased. You could find a boyfriend too. I'm not done having fun yet. I want to lock myself down like you so soon. That simply means you haven't met the right person. Even if I did, I wouldn't engage. Ling Qing interjected, you two sisters should settle down for a moment. Today, I'm here to host Haoyu, not to listen to your banter. Chen Haoyu chuckled, Aunt Ling. It's merely a few pieces of jade, you needn't be overly courteous. Ling Qing replied, all right, I shall refrain from pleasantries. Haoyu. How did you come to know old Su? I noticed he seems quite fond of you. Chen Haoyu gestured towards Su Yuyao and said, Renyao knows this matter best. Let her explain. Ling Qing said, no rush, let us discuss it over the meal. Shortly, the waiter brought out the dishes. As it was midday, Ling Qing opted for fruit juice instead of wine. During the meal, Su Yuyao recounted how Chen Haoyu had outwitted Su Jiangwo and Su Hai. After listening, Ling Qing expressed her astonishment. Just a few days ago, Su Hai's construction firm encountered significant troubles. Not only demolishing an almost completed public welfare project but also imprisoning several high-ranking officials within the company. I never imagined you were behind it. Haoyu. Can you truly predict such events? Chen Haoyu nodded, I can only say I have a rudimentary understanding. I am still far removed from the likes of Zhuge Liang or Lu Boan. The three women burst into laughter at Chen Haoyu's self-aggrandizement. Li Shaoran remarked, brother-in-law. Your boasting is rather extravagant. Chen Haoyu chuckled, offering no further explanation. In terms of magical prowess, he was indeed not inferior to Zhuge Liang or Lu Boan. Ling Qing inquired, this time, did old Su seek you out for fortune-telling again? Chen Haoyu waved his hand dismissively. He wishes for me to treat a comatose relative of an old leader. Ling Qing felt a stir in her heart and said, in the entire Yanhai, the only person whom Elder Su refers to as old leader and who has a family member in a vegetative state is General Yang Junsheng, a retired officer from our Xia nation. Li Shaoran inquired, Mom, is General Yang Junsheng very formidable? Ling Qing replied, of course. For decades, General Yang has been present in nearly every war our nation has fought. Even after 7 or 8 years of retirement, he still wields immense influence within the military. It is said that every year, the consul makes a point to call him and extend his regards. Furthermore, his son, Yang Hongrue, is the top official in our neighboring province, Luo province. And his promotion is practically a certainty. Shao Chen, if you can cure General Yang's wife, you will find yourself quite esteemed in Yanhai. Chen Haoyu shrugged and said, I never agreed to treat that elderly lady. Ling Qing was taken aback, asking in surprise, why not? Chen Haoyu chuckled and replied, a doctor does not impose. Offering to treat someone and being invited to do so are two entirely different matters. No matter how close Elder Su is with the young family, I am still an outsider. If I succeed in curing the elderly lady, all will be well. If I fail, it would be quite awkward. Ling Qing nodded in understanding and said, "It is rare to see you so clear-headed. Come, let us toast with beverages in place of wine. Wishing for you and Yu Yao to ultimately be together." Su Yuyao's eyes brightened. "Auntie, do you support us?" Without hesitation, Ling Qing declared, "You are my only niece, of course. I support you." Haoyu is right, the Su family is quite large and wealthy, relying on marriages to sustain their family's development, which I disdain. This was the first time Ling Qing openly expressed her views on Su Yuyao's marriage, aligning herself with her, which thrilled Su Yuyao. She immediately raised her glass and said, "Thank you, Auntie." Upon this, she nudged Chen Haoyu. He understood the cue and raised his glass, saying, "Thank you, Aunt Ling." Ling Qing drank her beverage in one gulp and remarked, "No need for thanks. Yu Yao, I fear I may find it difficult to intervene in your affairs, at most. I can lightly prod your mother." Su Yuyao responded, "Auntie, I do not require any tangible actions from you, your support is sufficient." Ling Qing then asked, "Your mother will be coming next weekend to celebrate your grandfather's birthday, how do you plan to handle that?" "I will directly bring Haoyu along," Su Yuyao replied. Turning to Chen Haoyu. Chen Haoyu quickly affirmed, "I will prepare a gift." Ling Qing smiled widely and said, "You two are certainly planning a grand celebration." "He. I look forward to that day arriving soon." Li Shaoran interjected, "Mom, you seem to enjoy the drama." Ling Qing snapped her fingers and said, "Correct. That is exactly who I am." Li Shaoran was rendered speechless. An hour later, after the four had finished their meal, Ling Qing received a phone call. "Hello. This is Ling Qing. May I ask who is calling?" "Sister-in-law, this is Lu Feng from the Criminal Investigation Division of the police. Deputy Director Li has been injured and has just entered the operating room at Yanhai First People's Hospital." "What? Is it serious?" Ling Qing suddenly rose. Her face etched with concern. Deputy Director Li had been shot in the arm. "Shot? Have you encountered bandits again?" Li Jianon, esteemed Deputy Director of the Yanhai Police Department, typically commanded from the rear unless faced with bandits directly, making it improbable for him to sustain such an injury. Lu Feng on the opposite side pondered for a moment and replied, "Our criminal investigation team apprehended a murderer. Upon entering the police station, he suddenly erupted in violence, injuring one of our colleagues and seizing a firearm, inadvertently crossing paths with Deputy Director Li, who was there for an inspection. A gunfight ensued between Deputy Director Li and several colleagues against the assailant. Although they ultimately subdued the criminal, Deputy Director Li was struck by a stray bullet on the outer side of his arm." Chapter 77, Can Chen Haoyu truly read faces? Ling Qing inquired. "What did the doctor say?" Lu Feng replied, "The doctor mentioned that the penetrating power of the stray bullet is limited, and it struck the edge of Deputy Director Li's arm. Therefore, as long as the bullet is removed, a period of 10 days to half a month of rest will suffice for recovery." Ling Qing let out a long sigh of relief and said, "Understood. Officer Lu. Thank you. I will head to the hospital now." After hanging up the phone, Li Shaoran wore a worried expression and said, "Mom, I'll go with you." "All right." Ling Qing agreed, her gaze drifting towards Chen Haoyu. "Shao Chen, when you mentioned that old Li would encounter a blood disaster, were you referring to this shooting incident?" Upon hearing this, Li Shaoran recalled Chen Haoyu's words from the previous evening and exclaimed, "Brother-in-law, you are quite remarkable." Chen Haoyu responded, "I merely possess some skills in physiognomy." "Aunt Ling, Shaoran, you should go and bring Deputy Director Li home to recuperate. I shall refrain from accompanying you, as I would not want to displease him." Ling Qing regarded Chen Haoyu with a profound look and said, "Very well, then Shaoran and I shall take our leave." Su Yuyao added, "Aunt, I would also like to visit Uncle." Ling Qing nodded, "All right." When the three arrived at the hospital, Li Jianon had already emerged from the operating room, his arm wrapped in a bandage. A few police officers were sitting on the benches chatting with him. Ling Qing hurried forward and asked, "What is the situation?" Li Jianon replied nonchalantly, "Don't mention it." The bullet fired by the criminal ricocheted off the ground and struck my arm. I was left speechless. Ling Qing reassured him. "As long as you are all right. Thank you all, officers, for your care. I will take good care of old Li. Once he recovers, we will treat everyone to drinks." Liu Feng, who had called Ling Qing earlier, said, "Thank you, sister-in-law. Directly, please take care of your injury, we shall take our leave." Li Jianon waved his hand. "Go ahead." After the police officers departed, Li Jianon turned to Su Yuyao and asked, "Yuyao, does Chen Haoyu really possess the ability to read faces? He mentioned a blood disaster last night, and it came true today at noon." This revelation left Li Jianon utterly astonished. Su Yuyao replied, "Uncle, Chen Haoyu's physiognomy skills have proven accurate many times." Li Jianon furrowed his brow. "This is hard to believe." Su Yuyao smiled, "Uncle, physiognomy has been passed down for thousands of years, and there is certainly a reason for it. Your priority now is to focus on healing." Ling Qing added, "Yuyao is right. Let us go home." Li Jianon stated, "I need to stop by the police department first to hand over some duties." Ling Qing shot him a reproachful look and said, "You only think about work. Very well, it conveniently allows us to drop Yuyao at the hospital." In the car, Li Jianon asked Su Yuyao numerous questions regarding Chen Haoyu. Upon learning about the series of contributions Chen Haoyu made to the Sunshine Orphanage, Li Jianon's impression of him significantly transformed. After Qin Qingqing became the head of the internal medicine department at Kong'an Hospital, the first thing she did was adjust Su Yuyao's work schedule. On Tuesday, she worked throughout the day. On Wednesday, she attended to patients in the morning. And on Thursday, she performed surgeries, all without the burden of night shifts. Such privileges were reserved for renowned experts, and the schedule was remarkably flexible. Although there were murmurs of dissent among her colleagues, none dared to voice their discontent. The reason was simple: Su Yuyao's boyfriend, Chen Haoyu, was the second largest shareholder of Kong'an Hospital. Who would dare to challenge the status quo? The two newcomers had just learned the hard way. Feeling that the arrangement was somewhat inappropriate, Su Yuyao proactively offered to assist on Sundays during her free time, which led to her presence at the hospital today. In the afternoon, after finishing her shift, Su Yuyao arrived at the underground parking lot, where she spotted Chen Haoyu standing by his pickup truck, a bouquet of roses in hand, wearing a radiant smile. Approaching him with poise, Su Yuyao inquired, "Are these for me?" Chen Haoyu extended the roses toward her and replied, "Of course." As she accepted the bouquet, a smile broke across her face. Chen Haoyu asked, "What makes you smile?" Su Yuyao responded, "The last person who gave me flowers drove a sports car. You, on the other hand, have a pickup." Chen Haoyu raised an eyebrow and said, "That is what sets me apart." Su Yuyao retorted, "Indeed, you are quite unique." He then asked, "How many bouquets have you received?" Su Yuyao waved the flowers playfully and replied, "You are the first." Chen Haoyu laughed heartily and opened the car door, saying, "Thank you, Miss Su, for gracing me with your presence. Please, get in." Su Yuyao shot him a playful glare before climbing into the vehicle. On the way, Chen Haoyu inquired, "What does your grandfather enjoy?" Su Yuyao paused, surprised by his question. "Are you truly planning to buy him a gift?" "Of course," he affirmed, turning to her. "I am quite serious about you, can't you tell?" Feeling slightly overwhelmed by his intense gaze, Su Yuyao turned her head aside, a hint of shyness coloring her cheeks. "I can't feel it," she murmured. Chen Haoyu sighed with a wry smile. "All right, that is my fault, I will make you feel it." After a brief silence, Su Yuyao finally replied, "My grandfather enjoys antiques and calligraphy." Her statement clearly indicated her feelings toward Chen Haoyu. Instantly, a radiant smile spread across his face as he exclaimed, "Leave it to me." Su Yuyao glanced at him, a smile tugging at the corners of her mouth. Upon returning home, Chen Haoyu prepared 2 vegetable dishes and a tofu and cabbage soup, delicious and healthy, earning him Su Yuyao's enthusiastic approval. After dinner, they went for a walk. Chen Haoyu, showing no hesitation, took her hand. Startled, Su Yuyao struggled a bit, but he tightened his grip, prompting her to protest, "Let go." With a cheeky grin, he replied, "Not a chance, I won't let go for anything." Su Yuyao, flustered, retorted, You are being a rogue." Chen Haoyu, not one to be easily deterred, remarked, "If being a rogue is what it takes, then so be it. I will only ever be a rogue with you." Su Yuyao huffed. "I'm not the kind of girl who can be swayed by sweet words. I speak from the heart," he countered. "Whether it is genuine or not, I cannot ascertain. What I do know is that you seem quite adept at pursuing girls with a direct approach. If you like someone, why be coy? Su Yuyao, in this regard, I believe we share a certain resemblance. My fortitude is not as formidable as yours. Thank you for the compliment." As they exchanged playful banter, they strolled leisurely. Su Yuyao appeared to have forgotten that her delicate hand was continuously held by Su Haoyu. Whether this was a true oblivion or a feigned one, only Su Yuyao herself could discern. Chapter 78, The Millennial Brush Washer. On the following day, Chen Haoyu did not visit the clinic. Instead, he directly escorted Su Yuyao to an antique street. This street holds a market every 10 days, and fortuitously, today marks the day of the gathering. Countless stalls lined the sides of the street, each adorned with a sunshade stretching as far as the eye could see, presenting a magnificent sight. Having lived as the carefree immortal for over a century, Chen Haoyu, without hesitation, could claim expertise in the realm of Song and Yuan dynasty paintings and porcelain. With merely a glance, he could discern the authenticity of these artifacts. After all, these were items that had been part of the carefree immortal's daily life. How could they possibly elude Chen Haoyu's keen perception? Moreover, the immortal himself was a master of the brush and ink. Noticing Chen Haoyu intently examining the items at the stalls, Su Yuyao expressed her surprise, inquiring, "Do you understand antiques?" Chen Haoyu raised an eyebrow, responding with a hint of pride, "Of course. When it comes to Song and Yuan paintings and porcelain, I doubt anyone in the entire Xiao kingdom can rival my knowledge." Su Yuyao retorted, "You just like to boast." After wandering the street for a while, Chen Haoyu let out a sigh, his face betraying a sense of disappointment. The dazzling array of so-called antiques at the stalls required little discernment. Even with his naked eye, Chen Haoyu could identify that most were merely modern replicas, crafted with little value, verging on worthless. Yet, astonishingly, many vendors dared to sell these items for thousands, an eye-opener for Chen Haoyu. When it came to the art of deception, these vendors certainly excelled. At that moment, Chen Haoyu's attention was suddenly captured by a middle-aged man with a wooden expression. Unlike the other merchants, this man resembled a statue, smoking a cigarette and remaining silent. Chen Haoyu was drawn to him not because of his demeanor, but due to the ominous aura surrounding him. This energy typically emanated from someone who had spent years near the deceased or in graveyards. Judging by his appearance and aura, Chen Haoyu suspected the man might indeed be a Tufuzi, a grave robber as legend would have it. Before the middle-aged man's stall lay only 6 sparse items. After a brief survey, Chen Haoyu's gaze settled upon a brush washer. It was a Qing-glazed sunflower petal washer from the Southern Song dynasty. In his dreams, the carefree immortal possessed a similar brush washer, crafted by artisans under direct imperial order, far more exquisite than the one before him. Following Chen Haoyu's gaze, Su Yuyao inquired, "Are there any good items in there?" Chen Haoyu nodded, leaning towards her ear and whispering, "It is a monumental find worth tens of millions." Upon hearing his words, Su Yuyao was astounded and skeptically asked, "Are you certain you're not mistaken?" Chen Haoyu affirmed, "Absolutely not. Just watch me." Approaching the middle-aged man's stall, Chen Haoyu crouched down, picked up the brush washer, and scrutinized it closely. He then asked, "Sir, how much for this?" The middle-aged man exhaled a puff of smoke and replied nonchalantly, "This Southern Song dynasty Qing-glazed sunflower petal washer once fetched a staggering 30 million at an auction. I am offering this exquisite piece for a mere 6 million. And that is my final price. Chen Haoyu inquired, this brush washer has endured for a millennium, yet you offer it at such a meager price. It seems a tremendous loss. The middle-aged man's eyes glinted with a hint of weariness as he replied tersely, if you wish to buy, then purchase, if not, depart without further ado. With a chuckle, Chen Haoyu remarked, this piece, steeped in malevolent energy, must have been unearthed quite recently, am I correct? The middle-aged man's expression shifted dramatically, his gaze narrowing as he retorted, what do you mean by that? Among the 6 items, 5 were forgeries. With only the Southern Song Dynasty official kiln Celadon brush washer being a genuine artifact. Exhumed from the tomb of a Southern Song nobleman just a month prior by the man and his companions. Originally, they had unearthed over 10 treasures, but during the transaction, they fell victim to a betrayal, resulting in the murder of 2 of the man's brothers and the destruction of the other antiques. In a fit of rage, the middle-aged man avenged his brothers by eliminating the culprits and their mastermind. However, he soon realized he had no suitable avenues for selling the artifacts. Consequently, he traveled a great distance from the desolate town to Yanhai, hoping to discreetly sell the piece at the market. To this end, he procured 5 antiquities that had been artificially aged, mixing them with the Celadon brush washer to test the discerning eye of potential buyers. If someone could accurately identify the Celadon brush washer among the fakes, it would indicate their exceptional discernment and understanding of its true worth, justifying the $6 million price tag. To his astonishment, the first person to recognize the Celadon brush washer was a young man who could even ascertain that it had recently been excavated. This realization shocked the middle-aged man, and a flicker of murderous intent began to rise within him. Chen Haoyu immediately sensed this malevolence and, with a slight smile, stated, my dear brother, I have no interest in the origins of this item, it would be wise for you to dismiss any unwarranted thoughts. With that, Chen Haoyu's eyes emanated a formidable killing intent directed at the middle-aged man. Instantly, the latter trembled, as if he were witnessing a battlefield filled with clashing armies. Though it was but a fleeting moment, he was drenched in cold sweat. As a practitioner of Bejiquan for decades, he was acutely aware that in that moment of destruction, had Chen Haoyu desired his demise, even 10 lives would not suffice for his escape. In a low voice, the middle-aged man questioned, is it the art of gazing? The so-called art of gazing is a technique employed by martial artists, where one concentrates their essence, spirit, and energy into their gaze, creating a powerful aura of intimidation to instill fear in their opponent's psyche, thereby achieving victory without conflict. The middle-aged man had heard of this skill, but it demanded an exceptionally high level of mastery, at least to the point of transforming one's energy. Could it be that this young man before him was a master of transformation? How could that be possible? In truth, Chen Haoyu was not employing the art of gazing, but rather a technique of enchantment. However, against a resolute and skilled opponent like the middle-aged man, its effect was minimal, lasting less than a second. My dear brother, you are mistaken, I am not of the martial arts realm. Chen Haoyu offered minimal explanation, stating, this brush washer harbors a formidable malevolent energy. Should it fall into the hands of someone unversed in dispelling such energy, they may either suffer a grave illness or meet with fatal consequences. 6 million is excessive. How about 5 million? The middle-aged man replied, you possess the upper hand, the decision rests with you. Chen Haoyu touched his nose and remarked, your words suggest I am taking advantage of my position. He then conceded, very well, 6 million it is, I shall purchase it. The middle-aged man inquired, are you not concerned about potential troubles? Chen Haoyu chuckled, you have executed the task so impeccably that outsiders would hardly discern anything awry. What troubles could possibly arise? Chapter 79, The True Magical Artifact. The middle-aged man gazed deeply at Chen Haoyu, then retrieved a jade ruby from his bag, stating, if you do not expose me, I shall owe you a favor. However, I have never been fond of owing favors in my life. If you agree, let this jade ruby serve as a compensation for your kindness. What do you think? Chen Haoyu remained silent, his eyes fixed intently on the jade ruby, which appeared to be of rather poor quality. To others, it might seem merely a piece crafted from Haitian jade, worth perhaps several tens of thousands. Yet, in Chen Haoyu's eyes, this jade ruby was infinitely more precious than a brush washer valued over 20 million. For it was a magical artifact. One that had absorbed the energies of a convergence of yin and yang for centuries. Once activated by a Taoist adept, this jade ruby could emanate potent life-affirming energy, capable of warding off all malevolent forces when hung in a home. Suppressing his astonishment, Chen Haoyu's hand trembled slightly as he pointed at the jade ruby, asking, "Are you truly willing to part with it?" The middle-aged man replied, "Yes." After a moment's contemplation, Chen Haoyu responded, "This jade ruby holds great significance for me. And I cannot take too much advantage of you. How about this, extend your hand." The middle-aged man, taken aback and uncertain of Chen Haoyu's intent, nevertheless extended his hand. Chen Haoyu placed 2 fingers on the man's Shenmen acupoint, and a stream of magical energy flowed into him. If a Taoist master were to open their heavenly eye, they would witness the malevolent energy within the man dissipating like snow under the blazing sun upon contact with Chen Haoyu's power. The most immediate relief was felt by the middle-aged man himself. Having spent years in tombs, he had been heavily affected by this malevolent energy, suffering nightly from a cold wind that seemed to invade his bones, causing him great pain. Chen Haoyu's energy flowed through him like a warm current, alleviating the chill that had long plagued his meridians and bones. After half a minute, Chen Haoyu withdrew his fingers and said, "Your torment from the malevolent energy has been alleviated, which serves as your payment for the jade ruby. However, I must inform you that engaging in such activities incurs a loss of virtue. The suffering you have endured over the years has been a lesson imparted by them. I advise you to consider a different livelihood in the future." Realizing he had encountered a remarkable individual, the middle-aged man stood up respectfully and bowed to Chen Haoyu, saying, "Thank you, sir, for saving my life. I have decided to wash my hands of this trade and return to my hometown to live out my days in peace." Chen Haoyu nodded and inquired, "How shall I transfer the money to you?" The middle-aged man gestured toward a nearby bank, stating, "A bank transfer will suffice." Chen Haoyu smiled and replied, "Very well." The 3 of them proceeded to the bank, where Chen Haoyu transferred 600,000 to the man's account, and in return, the middle-aged man handed over the brush washer and the jade ruby to Chen Haoyu. Once the middle-aged man departed, Su Yuyao, who had been silent until then, could no longer contain her curiosity and asked, "What were you two discussing? I didn't quite understand." As he absent-mindedly toyed with the jade ruby, Chen Haoyu replied, "Not understanding is precisely as it should be." Su Yuyao pressed her lips together and inquired, "Are you suggesting that you do not wish to explain yourself to me?" Chen Haoyu detected a slight discord in her tone and quickly responded, "How could that be?" Yuyao remained silent, her enchanting eyes fixed on him. Aware that she sought his explanation, Chen Haoyu began, "That individual is a tomb raider. The brush washer and the jade ruby were both extracted from ancient tombs." "What?" Upon hearing this, Su Yuyao gasped in surprise. Chen Haoyu, exasperated, implored, "Could you lower your voice a bit?" She immediately subdued her tone and asked, "So, you mean these 2 items are stolen goods, correct?" Chen Haoyu clarified, "Incorrect. They are only considered stolen if the police apprehend him, if not, they are genuine antiquities." Su Yuyao was left speechless, remarking, "Now I understand why you were once arrested. Are you not concerned that he might be caught and implicate you?" Chen Haoyu replied, "I have already assessed that man's fate. He will not face imprisonment, but alas, his lifespan is limited, perhaps no more than 5 years." After a moment of contemplation, Su Yuyao discerned, "I see. His reason for claiming to owe you a favor and gifting you the jade ruby is to express gratitude for not exposing him. Is it not?" Chen Haoyu nodded in affirmation. Pointing at the jade ruby in his hand, she queried, "What exactly is this item? Why do you say it is excessively valuable? And what malevolent energies must it counteract?" Chen Haoyu raised an eyebrow and responded, "This jade ruby is priceless." "Is it more valuable than the brush washer?" Su Yuyao asked incredulously. Chen Haoyu scoffed, "How can a flickering flame compare to the resplendent moon?" Su Yuyao playfully smacked him and chided, "Stop being cryptic and just tell me." With a chuckle, Chen Haoyu explained, "This jade ruby is an exceptionally rare talisman. Placing it in your home can ward off all malevolent energies. For instance, if you were to contract a severe cold from a virus, the common remedy would involve injections, medication, and a few days of rest. However, with this jade ruby, you would merely need to hold it while you sleep, and by morning you would be well again." "Is that true?" Su Yuyao questioned skeptically. "You are not trying to deceive me, are you?" Chen Haoyu replied, "You will come to understand in due time." Su Yuyao remarked lightly, "Will there even be a future for us? Do not forget, in 3 months, you will be moving away." Chen Haoyu smiled, "If I must move, it shall be with you. I have made a decision. Soon, I will purchase a villa. At that time, we shall reside together." With a dismissive scoff, Su Yuyao retorted, "Who will be sharing a residence with you? Dream on." Previously, she had expressed similar sentiments, but the tone and demeanor then were markedly different from now. The former was resolute and unyielding, while the latter bore a hint of playful affection reminiscent of flirtation between lovers. Chen Haoyu chuckled, "Dreams are worth having, who knows? They may come to fruition. Come, Su Dame, let us sell this brush washer." Su Yuyao inquired in astonishment. "Did you not mention that the ink wash harbors a substantial amount of malevolent energy?" Chen Haoyu nodded, affirming, "Indeed. However, I have just eradicated the negative energy." Su Yuyao replied, "When did this occur? I did not witness it." "Since the completion of the transaction." She had not observed Chen Haoyu perform any actions concerning the ink wash. Surely, he could not claim that merely holding it would entirely dispel the ominous energy. In truth, it was nearly the case. After receiving the ink wash, Chen Haoyu had discreetly employed his mystical powers to eliminate the malevolent energy, which was simply imperceptible to the ordinary human eye. Chapter 80, The Sale of the Brush Wash. Chen Haoyu explained, "I am a generation's master Tiansha. Dispelling such malevolent energy is as natural to me as eating or drinking. There is no need for alarm." Su Yuyao, with a hint of exasperation, replied, "Chen Haoyu, I truly cannot discern which of your words bear truth and which are mere fabrications." Chen Haoyu insisted, "They are all true. You must believe me. I will hold nothing back from you." Su Yuyao scoffed, "I hardly believe that." Observing the expression on Su Yuyao's face, Chen Haoyu suddenly burst into laughter. The once aloof Su Yuyao had learned to act endearingly, which brought him great joy, for it clearly indicated her attitude towards him was markedly different from that towards others. Su Yuyao, feeling disgruntled, questioned, "What are you laughing at?" Chen Haoyu waved his hand dismissively and said, "It's nothing. Come, let us go sell antiques." Su Yuyao inquired, "Where to?" Chen Haoyu replied, "To Chen Guangyao's Antique Appraisal Pavilion, of course. The pavilion is situated at the southeastern corner of Antique Street, encompassing an area of over 200 square meters, adorned with an elegant and antiquated decor. In Yanhai, Chen Guangyao and his establishment stand as titans in the antique world. Many individuals bring their prized finds for Chen Guangyao's expert evaluation. Once he authenticates an antique, its value instantly multiplies, underscoring his esteemed position in the industry." Upon entering the pavilion, Chen Haoyu immediately spotted the array of antiques displayed on the opposite shelf. To his astonishment, over 10 pieces of porcelain were all from the folk kills of the Song and Yuan dynasties. Although their individual worth may not be exceedingly high, collectively they could easily amount to 1 or 2 million. Indeed, those who indulge in collecting are often quite affluent. "I am Yubo, the manager of the Antique Appraisal Pavilion. How may I assist you too?" A middle-aged man, appearing in his 40s, rose from behind the counter and inquired politely. Chen Haoyu placed the black plastic bag containing the brush wash onto the counter and stated, "Mr. Yu, this is a Qing glazed sunflower petal wash from the Southern Song official kiln. Does your pavilion accept such items?" Hearing Southern Song official kiln Qing glazed sunflower petal wash, Yubo's expression shifted, and he glanced down at the plastic bag with a sense of unease. He found it difficult to reconcile the elegance of a Qing-glazed sunflower petal wash with a mere black plastic bag. Could this individual be attempting to deceive him? Yet, their demeanor and appearance did not suggest such. My young friend, I must examine it closely, Yubo requested. Chen Haoyu chuckled, by all means. Yubo donned a pair of white gloves, opened the plastic bag, and gingerly lifted the brush wash. The more he scrutinized it, the more serious his expression became. Eventually, he took a deep breath, placed the wash back down, and said, "This is indeed a rare masterpiece." Chen Haoyu remarked, "Your discerning eye is commendable. What is its price?" Yubo shook his head, replying, "Its value is exceedingly high, I dare not make an assertion. My young friend, please wait a moment while I summon our proprietor, who is currently entertaining guests upstairs." Chen Haoyu responded, "Oh, so Mr. Cheng is also here. Very well, I shall wait." Yubo picked up his phone and dialed Cheng Guangyao, explaining the situation. After a short while, Cheng Guangyao and 3 elderly gentlemen hurried down from the second floor. "Yubo, where are the items? Surely you haven't made a mistake," Cheng Guangyao said, his voice tinged with excitement. The Southern Song Dynasty official kiln Celadon lotus petal washer was nearly non-existent in the market. Hearing Yubo mention someone coming to the treasure appraisal pavilion to sell it left Cheng Guangyao in disbelief. A few friends, who were sipping tea, could not resist following Cheng Guangyao downstairs as well. Yubo reassured him, "Master, I can guarantee you, it is absolutely authentic." Upon reaching the ground floor, Cheng Guangyao was taken aback to see Chen Haoyu and Su Yuao, exclaiming, "Dr. Chen, Dr. Su, what brings you here?" Chen Haoyu gestured towards the Celadon washer on the counter and replied with a smile, "Selling something. Cheng Lao, I just stumbled upon a treasure at a small stall, and I would appreciate your expertise. If the price is right, I will sell it to you." Cheng Guangyao responded, "Dr. Chen, since it's your item, you could have simply called me. Why come all this way?" The 3 elderly men accompanying him exchanged glances, astonished that the usually proud Cheng Guangyao was addressing the young man so respectfully. Chen Haoyu explained, "I didn't want to disturb you, but fate has brought us together. Could you please take a look?" "All right," Cheng Guangyao agreed, donning white gloves and picking up the washer. With just a glance, Cheng Guangyao could confidently determine that the washer was genuine, and its quality was comparable to the one that had been auctioned. After examining it, he set it down with a sigh. "The previous Southern Song Dynasty Celadon lotus petal washer was authenticated by me, unfortunately. I lacked sufficient funds at the time to secure it. Who would have thought I would encounter another today? Truly, it is a stroke of luck." One elderly gentleman inquired, "Old Cheng, are you suggesting this washer is authentic?" Cheng Guangyao nodded affirmatively, "More genuine than gold." "Dr. Chen, how much did you pay for it?" Without hesitation, Chen Haoyu responded, 5,000. He was reluctant for anyone to know he had actually purchased it for 600,000. As that would undoubtedly raise suspicions about the washer's provenance among Cheng Guangyao and his associates. The reason the middle-aged man preferred selling at a small stall rather than at an antique shop like the treasure appraisal pavilion was to avoid complications. Upon hearing Chen Haoyu's statement, Cheng Guangyao nearly choked in disbelief, exclaiming, 5,000. "Dr. Chen, you cannot be serious." "Of course not," Chen Haoyu fabricated. "The seller was a farmer who had 6 items. The other 4 were mere trinkets, but I managed to acquire all of them for 5,000. What a charlatan. If not for knowing the truth, even Su Yuya would have been convinced by Chen Haoyu's words. This man was simply insufferable. 2 antiques. Cheng Guangyao glanced at the black plastic bag held by Chen Haoyu and remarked, "Dr. Chen, might I have the pleasure of examining another item?" Chen Haoyu retrieved the jade ruby, gave it a slight shake, and smiled, saying, "It is merely a ruby crafted from exquisite Hattian jade, nothing particularly remarkable." With his keen discerning eye, Cheng Guangyao took a glance at the ruby and promptly concluded that Chen Haoyu spoke the truth. He said, "Dr. Chen, I would also like to purchase this ruby." Chen Haoyu carefully placed the ruby back into the bag and replied, This Rui holds significant sentimental value as it is the first piece I have ever procured. I intend to keep it in my personal collection. What a masterful deceiver. Observing Chen Haoyu effortlessly reclaim the Rui, Su Yuyao could not help but feel immense admiration for his cunning. Chapter 81, A Simple Birthday Gift. An impatient elderly gentleman remarked. Old Cheng, spare us the small talk. Are you purchasing this young brother's Celadon sunflower petal basin or not? Without a moment's hesitation, Cheng Guangyao replied, of course. I shall buy it. But let it be known, you must not attempt to outbid me. Now, old Cheng, that's not quite fair. The principle of first come, first served applies here. Since we all have our eyes on this exquisite piece, it should rightfully go to the highest bidder, another elder chimed in. Indeed, old Cheng. This young brother is an old acquaintance of yours, you surely wouldn't want him to be at a disadvantage, would you? Yes. Let us make this a fair competition and place our bids discreetly, a third elder added. The three elderly men began to turn against Cheng Guangyao, uniting to pressure him. Cheng Guangyao, bemused, responded, oh, spare me your antics. I would never allow Dr. Chen to be at a loss. As for this Southern Song Dynasty official kiln Celadon sunflower petal basin, you might as well forget it. With that, Cheng Guangyao turned to Chen Haoyu and said, Dr. Chen. Let us discuss the price. The last sale of a similar Southern Song Celadon sunflower petal basin fetched 31 million. Given the passage of time, the current price should certainly be higher. How does 36 million sound? Chen Haoyu nodded and smiled, that works. Cheng Guangyao, belated, declared, excellent. I shall transfer the funds to you immediately. The other three elders had merely been jesting, they had no real intention of contesting Cheng Guangyao for the treasure. Upon witnessing Cheng Guangyao acquire the item for 36 million, they were genuinely pleased for him. 5 minutes later, the transaction was complete. And Chen Haoyu's account reflected an additional 36 million. Su Yuyao, observing how effortlessly Chen Haoyu had earned 30 million in less than an hour, couldn't help but regard him with newfound admiration. Old Cheng, I presume you have no shortage of renowned calligraphy and paintings here. I wish to purchase a piece as a gift for an elder, Chen Haoyu inquired. What price range are you considering? Cheng Guangyao asked. Chen Haoyu glanced at Su Yuyao, who replied, no more than 100,000. With a frown, Chen Haoyu remarked, that won't do. It is my first time celebrating an elder's birthday. The gift must not be meager. Otherwise, it would be quite embarrassing. Old Cheng, please provide me with a calligraphy piece or painting around the million mark. Su Yuyao tugged at Chen Haoyu's arm, saying, that is far too extravagant, my grandfather would certainly decline. The maximum should not exceed 300,000. Resigned, Chen Haoyu said. In that case, I might as well paint something myself. Su Yuyao replied, if only you could paint. For a self-made gift would undoubtedly carry more significance than a purchased one. After a moment's contemplation, Chen Haoyu stated, Old Cheng. I shall forgo the purchase and return to create a piece myself. Cheng Guangyao chuckled, Dr. Chen, you can paint as well. Chen Haoyu responded. I possess a slight understanding of the arts, including music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, though I am hardly proficient. Cheng Guangyao remarked, you are being modest. The fact that you were able to pinpoint the Celadon sunflower petal basin among so many items speaks volumes of your discerning eye. I have no doubt your skill in calligraphy and painting is equally commendable. Chen Haoyu laughed lightly, Old Cheng, your words are making me blush. If there is nothing else, we shall take our leave. Do take care on your way out, Cheng Guangyao said, personally escorting Chen Haoyu and Su Yuyao out of the treasure pavilion. Cheng Guangyao finally returned. An elder inquired, Old Cheng, what is that young man truly capable of, to earn your profound respect? Cheng Guangyao touched the jade talisman resting against his chest and replied, he is an extraordinary divine being. The three elders exchanged looks of astonishment upon hearing this. After leaving the treasure pavilion, Chen Haoyu led Su Yuyao to an art shop, where he purchased numerous supplies for painting. On their way back, Su Yuyao struggled to conceal her astonishment, saying, "You can't possibly intend to paint it yourself, can you?" With unwavering confidence, Chen Haoyu responded. "It's merely a meticulous painting for a birthday celebration, of a trivial task." Su Yuyao remained skeptical, replying, "I hope your painting will be presentable." Chen Haoyu merely smiled, offering no further explanation. After all, the carefree master was proficient in all forms of art. A birthday painting was nothing too complex. How could it possibly be unworthy? At that moment, Chen Haoyu's phone rang. Glancing at the screen, he saw it was a call from Su Jiangwo. He promptly answered. "Hello, old Su. What can I do for you?" Su Jiangwo replied, "Why is your clinic closed? I had some matters to attend to. When will you return? My elder brother and I are already waiting at the clinic." Chen Haoyu chuckled, "Old Su, your efficiency is remarkable. I only mentioned that a doctor should not close their door yesterday, and here you are today with company. If I can't provide a remedy, wouldn't that be rather embarrassing for you?" "Embarrassment is trivial, what matters is the flicker of hope." "Understood. Please have the old gentleman wait for 20 minutes. I shall be there immediately." After hanging up, Chen Haoyu sighed, "All right, I will first take you home and then head to the clinic." Su Yuyao interjected. "Given the esteemed status of old Su and old Yang, you should go to the clinic first, it's not far." Chen Haoyu firmly disagreed, stating, "That won't do. To me, you are of utmost importance, no matter who else it may be, even if they are the national leader, they must stand aside." A radiant smile blossomed on Su Yuyao's face as she remarked, "Chen Haoyu, your words are increasingly charming." With a grin, Chen Haoyu replied, "Sincerity always sounds sweet." After safely delivering Su Yuyao home, Chen Haoyu drove straight to the clinic. Upon exiting the vehicle, he immediately spotted old Su engaged in a game of chess beside a small shop with another elder. If old Su could be likened to a fierce tiger, then this elder could certainly be deemed the Tiger King. With long brows and piercing eyes, he sat there exuding an air of sovereignty, akin to a tiger poised in its lair. Even from a distance of over 10 meters, Chen Haoyu could sense the formidable aura of menace emanating from this elder, rivaling that of renowned generals from the Song dynasty. Chen Haoyu suspected that the number of lives lost by his hand, directly or indirectly, must certainly exceed 100,000. Otherwise, such a presence could not possibly be cultivated. No wonder a figure as formidable as Su Jiangwo would willingly serve as his subordinate. This man was indeed formidable. Without a doubt, this elderly gentleman must be Yang Junsheng. Chen Haoyu chose not to disturb the two engaged in their game of chess and quietly positioned himself behind Su Jiangwo to observe. Yang Junsheng cast a fleeting glance in his direction before refocusing his attention on the chessboard. 3 minutes later, Yang Junsheng executed a bold cannon move, erupting in laughter as he proclaimed, "Old Su, you have lost." Su Jiangwo, refusing to concede, retorted, "I disagree, that was nothing short of a sneak attack. Allow me a move, and we shall continue. I am certain I can obliterate you." Chapter 82, Are you a member of the mystical sect? Yang Junsheng rolled his eyes and remarked, "On the battlefield, a single misjudgment can lead to utter defeat. Do you believe your opponent would grant you a second chance?" Su Jiangwo scoffed, "If they want tea, then so be it. That young Chen has an abysmal sense of time. He said 20 minutes. Yet it's nearly half an hour, and he is still not here." Yang Junsheng replied, "He has already arrived." Su Jiangwo turned around and saw Chen Haoyu standing with his hands behind his back, smiling at him. "Little Chen, when did you arrive?" Chen Haoyu raised an eyebrow and responded, "I arrived 20 seconds before the 20-minute mark." "Huh?" Yang Junsheng could not suppress a laugh. "Oh, youth, how amusing." Su Jiangwo scratched his nose, conceding, "All right, I admit my mistake. I shouldn't have spoken ill of you behind your back." Chen Haoyu said, "It's good that you acknowledge it. Elder Su, this must be General Yang, correct?" Su Jiangwo asked, "Did you hear that from the second daughter of the Ling family?" Chen Haoyu nodded without hesitation, "Yes. Aunt Ling informed me that in the entire Yanhai, The only person you would refer to as old leader or big brother is General Yang Junsheng. Su Jiangwo chuckled. Indeed, she was correct. Teacher. This is the Chen Haoyu I mentioned to you. Yang Junsheng scrutinized him with a piercing gaze, akin to a blade, directed straight into Chen Haoyu's eyes. Is he testing me? Chen Haoyu found Yang Junsheng's demeanor somewhat amusing. Before a master with celestial abilities, not even someone with a more intense killing aura than Yang Junsheng could shake Chen Haoyu's resolve. As thoughts raced through his mind, Chen Haoyu decided to impart a lesson to the old gentleman to prevent him from underestimating him. With that thought, the depths of his eyes reflected the cosmos and celestial bodies. Yang Junsheng trembled, struck with profound astonishment. He thought he was mistaken and rubbed his eyes vigorously, only to find the celestial imagery had vanished, replaced by Chen Haoyu's smiling face. Elder Yang, it would be prudent to temper your demeanor. Individuals like us generally possess a rather narrow perspective. Should we cross paths unfavorably, it could lead to significant trouble for you. Yang Junsheng, now convinced of Chen Haoyu's exceptional abilities, hastily clasped his hands in respect and said, I apologize, I was reckless. Chen Haoyu replied with a smile. No need for concern. Given my youth, it is understandable that you harbor doubts about me. This is also why I declined Elder Su's invitation yesterday to visit you for the elderly lady's treatment. Su Jiangwo, perplexed by their exchange, inquired. What are you two discussing? Chen Haoyu responded, I just shared a jest with Elder Yang. Yang Junsheng, now serious, said, Yang Chen, I formally invite you to treat my wife. Would you be willing? Chen Haoyu chuckled. Elder Yang, there is no need for such formality. As long as one is not devoid of conscience, I will do my utmost to help. However, let us agree on this, regardless of the outcome. You must pay me a consultation fee of 10,000. Yang Junsheng smiled. That is quite agreeable. Chen Haoyu remarked. I need to return home at noon to accompany my girlfriend for lunch. Let us not waste any more time, let us depart swiftly. Yang Junsheng nodded in agreement. Without boarding Yang Junsheng's vehicle, Chen Haoyu drove his own pickup truck, trailing behind them until they arrived at an exquisite sanatorium in the outskirts. At the entrance stood two soldiers armed with steel rifles, alongside 5 or 6 armed guards. This establishment is the premier sanatorium in Yanhai, catering exclusively to high-ranking officials and their families. Yang Junsheng's driver presented identification to the guards at the entrance, who saluted respectfully and opened the gate. Chen Haoyu followed their vehicle inside. The paths within the sanatorium were remarkably spacious, devoid of towering buildings. Instead, there were numerous independent courtyards, creating a delightful environment. The vehicle halted before the 6th courtyard. As Chen Haoyu exited the car and surveyed his surroundings, he exclaimed, what a veritable sanctuary for recuperation. Su Jiangwo, overhearing his words, chuckled. Yang Chen, how do you discern this as a haven for healing? Chen Haoyu replied, it is evident that this place embodies a harmonious blend of yin and yang. Prolonged residence here could subtly enhance one's constitution. Yang Junsheng interjected, Yang Chen, do you possess knowledge of feng shui? Chen Haoyu nodded, stating, certainly. Those who understand feng shui often have some insight into physiognomy, and those who practice fortune-telling usually possess a modicum of feng shui expertise. Elder Yang, like Elder Chen, being a military man, you must be somewhat skeptical of such esoteric arts, correct? Yang Junsheng responded, I believe. Chen Haoyu was taken aback, asking, why is that? A reminiscent expression crossed Yang Junsheng's face as he recounted, over 50 years ago, I participated in a conflict against a certain nation. At that time, I was a company commander, leading over 20 comrades into a jungle to confront the enemy. Soon, we were struck by an astonishing phenomenon. The adversary, employing an unknown method, unleashed countless venomous snakes upon us. Within a mere 10 minutes, over 10 of my comrades perished from snake bites, and those of us who remained were perilously at risk. At that critical moment, the strangely dressed middle-aged man appeared before us, producing a flute and playing a melody. Miraculously, those venomous serpents fled as if encountering a natural enemy. Chen Haoyu's gaze sparkled with understanding. The art of snake charming through flute music is known only to the shamans of Myeojeong. You must have encountered one of their kin. Young Junsheng nodded in affirmation. You are correct, he indeed hailed from Myeojeong. Regrettably, I have yet to discover his name. But I am certain that there exists a realm of individuals versed in such arcane arts. Young Chen, you must be one of them, no? Chen Haoyu smiled. One might say so. As they entered the small courtyard, the neatly tended vegetable patches elevated Chen Haoyu's admiration for young Junsheng. Such a high status and advanced age. Yet still cultivating his own vegetables, revealed that young Junsheng had not forgotten his roots. Upon entering the living room, a dignified middle-aged woman in her 50s, possessing a pleasing appearance and composed demeanor, rose to greet them. Father, Uncle Su, you have returned, greeted the middle-aged woman, her gaze swiftly settling upon Chen Haoyu. Young Junsheng interjected, Shao Chen, allow me to introduce you. This is my daughter-in-law, Gue Bingzhen. Bingzhen, meet Shao Chen. A flicker of recognition stirred within Chen Haoyu as he discerned her identity, the wife of a prominent official from the neighboring province. Gue Bingzhen scrutinized Chen Haoyu for a moment, a peculiar glint dancing in her eyes. Shao Chen, have we perhaps met before? She inquired. In my recollection, but I do not believe we have crossed paths, replied Chen Haoyu with a smile. Gue Bingzhen responded with an "oh" and added, perhaps I am mistaken. Thank you for your assistance, Shao Chen. It is my pleasure. Chen Haoyu replied. May I visit the elderly lady first? Of course, young Junsheng and Gue Bingzhen led Chen Haoyu to the adjacent bedroom, while Su Jiangmo remained in the main hall, unable to join them. Chapter 83, The Taoist 9 Character True Words. Chen Haoyu approached the elderly woman, taking her pulse. Although her pulse was considerably weaker than that of an average person, it remained steady, indicating no significant physical ailments. I had heard about her condition from Elder Su. Her state of unconsciousness was likely not due to physical reasons but rather psychological ones. Young Junsheng sighed and remarked, she cannot face reality. Nor can she confront our grandson and granddaughter-in-law. Gue Bingzhen was reminded of her grandson, who had been abducted by traffickers, and her expression turned somber. Initially, she had harbored some resentment towards her mother-in-law, but witnessing her suffering had dissipated all her grievances. Shao Chen, we have consulted countless experts both domestically and internationally, employing numerous methods to awaken my mother-in-law, yet to no avail. Do you have any solutions? Gue Bingzhen inquired. Cleverly, Chen Haoyu recognized that Gue Bingzhen did not entirely place her faith in him. Her words were meant to convey that if his approach mirrored those of other specialists, it would be futile to proceed. If someone with lower emotional intelligence had expressed such sentiments, it might have caused offense. However, Gue Bingzhen's manner of expression elicited no such negativity. Indeed, being the wife of a prominent official, her emotional intelligence was notably high. Chen Haoyu replied. Since conventional methods have proven ineffective, we shall explore an alternative path. Young Junsheng asked, what do you mean by an alternative path? In a grave tone, Chen Haoyu responded. We will use vital energy to stimulate the elderly woman's brain, forcibly awakening her. This explanation left young Junsheng perplexed, yet he grasped the implication of the word forcibly. Will this pose any danger to my wife? He queried. Chen Haoyu shook his head. No. Oh, then please proceed, young Junsheng encouraged. Chen Haoyu instructed young Junsheng and Gue Bingzhen to step back to the window, positioning himself less than half a meter from the elderly woman. Taking a deep breath, the magical energy from his dantian flowed into his fingertips like a gentle stream. He formed a hand seal and unleashed a commanding shout. The sound erupted like spring thunder, causing the entire room to tremble. Young Junsheng and Gue Bingzhen nearly lost their balance from the sudden noise and quickly grasped the windowsill. They exchanged glances, their faces reflecting astonishment mingled with a glimmer of anticipation. As the saying goes, the master reveals their skill upon action. Chen Haoyu's initial display ignited a spark of hope within them. The character link from the Taoist 9-character mantra resonated, and the elderly woman jolted as if resurrected. Her body shaking repeatedly, and a surge of vital energy flashed her face crimson. Chen Haoyu assumed a stance, his 10 fingers resembling blooming flowers, continuously altering their shapes. With each transformation, he bellowed a powerful incantation. Bing, do, je, zhen, lai, zai. After each proclamation, the elderly woman's body and the bed quivered in response. When she arrived, she was no longer swaying but was lifted into the air by some mysterious force and then fell straight down. Now. Chen Haoyu's final word echoed like the ringing of morning bells and evening drums, shaking Yang Junsheng and Gue Bingzhen to their core. Strangely, their ears felt no discomfort. The elderly lady on the sickbed sat up straight, her face flushed as crimson, her veins bulging, presenting a terrifying sight. Chen Haoyu stepped forward, extending his right hand with the ring and middle fingers pressing against the lady's forehead, commanding, "If not now, when will you awaken?" It was uncertain whether she heard Chen Haoyu's call or was stimulated by his mystical power, but the elderly lady, who had kept her eyes tightly shut, furrowed her brow and slowly opened her eyes. Yang Junsheng, filled with joy, exclaimed, "Old woman, you have finally awakened." Chen Haoyu withdrew his fingers and supported the elderly lady, inquiring, "Do you know who you are?" The lady displayed a dazed expression, pondering deeply for a long while, her eyes gradually becoming clearer until, at last, she spoke her first words. "I am Zhuang Yujun, the great-grandmother of Exayana." "Where is Exayana? Has Exayana been found?" She scanned the room, her gaze settling on the tearful Yang Junsheng. Yang Junsheng approached, sitting at the edge of the bed holding the elderly lady's hand, saying, "Old woman, it is enough that you have awakened." Just after regaining consciousness, her mind still hazy, the elderly lady stared at Yang Junsheng for quite some time before finally recognizing him, anxiously stating, "Old man, Exayana has been taken by those vile human traffickers, you must hurry to find him." Tears streamed down Yang Junsheng's face as he replied, "Do not worry, my dear, we are doing everything we can to search for him." Noticing that the elderly lady had fully recovered, Chen Haoyu tactfully exited the bedroom. Su Jiangwo immediately approached, asking, "What is the situation?" It sounded like thunder in there. Chen Haoyu chuckled, replying, "Just a minor trick. The lady has awakened." Su Jiangwo joyfully patted Chen Haoyu on the shoulder, saying, "I knew you would succeed." After waiting in the main room for nearly 20 minutes, the bedroom door finally opened. Gue Bingzhen, with red-rimmed eyes, supported the elderly lady as she emerged, followed closely by Yang Junsheng. Chen Haoyu advised, "You should prepare some millet porridge or similar light meals for her, and remember to have small, frequent meals over the next 3 days. Additionally, consult some seasoned traditional Chinese doctors for prescriptions to properly regulate her health. After all, she has been bedridden for 2 to 3 years. And her body has experienced varying degrees of degeneration. It is imperative to restore her health gradually to avoid any impact on her longevity." Gue Bingzhen nodded, saying, "I have already asked Aunt Zhang to prepare it." Chen Haoyu smiled, "That is excellent." Su Jiangwo stood up, asking, "Old sister, do you still remember me?" The elderly lady replied, "Old Su, how could I ever forget you? I heard from the old man that my awakening this time was largely thanks to your recommendation of Yang Chen." Su Jiangwo chuckled. "I approached Yang Chen with a mindset of trying my luck. I never expected he would truly awaken you. This indicates that you are indeed a favored individual by fate." The elderly lady forced a smile and remarked, "If the heavens truly favored me, my dear Exayan would not have gone missing. Alas, it is entirely my fault. Why did I visit the amusement park that day? How could I have lost my dear Exayan?" As she spoke, tears streamed down her cheeks once more. Chen Haoyu frowned and cautioned, "Dear lady, upon awakening from your distressing dreams, it would be wise to remain calm. Judging by the visages of both you and Elder Yang, it appears that your great-grandson is still alive." Yang Junsheng's eyes brightened with hope as he exclaimed, "Are you truly serious?" Su Jiangwo interjected, "Teacher Zhang, have you forgotten? Su Hai's illegitimate child was indeed revealed by Xiaochen through my fortune-telling. Gui Bing felt a stirring in her heart and inquired, Xiaochen, we recognize your extraordinary talents. Might you be able to discern the whereabouts of my unfortunate great-grandson? At this utterance, everyone's gaze turned expectantly towards Chen Haoyu. Chapter 84, The Art of Tracking Across Miles. Chen Haoyu shook his head, expressing his skepticism. Su Jiangwo remarked, a slim chance, which implies there is a possibility, correct? Yang Junsheng asserted, as long as there is a 1% chance, the Yang family is willing to exert a 100-fold effort. The elderly lady implored, Mr. Chen. I kneel before you, pleading for your assistance in retrieving our child. With that, she faltered, nearly bowing down in reverence to Chen Haoyu. Startled, he swiftly moved to her side, supporting her with urgency. Madam, you mustn't do this, you risk shortening my life. The elderly lady lamented. My greatest regret in this life is losing Xiana. If I cannot recover him, I shall pass away with unclosed eyes. Mr. Chen, I beseech you. Chen Haoyu appeared troubled. Replying, Madam, it is not that I wish to refuse your request, but... Gui Bingshan interjected, Xiaochen, do you harbor some unspoken burden? After a moment of contemplation, Chen Haoyu revealed, to speak candidly, within the realm of the mystical arts, there exists a formidable technique known as the art of tracking across miles. Utilizing the child's birth date and the blood of a close relative, it can pinpoint his exact location. However, this technique is quite harsh on the practitioner, significantly draining their spiritual energy and even diminishing their lifespan. The members of the Yang family fell silent, understanding the gravity of the situation. Su Jiangwo inquired, Xiaochen, do you possess this remarkable art? Chen Haoyu sighed and nodded. Affirming, I do. Su Jiangwo recalled a Taoist saying, the way of heaven compensates for the deficient while depleting the abundant. Chen Haoyu smiled gently, Elder Su. I grasp your meaning. The spiritual energy and lifespan sacrificed in employing this technique can indeed be replenished. Yang Junsheng's eyes brightened, what is the means of replenishment? Chen Haoyu explained, ordinary supplements are ineffective, the finest remedy is ginseng from the wild, aged over 500 years. Upon hearing this, the group fell into speechless disbelief. Such ancient ginseng was virtually non-existent in contemporary society. Su Jiangwo chuckled ruefully, is there truly no alternative? After a lengthy silence, Chen Haoyu finally said, I will contemplate this matter thoroughly. The assembled individuals exchanged glances, their expressions laden with complexity. Yang Junsheng clenched his jaw, Xiaochen. We are eternally grateful for your awakening of the matriarch, we shall not trouble you further in the search for the child. The elderly lady seemed ready to voice her thoughts but swallowed her words. Chen Haoyu reassured, with my abilities, I should live well beyond 120 years. Sacrificing 3 to 5 years of my lifespan is not a significant concern. Hope rekindled within the group. Chen Haoyu's gaze grew resolute as he declared, I shall take on this task. Yang Junsheng exclaimed, is it true? Xiaochen, please know we do not wish to impose upon you. Chen Haoyu waved his hand dismissively. Smiling, there is no imposition. To speak candidly, I have never employed the art of distant tracking. I am deeply curious about its efficacy. Furthermore, regardless of the eventual outcome, this matter must remain strictly confidential, no one must speak of it. Yang Junsheng spoke solemnly, assuring, rest assured, we will maintain confidentiality. Chen Haoyu replied, please provide me with the child's name and date of birth, I need to make some preparations in advance. Gaibingzan nearly blurted it out upon hearing this. After noting it down on his phone, Chen Haoyu remarked with a smile, ordinary individuals could hardly remember a child's date of birth. Aunt Gui, it seems you have sought the counsel of many esteemed figures. Gaibingzan displayed a faint smile of resignation, stating, I have consulted all the well-known sages across the nation. Yet to no avail. At last, I have encountered a true master. Chen Haoyu replied, do not flatter me. I have a girlfriend and am not destined to be with the Buddha. Laughter erupted among the group. Gaibingzan inquired, Yang Chen, is there anything else we need to do? Chen Haoyu responded, have either the father or mother of the child come in 3 days. They are the child's closest kin, and I will require their blood. Beyond that, there is nothing more. Su Jiangwo interjected, there is one more important matter. Chen Haoyu paused, perplexed, and asked, what is it? Su Jiangwo chuckled, of course. The consultation and treatment fees. Young Junsheng laughed heartily, exclaiming, how could I forget? Young Chen, how much is it? Chen Haoyu, without hesitation, stated. I will employ the Taoist 9-character incantation for the elderly lady. This method is likely known only to me across the realm. As the saying goes, rarity enhances value. You must pay me no less than 500,000. Young Junsheng waved his hand grandly, declaring, 500,000 is too little, I shall give you 1 million. Chen Haoyu responded, no, 500,000 is the amount, not a penny more, not a penny less. This is the code of conduct among practitioners of our sect. Additionally, I must offer a friendly warning, you should prepare an additional 3 million in the coming days. For in 3 days, I will employ the art of distant tracking to locate your child. If I fail, I shall not take a single cent. If I succeed, you will owe me 3 million as remuneration. Young Junshan replied, even if we do not find the child, we will compensate you. After all, the stakes you have taken are considerable. Chen Haoyu shook his head, stating, no rewards without merit. If the art of distant tracking proves ineffective, it is solely due to my lack of skill and bears no relation to you. Gentlemen, it is getting late, I must return to dine with my girlfriend. We shall meet again in 3 days. After receiving 500,000 from Gai Bingzan, Chen Haoyu departed from the courtyard. Young Junsheng and Su Jiangwo personally escorted him to the gate. Watching the vehicle gradually recede, Young Junsheng remarked, what an extraordinary individual. Su Jiangwo pondered, given his tone. The chances of Yang Chen retrieving the child seem quite promising. Young Junsheng expressed hope, let us trust in your assessment. Come, let us share a drink. Su Jiangwo waved his hand, saying, another day will suffice. My sister-in-law has just regained consciousness and requires attentive care. Once the child returns in a few days, we shall indulge in a celebration. Young Junsheng emitted a hearty laugh and said, good. Upon leaving the sanatorium, Chen Haoyu drove back home. Hearing the sounds of cooking emanating from the kitchen, he slipped off his slippers and quietly approached. There he beheld Su Yuyao, adorned with an apron, diligently learning to stir-fry by following the instructions of a renowned chef on her phone. The previously aloof demeanor had vanished, replaced by a warmth reminiscent of the everyday joys of life. This sight stirred a sense of comfort within Chen Haoyu. Leaning against the door, he watched for a considerable time before Su Yuyao finally noticed him. Chapter 85, The Feeling of Home. When will you return? Why is there no sign of you? Su Yuyao inquired, astonished. Chen Haoyu chuckled, you were so engrossed in your studies that I have been standing here for nearly 5 minutes. Su Yuyao pouted. Then why didn't you come in to help? Are you just here to watch me make a fool of myself? Chen Haoyu replied. I am not here to witness your folly, I merely wish to see you. A delicate blush graced Su Yuyao's ethereal face as she asked, what is there to see? Chen Haoyu approached her, gently enveloping her in his embrace, and earnestly declared, Su Yuyao, in my eyes, you are the most beautiful scenery in this world. Taken aback by Chen Haoyu's sudden embrace, Su Yuyao stiffened momentarily before relaxing, asking, are you all right? Chen Haoyu released her, assuring, I am fine. Noticing something amiss in Chen Haoyu's demeanor, Su Yuyao furrowed her brow and pressed, tell me the truth, what is wrong? I truly am fine, he insisted. Silently, Su Yuyao gazed into his eyes with her captivating orbs, revealing a hint of dissatisfaction. Chen Haoyu raised his hands in surrender, saying, please don't look at me like that, or is it not enough that I've spoken? Be quick about it, Su Yuyao urged. With a wry smile, Chen Haoyu confessed. You see, I grew up without parents and have never experienced the warmth of a family. Just now, witnessing you cooking in the kitchen, I was suddenly overwhelmed with a sense of home. As he spoke, Chen Haoyu's eyes glistened with unshed tears, prompting him to turn his head away. I don't know what has come over me today, I seem to be rather sentimental. Please do not mock me. Observing the man before her. Desperately concealing his true emotions, the wave of compassion surged within Su Yuyao. She instinctively embraced him and softly said, "Do not hide anything from me, I can understand you." Returning her embrace, Chen Haoyu whispered in her ear, "Thank you." In that moment, both felt a profound connection, drawing them closer together. Suddenly, an acrid scent wafted through the air. "Oh no, my dish is burning!" Su Yuyao exclaimed, breaking free from Chen Haoyu's arms as she turned to the pan. To her dismay, the dish she had worked so hard on had turned into charred remnants. "What should I do?" she lamented. "There is plenty of meat in the fridge." "I will handle it," Chen Haoyu offered. Surprised, Su Yuyao asked, "Can you cook twice-cooked pork?" Chen Haoyu laughed, "I can prepare virtually any dish from the national cuisines." Impressed, Su Yuyao gave him a thumbs up, saying, "All right, you are quite impressive." The two collaborated seamlessly, bustling about in the kitchen. In less than half an hour, a plate of twice-cooked pork emerged, sizzling and aromatic. They exchanged glances, both breaking into radiant smiles. During dinner, Su Yuyao broached the subject of young Junsheng. Upon learning that Chen Haoyu had indeed awakened the elder lady, she was struck with astonishment. The more she interacted with Chen Haoyu, the more she perceived the profound depths of his medical expertise. To think he could effectively treat severe depression and even restore those in a vegetative state. "I truly wonder if there is any ailment he cannot heal," Su Yuyao exclaimed. Chen Haoyu replied, "Cancer, that is beyond my capabilities." Su Yuyao chuckled. "If you could cure cancer, you would be a modern-day Shenong and surely win the Nobel Prize in Medicine." Chen Haoyu scoffed dismissively. "That so-called Nobel Prize is merely a gimmick devised by Western nations, I hardly regard it with any seriousness." Su Yuyao smiled. "Perhaps you should boast only after you have achieved it. By the way, since you have successfully treated old Yang's wife, did he not invite you to dinner?" Chen Haoyu responded, "He did, but I declined." Su Yuyao sighed, "Do you realize how many people would give anything for a meal with old Yang? Yet here you are, turning down his invitation." Chen Haoyu asserted, "I have said it before, you are my utmost priority. Others, regardless of their stature, must take a back seat." Su Yuyao felt a surge of happiness. "Should I express my gratitude for your regard?" Chen Haoyu smiled, "No need for thanks, simply marry me in the future." Su Yuyao replied, "That depends on your performance." Chen Haoyu beamed with enthusiasm, "That is assured. Do you have any plans this afternoon?" "I would like to buy you a new car." Su Yuyao raised an eyebrow, "For what purpose? Do you think I am fond of your money?" Chen Haoyu clarified. "Of course not. If you were enamored with wealth, we would never have come together. I merely wish to please you, it is quite humble of me." Su Yuyao chuckled. "You are indeed refreshingly candid. However, I regret to inform you that I have an appointment with Sister Qing for a spa this afternoon and will join you later." Chen Haoyu shrugged, "That is fine. Just give me your ID, and I will procure you an identical vehicle." Su Yuyao replied seriously, "Your gift is too extravagant. I cannot accept it, it is my principle." Chen Haoyu sighed, "I anticipated you would respond this way. Very well, I shall not buy it. Go enjoy yourself. I intend to focus on my painting at home this afternoon. By the time you return tonight, you should be able to appreciate my masterpiece." Su Yuyao smiled. "I look forward to it." After dinner, Su Yuyao applied a light touch of makeup. Upon receiving a call from Qing, she informed Chen Haoyu and stepped out. After tidying up the dining table, Chen Haoyu took out the ink, brush, paper, and inkstone he had purchased and began to paint. The figure of the carefree immortal in his dreams was a master of calligraphy and painting. Creating a simple longevity painting should not be more challenging than eating or drinking. Having inherited the legacy of the carefree immortal, he initially believed he could manage it with ease. However, as he commenced, he realized the task was far from simple. Although he was well versed in the techniques and brushwork of meticulous painting, the moment he put brush to paper, he encountered a myriad of basic errors. This was a classic case of having high aspirations but lacking the skill. With no other option, Chen Haoyu had to start afresh, training his painting techniques and brushwork like a novice. Fortunately, his training resembled a review, far less arduous than that of a novice. Or else he would have surely succumbed to madness. Just as Chen Haoyu was engrossed in the intricate artistry of fine brushwork, the esteemed master of Xingyiquan, Yitsong, was hosting a distinguished guest in his home. At 68 years of age, Yitsong stood at a modest height of under 1.70 meters. Yet his posture remained impeccably straight, exuding vitality and sharpness in his gaze. Seated in an imposing armchair, he commanded an air of authority akin to a tiger poised in its lair. Behind him stood Chao Cheng, poised with hands at his sides, his eyes fixed upon the visitor from the Boji school, Zhang Mingchen. Chapter 86, outburst Zhang Mingchen, the eldest disciple of Zhang Yuandong from the 8th Extreme School, is a robust man of 42 years, possessing a square face that exudes a natural authority even in tranquility. Yitsong sipped his tea and remarked, Mingchen, I recall that a decade ago, you became a disciple of Brother Yuandong to study the 8 Extremes Fist. Who would have thought that in such a brief span, you would elevate your skills to the advanced stage of dark energy? Truly, you are a prodigy among prodigies. It is a stroke of fortune for Brother Yuandong to have found a disciple of your caliber, as it is for the 8 Extremes Fist itself. Zhang Mingchen humbly replied. Senior Yi, you flatter me. Brother Chao is yet to reach 30, yet he has already attained the late stage of bright energy. With his innate talent, he should surpass me within 5 years. Yitsong, evidently pleased with Chao Cheng, responded, let us hope so. Mingchen, what brings you to Yanhai this time? Zhang Mingchen nodded and said, our 8 Extreme School has produced a disgraceful disciple named Zhang Cha. Although he was expelled by our master in his early years, the bond of our lineage remains. He has now been killed by someone in Yanhai, and as his senior brother, I feel compelled to seek justice on behalf of our school. Yitsong inquired who was responsible for Zhang Cha's death. Chao Cheng, standing respectfully behind, replied, Master, it was Dr. Chen Haoyu. Yitsong was taken aback and said, is he the same doctor who cured the young girl? Chao Cheng confirmed, indeed. Yitsong's brow furrowed. Dr. Chen Haoyu had cured his granddaughter's severe depression, leaving the entire Yi family in his debt. Now, Zhang Yuandong's disciple had journeyed far to confront Chen Haoyu, placing Yitsong in a difficult position. What could have led to this conflict? Chao Cheng then recounted the events surrounding Zhang Cha in detail. His knowledge of such matters, particularly in the realm of martial arts, was extensive. Upon hearing the account, Yitsong nodded disdainfully and said, he truly is a disgrace, bringing shame upon Brother Yuandong. Mingchen, do you not find it absurd to defend such a scoundrel? Zhang Mingchen replied, Zhang Cha indeed deserved his fate. Had he been shot by the police, I would not have protested. However, as he was killed by Chen Haoyu's fists, I feel it my duty to uphold the honor of the 8 Extremes Fist. Chao Cheng interjected, Brother Zhang, Chen Haoyu is a doctor, not a practitioner of traditional martial arts. Zhang Mingchen stated, I have viewed the footage of the confrontation between Chen Haoyu and Zhang Cha. The latter was a formidable opponent, yet Chen Haoyu toyed with him for the initial exchanges. When he decided to be serious, a single strike was all it took to dispatch Zhang Cha effortlessly. It is important to note that despite Zhang Cha's shortcomings, he had already reached the bright energy stage, on the cusp of breaking into dark energy. To dismiss Chen Haoyu as non-pertinent to the martial arts community is quite absurd. Yitsong expressed his astonishment, saying, I had no idea Dr. Chen possessed such formidable skills. Chao Cheng, are you aware of this situation? Chao Cheng shook his head and replied, I only know that Zhang Cha met his end at Dr. Chen's hands, the specifics remain unclear to me. Zhang Mingchen remarked, Brother Chao, I harbor no hostility towards Chen Haoyu, I merely wish to engage in a friendly sparring session with him. I kindly request your assistance in arranging this. Chao Cheng glanced at Yi Tsang, who responded, Ming Chen, Dr. Chen has rendered significant favors to the Yi family, we cannot assist you in this matter. Zhang Ming Chen insisted. Elder Yi, my confrontation with Chen Haoyu is inevitable. Should you consider his kindness, please inform him so that he may prepare accordingly. Yi Tsang pondered for a moment and said, Chao Cheng, please give Dr. Chen a call. Yes, master. Chao Cheng took out his phone and, in front of Zhang Mingchen, directly dialed Chen Haoyu's number. Hello, young Master Chao, what can I do for you? Chen Haoyu's voice soon came through the phone. Chao Cheng glanced at Zhang Mingchen and said, Dr. Chen, did you not eliminate a drug dealer named Zhang Cha? Indeed, that is true. What of it? Zhang Cha's fellow disciple has come to my master and wishes to challenge you. What? Is that individual out of his mind? Zhang Cha was a drug trafficker who caused countless families to shatter and lives to be ruined. Just 2 days ago, in a desperate bid to escape, he even plotted to abduct a young girl as a hostage. If it weren't for my intervention, that poor girl would have fallen victim to Zhang Cha's malevolence. For someone like him, there are still people seeking revenge. His audacity knows no bounds. If the ancestors of the Boji Gate were aware, they'd rise from their graves to rectify this disgrace. At this moment, Yi Tsang could not help but spit out his tea upon hearing Chen Haoyu's words. This Dr. Chen certainly has a sharp tongue, he thought. Chao Cheng stifled a laugh, casting a glance at Zhang Mingchen, whose expression had darkened to an alarming degree. This reaction was entirely understandable. Anyone, even a master like Zhang Mingchen, would struggle to endure such scathing words from Chen Haoyu. Dr. Chen, please remain calm. What do you mean? Zhang Mingchen inquired. You tell that fool that I am not part of the martial arts community and will not accept his challenge. Furthermore, for practitioners of martial arts, virtue precedes skill. One must cultivate virtue before honing their craft. This is an age-old principle within the martial arts world. The Boji Gate has produced a scoundrel like Zhang Cha, and they should be reflecting on their shortcomings at home rather than seeking to avenge him. When did the people of the Boji Gate become so shameless? A warrior may be slain but must not be insulted. At this point, Zhang Mingchen's expression had soured to its utmost. He abruptly stood up, moved beside Chao Cheng, and spoke into the phone with a fierce tone, Mr. Chen. Do you not think you are being excessive? Excessive? Chen Haoyu did not relent, countering directly, I merely speak harshly, while you act disgracefully. Let me tell you. Should you provoke me further, I will expose Zhang Chao's true nature online, leading to the disgrace of the Boji Gate alongside him. By the way, what is your name? I will make sure to highlight you, so that the online community knows how you bully a drug enforcement hero for the sake of a drug dealer. Zhang Mingchen felt as if his lungs were about to burst with anger. It seems you have utterly disregarded the principles of chivalry, he remarked. Chen Haoyu replied. I am a doctor, not a figure from the martial world. I adhere to the law, not to any notions of chivalrous conduct. Furthermore, we live in a society governed by the rule of law. Should you dare to trouble me, I will promptly report you to the authorities, ensuring that the police thoroughly investigate whether your 8 Extremes sect is complicit with Zhang Cha. That is all I have to say. Farewell. No. I do not wish to see you again. It would be best if we never cross paths again. With that, Chen Haoyu abruptly ended the call. Chapter 87, The Plans of the 8 Extreme Sect. Yi Tsang and Chao Cheng stood in stunned silence. Goodness, Chen Haoyu's outburst was truly remarkable. Comparable to Zhuge Liang's scorn for Wang Lang during the Three Kingdoms era. Fortunately, Zhang Mingchen was in good health. Had he been someone with a heart condition, he might have been driven to the brink of collapse. The master and disciple exchanged glances, both regarding Zhang Mingchen with a look of pity. At that moment, Zhang Mingchen's chest heaved repeatedly, his eyes gleaming with a chilling intent. Since assuming leadership of the 8 Extreme sect, it was the first time he had been subjected to such harsh criticism. This Chen Haoyu was nothing more than a foul-mouthed scoundrel, Zhang Mingchen thought. Unable to suppress his anger, Chao Cheng, feeling somewhat displeased, interjected, Brother Zhang, to speak fairly, you shouldn't have come to Yanhai to challenge Dr. Chen. Zhang Mingchen replied coldly. Brother Chao, whether or not to challenge Chen Haoyu is a matter for our 8 extreme sect. Regardless of how well you know him, I hope you refrain from interfering. Chao Cheng furrowed his brow and asked, are you threatening me? Zhang Mingchen responded, it is a suggestion. My master and Elder Yi are good friends. And I do not wish for our 2 families to be at odds over someone like Chen Haoyu. Seeing the tension escalating between the two, Yi Tsang stepped in to mediate, saying, all right. Mingchen, Dr. Chen's intentions are now quite clear, what are your plans? Will you force him to duel with you? Zhang Mingchen replied in a low voice, I have my ways to persuade Chen Haoyu to agree. Yi Tsang said, if a duel must occur, I hope it takes place at Chao Cheng's Shengtian Fitness Center. Zhang Mingchen felt a twinge of dissatisfaction and remarked, Elder Yi, are you concerned that I might resort to underhanded tactics against Chen Haoyu? Yi Tsang smiled and replied, I mainly wish to return a favor to Dr. Chen while ensuring the duel is fair and impartial. Zhang Mingchen nodded, stating, very well, I will specify the Shengtian Fitness Center in the challenge letter. Without lingering for a meal, Zhang Mingchen took his leave of Yi Tsang. Once he departed, Chao Cheng could not contain himself, saying, Master, what is the 8 extreme sect up to? They actually came to Yanhai to start trouble with Dr. Chen over a mere Zhongcha. A glimmer of insight flashed in Yi Tsang's eyes as he scoffed, Zhong Yuandong has always been adept at scheming, as he has aged, he has become even more cunning. He is using Zhang Mingchen to pursue his own interests in Yanhai. Unlike ordinary martial arts sects, Zhang Yuandong's 8 extreme sect placed great emphasis on commerce. 20 years ago, he established a transportation company, employing all his disciples within it. Thus, he not only avoided charging his disciples tuition but also provided them with salaries. This initiative has propelled the 8 extreme sect to unprecedented growth. To this day, the Yuandong Transportation Group has evolved into a colossal enterprise valued at over 10 billion. With a disciple count reaching a staggering 1,200. Yanhai, a first-tier city in the eastern part of Xia country, serves as a vital transportation hub. A few years ago, Zhang Yuandong planned to establish a branch office there, but faced a united front from other transportation companies, leading to an unfortunate and quiet retreat. The demise of Zhongcha undoubtedly provided him with a compelling rationale for a resurgence. Chao Cheng, perplexed, inquired, Master, we are living in a society governed by law. Even if Zhang Mingchen triumphs over Dr. Chen, what difference will it make? Yi Tsang replied, he could leverage this victory to challenge other sects within Yanhai. It is essential to understand that the martial arts community adheres to its own set of rules. The myriad transportation companies in Yanhai are supported by various prominent sects. Should Zhang Mingchen succeed in defeating them, there would be no grounds for these companies to obstruct the development of Yangdong transportation in Yanhai. The decline of national martial arts is an undeniable truth, yet it does not signify the disappearance of formidable sections. Rather, they have largely concealed themselves within the commercial realm. Take Yanhai as an example, the transportation industry is rife with disciples from major sects such as Shaolin, Tai Chi, and Choi Li Fat. Even my own Xingyi sect is backing a transportation company. Of course, they cannot, as depicted in online novels, casually dispatch a few martial artists to eliminate their rivals. The martial arts community abides by its own regulations, and the business world has its own protocols. Unless faced with life and death situations, no one would dare contravene these rules. Furthermore, the police are not to be underestimated. In certain action films, it is often claimed that a fist is quicker than a bullet within 7 steps. In reality, this notion is entirely absurd. Take Chen Haoyu as an example, without employing ranged attacks, in a full burst of energy, he could manage only 6 steps. As for those martial arts experts, if they can achieve a fist faster than a bullet within 4 steps, they are already among the elite. Moreover, police operations typically involve coordinated groups. No matter how skilled a martial artist is, when confronted with a dozen firearms, the outcome is invariably game over. Thus, Against a national apparatus like the police force, the martial arts community possesses no means to contend, and decline is inevitable. Chao Cheng furrowed his brow and remarked. The Boji sect indeed possesses some cunning. Master, do you think Dr. Chen will accept his challenge? Yitsong responded, every individual harbors vulnerabilities, and Dr. Chen is no exception. Shao Cheng, please give Dr. Chen another call and share our conjectures. The decision rests with him. Chao Cheng nodded, understood. Upon receiving Chao Cheng's second call, a sharp glint flickered in Chen Haoyu's eyes. He believed that the analyses presented by Yitsong and Chao Cheng were likely accurate. The Baji sect sought to exploit Shang Cho's death to create trouble for themselves, using their position as a springboard to extend their influence into the fiercely contested commercial territory of Yanhai. However, they had miscalculated their target, perceiving themselves as a soft target. Damn it, Zhang Mingchen had better behave, or I will teach him a lesson he won't forget. Chen Haoyu felt a surge of irritation. He was reluctant to involve himself in the disputes of the martial arts community, yet he was even less inclined to be bullied by its members. Should the Far East Baji sect dare to provoke him, Chen Haoyu would not hesitate to make an example of them, using the Baji sect to intimidate the entire martial arts community. Damn. Chen Haoyu's heart surged with anger, causing him to grip the brush with excessive force, ruining a crane that he had painstakingly completed halfway. With a swift motion, he tore the paper from the canvas and discarded it onto the floor. At this moment, more than 30 sheets of discarded paper littered the ground. Fortunately, the results were promising. Chen Haoyu's artistic technique had made significant strides, reaching nearly 70% of the proficiency of the illustrious immortal Xiaoyao. Chapter 88, This is a threat in a certain leisure club in Yanhai. Su Yuyao and Qin Qingqing, draped in bath towels, reclined on separate beds, indulging in the soothing ministrations of their massage therapists. Su Yuyao inquired, Sister Qing, how are things progressing on your end? After a moment of silence, Qin Qingqing responded, Li Yan is on the verge of passing. It is likely to happen within the next couple of days. I spoke with her, and she asked that Xiaomi call me mom. Li Yan was He Jiahong's first love, and Xiaomi was their daughter. Su Yuyo remarked, I have met Xiaomi and conversed with her for a while. She is a wonderful child, so sensible that it tugs at one's heartstrings. Qin Qingqing nodded, saying, to be honest, I also have a fondness for Xiaomi. Sometimes I ponder how lovely it would be if she were my biological daughter. Turning to Qin Qingqing, Su Yuyo replied, Xiaomi is only 5 years old. If you treat her as your own, I believe she will reciprocate that affection. Qin Qingqing chuckled, rest assured, I will cherish Xiaomi. But enough about me. What is the status of your relationship with Chen Haoyu? Su Yuyao candidly admitted, he is pursuing me. And then? Qin Qingqing pressed, have you accepted his advances? I neither declined nor accepted, Su Yuyao clarified. Qin Qingqing questioned, have you figured out whether you truly like him? Without hesitation, Su Yuyao stated, I am certain I like him. Qin Qingqing extended her fair arm and gave Su Yuyao a thumbs up, exclaiming, that is the Su Yuyao I know, so straightforward. Liking someone is liking them, and disliking is disliking, hesitation is not my style. Didn't you say that Chen Haoyu surrounded himself with a veil of mystery that obscured your view? What about now? Do you see clearly? I suppose I have gained considerable clarity. Overall, I would rate his character, abilities, and personality above 95. My heavens, that is quite the high praise. If that is the case, why not accept Chen Haoyu's pursuit and establish a genuine romantic relationship? Su Yuyao sighed, Sister Qing. My family situation is unlike that of ordinary families. If I were to be with him, I might inadvertently bring him harm. Qin Qingqing had never inquired about Su Yuyao's family background and was oblivious to the details, yet she was certain of one thing, Su Yuyao's family was far from ordinary. The reason was simple, an ordinary family could not cultivate the noble and elegant demeanor that Su Yuyao possessed. Does Chen Haoyu know about your family situation? What is his attitude towards it? I informed him, and he seems utterly unconcerned. Then what are you still hesitating for? It's not every day one finds someone they like. If you don't seize this passionate opportunity, you may find yourself regretting it later. Yu Yao. Although Chen Haoyu may appear disheveled and scattered in his speech, I can tell he is a man of principles and genuinely cares for you. How can you tell he likes me? Su Yuyao asked. His gaze. The way Chen Haoyu looks at you is radiant, entirely distinct from how he regards others. Wei Ying. Heed my words, cast aside your reservations and follow your heart. Su Yueying nodded in response, choosing silence thereafter. As the clock struck 5 in the afternoon, the two emerged from the community center, intending to dine and shop at the mall. Just as they were about to enter their vehicle, a man in his 30s, with piercing eyes, suddenly materialized before them. Miss Su, greetings. I am a disciple of the Far East 8 Extreme sect. This is a challenge letter from our master, Zhang Mingchen, to Master Chen Haoyu. I kindly ask you to deliver it to him. As he spoke, the man extended a letter towards Su Yueying, which bore the bold inscription of challenge letter. Su Yueying refrained from accepting it, instead retorting, what does this challenge letter entail? Surely it is not akin to those martial arts films where two masters agree to a duel. The man replied, you may perceive it as such. With a slight furrow of her brow, Su Yueying queried, but Chen Haoyu does not seem to belong to the martial arts community. Why would you challenge him? He responded. Miss Su, I apologize, but I am merely executing orders. Su Yueying stated plainly, then you should deliver it to him in person, I shall not be the messenger. Taken aback by her forthrightness, the man hesitated momentarily before placing the challenge letter directly on the windshield of Qin Qingqing's car. Miss Su, my duty is solely to deliver this letter to you. Whether or not you choose to pass it on to Master Chen Haoyu is entirely your decision. One I have no authority to influence. I only hope you do not come to regret it. With that, he turned and departed. Qin Qingqing, who had remained silent until now, picked up the challenge letter, glanced at it, and remarked, what era are we living in? How can such things still exist? Upon hearing the man proclaim his affiliation with the Far East 8 Extreme sect, Su Yueying recalled Zhong Chao, who had been killed by Chen Haoyu. She remembered her uncle had spoken of Zhong Chao's background, indicating he had originated from this very sect. Could it be that they had come to Yanhai to avenge Zhong Chao? Thoughts raced through Su Yueying's mind as she said, Qingjie, please wait a moment. I must call Chen Haoyu. Qin Qingqing handed her the challenge letter and replied, do it in the car. Once inside, Su Yueying dialed Chen Haoyu's number. Ha ha ha, beautiful Su. Your call is most timely. I just finished painting a birthday scroll. Forget the scroll, the matter at hand is that someone has issued a challenge letter to you. What challenge letter? It is from a man named Zhang Mingchen from the Far East 8 Extreme sect, and I suspect he is connected to Zhong Chao's death. There is no need for suspicion, Zhong Chao was indeed Zhang Mingchen's junior brother, also hailing from the Far East 8 Extreme sect. Previously, Zhang Mingchen approached Chao Cheng. But I turned him down and scolded him soundly. It seems they are undeterred and have resorted to sending the challenge letter to you. Clearly, the influence of the Far East 8 Extreme sect in Yanhai is considerable. As Su Yueying prepared for her spa appointment, she realized that the sect's ability to locate her precisely indicated their long-standing designs on Yanhai. Unfortunately, her misfortune in killing Zhong Chao had inadvertently afforded them this opportunity. Su Yueying concluded, regardless, since you are not part of the martial arts community, there is no necessity for you to accept their challenge. Chen Haoyu sighed and said, do you think it is